At our engagement party, I publicly broke off the engagement with my fiancée, thinking I had finally escaped a deadly situation. But I never expected that she could hear my thoughts. The Tang family, the wealthiest clan in Suzhou and Hangzhou, was holding a birthday banquet, but I was huddled in a corner, almost collapsing. Because just a minute ago, I discovered I had transmigrated into an urban fantasy novel. Even more outrageous, I've become the villainous rich kid who's about to die today. According to the original plot, the Dragon King protagonist, Yi Chun, will soon storm into the banquet and beat me into a vegetable. I don't even have the right to resist, yet the system tells me that as long as I survive each story segment, I'll receive a reward, and if I make it to the finale, I can return to reality with my wealth. But the problem is, I might not even make it through tonight. Today is the birthday banquet of the Tang family patriarch, and also my engagement banquet with Muyue, the most beautiful woman in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The original owner pursued her for 3 years, pouring all her resources, connections, and projects into it, only to be met with her cold face. And this marriage is the beginning of my tragic story. Because Yi Chun was currently in a corner of the banquet. On the surface, he was just a bodyguard, but in reality, he was a returning Dragon King, an assassin, a divine doctor, a master of jade gambling, and the master of a harem. He had all the cheat codes of a protagonist in a wish fulfillment novel. If I tried to steal a woman from him, it would be like voluntarily queuing up for cremation. Just then, Muyue, dressed in a blue gown, walked up to me. Her demeanor was as cold as ice, but her eyes were as sharp as knives. She immediately declared that the arranged marriage was off and told me to stop bothering her. I almost burst out laughing on the spot and immediately nodded in agreement. On the surface, I remained as calm as a rock, but inside, fireworks were already going off. I just hoped she would elope with Yi Chun as soon as possible and not drag me, this cannon fodder, into the crematorium. Muyue's expression suddenly changed, as if she had heard something she shouldn't have. Before I could even sense anything amiss, I suggested we go talk to our elders together. If the engagement was canceled, Yi Chun would have no reason to kill me, and I could at least live a few more chapters. Upon entering the study, I found the elders of the Tang and Su families discussing the details of their arranged marriage. Before my father could speak, I announced that the marriage was inappropriate. The room fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned. I was secretly pleased, thinking I had finally escaped being beaten into a vegetable by the Dragon King. But just as Su Chongshan asked me if I had thought it through, Muyue suddenly changed her mind and said she wanted to try starting with dating. My mind went blank. She was the one who wanted to call off the engagement. So why was she turning around and pushing me towards my doom? Muyue's gaze towards me grew increasingly complicated, and I realized something was wrong. It seemed like she could really hear my thoughts. In the banquet hall, Grandpa publicly announced that the Tang family and the Su family were officially united by marriage. From that moment on, Muyue became the Tang family's prospective granddaughter-in-law. The room erupted in applause, and guests offered their congratulations, but I felt a chill run down my spine. Yi Chun, who had been standing in the corner, was now walking towards me, his eyes chillingly dark. Yi Chun coldly announced that he did not agree to the marriage. The hall fell silent instantly. He stood in the center of the crowd, looking like a savior, and immediately accused the Tang family of sacrificing a woman's happiness. I almost burst out laughing. Wasn't this the classic Dragon King's verbal persuasion? According to the original plot, Muyue should have been moved to tears the next second and then eloped with him. But the plot suddenly broke down. She stared coldly at Yi Chun and directly ordered someone to throw the bodyguard out. Yi Chun and I froze on the spot. He Jin rushed forward with his bodyguards, and I quickly stopped him in fear. He Jin thought I was being soft-hearted and patted his chest, assuring me that he wouldn't kill Yi Chun, but all I wanted to do was curse, because I was afraid that he would be beaten to death by Yi Chun. The surrounding guests praised me for being magnanimous and not arguing with the bodyguard. Yi Chun, however, blamed all the humiliation on me, his eyes growing colder and colder. I silently retreated, wishing I could just disappear on the spot. I nodded frantically in my mind, hoping Yi Chun would take Muyue away as soon as possible. As long as they eloped, I could live, and everyone would be happy. but Su Muyue took a step back and asked who said she was forced to do it. The entire room fell silent again, and Yi Chen's wicked smile froze completely. He wanted to continue his sentimental act, saying that the Tang family wouldn't dare to do anything to her, but Su Muyue's eyes grew even colder, and she directly asked him whether he was leaving or not. I completely lost it. I just felt like these two couldn't possibly use me as a sacrifice in their relationship. To make matters worse, Su Chongshan got angry too, telling Yi Chen to get lost in public and saying that he would only ever acknowledge me as his son-in-law. Yi Chen's eyes changed instantly. I knew he was starting to hold a grudge. Sure enough, before leaving, Yi Chen gave me a cold look and said he would remember what happened today. My heart shattered on the spot. I didn't want to get engaged, and I didn't steal him. Why should he hold a grudge against me? Just as Yi Chen turned to leave, Su Muyue suddenly walked towards me. Before I could react, she lowered her head and tried to kiss me. I was so startled that I raised my hand to block her, but she ended up kissing the back of my hand instead, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Yi Chen, standing at the door, turned around and saw this scene. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. I could even feel the murderous intent in the air, almost solidifying into a knife. This wasn't a misunderstanding. I was now officially on his death list. Originally, Su Muyue was supposed to elope with Yi Chen, but she stayed. Originally, Yi Chen was supposed to be the hero who saved the damsel in distress, but he was humiliated by everyone. Originally, I just wanted to survive, but I became the biggest villain in the whole thing. I gritted my teeth and questioned the system about why the plot had turned out this way. The system was silent for 2 seconds, then suppressed a laugh and said it might be the butterfly effect. The system said in a serious tone, "I just remembered something happy." I couldn't help but curse, "Happy my ass. Where's the reward?" The next second, a notification sounded, "Congratulations to the host for surviving the first part of the story. The reward is a Lamborghini Veneno, which has been stored in the garage." I stared at the car keys, frozen in place. The Tang family's assets are worth trillions. I'm not short of money at all. The system gave me a car, but it felt like pouring water into the ocean, so it just played dead. Just then, my mom came over. "What are you still standing there for? Muyue is leaving. Aren't you going to see her off?" I quickly waved my hand. "No, let her go." If she hadn't messed up the plot, I would have already cleared the game safely today. My mom smacked me on the head. "Stop pretending. Muyue is such a good girl. She'd be perfect as your wife." I was instantly filled with despair, my heart churning with turmoil. My mom reminded me again, "Don't forget to go to the Wang family this afternoon to visit Grandpa Wang." I froze, then jumped up from my chair in a flash. Holy crap. Chapter 62 Plot. Grandpa Wang has been paralyzed for many years, and seeking famous doctors has been fruitless. Finally, Yi Chen made his move, shocking Suzhou and Hangzhou with a single needle, and rose to prominence from that moment on. As for me, I'll probably be dragged into the plot again as a stepping stone. Just as my scalp was tingling, He-Jin ran over carrying a mahogany gift box. "Young master, this is a gift for old Master Wang." I had barely nodded when his next sentence nearly sent me flying. "Young master, I've sent men to deal with that little bodyguard surnamed Yi. We'll teach him a lesson this time." I gasped, almost fainting on the spot. "Big brother, are you really afraid I'll live to see the finale?" I ordered him to withdraw immediately. The call ended, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. This traitor, if kept around, would be my death sentence sooner or later. I patted He-Jin on the shoulder and laughed. "You're too capable. Being a bodyguard is beneath you. Go manage the Tang family's South African mine. Your salary and bonuses will triple." He immediately declared his willingness to go through fire and water for the Tang family. I nodded in satisfaction, finally getting rid of this mobile hate-generating machine. Watching He-Jin leave in high spirits, I glanced down at my Rolex, picked up the Wang family's gift box, and headed towards the garage. The silver Lamborghini Veneno sat silently, as if mocking me. The Wang family mansion was in the suburbs. It took me almost an hour to get there. The gardens were elegant, with pavilions, terraces, and ethereal ponds, a scene of breathtaking beauty. At the entrance, a tall, slender woman in a cheongsam bumped into me. My chest tightened, and I almost burst out laughing. I instinctively looked her over. A white laurel-patterned cheongsam stretched taut, long black hair, an angelic face, and a devilish figure. "Referee, she committed a foul by charging at someone with the ball." She glared at me angrily, and I quickly waved my hands. "Are you all right?" "So she's Wang Yixue, the eldest daughter of the Wang family, my ex-girlfriend, and the second female lead in the book. We've known each other since childhood and dated for 2 months in college." Step aside, I thought to myself. A villain in a wish-fulfillment novel meets his ex-girlfriend, danger level off the charts. Wang Yixue gestured for me to sit down, her tea making movements as practiced as an art performance. I couldn't help but mutter, "Even making tea is this beautiful. What makes Su Muyue the #1 beauty?" Wang Yixue is the #1 beauty in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Her hand trembled, and she almost dropped the teacup. She said, I heard you got engaged to Muyue today. Congratulations. I flatly denied it. Married? Impossible. In my heart, I cursed. This crazy female lead has someone else in her heart and is using me as a shield. The more she heard, the happier she became, and she brought her tea closer to me. I feigned indifference. No feelings, just friends. Why are you asking? But inside, I was churning. Damn, she's practically throwing her leg at me. She smells amazing. Wang Yishue was both shy and delighted, and whispered, I misunderstood you about what happened back then. I apologize. I coldly pushed her away, silently reminding myself. The sweet talk is here. Stay away from Yi Chen's harem and obediently play along with the plot. She's annoyed, but she threatens me. If you don't help me massage, I'll tell everyone you took advantage of me. I'm stunned. Holy crap, don't tell anyone. Yi Chen will definitely hold a grudge. I compromise. I'll massage you, but don't tell anyone. She lay on the sofa, her hands and feet trembling slightly with shyness, muttering to herself. Calm down. It's just a sweet talk. I'll make my escape after I'm done. I secretly wondered what kind of safety shorts she was wearing under her cheongsam. It wasn't this popular when we were dating. Wang Yishue steadied herself, her delicate body trembling slightly. She smiled sweetly. There's an urgent meeting at the company. I have to go first. I'll call you later. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A new energy project? Yi Chen set a trap. The Wang family's 50 billion yuan cash flow was tied up. He ultimately benefited. After she left, I leaned back on the sofa and chuckled. Master, I understand. The plot is clear. Yi Chen comes to the Wang family to show off, exuding an aura of dominance. She'll definitely fall for him. As long as I keep a low profile, Yi Chen won't bother with me, and Muyue is none of my concern. This time, I can survive until the finale. Footsteps sounded outside the door, and a petite yet stunningly beautiful girl entered, dressed in Lolita fashion, smiling sweetly. Hello, Brother Tangyu. I recalled her identity, Jiang Xiaoye, the most famous female doctor in Suzhou and Hangzhou, ranked among the top 10 in China for medical skills, and her grandfather, Dr. Jiang Tian, was a legendary figure. I thought to myself, being impolite is just asking for trouble. She's part of Yi Chen's harem. The Wang family caregiver came over. Dr. Jiang has arrived. Old Master Wang has just woken up. Shall we go now? I nodded quickly. Now. Jiang Xiaoye patted the toolbox, and I followed with the gift. After passing through several corridors, I arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. The couplet at the entrance read, Studying is good, farming is good, learning well is good. Starting a business is difficult, maintaining it is difficult, but knowing the difficulties makes them not difficult. I rolled my eyes. The author is foreshadowing this. The Dragon King's glance reveals his exceptional talent. Several members of the Wang family approached, and Yi Chen also appeared. I politely replied, Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. Standing at the back of the crowd, I noticed Yi Chen. His eyes were cold, and his killing intent was so intense, it was almost palpable. He had originally intended to deal with me today, but having only recently returned to the country, his power base was not yet secure, so he had to hold back. I knew he was the author's favorite character. He was not to be trifled with. The three of them entered the courtyard and saw Grandpa Wang lying on his sickbed. Despite being paralyzed on one side and unable to move freely, a look of relief flashed in his eyes when he saw us. I stepped forward and gently advised, Dad, you should rest first. Your health is the most important thing. Jiang Xiaoye added tenderly, Dr. Jiang is here. He will definitely be able to help you. I laughed. I'll play chess with you. The task was mostly complete. All I needed to do was watch Yi Chen show off. He was a master of observation and diagnosis, able to judge illnesses without even taking a pulse. Standing beside him was Wang Rulong, the epitome of a tall, rich, and handsome man, but far less talented than Jiang Xiaoye. I chuckled inwardly. This kid's ambition to seize family power was doomed to fail. Wang Rulong stared nervously at Yi Chen, asking if my grandfather's illness could be cured. Yi Chen casually extended his hand, a hint of confidence in his smile. I chuckled inwardly, thinking, this guy's way too confident. Wang Rulong was dumbfounded, while I secretly rejoiced. The first obstacle was me, the second is you. Yi Chen's gaze had already fallen on Jiang Xiaoye, revealing a hint of longing. Back in Suzhou and Hangzhou, he immediately investigated the list of beauties, and Jiang Xiaoye was firmly in the top 10. I looked at him, not just for her beauty, but also for the Jiang family's connections, to help him with his future plans. Jiang Xiaoye focused intently on taking his pulse, remaining silent. After a moment, she released his grip, and Wang Rulong anxiously inquired about his grandfather's condition. She replied that the stroke had caused meridian blockage and hemiplegia as complications, but it wasn't a serious problem. The 13 ghost needles technique could clear the blockage. She then asked me to help sterilize the silver needles. I gave a wry smile, inwardly cursing myself. I'm already lying down, and you still want me to do the needle? But she urged me to proceed, so I reluctantly stepped forward. The moment I picked up the needle, Yi Chen's murderous intent pressed in, like a sharp blade pressing down on me. I thought to myself, is this all Lin Bei's fault? What bad luck? Jiang Xiaoye reminded everyone to close the doors and windows and to step back. Just as she was about to administer acupuncture, Yi Chen coldly questioned her about her method of treating hemiplegia. She frowned in displeasure, and I muttered to myself, classic tactic. First draw out the enemy, then find an opportunity to show off. Yi Chen smiled and proposed a bet, but Jiang Xiaoye coldly refused. I silently watched her focus on the silver needles, her hands moving with lightning speed. After 13 needles, old Master Wang's expression changed, and I chuckled inwardly. This little girl is amazing. She must have practiced tens of thousands of times. Everyone in the room was tense. 5 minutes later, old Master Wang raised his left hand, exclaiming in surprise. Yi Chen sneered, dissatisfied, but still proceeded with the plan. He then demonstrated the Tai divine needle technique by floating silver needles. The Wang family members were amazed, and I remarked from the side, "You've practiced to the point where Xiaoye is obsessed with medicine." Jiang Xiaoye removed the needles and asked the old man how he felt. He said in a trembling voice that he felt much better and could speak fluently. She nodded and prescribed a 3-month course of medicine. Watching her clean and efficient movements, I chuckled to myself. She's really skilled. Yi Chen looked embarrassed 3 minutes later, but still politely apologized. I muttered to myself, Xiaoye is focused on her medical skills. He must be curious. As the atmosphere grew awkward, the door opened, and Wang Yixue entered, her eyes cold. Yi Chen's anger instantly subsided, replaced by desire. Her cheongsam fit her perfectly, exuding a cool and alluring charm. I cursed beside her. Damn it, can't you smile normally? Jiang Xiaoye suppressed a laugh, while I observed Wang Yixue's expressionless face. She had just returned to the company and suspended the project, only to discover that the new energy sector was a trap, orchestrated by her cousin, Wang Rulong. I sighed inwardly. The plot was subtly shifting, and the situation was tense. I saw Wang Yixue hold the old man's hand and gently ask about his condition. He nodded weakly, and I sighed silently beside him. The old man always shoulders everything, never wanting anyone to worry. Wang Yixue tucked the old man in and gently told him to rest. Jiang Xiaoye's phone rang, and she hurriedly said she had to go back to her free clinic. Everyone smiled as they saw her off, and I sensed a shift in the atmosphere, a change from relaxed to tense. Jiang Xiaoye winked at me, and I awkwardly waved goodbye. I thought to myself, girl, it's not that I didn't want to say hello, it's just that Yi Chen was staring at me. She looked disgusted, while Yi Chen, though feigning composure, greeted me first. I chuckled inwardly. This is too exciting. Jiang Xiaoye coldly rejected Yi Chen and turned to leave. He wanted to lash out, but with Wang Yixue present, he could only hold back. Yi Chen secretly whispered a strategy to Wang Rulong, while I observed from the side, secretly amused by the delicate situation. As Wang Rulong introduced Yi Chen's medical skills, I almost burst out laughing. I chuckled inwardly. Xiaoye's actions were too provocative. Yi Chen's expression actually changed slightly. The scene was subtle, with undercurrents swirling. Yi Chen was instantly struck by Wang Yixue's words, and I chuckled inwardly. Brilliant. He turned to stare at me, and I pretended to be in a good mood. Amidst the undercurrents, I carefully maneuvered, revealing no weakness. The Wang family questioned Yi Chen, and I was deeply moved. They were so protective of me. Yi Chen suppressed his murderous intent, nodded, and left, while Wang Rulong comforted him, feeling frustrated. The situation changed in an instant, and I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Chen tentatively asked Wang Rulong about my identity, and he said we were family friends. I chuckled to myself. Yi Chen's murderous intent almost overflowed the screen. He thought to himself, what a Tangyu, trying to take advantage of my woman. Fortunately, Wang Yixue was still a virgin. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. No rush. I sneezed, cursing myself inwardly. Who's talking about me? The system notification said I'd successfully survived the storyline, rewarding me with an immune to poison physique. My mood instantly improved, and I prepared to leave. Wang Yixue blocked my way, and I thought to myself, having a crush on me? Not suitable for me. You belong to Yi Chen. She moved closer to me, recording a kiss on her phone. I was stunned. She smiled slyly. I'll delete the video. Name your price. I held out my hand, my face dark. Money? We can settle this with money. The situation was delicate, and I roared inwardly. Wang Yixue shook her head and sighed. Seeing me repeatedly mention Yi Chen, I thought to myself, she understands my role in the novel world. I growled, delete the video, or I'll get angry. She waved her phone, grinning. I roared inwardly. I'm cute. One punch and she'll cry for a long time. I shook my head in resistance, thinking to myself that if the video leaked, I was doomed. She grabbed my arm and urged me into the house, but I shook my head desperately and finally had no choice but to obediently follow. The situation was tense, and a reversal was imminent. The bedroom was a mess, clothes scattered everywhere, and a pair of black panties on the bed. I complained. A messy room is fine with a cheongsam and black stockings, but fishnet stockings? White stockings would be better. I asked her about the room with a stern face, and she replied with a smile that she was going to have someone clean it up. I scoffed. Just this once. She asked me with a dark expression if I had dated any other girls since our breakup, and I blurted out that I had for girlfriends. I chuckled inwardly. Too busy being a simp, I haven't even seriously touched a single one. Her expression softened, and her gaze towards me became much gentler. I deliberately provoked her while folding clothes, saying that I only pursued her back then for novelty, because she was easy to fool, pretty, and had a great figure. Wang Yishue called me a scumbag, but she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of that white bra, and a new plan immediately formed in my mind. If the sentimental approach doesn't work, then I'll just play a sleazy guy. I bet you won't be disgusted by me then. So, with a mischievous grin, I asked her if she wanted me to help her pick out a few new clothes. Who knew the next second? Click. Wang Yishue actually took a picture as evidence, and then sighed seriously, saying that I had kissed her and touched her things. I was completely dumbfounded. How come this wasn't how I expected? Normally, shouldn't she be calling me a pervert? Why is she using this as leverage against me instead? I quickly put my clothes away and admitted defeat, saying I was just joking, but Wang Yishue was already laughing so hard she could barely contain herself. I could only try to change the subject, but she actually brought up new energy investment, asking me what I thought about the future market. My eyes lit up instantly, and I launched into a tirade of future trend analysis. New energy is absolutely the super hot sector for the next decade, and whoever invests early will make a fortune. On the surface, I spoke with great conviction, but inwardly, I was screaming. Making money is possible, but whatever you do, don't touch FARS. It's a complete trap, and Yichin will use it to set things up later. As I analyzed, I inadvertently spoiled the entire future plot. The more Wang Yishue listened, the wider her smile grew. She deliberately asked me if FAR's company was worth investing in. On the surface, I nodded in praise with a straight face, but in my mind, I was saying something completely different. The technology is immature, and the financial statements are fraudulent. Yichun invested billions in advance to lay the groundwork, and then came to the rescue when the company collapsed, which moved Wang Yishue to tears. The more I praised her outwardly, the more I criticized her inwardly. Then, she asked if Wang Rulong was suitable to lead the project. I immediately launched into a tirade of praise, saying he was incredibly intelligent and capable, absolutely the best candidate. But inside, I was overjoyed. Letting him take over is perfect. If anything goes wrong, someone will take the blame. Vice President Li has already pocketed that 100 million yuan. Wang Yishue grew increasingly silent, and her gaze towards me became more and more strange. After tidying up the room, I immediately offered to leave. Wang Yishue nodded with a smile, but I kept a close eye on her phone, afraid that those photos and videos were still there. Hearing her say that she had deleted them, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I had to delete them. I can't let a beautiful woman ruin me. After saying that, I ran away without looking back, as if escaping from some kind of hellish scene. As soon as I got into the car, I turned on some music to celebrate. The most beautiful flower on the grassland, the fiery red sarilang. The system reward arrived, and the plot was back on track. My mood instantly soared. In my opinion, everything was still under control. Wang Yishue would eventually end up with Yichun. Zhang Xiaoya's storyline hadn't even begun, and Su Miyue's storyline had only temporarily gone astray. The next second, Su Miyue suddenly messaged me. "Are you free tonight? I'd like to talk to you." I stared at the screen for a long time, completely baffled as to what this woman was up to. I replied directly. "Talk about annulling the engagement? Then hurry up and inform both sets of parents." But she only replied with a string of ellipses, so I simply added insult to injury. "Don't contact me unless it's important. Contact me again after the engagement is annulled." Unexpectedly, Su Miyue immediately broke down and asked if I hated her that much. I replied without hesitation. Of course. Who likes being used as a shield? I thought I had won, but her next sentence completely stunned me. "I'm not breaking off the engagement. I want to marry into the Tang family." Immediately afterward, a red exclamation mark popped up, and she blocked me. I felt a chill run down my spine. Oh no, has this woman really gone mad? I panicked more and more. Luckily, Qin Ming messaged me at that moment, inviting me to the Galaxy Entertainment Club to relax. As soon as I arrived at the entrance in my silver Lamborghini Veneno, the surrounding area erupted in chaos. Streamers, internet celebrities, and onlookers all raised their phones. The scene was more exaggerated than a celebrity entrance. As soon as I got off the bus, a group of girls swarmed around me, vying to add me on WeChat. A female internet celebrity almost bumped into me, and I instinctively caught her. Then everyone's eyes changed. Within seconds, QR codes and phone numbers were shoved in front of me, and someone even took advantage of the chaos to secretly grope me. I was completely stunned. Holy crap, is this what it's like to be a rich, handsome, and successful guy? The kind of treatment I used to only fantasize about in novels is actually happening to me. I almost burst out laughing. The prelude to my growth as a nobody and my eventual rise to power has finally begun. My dream of steadily surviving until the finale is no longer a dream. Just when I was surrounded by a group of beautiful women and couldn't move an inch, Qin Ming suddenly broke through the encirclement and forcefully pulled me out. Qin Ming pulled me aside, his face beaming with excitement, and asked me how my first time there was. I outwardly praised them all as good girls, but inwardly I was utterly disgusted. As long as they weren't after me, they were indeed good girls. When he learned I had finally given up on Muyue, he was so excited he almost popped open a champagne bottle. After reading the chat history, he even poured me a drink, as if celebrating the historic moment of a simp escaping his trap. I couldn't help but ask him why Muyue's attitude had changed so drastically lately. Qin Ming's words were like a wake-up call. That's how people are. They don't cherish what they have until they lose it. Though these words stung, they held a strange truth to them. But I simply didn't believe it. I knew all too well that I was just the villain, while Muyue was the female lead. For the female lead to suddenly care about the villain seemed like a trap. I pressed her for a way to make her give up completely, and Qin Ming gave me a direct answer. Ruin your reputation. Make the whole city think you're a scoundrel, and she'll naturally stay far away from you. Those words were a revelation. It turns out that to survive until the finale, simply being low-key wasn't enough. You also had to actively cultivate an image of a complete scoundrel. Soon, Qin Ming arranged for a group of beautiful women to sit next to me. Some fed me drinks, some acted coquettishly, and others deliberately leaned into my arms. For the first time, I truly experienced the joys of being a top-tier rich kid. Just as I was enjoying my villainous life, Qin Ming suddenly had a brilliant idea to film a short video to provoke Muyue. I gasped in shock. This guy was really daring. To help his brother find a girlfriend, he was even willing to go head-to-head with the female lead. After filming the short 10-second video, I looked at myself in the camera and saw myself as a complete playboy. It was a bit cringeworthy, but the effect was absolutely explosive. The video went viral as soon as it was posted, attracting a frenzy of attention from Qin Ming's 6 million followers. Countless people began speculating about my identity, and the most outrageous thing was that he specifically tagged Muyue. On the other side, Muyue completely broke down after seeing the video. The man who had been doting on her for 3 years was suddenly surrounded by women, chatting and laughing. The huge contrast instantly pushed her emotions to the extreme. But after calming down, she sensed something was wrong. The old me would never have acted this way, so she decided to come to the Star River Club herself to see what I was up to. When she learned she was coming, I laughed. In my opinion, she was only getting close to me for Yichen's sake, so no matter what she did, I wouldn't fall for it. Just then, Qin Ming leaned in mysteriously and said he had prepared a real trump card. It was a stunning beauty whose looks were in no way inferior to Muyue's, specially meant to add fuel to the fire for tonight's drama. I suddenly had a bad feeling. 10 minutes later, a tall woman in high heels slowly walked in. A white shirt paired with a black leather skirt. Her alluring charm instantly drew everyone's attention. She sat down next to me, smiling and extending her hand to introduce herself. But the instant we shook hands, my mind went blank. Because I recognized her, she wasn't just any ordinary beauty, but Yichen's most important pawn, the one specifically tasked with ripping off Qin Ming in the future. Even more outrageous, it seemed she heard my inner monologue. She remained outwardly calm, but a barely concealed shock flashed in her eyes, as if my words had almost exposed her identity. Qin Ming, still standing there envious, was completely unaware that danger was already looming beside him. Only when I tried to run did I realize I had already been drawn into the enemy's encirclement. Ling Han appeared gentle and considerate, even showing concern for my health. But I knew better than anyone that the gentler this woman was, the more dangerous she was, and I should never get close to her. I could only continue to maintain my villainous persona, thinking that as long as I acted annoying enough, she would eventually distance herself, thus saving my life without affecting the subsequent plot development. Ling Han clearly had no intention of leaving. She subtly observed me while continuously probing my background. I became increasingly certain that this situation was far more complex than it appeared. Thinking this, I simply moved closer to her, revealing a lewd smile. "Miss Ling is so beautiful. I wonder if you have a boyfriend." As soon as Ling Han sat down next to me, I couldn't help but glance at her a couple more times. Her looks and temperament were in no way inferior to Muyue's. Every move she made exuded a fatal allure. But the more stunning she was, the louder the alarm bells rang in my mind. She smiled and extended her hand to introduce herself, and while I calmly shook her hand on the surface, my mind was already in turmoil, because I recognized her. This woman was not a socialite at all, but an important pawn planted by Yi-chun. I instinctively moved to the side. I'd rather avoid the people around the protagonist than provoke them. I've barely made it this far, and I don't want to get dragged into the Dragon King's storyline for no reason. Qin Ming was still egging me on, saying I was lucky with women. I could only play along, but I kept reminding myself, you can take the sweet bullets, but you have to throw them back the way you came. Ling Han seemed to sense something was amiss. Her gaze towards me grew increasingly strange. She clearly hadn't expected that a rich second-generation heir, seen by outsiders as a sycophant, would know so much inside information. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly tense, Muyue arrived. Carrying her bag, she walked straight up to the platform, her gaze fixed intently on Ling Han and me, her face terrifyingly grim. Seeing her appear, I actually breathed a sigh of relief. Tonight was all an act for her anyway. Now that the main character was here, I just had to follow the script. But the next second, Muyue sat down next to me, her tone so gentle it sent chills down my spine. She had never spoken to me like that in 3 years. I almost suspected she'd been replaced. She took my hand and said that everything in the past was a test, and that she would make me the happiest man in the world. I froze on the spot, completely dumbfounded, because this plot had completely deviated from its original course. The more I listened, the more uneasy I felt. I had a feeling she was plotting something big. To get away as quickly as possible, I simply stood up with Ling Han in my arms, made an excuse to go to the restroom, and took her away from the scene with me. I'd rather face this dangerous woman than be targeted by the female lead. Qin Ming stared in disbelief, thinking I'd completely let loose tonight. But only I knew I was actually avoiding trouble. After all, it's best to stay as far away from the main characters as possible. Arriving at the back door of the club, I casually slipped $1 million watch to Ling Han. If I could convince her that I was a spoiled brat, she wouldn't pay any more attention to me. But while Ling Han outwardly accepted the gift, she secretly contacted Yi-chun immediately to report the situation. On the other end of the phone, Yi-chun visibly became uneasy after hearing my name. His real concern wasn't me, but Muyue. Upon learning that I was with Muyue, he immediately ordered Ling Han to keep a close eye on her and ensure nothing went wrong. Meanwhile, Yi-chun was still dutifully patrolling as a security guard. The moment he hung up the phone, his manager kicked him. He was furious, his face turning ashen, but he could only swallow his anger and silently remember this grudge. When I brought Ling Han back to the platform, Muyue was completely drunk. She was slumped over the table, barely able to walk, and seemed utterly incapacitated. Qin Ming immediately started teasing her, but I seriously warned him to stay away from Ling Han in the future, though he didn't take my words to heart at all. Seeing that Muyue was quite drunk, I had no choice but to carry her on my back. The soft touch against my back made me quickly suppress my distracting thoughts, repeatedly reminding myself that staying alive was the most important thing. Of course, she couldn't drive after drinking, so I immediately contacted my bodyguards to come and pick her up. After all, in urban fantasy novels, drunk driving villains usually don't survive more than a few chapters. The Rolls-Royce quickly pulled up at the door. I carried Muyue into the car, thinking I could finally have some peace and quiet, but she kept rubbing against me, giving me no chance to catch my breath. As soon as I pushed her away, she pressed against me again, eventually even hugging me and leaving several lip prints on my face, completely bewildering me. The bodyguard stared in disbelief through the rearview mirror. I was internally screaming. What if this woman remembers what happened tonight after she sobers up? Would she just kill me? After a long and complicated journey, I finally got back to the Tang family home. But as soon as I entered, I saw my father standing at the door, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. It turned out he'd seen that short video of me hugging a beautiful woman and shouting that I wanted to give every girl in the world a home. He was so angry he almost pulled out his belt. His expression only softened when he realized the person I'd brought back was Muyue. My mom had even prepared some liniment beforehand. A full-on family education session was almost launched on the spot. It took me a lot of effort to explain things clearly, but my dad didn't believe me at all and warned me not to get any funny ideas, or he'd break all 3 of my legs. I was speechless and almost doubted whether he was even my biological father. Back in my room, I could finally lie down on the bed and catch my breath. The bed, worth hundreds of thousands, was indeed comfortable, but what made me even happier was that I had survived the day. For a villain, nothing is more celebratory than surviving a day. Meanwhile, Muyue, after sobering up, couldn't sleep at all. Thinking about what she had done last night, her cheeks burned with shame, and she tossed and turned in bed. She didn't finally drift off to sleep until the early hours of the morning. The next morning, I ran into Muyue as soon as I entered the restaurant. She kept her head down, not daring to look at me. I breathed a sigh of relief. That was more like the reaction a normal female lead should have. Seeing her regain her aloofness, I was secretly overjoyed. As long as I maintained my distance, I, the villainous king, could live peacefully until the finale. But just as I picked up a steamed bun to eat, my mother spoke up, telling me to serve Muyue some food. I agreed verbally, but inwardly I was screaming. Serving food? Impossible. I'm not Chow Chow. I have no interest in taking care of someone else's harem. Muyue muttered under her breath. Can't I even get some food? My inner alarm bells immediately went off. You damn woman. Are you putting on an act again? Are you deliberately making me take the blame? On the surface, everything seemed calm, but in reality, I was already frantically imagining all sorts of traps. She added softly, It's okay, I can do it myself. I drank too much yesterday. I glared at her. This woman was clearly acting, yet she managed to put on an innocent and naive act. I was increasingly unable to figure out what she was up to. Mr. and Mrs. Tang chimed in with a laugh, saying it was all my fault for dragging her to drink, and that if she dared to pressure her again, they would beat me to death for her. I rolled my eyes inwardly. Even though it was all an accident, the blame still ended up firmly on my head. After finishing the Xilong Bao, I finally couldn't help but speak up. Dad, Mom, you've seen it too. She and I don't really get along. I think the arranged marriage should still. Before I could finish, my dad had already silently pulled out his belt. Seeing that familiar gesture, I instantly swallowed the rest of my words. After all, beating my parents so early in the morning was something I had to do to save them some face. Muyue hurriedly stepped forward to plead for me, saying that perhaps she hadn't done something well enough, and she was willing to change. Looking at her aggrieved yet sensible appearance, I felt a chill run down my spine. She had clearly turned the situation upside down, but what was most terrifying was that everyone actually thought she was innocent. Mr. Tang finally sighed, put the belt away, and muttered that I deserved to be taught a lesson. I sat to the side, eating silently, inwardly cursing. I've been licking her boots for 3 years, and no one appreciated it. Now that she's willing to lower herself, I'm acting like a jerk. People are truly shameless. When breakfast ended amidst laughter and chatter, I realized I had become the most like an outsider in this family. In the general manager's office of Tungwang Group, Wang Yixue flipped through the investigation report on Far's company, her eyes growing colder and colder. 20 million yuan had mysteriously appeared in the account of Vice President Li Deshen's wife, and the mastermind behind it all was her cousin, Wang Rulong. But what truly stirred her murderous intent wasn't the money, but the man named Yi Chun. She didn't immediately lash out, but instead had Li Deshen brought into her office. Faced with this display of loyalty based on 30 years of dedication, Wang Yixue slammed her hand on the table, piercing through the facade with a single question. Was he truly loyal to the company, or to Wang Rulong's 100 million? Li Deshen collapsed to his knees on the spot, knowing that the charade could no longer continue. Soon, Li Deshen revealed everything. Wang Yixue leaned back in her chair, a cold smile playing on her lips, her eyes radiating chilling intent. Since Yi Chun dared to interfere with her scheme, she might as well play along and prepare an even bigger surprise for everyone. When Wang Yixue ordered Li Deshen to proceed with the cooperation as planned, he was completely dumbfounded. Knowing full well it was a trap, she still chose to jump right in. Li Deshen left, wiping away cold sweat, while Wang Rulong outside the elevator was barely able to contain his excitement, for in his eyes, the general manager's position was within reach. On the other side, Yi Chun was in high spirits after receiving the call, even starting to celebrate the change of ownership of the Tungwang Group ahead of schedule. In his eyes, these people were nothing but a bunch of fools waiting to be slaughtered. So he didn't hesitate to mobilize the Dragon Soul organization and inject 30 billion into the Far's company, unaware that the real prey being targeted was himself. During the patrol, Liang Fifan immediately launched into a tirade of abuse upon seeing me. I forced down my anger. After all, my womanizing spree wasn't over yet, and now wasn't the time to turn on him. Meanwhile, news of the 30 billion yuan arrival reached Wang Yixue's ears. She smiled faintly, for the fish had finally taken the bait. Just as the situation was becoming increasingly tense, Wang Yixue suddenly messaged me on WeChat, inviting me to dinner. I opened the photo she sent and saw myself clutching a small white bra, and I instantly bristled. But her reply, "Deep Sea Restaurant, sweetie, moi," immediately put my temper back down. Arriving at the Deep Sea Restaurant, the first thing I noticed was her white shirt and business skirt. She smiled and said that business negotiations also need romance, but I had a feeling something was off about this meal. Yet, when she extended her arm, I still forced myself to go along with it. As I walked into the restaurant, I couldn't help but mentally rant. This place is clearly a paradise for perverts. It'd be best if it didn't have private rooms. Who knew that after hearing my thoughts, Wang Yishua's face instantly darkened, and a competitive glint even ignited in her eyes. What was supposed to be just a meal suddenly transformed into a battlefield she absolutely had to win. The waiter's announcement that the private rooms are full almost moved me to tears. At least in public, the safety level is much higher. But when Wang Yishua gave me a meaningful look, I suddenly felt that this woman might not play by the rules. As soon as we sat down, she called me darling, with a smile, and deliberately ordered a couple-set meal. I told her not to call me that, but my alarm bells were ringing in my head. Especially when her foot lightly touched me under the table, I suddenly realized that this meal might not be so simple. She explained earnestly that it was just an itchy foot, but looking at those long, black stockinged legs, my composure still crumbled slightly. I always thought I was calm and collected, but at this moment I realized that some things are sharper than a knife. And yet, I had to pretend to be indifferent. Before long, she actually went too far. I pretended to be impatient and held her leg down, but inwardly I couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly well-maintained her skin was. She instantly blushed and lowered her head, and I suddenly had a strange feeling. It turns out that the one who really couldn't resist might not be me. 10 minutes passed, and she remained silent, head bowed. I initially thought I had won the contest, but the more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. Because a truly shy person couldn't possibly persist for so long without admitting defeat. Just as the atmosphere was spiraling out of control, the waiter arrived just in time with the couple's set meal. I felt like I'd been granted a reprieve, quickly slipped him a wad of tips, and then made an excuse to wash my hands, and hurriedly fled the scene. But Wang Yishua's meaningful smile made me feel like I'd fallen into a trap. When I returned, the red wine was already poured, and the steak was neatly cut. She gently told me to eat first, and I was too lazy to argue anymore. In the flickering candlelight, I suddenly realized that this woman was more dangerous than usual when she was quiet. As she ate, she couldn't help but steal glances at me. I remembered the original plot. A woman like her should have been one of the Dragon King's concubines. Thinking of this, I mentally screamed. Only a lunatic would choose that guy. In terms of looks, I'm miles ahead of him. I noticed she was staring at me, and my ears inexplicably started to burn. She teased me, saying I was blushing, so I immediately changed the subject, steer the focus back to business. But when she casually mentioned, we still need 30 billion in investment, I was completely stunned. 300 billion is no small sum, so naturally I had to find out what project it was for. Hearing it was in new energy, I nodded in agreement to cooperate, but also made 2 conditions. First, she had to stop bothering me. After all, men and women shouldn't be so close. Immediately afterwards, I made my second condition: hand over your phone and delete all those photos and videos. I was secretly pleased, thinking I had finally seized a chance to turn the tables. But Wang Yishua only hesitated for a moment before handing over her phone. Her quick and agreeable manner actually made me a little uneasy. I first deleted the chat history, then opened the file manager to process the video. But when I clicked on the first photo in the album, I was completely stunned. Wang Yishua on the screen was wearing a bunny girl outfit, her smile so alluring it seemed to be deliberately testing my defenses. I finally managed to flip through the photos, but the next set made my scalp tingle. Nurses' uniforms and different styles of clothing came one after another. I could only frantically remind myself that we have different perspectives, while silently admitting that I had indeed underestimated this woman's audacity. By the time I finally found the photos she'd secretly taken of me and deleted them all, I was sweating bullets. I pretended to be calm as I handed her the phone back, telling her not to do such silly things again. But looking into her sly, smiling eyes, I suddenly realized that perhaps, from beginning to end, I was the one being led by the nose. At that moment, her clothes seemed to change at any moment in my eyes. I was glad she didn't come to me dressed like that, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to handle it. What leader could withstand such a test? I quickly nodded, picked up my phone, and gave instructions to the company. Tang's group was under my control, and everything was to proceed according to plan. I thought to myself that I was the villain, the rich, handsome, and successful guy who couldn't win her over after 3 years of being a simp, but I could easily get her. After hanging up the phone, my mood instantly improved. The image of the bunny girl was still floating in my mind, and I secretly planned to ask Qin Ming to make arrangements later. Wang Yishua squinted, a sly smile playing on her lips, while Qin Ming was still in the hotel, embracing a supermodel and discussing his life's ideals, completely unaware that the situation had been orchestrated. We left the deep-sea restaurant and drove back to our respective companies. Tang's 30 billion had arrived, and combined with the 50 billion she had prepared, a total of 80 billion had been deposited. This time, she's going to pull off something big to completely injure Yichun. In her eyes, whether he's the protagonist or the villain doesn't matter. All she wants is to destroy him. The French newspaper Liberation quickly published the news, which had already garnered over 20 million online followers and over 1 million clicks within an hour. The article exposed 7 years of financial irregularities at the Fars company. Netizens erupted in outrage, condemning the government's incompetence, and public pressure instantly mounted on Fars. Relevant departments immediately mobilized, detaining senior executives and freezing all funds in the company's accounts. The investigation results were released the following day. Fars had committed serious tax evasion and would face a hefty fine. Huajin Investment, as the largest shareholder, was also severely impacted, its stock price plummeting and losses approaching 100 billion yuan. Yi Chun was furious in the restroom, bewildered as to who had provided the information. 300 billion yuan was never invested in projects and has now gone straight into the French government's pocket. My heart is bleeding. Huajin Investment's frantic market rescue efforts have resulted in a loss of nearly 100 billion yuan for the company, with total assets of 500 billion yuan, while the other party took the opportunity to short sell and invest 800 billion yuan in Chinese yuan, affecting the funds of Tengwang Group and Tang's Group. Yi Chen's face darkened. He couldn't understand why the two families would do such a thing. Wang Rulong would never betray him, and Wang Yixue should also be kept in the dark. He calculated in his mind that his identity had to be kept secret, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. He silently calculated that losing hundreds of billions was nothing. As long as his identity remained unexposed, there were countless ways to win over Wang Yixue. As for Tang Yu, the money he made this time would surely be repaid with his life in the future. He then ordered his men to investigate the Tang Group's weaknesses. At the same time, he grabbed a half-meter-long snake on the lawn, removed its teeth to neutralize its aggression, and walked towards the 8th villa with a cold smile, where Qin Kurson lived. Unable to approach her these past 2 days, he could only create opportunities. When no one was around, he would throw the snake through the second-floor window and stand below, quietly waiting for the hero saves the damsel in distress effect. The system notified the host that they had successfully survived the storyline and were rewarded with a Bright Moon hotel, now transferred to their name. I was lying at home doing nothing when the system prompted me to sit up, reminding me that I had successfully survived Chapter 88 of the story. I recalled the plot. Dragon King Yi Chen's scheme succeeded. Wang Yixue fell into the trap. 50 billion yuan of Tengwang Group was frozen. Then Wang Rulong seized power, and I appeared to pick up girls. I smiled with relief. I had finally earned my due reward. After tidying myself up, I prepared to see the new reward, the Bright Moon Hotel. The name was ordinary, but it was extremely famous. It was the only 7-star hotel in China, worth approximately 20 billion. The system's generosity this time shocked me. As I walked to the garage, ready to pick out my sports car and head out, the company informed me that the 30 billion investment had been returned, along with a 15 billion profit. I frowned. This money should have been frozen. I was happy to be making money, but this clearly indicated that the plot had fallen apart again. A surge of heat rose in my heart, and the image of a bunny girl flashed through my mind. At the same time, I learned that someone in the partner company wanted to swindle the Wang family, so she used the money to short the other party, making a small profit, and hinted that there would be another opportunity to make money next time. The plot twisted again, and I felt like I was going to explode. The difficulty of quietly collecting the reward had suddenly increased. I was filled with mixed emotions. When I hung up the phone, I was drenched in cold sweat. In the sweltering heat, it felt like walking on an empty street in hell with the Dragon King on Earth. I can't remember the rest of the details. In short, this world is full of oppression against Go-Bai. When will Go-Bai be able to truly stand up? The Su family was once glorious, on par with the Tang family, but in recent years it has declined severely. If it weren't for the outstanding performance of the younger generation, Su Muyue, the Su family would have lost its status as one of the 4 great families long ago. Su Muyue drove her Maserati home, and I appeared in front of her. She frowned slightly, looking indifferent and wary, but I felt a sweet warmth in my heart. Her indifference was because she was afraid that I would be hurt by the Tang family. I stood in front of her, feeling a deep sense of responsibility to protect her. Her eyes held a hint of caution, but I told myself that the Tang family meant nothing to me. I was stronger than she imagined, and soon she would find out who truly held power in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The Su family members happened to appear and were furious when they saw me standing in front of Muyue. The bodyguard stepped forward to attack, but I maintained my arrogant posture, threw 2 punches, and then slightly shook my body, using the force to push the 2 men to the ground, their faces filled with terror. The Su family members were stunned. This guy was incredibly skilled. I smiled wickedly and decided to show my true strength, to make them understand that the Tang family was nothing but ants in front of me, and that I was the true son-in-law of the Su family. At the same time, I secretly planned to hold Muyue's birthday banquet 3 days later. I'm in control. I've booked the top floor of the Mingwe Hotel to prepare the best birthday banquet for Muyue, And I also planned to give the Su family a big gift while acquiring that piece of land in the west of the city. The Tang family is fearless in my presence, and I can wipe out foreign forces overnight. The 8 elite members of the Dragon Soul organization are more than enough to complete the mission. From this moment on, I will slowly demonstrate my strength and accelerate my control over Suzhou and Hangzhou. The Su family members mocked me, but I sneered, took out some documents from my pocket, and tossed them to them, letting them read them for themselves. Su Chongshan glanced at the documents and was shocked. Confidential documents from the western part of the city and information about 2 plots of land for municipal development in the second half of the year. Upon hearing this, the Su family's expressions changed. This man had connections everywhere. If they were to form a marriage alliance with the Tang family, the Su family could reap enormous benefits. Su Muyue wasn't tempted, but my boastful promise gave her a chance to retaliate. She coldly declared that if it didn't work out, she was not allowed to bother me again. I nodded proudly, confirming my strength and promise in my heart. With me as their son-in-law, the Su family would become the second largest family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. I swaggered away, and the Su family members laughed heartily. This was an opportunity to test my abilities. If I succeeded, they would choose an even better son-in-law. Not long after leaving the Su family, a black Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of me. Manga got out and immediately bowed. I merely glanced at him, but the imposing aura of a superior made him not dare to raise his head. In this game between Su and Hangzhou, the real players have finally begun to show themselves. Manga, one of the 8 great generals of Dragon Soul, may have an ordinary, even somewhat ugly, appearance, but he is loyal, business-savvy, and my most trusted right-hand man. I take him with me wherever I go, firstly for convenience, and secondly because his presence makes even my own appearance seem more imposing. Manga quickly reported the latest developments. Blackstone Group had completed the acquisition and officially changed its name to Longshan Group. After Huajin Investments suffered a severe blow recently, I not only transferred him back to China from Europe, but also mobilized 500 billion yuan to aggressively enter the market. The city of Suzhou and Hangzhou should also welcome a new master. I pondered for a moment and decided to keep my true identity hidden for now. Longshan Group was merely a pawn on the surface. The real mastermind remained hidden behind the scenes. The more discreet I was, the easier it was to deliver a fatal blow at a crucial moment. However, the development speed of Suzhou and Hangzhou has exceeded my expectations, and simply lying low is not enough. I decided to take the initiative to accelerate the pace of conquering this city, and Longshan Group is the first knife to break the deadlock. 3 days later, I will hold a birthday party so that everyone will remember my name. Besides booking the top floor of the Muyue Hotel, I also plan to help the Su family acquire that piece of land in the west of the city. I need the Su family to witness my strength firsthand, and I also want all those who resist to understand that anyone who stands in the way of the Dragon King will meet with only one fate: death. As the only 7-star hotel in Suzhou and Hangzhou, the Muyue Hotel features 2 arched towers standing on the lake, connected by a central arched bridge, resembling a floating moon from afar. Every night, the lights reflected in the lake create a dreamlike and enchanting scene, symbolizing the highest level of power and status in Suzhou and Hangzhou. I sat in the car, looking at the hotel that suddenly belonged to me, and felt unusually good. The system's reward this time was indeed generous, but its sudden kindness made me uneasy. Experience tells me that the more the system gives, the bigger the trap often is. As soon as the car came to a stop, General Manager Wang Defa was already waiting at the door, his attitude almost obsequious. I casually patted him on the shoulder, feeling somewhat satisfied. At least the system was reliable enough, and even the management team had been replaced by people from the Tang family. Following Wang Defa into the lobby, I was immediately drawn to the enormous crystal chandelier. The entire lobby was crafted from citron and jade, exuding unparalleled luxury. It felt less like a hotel and more like a palace built with money. The hot spring area boasts over 100 pools and more than 40 independent hot spring villas, making it a favorite destination for wealthy individuals in Suzhou and Hangzhou. I casually mentioned keeping one of the villas for myself, never imagining that my single sentence would mean the permanent sealing away of a priceless villa. Back in my office after the tour, before I could even brew my tea, my secretary rushed in with a report. The head of Longshan Group had suddenly appeared, specifically requesting to book the hotel's rooftop for a birthday banquet. The moment this news hit me, my heart sank. The secretary added that Longshan Group was actually Blackstone Group renamed. My scalp tingled instantly, because this was no coincidence, but a key plot point in chapter 95 of the original novel. The worst part was that I was now a participant in this story. According to the original plan, Yichen would completely shed his pretense here and conquer the Su family with his top-floor birthday banquet. Su Muyue would then fall completely in love. The Su family would fully side with the Dragon King, and Yichen would take advantage of the situation to annex the Tang family. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but curse the damn system in my heart. Sure enough, this hotel was the new trap the system had set for me. In the original storyline, after being refused a private booking, Longya threatened the general manager with death. So-called rules are nothing but a piece of waste paper in the face of absolute violence. If I don't agree, that mad dog Longya will never let it go. If I agree, Yichen will successfully subdue the Su family. Either way, it's a dead end, and I don't even have the right to lie down and survive. The pressure, after going around in circles, has finally all fallen on my shoulders. Once the Su family sides with the Dragon King, along with the Longchen group and other forces, the Tang family will be devoured sooner or later, leaving not even bones behind. I took a deep breath and focused my gaze on Wang Defa. Since a direct confrontation is too dangerous, we can only let the professionals handle the professional tasks. The henchmen of villains in wish fulfillment novels are always adept at causing trouble, and Wang Defa is clearly one of the best. I suddenly felt that this might be the best opportunity for him to prove his worth. So, I secretly handed over my plan to him. If I hold the birthday banquet, I'm doomed. If I refuse to book the entire venue, Longya will immediately turn on me. Since it's a trap either way, I might as well dig it deeper and let others fall in. With Wang Defa's comprehension, he might actually be able to present the Dragon King with a great gift. After leaving the office, Wang Defa went to the meeting room and greeted Longya. Despite Longya's condescending attitude, he maintained a smile. But no one knew that this seemingly ordinary negotiation was fraught with hidden agendas from the very beginning. Longya was already prepared. If the hotel dared to refuse, he would show them what the Dragon King's wrath was like. In his mind, those who defied the Dragon King had no right to live. But when he learned that Su Muyue was actually considered his boss's woman, Wang Defa instantly realized what was going on. No wonder young Master Tang agreed first and then messed things up. He wanted to publicly slap the Dragon King in the face. He was immediately invigorated, as if he saw his chance to rise to prominence. Therefore, Wang Defa not only readily agreed to open the top floor, but also offered to waive any payment. Longya, though surprised, quickly attributed this to the formidable power of the Longchen group. In his view, the strength to acquire a group for 500 billion was enough to make anyone bow down and fawn. The two sides quickly finalized the details of the cooperation. One felt he had won without a fight, while the other thought he had the other completely under his control. Both wore bright smiles, but neither knew that the Real show was just beginning. After Wang Defa returned and finished his report, I nodded in satisfaction. That damn system tried to trick me, but it underestimated my intelligence and the hidden talents under my command. Since I couldn't avoid the plot, I'd personally rewrite it beyond recognition. Chapter 30, it turns out that young Master Tang had it all planned out. After getting past the hotel hurdle, Tang Yu pondered for a moment. According to the original storyline, in order to demonstrate his strength, Yichen also helped the Su family acquire a piece of land in the west of the city. And this land has now been acquired by our own family. After leaving the hotel, Longya had to take care of this matter next. To avoid trouble from this mad dog, Tang Yu decided to resort to the same old trick. Mr. Wang, call Mr. He again and ask him to give that piece of land in the west of the city to the Su family first. He looked at Wang Defa and spoke. Let Yichen show off his strength to the Su family first. After Wang Defa ruins the birthday party, we can just take the land back. When the Su family feels they've been made a fool of, will they still give him a friendly look? In any case, we absolutely cannot let this bastard continue to grow stronger in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Yes, young Master Tang. Wang Defa nodded vigorously. He understood now. Young Master Tang intended to use this land as a birthday gift for Miss Su. As expected of young Master Tang, he makes a grand gesture right away. Arrange it. It absolutely must be arranged. At that moment, Tang Yu heard a system notification. Beep. Host, you really are a coward. Because of shamelessness, a special reward was triggered. The ancient martial art, immovable king technique, was fully mastered, can be used once. Tang Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Ancient martial arts. In urban fantasy novels, if there's no cultivation element, ancient martial arts are definitely the most powerful. As for the immovable king technique, Tang Yu glanced at it and found it to be a defensive technique. According to the system's description, once you reach the perfect cultivation level, your physical body will be as hard as that of Akela. In other words, you can't break through my defense. But it can only be used once, which is a bit of a rip-off. System, how about removing the can be used only once option? Tang Yu chuckled and discussed it. The system remained completely unresponsive. Tang Yu could only sigh. The system was indeed a scoundrel. But it's better to have it once than never. Starting today, no matter how skilled you are, you can't kill me with one punch. At least 2 punches. I wonder what kind of reward will be given after the birthday party. This is a major plot point. With a look of anticipation on her face, Tang Yu left the office laughing. He laughed heartily and went out the door. No one knew it was lychees that had arrived. After Tang Yu left, Wang Defa stayed in his office, feeling extremely excited. Being transferred to oversee the Mingwe Hotel is definitely a promotion. The task that young Master Tang assigned me must be completed perfectly. Stomp that damn rival to death. Make Tang Xiao look incredibly proud. He sat in front of his computer, anxiously waiting for Longya to send him the birthday party plan. After waiting for 2 hours, the birthday party plan finally arrived. He quickly opened his email, opened the birthday party plan, and chuckled. You little bastard, your plan is fucking romantic. Yi-chun, right? Fine, at this birthday party, if I don't trample your face under my feet, I'm not a Wang. Wang Defa chuckled, already quite impatient. After leaving the Mingwe Hotel, Longya, in his capacity as the head of Longshan Group, contacted a powerful figure to help the Su family acquire the land. This was originally a rather troublesome matter, and he thought that some unconventional methods would be needed to solve it. However, after he contacted the other party learned of Longya's purpose and quickly agreed. They didn't even mention any conditions, just said they wanted to give Longshan Group some face. He was quite proud that both things went so smoothly. Their organization merely acquired a 500 billion yuan conglomerate, yet it made the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou region take notice. Suzhou and Hangzhou are nothing special. No wonder the Dragon King chose this place as his first stop upon returning to China. Conquering Suzhou and Hangzhou would be a piece of cake. He quickly called Yi Chun and reported the situation after the call was connected. Dragon King, everything has been taken care of. Very good. Your abilities are as reliable as ever. Quickly spread the word and let everyone pay attention to this birthday party. Yes, Dragon King. Driven by the dragon's teeth. Soon, the news spread throughout Suzhou and Hangzhou. The top floor of the Mingwe Hotel, which even the eldest son of the Tang family couldn't book back then, was actually booked by the boss of the Longshan Group. The entire upper class was curious. Who exactly is this mysterious boss of Longshan Group? Who is his woman? She's the one who got to have her birthday celebrated on the entire rooftop of the Mingwe Hotel. The women of Suzhou and Hangzhou were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Why can't they have the chance to do something so romantic? 3 days later, several Rolls-Royces suddenly stopped in front of the Su family's gate. After getting out of the car, Longya walked through the gate of the Su family's house. It was already dark, and the Su family was waiting for Yi Chun to arrive. They wanted to see if this person truly possessed strength far surpassing that of the Tang family. The Su family members were somewhat surprised to learn that Longya had arrived. Longya? Isn't that the boss of Longshan Group? What is he here for? Longya walked up to Su Muyue and bowed. Miss Su, young master Yi asked me to come and pick you up to go to the Mingwe Hotel to celebrate your birthday. Yi Chun. Yes. Su Muyue's expression changed slightly. He really did book the entire top floor of the Mingwe Hotel? The Su family members were also greatly shocked. The mysterious tycoon who bought Longshan Group is actually Yi Chun? Su Muyue took a deep breath and decided to go anyway. Regardless, I have to make things clear to him today. I have no feelings for him. She stood up and said, all right, let's go then. Seeing that Su Muyue was about to leave, Su Chongshan quickly stopped her. Muyue, are you really going? This isn't really appropriate. You and Xiao Yu are already. What is Tang Yu? Young Master Yi could easily kill him with a single finger. Longya snorted coldly from the side. How dare a mere rich second generation from Suzhou and Hangzhou compete with the Dragon King for a woman? Su Muyue frowned slightly upon hearing this and looked at Su Chongshan. Dad, it's okay. I'll go once and for all. I'll handle any problems that arise. All right. Su Chongshan sighed and could only comply with his daughter's wishes. Soon, a group of people got into the car and drove towards the Mingwe Hotel. By the time they arrived at the Mingwe Hotel, it was already completely dark. A large group of reporters and onlookers were waiting downstairs at the hotel. They were curious to know which lucky woman was receiving this special treatment. As for the few Rolls-Royces that drove up, they didn't attract much attention. In a place like the Mingwe Hotel, Mercedes-Benz and BMW are often used as bodyguard vehicles. Please come in, everyone. Young Master Yi is already waiting for you on the top floor. Longya led the way for the Su family. Just as the group entered the elevator, Su Chongshan's phone rang. After he answered the phone and chatted for a few minutes, his face instantly lit up with excitement. Muyue, we've secured that piece of land in the west of the city. He looked at Su Muyue excitedly. If that piece of land in the west of the city is properly developed, it could bring the Su family at least tens of billions in profits. For the Su family now, this is a rare and major project. The Su family members were immediately extremely excited. They all understood how important this project was to the Su family. This Yi Chun is truly incredibly powerful and influential. Choosing him might be a better option than choosing the Tang family. Long Ao was very satisfied with the reaction of the Su family. He smiled slightly and said, This was just something young Master Yi did casually. His abilities are 10,000 times greater than you think. Yichen had changed into an expensive suit and dressed up carefully. He was holding a glass of red wine, quietly admiring the night view by the floor-to-ceiling window, feeling a little expectant. Tonight, he will prove to the Su family that he is their true son-in-law. However, at this moment, the only people in the top-floor venue besides him were staff members. He only invited members of the Su family tonight. He can't be too high profile right now, lest everyone in Suzhou and Hangzhou know that he's the one pursuing Su Muyue. Wouldn't that affect his plan to build a harem? So he deliberately created this situation so that the Su family would know how capable he was, without affecting his ability to pick up girls. Chapter 31. You think you're worthy of competing with young Master Tang for a woman? After the Su family arrived, Yichen put down the red wine in his hand and went to greet them. Muyue, you finally arrived. Did I keep my word? They saw Su Muyue arrive. Yichen's lips curled up into a wicked smile, a sense of triumph washing over him. He clapped his hands, and immediately someone pushed a large cake up. I know you like fruit cake, so I had it specially made for you. But before you eat the cake, I have another gift for you. He looked at Su Muyue and said softly. Su Muyue sighed and said seriously. Yichen, I don't know who you are, but I need to make things clear to you. Before she could finish speaking, the sound of fireworks exploding suddenly interrupted her. The entire night sky was instantly illuminated by fireworks. Everyone's attention was instinctively drawn to the fireworks. After the first firework bloomed, countless fireworks soared into the sky. For a moment, the entire night sky seemed to have become a sea of flowers. Those waiting below the hotel were also drawn to the fireworks. As they watched, they suddenly realized that the fireworks had turned into a string of words. Happy birthday, Su Muyue. My God, the birthday party today is actually hosted by the eldest daughter of the Su family. How romantic. How much would this cost? This fireworks extravaganza was visible to almost half of the Suzhou and Hangzhou city area. Countless people pulled out their phones to quickly capture the scene and prepare to post it as a short video. Many streamers have stopped broadcasting and are now focusing their cameras on fireworks. Holy crap, is this how rich people date? These fireworks have been going on for 10 minutes, haven't they? How come there's still more? Wow, the rich finally get married, and all the single people are witnessing it. After watching the live stream for about 10 minutes, everyone in the chat was speculating about how much the fireworks display would cost. The fireworks were best viewed from the top floor of the Mingwe Hotel, and the Su family members were all quite mesmerized. After the fireworks display ended, thousands of drones took off from all around. These drones fly in the night sky like colorful fireflies. After they flew to a certain altitude, they began to perform a light show in the air. Holy crap, there's another show? How many drones does that take? At least 3,000, right? Damn, this guy must have spent tens of millions on a birthday celebration. This light show left onlookers completely bewildered. This is seriously feeding the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou area with PDA and showing off their love. Yichen was extremely satisfied with this. This is quite a spectacle. Dragonfang certainly didn't disappoint. Seeing the stunned expressions on the faces of the Su family members, he felt a surge of satisfaction. From today onwards, the Su family should understand who is truly worth their efforts to please. After the light show lasted for about 10 minutes, it eventually turned into 7 large characters. Happy birthday, Su Muyue. Just when everyone thought the light show was about to end, the drone formation has changed once again. This time, they turned into a heart and 4 big characters. Love you. Yichen smiled with satisfaction. This ending was quite not bad. His face instantly turned as if he had eaten a mouthful of shit, and it was still stuck in his teeth. Damn it. The birthday party I prepared for Su Muyue. Why is that bastard's name mentioned at the end? The Su family members' expressions also changed. You? Isn't that Tang Yu's name? The onlookers watching the performance weren't too surprised. You? This must be the eldest son of the Tang family. My goodness, Tang Xiao is so romantic. Hey, I knew it was Tang Xiao who prepared it. At this moment, Wang Defa, who was standing in the corner silently watching all of this, revealed a satisfied smile. Tang Xiao should be very satisfied with this. Tang Yu has already arrived at the hotel. Upon learning that today's birthday party had been successfully held, he rushed over. What is Wang Defa up to? Didn't I tell him to stop this birthday party? As a traitor, shouldn't he cause some trouble? When he rushed to the top floor, panting, all eyes were on him. Su Muyue was looking at Tang Yu with a touched expression. She never expected that the person who meticulously prepared this birthday party for her was this guy. I sent him a message last night, but he didn't reply. Little did I know he was secretly preparing a surprise for me. Snort. This guy is secretly a pervert. She blushed and walked up to Tang Yu, saying, Thank you. I'm very happy on my birthday today. Happy? Tang Yu still didn't quite understand, but she was already starting to panic. What the hell is Wang Defa up to? Yi Chun, his face ashen, strode up to Tang Yu. He stared intently at the culprit and said in a deep voice, "You did all of this?" "I did it." Completely bewildered, Tang Yu subconsciously glanced back and discovered the formation of drones flying in the air. "Love you, you? You? Not bad. This is a big gift from our young Master Tang to you. If you're not happy about it, then keep it to yourself." At this moment, Wang Defa's voice suddenly rang out. He led a group of bodyguards over and surrounded Yi Chun to prevent this mad dog from hurting Tang Xiao. Then he looked at Tang Yu with an excited expression and asked for credit. "Young Master Tang, are you satisfied with this birthday banquet? Simply hosting a birthday party isn't enough. If you're going to trample someone, you have to trample them to death, so they know what happens when they try to steal a woman from young Master Tang. Did you arrange this?" Tang Yu asked, her eyes wide. Wang Defa nodded vigorously, quite proud of his carefully prepared move. He looked at Yi Chun with a hint of disdain. "So what about the boss of launching group? You dare to compete with young Master Tang for a woman? Are you even worthy?" Tang Yu felt a tightness in her chest and a sensation of wanting to vomit blood. "I was just trying to shoot a sneak attack, but you just dropped a bomb. I never expected you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be such a complete traitor." Chapter 32 Wang De angrily rebukes the Dragon King. Yi Chin's face was contorted with rage, his eyes fixed on Tang Yu with venomous hatred. "That bastard. He's dead." Seeing several bodyguards blocking his way, he rushed forward and threw a few punches. Several bodyguards were sent flying backwards. Seeing that he was going after Tang Yu, Su Muyue was furious. She blocked Yi Chin's path and shouted, "What else can you do besides bullying people with force?" Seeing Su Muyue blocking his way, his eyes blazed with fury, and he even felt a hint of murderous intent. "How dare your own woman protect another man?" He then quickly realized what was happening. She wasn't protecting Tang Yu. She's protecting herself. "If I act impulsively and punch that guy surnamed Tang to death right here, things will get really out of hand. If you're going to kill this guy, you absolutely can't do it in front of so many people. A barbarian is a barbarian. This is utterly lawless. We live in a society governed by the rule of law. Just call the police and let them handle it. I don't believe he can cause any trouble." Speechless. If you can't pretend to be cool, then don't. What's there to get so angry about? The members of the Su family started shouting and cursing from the side. Their attitude changed incredibly quickly. This guy pretended for ages. All the romance was a grand feast prepared by young Master Tang. How dare he stand here so arrogantly? What makes a person like that think he can compete with the Tang family? He even dares to call himself the son-in-law of the Su family? Does he deserve it? Longyan knew this was not the time to act recklessly. If you really want to do something drastic, you can't do it in front of so many people. He quickly grabbed Yi Chun. "Young Master Yi, don't be impulsive, calm down first." Then he looked at Wang Da and said angrily, "What does your Bright Moon Hotel mean by this? Our young Master Yi is hosting a birthday banquet for Miss Su, and you dare to do this? Believe me, I'll make sure your hotel goes out of business." Wang Defa scoffed, dismissing the criticism. "Holding a birthday party? Isn't today's party hosted by our young Master Tang for Miss Su? As for you, I haven't taken a single penny from you, so what do you have to say?" Longya's expression immediately changed. He finally understood why the other party wouldn't accept his money. Wang Defa glared at Yi Chun and shouted angrily, "Furthermore, our Tang family has already formed a marriage alliance with the Su family. This young Master Yi is truly shameless, actually pursuing a girl who is already engaged. A spineless dog dares to bark and howl here? I've lived for decades and have never seen such a shameless person." Yi Chun trembled as he was scolded. As the Dragon King, when has he ever been humiliated like this in front of others? Exactly, they have no self-awareness at all. Their shamelessness is disgusting. Mr. Wang's criticism is spot on. That's exactly how it is. Wonderful, wonderful. The members of the Su family echoed this sentiment. Seeing that the Su family members were still supporting him, Longya was so angry he wanted to grind his teeth. He pointed at the Su family members and jumped up and down. "You have the nerve to insult young Master Yi? Without young Master Yi, your Su family would never have gotten that piece of land in the west of the city in your next life." The Su family members immediately looked somewhat embarrassed. Although this kid spent a long time pretending to be cool when it wasn't actually his. But it seems the Su family really did take advantage of him on that piece of land in the west of the city. Su Chongshan's face darkened, and he was about to step forward and offer to return the land to them. Wang Defa snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. "What does that piece of land in the west of the city have to do with you? It was only because our young Master Tang gave the order that the Su family got it. If you don't believe me, call and confirm." Tang Xiao is a low-key person, so as his subordinate, he had to step forward and save face for young Master Tang. As soon as he said that, Su Chongshan quickly took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, Director Wang. This is Su Chongshan. May I ask about that piece of land in the west of the city?" After asking a few questions and receiving an answer, he looked at Tang Yu with gratitude. "Xiao Yu, Your uncle thanks you for helping us on behalf of the Su family. Muyue also looked at Tang Yu with tenderness. This guy? He actually made such a big sacrifice for me in private? I'll ask him to have a drink next time. What else do you have to say? Wang Defa sneered and questioned Longya and the other two. I arranged this myself. How dare they steal the credit? Dragon Tooth's face had turned a liverish color. His face was ashamed as he looked at Yi Chun and said in a low voice, Dragon King, it is my incompetence, please punish me. Yi Chun's mentality was on the verge of complete collapse. But after his initial extreme anger, he calmed down. He took a deep breath and didn't say anything about Dragon Fong, but looked at Muyue and said, Muyue, you will soon find out who your best choice is. After saying that, he strode away from the place that had humiliated him. Longya quickly followed in his footsteps and left together. After they left, Wang Defa smugly fixed his hair. Fight Tang Xiao? You think you're worthy? Uncle can wipe you all out by himself. Alright, now that the annoying person is gone, let's continue celebrating Miss Su's birthday. Wang Defa clapped his hands and began to make arrangements. The Su family members all smiled and began to celebrate Muyue's birthday. Muyue walked up to the cake, closed her eyes, and began to make a wish. After everyone made their wishes, they began to cut the cake. She handed a slice of cake to Tang Yu, who looked utterly dejected. Try this cake, it's quite delicious. Okay. Tang Yu took the cake and took a bite. It was indeed quite delicious. Thank you for today. This is the happiest birthday I've ever had. I think I'll remember this day for the rest of my life. Muyue smiled at Tang Yu. Tang Yu was genuinely happy to be able to attend her birthday party today. It's okay, as long as you're happy. Tang Yu gave a bitter smile. And guess what I wished for today? Muyue stared intently at Tang Yu. What? Don't tell anyone. Muyue deliberately lowered her voice. She leaned in and suddenly kissed Tang Yu on the cheek. This time, Tang Yu was careless and didn't dodge. Oh. Upon seeing this, Wang Defa immediately cheered, feeling secretly pleased with himself. I was really successful in helping Tang Xiao pick up girls this time. Muyue blushed, stuck out her tongue at Tang Yu, and ran away shyly. Tang Yu reached out and touched the spot where she had been kissed. My feelings are a bit complicated. After the birthday party ended, Tang Yu did not go home, but stayed in the general manager's office to rest. Young Master Tang, are you satisfied today? Wang Defa was extremely excited about his performance today. Uncle's performance today was simply impeccable. Satisfied? Tang Yu nodded. He was fucking satisfied. After staring at Wang Defa for a few moments, he felt that no matter how he looked at him, this guy couldn't stay here any longer. This guy is definitely a top-tier trader. I underestimated him too much. So he took a deep breath and said, Mr. Wang, I've been thinking about it, and it would be a waste of your talent to have you working here. We just started a new business in Siberia. Why don't you become the regional manager? Your salary and bonuses will be tripled. Young Master Tang, I can't accept this. I only did a small, insignificant task. Wang Defa said modestly, but inside he was bubbling with joy. Tang Xiao is a good person. I can get along with him. Don't be so polite. This is an honor you deserve. Our Tang family will not mistreat a meritorious person. You can prepare to leave after you finish the handover tomorrow. Tang Yu patted Wang Defa on the shoulder and then turned and left. Damn it. There will be more traitors like this next time. Send those bastards straight to Syria. As soon as Tang Yu left, Wang Defa jumped up excitedly. Damn it, another promotion and raise. Overjoyed, he took out his phone, opened the WeChat group, and shared the good news with a group of other colleagues. This group consists of Tang family's management. Brothers, this really works when it comes to helping Tang Xiao pick up girls. I was only promoted a few days ago, and young Master Tang has promoted me again. Remember, when Tang Xiao wants to pick up girls in the future, he should take more initiative, understand? Anyone who dares to compete with young Master Tang for a woman should be crushed, especially that idiot named Yi Chun. After sharing his insights with his colleagues, Wang Defa smiled slightly. That's all I can do to help you, uncle. Thank you for reminding me, Mr. Wang. I understand now. Gratitude. Got it, Yi Chun, right? The group members were overjoyed and rushed out to learn from the experience. Chapter 33. You're using this to test your cadres? When Yi Chun and his companion left the hotel, there were still quite a few people gathered at the hotel entrance. They were all excitedly discussing tonight's birthday party. I could hear them talking. Yi Chun's teeth were practically grinding to powder. What a scoundrel Tang Yu is, daring to humiliate me like this. Longya, pale-faced and trembling, followed behind Yi Chun. The first task assigned to me by the Dragon King has turned out like this. Thinking of how the Dragon King had just been humiliated by everyone, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. When the Dragon King is enraged, rivers of blood flow. After walking a short distance from the hotel, the two stopped at a park. Longya wiped the cold sweat from his face and quickly walked up to Yi Chun, saying apologetically, Dragon King, I failed in my duties today, and I am willing to accept the punishment. After saying that, he stretched out his left hand and slapped his chest hard. His palm, imbued with profound internal strength, was about to strike. Yichen quickly grabbed his wrist. No need, you're my brother, it's just a small matter. His words, brother, deeply moved Longya. The Dragon King actually considered me a brother. They don't even punish themselves. I, Longya, have spent half my life wandering, only regretting that I have never met a wise ruler. Now that I can serve the Dragon King, I will surely give my life for him. Longya choked up. However, we can't let this matter go so easily today. Yichen snorted coldly. He said in an icy tone, you immediately take your men and prepare to retaliate. Within a week, I will make sure Muyue Hotel goes out of business, and that guy surnamed Wang must die. If he doesn't repay this great humiliation 100-fold, he wouldn't be Yichen. Good. Longya revealed a sinister smirk. Making a hotel go bankrupt was a piece of cake. Then he asked, by the way, Dragon King, what about that kid surnamed Tang? He doesn't need to be a concern for now. I've already sent Ling Han and Shi Yin to get close to him. He's doomed. Yichen said coldly, not only do I want to kill him, but I also want him to watch helplessly as the Tang family perishes before he dies. Upon hearing that Ling Han and Shi Yin had left, Longya grinned. Of the 8 great generals of the Dragon Soul Organization, the Dragon King is naturally number 1. Ling Han and Shi Yin ranked 3rd and 4th, respectively. With the 2 of them working together, there's no chance of failure. As for him, he became the 8th son because he gained the Dragon King's favor. However, due to insufficient strength, he has remained in the 8th position for countless years. Therefore, many people in the organization called him Long Laoba. After Longya left, Yichen, with a gloomy face, couldn't help but mutter curses under his breath. Waste. After returning home, Tang Yu lay on the bed, looking utterly exhausted. Today was another day where I couldn't hold out. Thinking of Yichen's expression today, Tang Yu knew that the difficulty of surviving from now on had increased. Ding. The host has successfully survived the storyline. Reward. A copy of the Qingnong Heavenly Scripture. It has been automatically learned. He had just lain down when the system's voice rang out. Immediately afterwards, countless pieces of knowledge about traditional Chinese medicine flooded my mind. Holy crap. The dog system suddenly took pity on us and gave us such an awesome reward? Did it max out my medical talent? He sat up in bed and looked at his body. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the body and into the meridians. You can easily spot any minor health issues. In his mind, there were countless medical secrets, acupuncture, massage, and other treatment plans. Simply put, his current medical skills are among the best in all of China. Despite receiving such a great reward, Tang Yu wasn't in a hurry to be happy. This damn system is acting strange. System, is your Qingnong Tianjing guaranteed to be ripe? Tang Yu asked in her heart. Are you deliberately picking a fight? Do you think someone with a system like me would sell you a greenhorn? The system's tone was somewhat dissatisfied. Don't give me that. You gave me a hotel, and then you set me up. Tang Yu muttered curses. The system completely crashed. Seeing that the dog wasn't moving, Tang Yu decided to resolutely keep her medical skills from being used by outsiders for the time being. Otherwise, who knows if the dog system is trying to screw you over. After lying down on the bed, Tang Yu quickly fell asleep. In his dream, he saw Wang Yixue and Su Muyue dressed as bunny girls, vying to nuzzle him, the little pig. Just as Tang Yu was experiencing both pain and pleasure, someone was gently patting his face and calling his name. Brother Tang Yu, get up and have breakfast. Hearing that sweet voice, Tang Yu was instantly awakened from her dream. He opened his eyes and saw a vast expanse of white scenery. At that moment, he remembered a sentence Yasuo had once said. I have touched mountain peaks and ventured into deep valleys, and both have benefited me greatly. This statement may be slightly inaccurate, but Tang Yu felt that it roughly conveyed the meaning. Zhang Xiaoya was standing by his bedside at that moment. Today she was wearing a JK uniform, and with her pure and sweet appearance and petite figure, she really looked like a high school girl. Although she has a cute, childlike face, her physical development is rather astonishing. Standing by the bed, she bent down and rubbed Tang Yu's face with her hands to wake Tang Yu up. So when Tang Yu opened her eyes, she was somewhat lost. Xiaoya, you're going to use this as a test. Tang Yu, still a little groggy from just waking up, almost blurted out her innermost thoughts. He quickly corrected himself, saying, Good morning, what brings you here? I'm here to see Grandpa Tang. His stomach problems have flared up again these past few days, haven't they? Zhang Xiaoya stuck out her tongue and nudged Tang Yu, asking a question. What test did you just mention? He didn't say anything. He was just talking in his sleep. Tang Yu shook her head vigorously. Girl, can you please pay a little attention to your appearance? Is it appropriate for me, an innocent young boy, to watch this kind of thing so early in the morning? It's absolutely perfect. You're not growing taller because all the nutrients are concentrated in one place. No wonder an elder once said that a woman who can't see her feet when she lowers her head is the most beautiful woman in the world. After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Zhang Xiaoya's ears were burning red. She glanced down at the neckline of her clothes, then quickly stood up straight, blushing as she urged him on. Get up and have breakfast quickly. Your aunt asked me to come and wake you up. Okay, you can go out first, I'll get dressed. Tang Yu was used to sleeping naked and couldn't get up in front of Zhang Xiaoya. Zhang Xiaoya stuck out her tongue and quickly ran out. After going outside, she took a deep breath, rubbed her face vigorously, and muttered to herself. Brother Tang Yu has turned bad. Ever since she heard Tang Yu's thoughts last time, she has been thinking about it constantly. I happened to be here today to see Grandpa Tang, so I came to check with this guy again. It's confirmed now, but I'm still a little embarrassed. She didn't want it to be this long either. Walking it was exhausting. Chapter 34 Uncle, I love bullying the weak and fearing the strong. After washing up, Tang Yu took Zhang Xiaoya to have breakfast. When I arrived at the restaurant, a young man with long hair and a ponytail was having breakfast. Upon seeing Tang Yu arrive, he immediately stood up to greet her. Brother, Dr. Zhang, it's been a long time. Upon seeing the long-haired youth, Tang Yu was slightly taken aback before nodding and smiling. Long time no see. Come and eat. Breakfast is getting cold. After you finish eating, let's go see Grandpa together. The long-haired young man enthusiastically helped Tang Yu, and the other person set out their bowls and chopsticks. After sitting down, Tang Yu quietly began to eat her breakfast, glancing at the smiling young man with the ponytail out of the corner of her eye. The guy who calls him brother is not his biological brother. It was his second uncle's son, who was also his cousin, Tang Ruoyu. Tang Yu had a pretty deep impression of this guy. In the original story, not long after Tang Yu's death, old Master Tang fell ill from anger and passed away. In order to avenge Tang Yu, Tang's parents spared no effort to take revenge. No matter how strong the Tang family is, they cannot defeat the chosen one of destiny. The Dragon Soul organization behind them is far more powerful than the Tang family. Pretending to be weak to prey on others is something only those with powerful connections can do. So Tang Ruoyu, who had been suppressing his ambitions, took the opportunity to defect to Yi Chun, becoming the Dragon King's dog and betraying the Tang family. This guy deserves a lot of credit for the sinking of the Tang family's big ship. We need to find a chance to bury this kid. Tang Yu muttered to herself. Damn it, the Tang family's trillions of assets are all the rewards I'll bring back after surviving to the finale. The chosen one cannot confront them head-on. Is it so hard to take advantage of a traitor like you? Uncle me, I love bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Zhang Xiaoya, who was drinking porridge, looked up at Tang Yu with a puzzled expression. Who is Tang Yu trying to bury? After breakfast, the three of them went to the small courtyard in the back to find the old man. When they arrived, the old man was sitting in a grand chair playing on his phone. The sounds of fighting and game characters shouting could be heard intermittently. The old man's face was contorted with rage as he cursed and swore. Go for it. You, a tank player, can't even initiate a team fight. Marksman, are you in elementary school? Don't you go to school during the day to play ranked games? A bunch of trash. Even if I were 80 years old, I couldn't pull off that brain-dead move. The three people who walked in were clearly shocked. This old man is actually pretty trendy. After a game ended, Grandpa Tang slammed his phone on the table and rubbed his heart in anger. Grandpa, you shouldn't play games anymore. It's bad for your health. Tang Yu quickly went over to persuade him. Yes, Grandpa Tang, you should take care of yourself. Grandpa, you need to rest more. Zhang Xiaoya and the other woman quickly offered a few words of advice. Okay, I'll uninstall it and stop playing. Grandpa Tang nodded, picked up his phone, and uninstalled the lousy game. He was furious just looking at it. Have some tea and rest for a bit. Then I'll take your pulse and examine you. Zhang Xiaoya poured a cup of tea for Grandpa Tang from the teapot, then sat down beside him and began to take his pulse and examine him. Tang Yu silently observed her grandfather. After receiving the Qingnong heavenly scripture as a reward, he can now see where a person's body has problems simply by concentrating his eyes. Grandpa's stomach problems are chronic, and now there's a noticeable chill lingering in his stomach. According to the Qingnong Tianjing, this is due to stomach yin deficiency, caused by insufficient yin and body fluids. The best treatment plan is to focus on gentle nourishment, using a century-old black Ganoderma lucidum as a medicinal guide, along with 6 other herbs including Polygonatum sibiricum and Adenophyr stricta, to make a herbal tea. Taking it for 1 month should be sufficient. But is this ghostly Qingnong heavenly scripture really reliable? Zhang Xiaoya, who was taking the old man's pulse, couldn't help but shrink her pupils after hearing the inner voice. She glanced at Tang Yu with some shock. Brother Tang Yu, you actually know medicine? Moreover, you don't even need to take their pulse. You can tell what the problem is just by standing there and looking. In traditional Chinese medicine, the 4 diagnostic methods of observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation are used. The highest level of observation is to reach a state of profound understanding. Only by reaching a state of divine mastery can one achieve this. My grandfather once told me that no one in traditional Chinese medicine had reached the state of divine mastery for hundreds of years. As for the Qingnong Tianjing, this is the divine book that practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine have been dreaming of. As a fanatic of traditional Chinese medicine, she couldn't help but swallow hard. I really want to have a deeper conversation with Brother Tangyu. Moon Girl, are you done? Seeing that Jiang Xiaoya hadn't responded after taking her pulse for a while, old Master Tang asked with a smile. All right. Coming to her senses, Jiang Xiaoya quickly said, it's caused by a deficiency of stomach yin. Grandpa Tang, have you been experiencing dry mouth and stomach upset lately? Yes, it's an old problem. Jiang Xiaoya smiled sweetly. For this kind of chronic ailment, the main approach is to gently nourish it. I'll make you some herbal tea, and you can take it regularly. However, the herbal tea requires a black Ganoderma lucidum that is over 100 years old as a medicinal ingredient. We don't have any at home right now, so we have to have someone send it from out of town. It should arrive the day after tomorrow. Then we can have Brother Tangyu come to my house to get it. After listening to Tangyu recite the prescription, she analyzed it and concluded that it was indeed a very effective prescription with almost no side effects on the human body. Every medicine has some degree of toxicity. The highest level of medicine prescription is to cure the disease without harming the patient's body, as expected of the Qingnong heavenly scripture. Tangyu looked on with some surprise. Is the herbal tea this girl is making the same as what I was thinking? This Qingnong Tianjing doesn't seem to be a scam after all. All right, I'll have this kid go visit your grandfather for me. Grandpa Tang nodded with a smile. Okay, my grandpa was talking about Brother Tangyu a few days ago. Jiang Xiaoya smiled so much her eyes narrowed, thinking that she could ask Tangyu about medical skills later. After chatting with Grandpa Tang for a few minutes, she said goodbye and went back to the clinic to get busy. Old Master Tang's gaze fell on Tangyu and the other man, and he asked, is there anything else you two need? Grandpa, I want to work at Muyue Foods. Tang Ruyu spoke up. The Muyue Foods he mentioned is one of the core businesses of the Tang Group, and it has developed quite well over the years. Grandpa Tang did not rush to express his opinion. Tang Ruyu is the second son's child. Over the years, he has been working in a branch of the Tang Group and has not been able to get involved in the core business. Despite being a direct descendant of the Tang family, he was marginalized because of his father. 7 years ago, his father embezzled funds from the company and secretly transferred the assets of the Tang Group to his own name. After he discovered this egregious behavior, according to family rules, he should have had his legs broken and been expelled from the family. If it weren't for Tang Yu's family pleading on their behalf, they would be out of the picture now. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed at Tang Yu and said, ask your brother, he's in charge of the Tang Group now. Big brother, what do you think? If you think I'm not capable enough, I can work as a middle manager and hone my skills gradually. Tang Ruyu looked at Tang Yu with a gentle smile and asked, well, no problem. I trust your abilities. In the future, our family will still need you and me working together. Tang Yu smiled and put her arm around his shoulder. Damn it, so you're starting to become a traitor now? I'll make you regret this. Knowing the original plot, he was well aware of what kind of filthy person his seemingly harmless cousin was. Chapter 35, I can't afford it. Thank you, brother. I will definitely not let you down. Tang Ryu said with tears of gratitude, then looked at old Master Tang. Since your brother agrees, that's good. Do a good job and don't let us down again. Old Master Tang said calmly. He's getting old and doesn't want to keep dwelling on the past. After all, they're all family. Thank you, Grandpa. I'll go to the company to familiarize myself with the work now. Tang Ryu quickly bowed to old Master Tang. After leaving the Tang family's gate, his face darkened instantly, and there was some resentment in his eyes. Even though he was a member of the Tang family, he felt like a servant in front of them. Why is this old dog so biased towards Tang Yu? Where did I lose to him? In terms of appearance, Tang Yu is slightly taller than him. But when it comes to talent, am I really inferior to him? Back in my college entrance exam, I was only 500 points away from a perfect score. He snorted and drove his Porsche toward Muyue Foods. This is the Tang family's core business. Tang Yu is so stupid as to let me manage this business, so don't blame me for being impolite. Young Master Yi has already agreed to this, as long as I cooperate with him. After Tang Yu dies, everything in the Tang family will be mine. After Tang Ruoyu left, old Master Tang's gaze became profound. He took out an old pipe, lit it, and looked up at Tang Yu, giving her instructions. Things have been a bit unsettled in Suzhou and Hangzhou lately, so please be careful. Okay, Grandpa, I'll be careful. Tang Yu nodded. This old man is the pillar of the Tang family, so he must have great wisdom. He guessed that his grandfather had already noticed something amiss. However, Tang Yu already had a plan in mind on how to deal with Tang Ruyu, this traitor. After leaving home, Tang Yu drove back to the headquarters of the Tang Group. As soon as he entered the office, he saw two girls in business attire cleaning his desk. Young Master Tang. Upon seeing Tang Yu arrive, one of the pretty girls with short hair immediately took the initiative to greet her. Lulu, you've gained weight again after just a few days? Huh? Where have you gotten fat? The short-haired girl asked, her eyes wide. I weighed myself last night, and I haven't changed. Here. Tang Yu straightened her chest. After understanding, the short-haired girl gave a coquettish laugh and rolled her eyes at Tang Yu in an ambiguous way. Tang Yu chuckled. There were many beautiful women in the Tang group, and he would often flirt with a few of them whenever he had the chance. As long as it's not the female lead. They can tease them as they please. Of course, the premise is that one must be strong enough to forge iron. If you're not rich, handsome, and successful, don't go around trying to seduce women. Young Master Tang, this is our new secretary, Yin. She has completed her training and will officially begin work today. The short-haired girl, named Lulu, introduced herself. Hello, Mr. Tang. Yin immediately greeted him, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes as she looked at Tang Yu. Yin, right? Welcome to our Tang group family. Tang Yu laughed and walked over to shake hands with Yin, sizing her up. She has an oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and a pair of pure, spirited eyes that give her an air of naivety. Judging solely by appearance, he'd probably score around 95 out of 100. Sigh, this girl is indeed very pretty. Her delicate and refined Qiji, a kind of refined elegance or charm, is undeniable. Seriously, why is it, eh? If we get married, won't the kids go hungry? It would be great if we could give half of Xiaoye's to her. Yin, who was shaking hands with him, suddenly looked completely bewildered. Am I hallucinating? If you have any questions when you first start working, just ask me. I'm very kind to girls, so don't be too nervous. Seeing Yin staring blankly at her, Tang Yu smiled and patted her shoulder. Young Master Tang, I'll be going now. Are you free to come to my house for dinner tonight? I bought a bottle of red wine and would like to drink it with you. Standing at the door, Lulu looked at Tang Yu and invited her sweetly. I have something to do tonight. I'll treat you next time. Tang Yu laughed heartily. He had arranged to have dinner with Qin Ming that evening. These days, boys really need to be extra careful to protect themselves. I actually believed you, but who knows if you'll serve me red wine or white wine when I get there. After hearing the inner voice again, Yin finally realized that it was not a hallucination. It seems like I can hear what this guy is thinking. This instantly excited her. The Dragon King sent her to infiltrate the Tang group, this time precisely to investigate the Tang group's secrets. If we can hear what this guy is thinking, then this mission will be too easy. Tang Yu turned on her computer and opened a business document. Suddenly, I came to my senses. Yin, isn't that the mole sent by that idiot Yi Chun? Damn, I was so busy playing with Lulu, I almost forgot about this. There's no mistake, she's so pretty and has a perfect A cup, it must be her. When Tang Yu's inner voice rang out again, Yin was shocked and filled with shame and indignation, wishing she could kill this guy. Why the hell do you have to keep bringing up A? Can't you have any shame? After the initial shame and indignation, she became somewhat nervous again. If my identity is exposed, wouldn't the infiltration plan have failed? What's more troublesome is that she has already shown herself, which is a very dangerous situation. Stay calm and don't act rashly. She took a deep breath and quickly adjusted her mindset. The issue that bothers her most right now is how this guy knows her information. The Dragon Soul organization has an incredibly strong ability to maintain secrecy. As one of the 8 great generals, she couldn't possibly be recognized by just anyone. There are plenty of women in the world who are attracted to a grade women, and I'm not the only one. Young Master Tang, is there anything I can do for you? She feigned a calm smile and asked softly. Go and make me a pot of tea first. Tang Yu quickly assigned her a task and started thinking of a solution. According to the original plot, the downfall of the Tang group was not only due to Tang Ryu, the mole, but also because Yin put in a lot of effort. Not only is she incredibly skilled, but her hacking abilities are also among the world's best. That's why Yi Chen specifically sent her into the Tang group to steal secrets. All you want is classified information. I'll steal it for you, bro. I'll make a fake one for you later. Yin, who was making tea, was speechless upon hearing this. Do you really think I'm stupid enough not to be able to tell the difference between what's real and what's fake? With a smile on her face, Tang Yu quickly typed on the keyboard, making various changes to the data on a confidential document. In this way, even if Yi Chen obtained these materials, they would be of no use. After modifying the data, he printed out the documents and put them in a file bag. Then he placed the file bag on the table. Yin, could you please deliver this document to General Manager Zhou of the business unit? Okay. Yin brought the brewed tea to Tang Yu, then picked up the documents to deliver them, her eyes full of disdain. The hook is salty and the bait is straight. Only a fool would take the bait. Hilarious. Keep this fake information safe. You'll have plenty more these next few days. Steal as many as you like and use them to screw over Yichun. However, this is for your own good. It's a way of indirectly avenging you. He's your real enemy. Come to think of it, our Tang family was kind to your father. Don't repay kindness with enmity. Upon hearing the inner voice, Chi-in, who had just picked up the documents, couldn't help but tremble. Is the Dragon King his real enemy? Did the Tang family do his father a favor? P.S. Here's the third update. Please give it a good review. Don't worry about the male lead being a coward. He's just playing it safe for the rewards. He'll definitely rise up eventually. Chapter 36 Killer's Diary. At that moment, she couldn't control herself and had to ask the question on the spot. But when she opened her mouth, she found that she couldn't make a sound at all. After leaving the office with mixed feelings, Chi-in was somewhat dazed. She grew up in the Dragon Soul organization and was personally trained by Yichun's master, so she is extremely loyal to Yichun. But as an orphan, she longed to know who her family was. Are they abandoning themselves? Or is it for some other reason? So she secretly kept investigating, but no matter how she investigated, she couldn't find any information about her parents. It was as if these two people didn't exist in the world. After so many years, she had almost given up hope. Tang Yu suddenly brought it up today, leaving her momentarily stunned. How much does he really know? Why is the Dragon King his enemy? And what is his connection to the Tang family? A variety of questions swirled in her mind. After taking a few deep breaths, she quickly regained her composure. Investigate the Tang family first. Since the Tang family has been kind to my father, we should be able to find out the truth by following this clue. Just then, her phone rang. She glanced at her phone and saw that it was the Dragon King calling. So she quickly ran to the rooftop of the office building, answered the phone, and said, Dragon King, what are your orders? Qin, what are the results of the investigation? Yichun's voice came through. She hesitated for a moment before replying. I've already gotten the first set of information. I'll send it to you later. Okay, thank you for your hard work. You're still the one I trust the most. Hearing that things went smoothly, Yichun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He held up his phone and smiled wickedly, saying, as long as you complete the mission before Ling Han, you can become my woman before she does. Chi-in held her phone, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, I don't really feel like eating. Tang Yu's words, the Dragon King is the real enemy, greatly changed her mindset. Huh? Why aren't you saying anything? Seeing that Chi-in didn't express any excitement or gratitude, Yichun's tone was slightly dissatisfied. Chi-in snapped out of her daze and quickly replied, someone came by just now, and I didn't hear it. I'll go deliver the documents first. After saying that, she quickly hung up the phone. After quickly taking a picture of the fake documents in her hand with her phone, she hurriedly sent the documents to the business department. When she returned after delivering the documents, Tang Yu was busy typing on the keyboard, creating fake documents. Seeing that Chi-in had been gone for so long before returning, Tang Yu couldn't help but grin. This silly girl must have secretly made a copy of the information. LOL. They say big breasts mean no brains, but her IQ isn't much better with her a cup. No wonder they were fooled by Yichun and his apprentice for so many years. They're quite pathetic, aren't they? Upon hearing his inner thoughts, Chi-in couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Can you please stop mentioning A? I really want to hit someone. But after hearing Tang Yu mention Yichun and his apprentice, she had no choice but to believe Tang Yu's words. This guy even knows about the existence of that old man in the Dragon Soul organization. After spending half a day tinkering with fake documents, Tang Yu stretched and yawned as she finished her work. Looking at Chi-in standing to the side, he thought for a moment and gave instructions. By the way, the company is planning to start a game business soon, and I need you to do some research for me. How do we conduct the research? Chi-in knew that this guy was definitely up to something again. Tang Yu ran over and turned on the TV on the office wall, then turned on the game console. There are 25 games here, all of which are currently the best-selling games on the market. I hope you can complete all of them and then send me a daily report. The company also provides free snacks and milk tea and reimburses all takeout orders. You can eat whatever you want. Just focus on this for now. If you get tired, go to the restroom next door and take a nap. It's fine. Chi-in was a little dumbfounded after hearing Tang Yu's arrangement. Alright, let's get started playing. Don't slack off. There are security cameras in the office that I can see. After giving her serious instructions, Tang Yu smiled and left the office. Haha, transferring you wouldn't be really appropriate. To prevent you from causing trouble elsewhere, I'll just let you play games all day. After hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words before leaving, Chi-in sat there speechless and started playing the game. Soon, she became immersed in the world of the game. July 13th. Playing video games. July 14th. Playing video games. July 15th. Playing video games. July 16th. Chi-in, how could you fall so low? Have you finished investigating everything? July 17th. Playing video games. Mingwa Hotel. A guest room on the 12th floor. A waitress stood at the door and gently knocked. Hello, guest. It's been 2 hours since checkout time. Are you still there? It's 3 p.m. now, and checkout time was originally 1 p.m. According to hotel rules, if a guest has not checked out within 2 hours, the hotel needs to go to their room to inquire. After knocking on the door repeatedly, there was still no response from inside. The staff could only open the door with a hotel room key. When I opened the door, the air conditioner was on, and the temperature was surprisingly low. The waitress shivered from the cold. Seeing that the bathroom light was still on, she went over to take a look and discovered a woman lying in the bathtub. The water in the bathtub had turned blood red. Soon, a scream rang out and echoed down the corridor. A few minutes later, the hotel's medical staff rushed over to provide emergency treatment. I can't take it anymore. After a while of trying to resuscitate him, the medical staff gave a wry smile. News of a suicide at the Muyue hotel spread quickly. A large group of guests checked out immediately after receiving the news. Tang Yu also rushed over immediately. When he arrived, the hotel's new general manager, Zhao Li, was already waiting for him. Upon seeing Tang Yu arrive, he quickly apologized. Young Master Tang, it's my fault for not handling things properly. This happened right after I took over the hotel. The previous general manager was promoted and given a raise before he even got comfortable in his position, and he's already got this hot potato as soon as he takes over. If this matter is not handled properly, it will have a significant impact on the hotel. It's not your fault. Tang Yu patted his shoulder and asked, "What's the situation now?" The scene has been cordoned off, and the police are investigating and collecting evidence. The preliminary judgment is that it was a suicide. Zhao Li replied. Suicide? Tang Yu frowned. Those who can afford to stay at the Mingwe Hotel are all top-tier wealthy people. There's a saying online, being rich doesn't necessarily mean being happy. That's because the happiness of the rich is unimaginable to ordinary people. So, over the years, no one has actually committed suicide at Mingwe Hotel. If you're happy with your life, who the hell would be so depressed? Zhao Li looked around and lowered his voice. However, the police discovered that the victim was missing a section of hair, and it was very likely that he had been sexually assaulted, but they could not find any evidence. Where's the surveillance footage? The surveillance footage did not show anyone entering or leaving her room. Tang Yu frowned. Something was definitely not right. He took out a cigarette, lit it, sat down and thought for a moment, and suddenly remembered someone. Dragon Tooth. Chapter 37. Wanna buy a hotel? As one of the 8 great generals of the Dragon Soul organization, Manga had quite a few scenes in the original story. This person was able to become one of the 8 great generals, so his strength must have been considerable. To enhance his character's presence, the author added a strange personality trait to him. That means that after killing someone, you take something from the victim. If it were a man, he would cut off one of the man's little fingers. The woman cut off a section of her hair. And this guy, like his master, is a lecherous glutton. The difference is that Yi Chun, as the protagonist in Dragon King, has a high-class image and only plays with the best women. He'll bite anyone who looks even remotely human. He even has a line that says, whether she's pretty or ugly, as long as she's in my mouth, she's meat. It must be him. A dark look flashed across Tang Yu's face. It's understandable that Yi Chun would retaliate against me after suffering such a humiliation at the hotel last time. But to use a human life to frame oneself is utterly depraved. We need to find a chance to bury this guy. It's hard to beat up a master, but it's not difficult to beat up a mad dog. At that moment, 2 figures came into Tang Yu's view. 2 middle-aged men were walking side by side, smoking cigarettes and chatting. The 2 men were missing an ear and blind in one eye. When 2 people like that walk together, it's hard not to notice them. Tang Yu recognized the 2 men. They were involved in the underworld of Suzhou and Hangzhou. They were cousins, nicknamed Heavenly Cripple and Earthly Flaw, and were very powerful in the underworld. In the original story, these 2 were utterly wicked villains who were trampled to death because they offended the Dragon King with their arrogance. Young Master Tang, you suspect they did it? Noticing Tang Yu's gaze, Zhao Li asked in a low voice. Tang Yu shook her head and smiled. It wasn't them. I guessed who it was. You just need to comfort the victim's family. I'll handle the murderer. Zhao Li nodded, not daring to ask any further questions. The next morning, the victim's family members caused a scene at the hotel entrance. A group of dozens of them arrived and blocked the hotel entrance. The incident escalated and severely impacted the business of Mingwe Hotel. Surprisingly, the hotel did nothing more than offer reassurance. After a few days of commotion, Manga felt the time was almost ripe. He went to the Mingwe Hotel alone to find Zhao Li, and Tang Yu happened to be there when he arrived. Upon seeing Tang Yu, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and he sneered. Oh, isn't this young Master Tang? Haven't seen you for a few days, and your hotel's business seems to be doing so poorly. Shouldn't we thank Boss Long for bringing a group of people to cause trouble every day? Tang Yu said angrily. There's no other way. The deceased was a senior executive of our Longshan group. I have to fight for her rights. Longya grinned and readily admitted that he was the one who was causing trouble. Do you really think the Tang family is a pushover in Suzhou and Hangzhou? That we can bully a mere Longshan group like this? Tang Yu stared coldly at Longya and threatened him in a cold voice. The Tang family? They're nothing but frogs in a well. Longya said with disdain. The Tang family can only hop around in this small well of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Young Master Ye's powerful background is beyond your Tang family's imagination. My purpose in coming here today is very simple. I don't like this hotel. Either close it down or sell it to me. The last time the Dragon King suffered such a great humiliation here, simply causing this hotel to lose business was not enough. He wanted to take over the hotel cheaply, making the Tang family suffer huge losses. This would avenge the Dragon King. He held up one hand and said, 50 billion. Either sell the hotel or wait to go bankrupt. Why don't you just rob it? Upon hearing this, Zhao Li, who was standing to the side, turned pale and began to curse angrily. Even if you quadruple the price, you can barely buy the Mingwa Hotel. This guy is asking for more than just an exorbitant amount. Do you even have a place to speak here? You're nothing but a dog kept by the Tang family. Longya stared at Zhao Li and roared angrily. As one of the 8 great generals of the Dragon Soul organization, his anger still carried a lot of weight. Zhao Li swallowed hard, not daring to say anything more. You're overthinking it. Even if you cause trouble for a year, I won't sell this hotel to you. Tang Yu pointed to the door, indicating that he could leave. Longya suddenly flew into a rage, like a mad dog whose tail had been stepped on. He jumped up and kicked the marble coffee table. The marble coffee table immediately developed countless tiny cracks and turned into a pile of dust. The power of his kick startled Zhao Li. Is this guy a monster? A smile flashed in Tang Yu's eyes. This was a tactic that Longya, the mad dog, often used when negotiating with people, deliberately intimidating his opponents to break through their psychological defenses. He deliberately feigned fear and shouted, "Where are the bodyguards?" Upon hearing Tang Yu's voice, the 4 bodyguards outside the door immediately rushed in. They rushed forward menacingly, blocking Tang Yu's path, ready to fight at any moment. Upon seeing these bodyguards, Longya showed a disdainful expression. These are guard dogs used to protect homes and yards. There's no comparison at all to someone like me, who came out of a pile of corpses. I can easily kill them with just one hand. He glanced at Tang Yu and threatened her in a cold voice. Young Master Tang, even if you call 20 of these good-for-nothings, it wouldn't make a difference. Young Master Yi is a man of principle, but I, Longya, am not. At worst, I'll just kill your father and leave China. Tang Yu sneered inwardly. He deliberately feigned fear, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Fine, I'll sell. Seeing Tang Yu bow his head and back down, Longya smiled smugly. Before the Dragon Soul organization, everything is but an ant. He tossed the prepared contract to Tang Yu and said, Sign and stamp it with the official seal. I'll have someone transfer the money to you right away. Mr. Zhao, go and get the company's seal. Tang Yu held up the contract and began to speak. With a look of reluctance, Zhao Li opened the safe and took out the company's seal. After the signatures and seals were affixed, the owner of the hotel changed from Tang Yu to Longya. He is now the head of Longshan Group, so the hotel has also been transferred to his name. After signing the contract, Longya smiled with satisfaction. He looked at Zhao Li and Tang Yu, who both looked unconvinced, and pointed to the door. You 2 pieces of trash, you can get out of here now. Remember, this is just the interest for offending young Master Yi. Zhao Li was so angry that his face turned ashen, while Tang Yu walked out without saying a word, his face dark. After the 2 walked out of the hotel together, Zhao Li couldn't help but say something. Young Master Tang, why did you agree to his conditions? How can our Tang family allow him to bully us at will? The Tang family is the head of the 4 major families in Suzhou and Hangzhou. I wouldn't say they can control everything, but they're certainly not so powerful as to be ridden on by a powerful outsider like Longshan Group. Tang Xiao's tolerance is illogical. You'll find out in a couple of days. Tang Yu smiled easily, took out a cigarette, lit it, and said with a smile, Don't be in a hurry, the show has only just begun. All right. Seeing Tang Xiao so calm, Zhao Li's mood also calmed down. By the way, have Mr. Wang and his family moved out yet? Tang Yu asked again. He boarded the train to Siberia the night before last. As you instructed, Mr. Tang, I forged his travel records for Africa. Zhao Li quickly replied. That's fine then. Tang Yu smiled slightly. Given the petty nature of Yi Chun and his group, they will definitely retaliate against Wang Defa as well. Wang Defa is safe now, and the hotel has given them a ride home. Next, it's time to teach that dog Longya a lesson. He went back to his car, took out his laptop, and typed away an email. Chapter 38 The Bright Moon Hotel has a big problem. After Tang Yu and the other person left the office, Longya smiled contentedly in the general manager's office. He walked to the French windows, took out his phone, and dialed Yi Chen's number. As soon as the call was connected, He immediately spoke respectfully. Dragon King, the revenge against Mingwe Hotel is complete. I forced that kid surnamed Tang to sell the hotel to us for 5 billion. Oh, Yi Chen's voice on the other end of the phone sounded somewhat joyful. The Mingwe Hotel was a place where he was humiliated. By buying Longya so cheaply, he made a profit of tens of billions. His abilities are indeed outstanding. You did a good job, but this is just collecting a little interest. Yi Chen smiled arrogantly and asked again. By the way, what about that guy surnamed Wang? Even a dog from the Tang family dares to scold me in public. He must die? I've already had someone check, and he flew to Africa a few days ago. Send someone over and kill him. Anyone who insults me will surely die. Yi Chen gave the order. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen put away his phone and gave a wicked smile. After suffering so many losses in Suzhou and Hangzhou, he finally got his revenge. This is just a little interest. The real show is just beginning. Xiyin has already obtained some confidential information for herself, and the other pieces are also being deployed. The entire Suzhou and Hangzhou region was merely a chessboard for him to test his skills. Qingxi branch. A very beautiful policewoman was sitting in front of the computer, staring at several documents and frowning in deep thought. The case involving the Mingyu Hotel, which occurred a few days ago, is still under investigation. This case is absolutely a homicide. But Baiwani couldn't find any evidence, which frustrated her greatly. She had been spending several days in front of the computer thinking about how to solve the case. Captain White, do you want to take a break? You didn't get a good night's rest again last night, did you? A young policeman came over and asked with concern. It's all right. Why sleep so much while alive? You'll have plenty of time to sleep after you die. Baiwani waved her hand and pushed the cup to her colleague, saying, Make me another cup of black coffee. All right. The young policeman looked at him with a hint of pity. Captain Bai was just too dedicated to his work. How about relaxing once in a while and dating me? When the coffee was brewed and served, Baiwani took a sip, and the bitterness made her feel instantly refreshed. Just then, the laptop suddenly beeped. She quickly glanced at it and found that someone had sent her an email. Her intuition told her that the email sent to her private inbox was a very important clue. She quickly opened the email and her pupils instantly contracted. This email is related to the Mingyu Hotel, but not to the murder case. It involves drugs. Quickly, call Director Wang over. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted at her colleague. The colleague snapped out of his daze and quickly ran to call the manager over. The leader, referred to as Director Wang, was a middle-aged man with a square face who looked very upright. He walked over and looked at Baiwani with heartache. Wani, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you're such a pretty young girl, working so late every night. You've got panda-like dark circles under your eyes. Take a look at this first. Baiwani moved the chair away so that her boss could see the email. After glancing at it, Director Wang's expression instantly turned serious. If the clues in this email are true, this could be a major case. Call a meeting immediately and form a team to conduct an investigation. I will personally lead the team. Director Wang gave the order loudly. Soon, the entire West City branch of the Public Security Bureau mobilized. After the 2-hour meeting, the investigation team left the branch office to begin their investigation. Baiwani also wanted to join the investigation team, but Director Wang refused, telling her to eat and rest first. Feeling a bit down, she changed into casual clothes and went out to eat. She's not picky about food. She usually eats at a roadside food stall across from the police station. As soon as she arrived at the entrance of the food stall, someone greeted her. Officer Bai. She glanced back, thought for a few seconds, and then remembered the other person's name before smiling and saying, Yi Chun, right? She met him some time ago. There were pickpockets stealing things on the bus at the time. He bravely stopped the pickpocket. As a result, after he got off the bus, the pickpockets brought a group of people to retaliate against him, and he beat them all to the ground. She was quite surprised when she went to arrest him. This guy's skills were surprisingly hidden, so she had a vague impression of him. But what impressed me most was this guy's smile. Something feels a little strange. I thought Officer Bai had forgotten my name. Yi Chun gave an unconsciously wicked smile. The corners of his mouth turned up high. He was carrying a shabby snakeskin bag filled with various plastic bottles and the like. Are you developing a side hustle? Seeing him like this, Baiwani couldn't help but find it a little funny. No, I just met an old lady who was picking up bottles at her age. It was really tough for her, so I helped her return the bottles and bought her some fruit. Yi Chun sighed. Hearing him say that, Baiwani felt a bit more favorably toward him. This man seems to have a kind heart. Are you going to eat? Why don't you eat together? I've brought the bottle, and I'll be right over. Yi Chun pointed to the food stalls next to him and smiled. No need. I'll just pack it up and take it home to eat. I still have work to do. Baiwani smiled nonchalantly, waved her hand, and went into the restaurant to order. Yi Chun didn't press the matter further. When it comes to picking up girls, you need to know how to maintain appropriate boundaries. A woman who can get to the stomach in one step can also get to the stomach in one step with other men. The more stunning a woman is, the more you need to take things slowly to win her over and even make her willing to be part of your harem. After walking a short distance with a bag of plastic bottles, he casually tossed them into a trash can. He bought this for 10 yuan from an old woman who collects recyclables when he first arrived. The reason he spent 10 yuan was because he didn't have any smaller denominations on him. This bag of plastic bottles isn't even worth 5 yuan. Arrange a few more meetings, and that should be enough. This kind of woman is pretty easy to woo. Yichin smiled smugly. Having made 2 special arrangements for the meeting, he already had enough confidence. Baiwani, this woman is someone he absolutely must win over. Not only was she exceptionally beautiful, ranking among the top beauties in the Suzhou and Hangzhou area, but her background was also quite extraordinary. Although the Bai family is not one of the 4 major families in Suzhou and Hangzhou, its influence is quite terrifying. Their family is involved in politics. Half of the political scene in Suzhou and Hangzhou consists of their protégés and former officials. To control Suzhou and Hangzhou, the power of the Bai family is indispensable. He washed his hands by the roadside, and then hurriedly sat down to head to the next place. I still need to win over other beautiful women. P.S. Here's the 3rd update continuing to slap the Dragon King in the face. Excellent. Chapter 39, I'm going to go to jail. Mingwe Hotel. It has now been renamed Longshan Hotel. After taking over the hotel, Longya immediately told the group of troublemakers to go home. These people were all relatives of the deceased woman, who was a senior executive in their company. After spending millions to appease this group, everything is fine now. He worked hard to eliminate all the negative impacts. The hotel's business is slowly returning to normal. Right now, he's sitting in his office, embracing his beautiful secretary, ready to get a little passionate. Just then, a series of rapid footsteps suddenly came from the corridor outside the door. Immediately afterwards, the office door was violently pushed open. A group of police officers rushed in. What are you doing? Can't you even knock? Seeing this group of people, Longya was not flustered at all, but instead looked arrogant. What is my current status? The person in charge of Longshan Group. In Suzhou and Hangzhou, he is a top-tier entrepreneur. What are a bunch of lowly police officers? Are you the hotel manager? The person leading the group was Baiwani, who took out her ID and asked in a cold voice. Yes, what's wrong? Longya's eyes darted around, scrutinizing Baiwani. Of course, if he had known that this was the woman the Dragon King had taken a fancy to, he would never have dared to look at her like that. Your hotel is suspected of harboring drugs. Come with us. Baiwani waved her hand, and a policeman took out handcuffs to put on Longya. Bullshit. Longya's face darkened with anger as he coldly glared at Baiwani and the others, issuing a warning. Do you know who I am? I am the head of Longshan Group. You dare to lay a finger on me. As soon as he finished speaking, a special police officer grabbed his hand and tried to handcuff him on the spot. Just as he was about to retaliate, several fully armed special police officers had already raised their guns and aimed at him. He immediately raised his hands, his eyes filled with rage. If this happened abroad, if these people dare to treat me like this, no one will survive. Cuff him and take him away. Baiwani waved her hand, and a group of people took Longya, whose face was full of humiliation, out of the hotel. After being taken downstairs, Longya was completely dumbfounded. The surrounding area has been sealed off. The police cars on the road looked like 2 long dragons. Dozens of people were handcuffed and sitting on the ground, their faces filled with fear. Among them were Tiancan and Deke, who were the culprits behind this incident. Even if Longya were an idiot, he would know that this matter was going to blow up. I need to hire a lawyer. Let me call the lawyer. He shouted in a somewhat flustered tone. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him. After the remaining people were apprehended, the group was taken away in police cars. Soon, this big news spread throughout Suzhou and Hangzhou. The renowned Mingwe Hotel is suspected of drug possession. As the person in charge and legal representative of the hotel, Longya has completely fallen this time. The Mingwe Hotel was also sealed off on the spot. Tang Yu, who quietly orchestrated all of this, is currently lying in bed playing on her phone. He already knew about the operation of the Chengxi branch. After I met those 2 cousins, Tiancan and Deke, Tang Yu then remembered that these 2 guys in the original book were not good people. Driven by greed, they were daring enough to take the risk of developing such deadly things. Upon seeing them, Tang Yu immediately ordered a discreet search of the hotel. After finding some clues, Tang Yu simply passed this hot potato to Longya. The other party was delighted, and he also easily pocketed 5 billion. If we don't do it this way, the hotel will definitely be lost once the scandal comes to light, and will suffer the consequences as well. As for offending Yichun, Tang Yu has gradually gotten used to it. Try to survive as long as you can. When things get tough, I can't just stick my neck out for you to chop off. You deserve to live like that, you bastard. Who told you to frame me with a human life? After cursing, Tang Yu remembered the damn system and continued cursing. Damn system, you've screwed me over too. I knew you had ulterior motives for giving me such good stuff. I'm just an emotionless reward-giving machine. Keep barking, dog. Don't stop, dog. Fuck you. After Tang Yu angrily cursed, the system ignored him. He was just about to throw away his phone and go to sleep when it suddenly rang. He glanced at it. The contact name was by Wani. What does she want from me? Tang Yu suddenly became curious. Had she discovered that it was her who sent the email? After obtaining the clue last time, he thought about it and deliberately chose the anonymous email sent by Baiwani. They both came from prominent families in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and he and Baiwani were fairly familiar with each other. However, Baiwani had a very bad impression of him. Because he has a good brother, Qin Ming. Qin Ming is the most famous playboy in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The two were so close they were practically inseparable, which is why he also became the target of Baiwani's hatred. After thinking for a moment, he answered the phone. Oh, isn't this Miss Bai? Having a heart-to-heart talk with me so late at night. Get lost. You're the former owner of Mingwa Hotel, aren't you? Come to the West City branch immediately for questioning. Baiwani on the other end of the phone said irritably. What did I do? Just come over here, stop talking nonsense, or I'll bring my men to your house and arrest you. After Baiwani hung up the phone, Tang Yu couldn't help but click her tongue twice. This woman is still as fiery as ever. She is a well-known figure in Suzhou and Hangzhou circles. Because of her upright character, many young men who fell into her trap suffered greatly. And yet you can't do anything about her. Her family is incredibly powerful. Even Tang Yu would have to swallow his pride and admit defeat when he encountered her. Power is indeed far more powerful than money. This is also the standard character design for a female police officer in a wish fulfillment novel. He comes from a powerful family and has an insatiable sense of justice. All he does every day is arrest people. As a result, this beautiful woman with a strong sense of justice ended up becoming a concubine of the Dragon King. Tang Yu wanted to complain just thinking about it. This setting was just too brain dead. However, this is also why Tang Yu chose her. Using the heroine's spear to attack the Dragon King's dog. When it's time to play it safe, play it safe. Use dirty tricks when you need to. After happily getting dressed, Tang Yu prepared to go out. Anyway, neither the hotel's legal representative nor the person in charge is himself. It's just a formality. When Tang's father saw him come out dressed neatly, he raised an eyebrow and asked, Where are you going so late at night? Going to see that kid Qin Ming again? No, I'm going to find a jail to sit in. Tang Yu said with a smile. When Tang's father sensed something was wrong and went to find Seven Wolves, a personality correction clinic, Tang Yu had already made a hasty escape. When he voluntarily went to the West Branch of the Public Security Bureau, the place was already quite lively. With such a big incident, even the city leaders have come. When these leaders saw Tang Yu, they all greeted him with wry smiles. Isn't this young Master Tang? What brings you here? What is Xiao Yu doing here so late at night? I'm going to find a jail cell. Tang Yu greeted the elders with a wry smile and then hurried inside. When he went in, Baiwani was waiting for him. She was holding a pair of gleaming handcuffs and looking at him with disgust. You're absolutely right, bro. You're absolutely right. That's how you should look at me. That gaze is perfect. Although I deeply felt my dignity was being disregarded, it's okay. I like it. I hope you can try harder. Spitting is fine if you want. Spitting mouth to mouth. Baiwani wondered if she had been too tired lately and hadn't rested properly. Whose voice was that just now? It sounded like this guy's. P.S. First update delivered. Brothers, don't rush to read. The Dragon King is trying to gain favor with the female lead, and Tang Yu is responsible for helping him reduce his favorability to negative. Some plot points are a bit long and can't be written and released all at once. It's tough for those of us with clumsy hands. Chapter 40 Solving Cases by Listening to One's Heart. Miss Bai. Oh no, Officer Bai. Could you please take off the handcuffs? I don't think I did anything wrong. Tang Yu walked up to her with a smile and greeted her, her eyes darting around. It's a pity we didn't see Dragon Fong. You deserve to be extorted by that hotel. Baiwani shook her head to clear her mind, then casually handcuffed Tang Yu and said coldly, What are you laughing at? You're a criminal suspect too. Go inside and wait for me. She pointed to an office next door. The interrogation rooms are full tonight, so we'll have to make do with the office. Tang Yu obediently walked in. Soon, Baiwani walked in carrying a cup of black coffee. The bitter taste after taking a sip made her feel much more alert. Are you aware of what happened at the Mingwa Hotel today? She sat down and looked at Tang Yu, asking him a question. I know, it's been on the news. Tang Yu nodded. All right, as the former owner of Mingwa Hotel, you are also a criminal suspect. Let's start taking your statement now. Baiwani picked up her pen and prepared to start taking notes. No, how did I become a criminal suspect? Tang Yu looked completely innocent. You're the criminal suspect, you bastard. My family is so rich, why would I bother with this? That email you received was from me, okay? Am I so stupid as to report myself for committing a crime? After hearing the voice again, Baiwani was finally certain that she wasn't delirious and hadn't misheard. That's clearly that guy's smug voice. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. I can't afford to dwell on the fact that I can hear my own thoughts. She was more concerned about the emails. Was that email he sent to himself? She wasn't one to argue or cause trouble, and with the Tang family's wealth, they certainly didn't need to get involved in such dirty stuff. Okay, I admit that using the suspect's words is a bit inappropriate, but you still have to cooperate with our investigation. Baiwani twirled the pen in her hand and stared at Tang Yu, asking, "Do you know any clues about this case?" "I don't know. I bought the hotel a while ago to celebrate Su Muyue's birthday, and then I sold it." Tang Yu chuckled and used Su Muyue as a shield. "I've sent you everything I know, okay? However, I did sell the hotel because I found out that scum like Tiancan and Deke were causing trouble. Normally, I would have reported them immediately, but I couldn't do anything about Longya's insistence on forcing me to buy the hotel. That bastard framed me by killing someone at the hotel, faking it as suicide, and then bringing people to cause trouble. If we could find more clues, I'd report him too, okay?" Baiwani's body trembled slightly, and her eyes almost blazed with anger. Dragon Fong. The hotel murder case that he had been investigating so painstakingly was actually orchestrated by him? She already sensed something was wrong when she went to capture Dragon Fong today. This guy has several calluses on his hands. In her opinion, this was a characteristic that only comes from years of shooting practice. What a magnificent dragon tooth. Baiwani gritted her teeth. As a police officer, she hated this kind of criminal the most. However, she was also a little annoyed with Tang Yu in front of her. This guy knows so much, yet he's hiding it from me? Fortunately, I could hear his thoughts. Why is this silly girl gritting her teeth? I didn't say anything wrong. Are you jealous because you heard I celebrated Su Muyue's birthday? Sigh, it's understandable. They're always busy with work and haven't even had a relationship, so it's normal to be jealous. You can be jealous all you want, just don't try anything dirty with me. If you can't have it, destroy it. I know you bitches all too well. Seeing Baiwani suddenly looking murderous, Tang Yu muttered to herself. Baiwani almost slapped this guy to death. Damn it, who wants you? She took a big gulp of her black coffee to perk herself up and stared at Tang Yu. Then I'd like to know, why did you suddenly decide to sell the hotel to Dragon Tooth, and at such a low price? This move is very suspicious. Rich and willful. Tang Yu laughed with an air of utter extravagance. He's always causing trouble with his gang. I can't even keep my hotel open. What if he keeps causing trouble and tries to frame my brother with someone's death? Those who started as mercenaries are all inhuman. Mercenary. Baiwani's expression changed again. She has already investigated Dragon Tooth. According to the information obtained, Longya is an entrepreneur abroad and has returned to China to invest. As for the mercenary's identity, she really couldn't find out. She quickly jotted down this crucial information. There was no mistake. This clue perfectly matched her deduction. So, how much do you know about Longya? Baiwani continued to ask. I don't know him well, but Officer Bai, I have a feeling this guy isn't a good person. He looks like he's killed someone. He's in a hurry to buy a hotel from me. I suspect he might be connected to a criminal gang. You must investigate him thoroughly. Without hesitation, Tang Yu began to smear Longya. I know absolutely nothing about this kind of scum. This person is a ruthless, insane mad dog. After killing someone, he collects their body parts. Oh, I remember now. The woman he killed might have had her hair hidden in his house. I'll email you later. I almost forgot about it. Baiwani quickly noted down this crucial clue. With so many clues, this case can finally be solved. She found Tang Yu much more agreeable now. He had indeed been a great help. But how does he know so much? After going through the motions of asking a few questions, she put her pen away, eager to conduct her investigation. All right, let's end the investigation here. Thank you for your cooperation. It's not hard work, it's just bad luck. I wish Officer Bai could treat me to a barbecue to make up for it. Tang Yu shook the handcuffs on his hands and chuckled. Sure, but maybe next time. I'm busy right now. Baiwani took the key and unlocked Tang Yu's handcuffs. Tang Yu was a little puzzled by her quick agreement. Damn, this woman is actually going to treat me to dinner. No, thank you. Don't be so polite. I wouldn't dare have dinner with you. If you happen to be attracted to my handsome face, it might affect my ability to survive. Baiwani looked at this guy with a puzzled expression. Would I be attracted to your handsome face? Hitue. She was busy with her case and didn't have time to argue with him. As for being able to hear his thoughts, she planned to think about it slowly later. Let's deal with that kid Longya first. The two were just about to get up and leave the office. The office door had been pushed open. Yichin walked in from outside with a lawyer, his expression not very good. Half an hour ago, he suddenly received news that Longya had been arrested. After investigating the case at Muyue Hotel, he rushed over with his men. Longya lives abroad most of the time and is not very familiar with domestic laws, but he knows these laws very well. In China, Anyone who has even the slightest connection with drugs is basically doomed to a life-altering situation. Chapter 41 Dragon King. A man in prison. But after entering the office, upon seeing Bai Wani and Tang Yu together, his eyes instantly locked onto Tang Yu. That bastard. How did you end up with Bai Wani? Noticing Yi Chen's gaze, Tang Yu coughed lightly, pretending not to see it. Why are you staring at me like that? Do you think I'm going to steal Bai Wani from you? You damn stud. You think all the beautiful women in the world are yours. Bai Wani raised an eyebrow and turned around to glare fiercely at Tang Yu. What's this guy muttering about again? Then she looked at Yi Chen and asked, what's wrong? Are you here to report a crime? No. Yi Chen looked slightly embarrassed and smiled wryly. I came to visit a friend of mine, but he has been arrested by you. Haha, one of my murderer friends. Tang Yu stood by, secretly gloating. Who is your friend? After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Bai Wani's initial goodwill towards Yi Chen vanished completely in an instant. What else could criminals hang out with besides trash? Seeing Bai Wani's cold gaze, Yi Chen felt like he was about to vomit blood inside. He said somewhat dejectedly, it's called Dragon Fong. He's a master at picking up girls. He was well aware that his behavior today had committed a grave offense and would easily incur Bai Wani's dislike. But since Longya was in trouble, he, as the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, couldn't just ignore it. If this matter isn't handled properly, Longya will have to be reincarnated. How will the people in the organization view me then? Upon returning to China, he accomplished nothing but sending one of his brothers to serve Buddha. As expected, upon hearing the name Longya, Bai Wani's impression of Yi Chen plummeted. She looked at Yi Chen with an unfriendly expression and said, what's your relationship with him? He's a criminal suspect now. He is my employee. I am the boss of Longchen Group. Yi Chen had no choice but to reveal his identity. Bai Wani was not shocked by this. She had no interest in power or anything like that. Even if it were the emperor himself, he would still have to follow the rules. She said in a cold tone. The crime he committed was extremely serious, and visits are not permitted at this time. You should go back. Yi Chen became somewhat anxious upon hearing this. He pointed at Tang Yu and said, Officer Bai, I need to explain to you that if Longyu really broke the law, I will be the first to stand up and report him. But he's innocent this time. He's only been in charge of the Mingwe Hotel for a few days. The previous owner of Mingwe Hotel was this young Master Tang. He's the one you should be arresting. Tang Yu's eyes widened in surprise. What does this have to do with me? I wasn't involved. Officer Bai has already finished his investigation, and I'm innocent. Ganlin's mother, what's the matter with Guan Linbei? You idiot Dragon King, don't try to shift the blame onto me. I didn't kill anyone in the hotel. If anyone should be arrested, it should be you. A lecherous worm like you will only drive up rice prices if left in the world. Damn it, they're in cahoots. I hope Bai Wani doesn't actually help me frame her. After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Bai Wani really wanted to beat this bastard up. What does it mean to be in cahoots with him? I've only known him for a short time, okay? She would never do something like framing an innocent person. She glared at Yi Chen angrily. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. The legal representative and person in charge of the hotel is Longya, and that's who I'm after. You are his boss, which means Mingwe Hotel is your property. That's perfect. You should also be prepared to be investigated. Yi Chen was so angry that his face turned green. What kind of logic is this? To conceal his identity, he isn't the legal representative or shareholder of Longchen Group, is he? If it weren't for choosing her to be part of his harem, Yi Chen really wanted to teach her a lesson right now. All a woman needs to do is obey him. What's the use of integrity? Holy crap, isn't this plot a bit off? Bai Wani seems to dislike him. Wait a minute, Yi Chen should have already finished building up his favorability with him. This kid deliberately went to catch a pickpocket to create a pretense for their first meeting. He even went and bought a bag of plastic bottles, saying he was carrying them for an old lady who collects recyclables. After these 2 waves of goodwill, Bai Wani should already be head over heels in love with him. Hey, the plot must have gone awry again. That's great. Hurry up and arrest him, Officer Bai. It would be a shame if a man like him, who's destined for prison, didn't go to jail. Tang Yu stood by, watching the drama unfold, almost shouting for the two to start fighting. Humans experience joys and sorrows, separations and reunions. Cattle and horses add color to life. As expected, magic must be used to defeat magic. Bai Wani's eyes were gloomy. Was even that chance encounter deliberately orchestrated by this guy named Yi Chen? This man. That's disgusting. Officer Bai, I can cooperate with your investigation. The innocent will clear themselves. However, the person you should really investigate is this young Master Tang. I suspect he maliciously sold the hotel at a low price to frame my friend. The estimated value of Mingwe Hotel should be around 20 billion, and he sold it to Longya for 5 billion. This is the best evidence. Yi Chen suppressed his anger and pointed at Tang Yu, speaking eloquently. Damn it, you beast, don't you have any shame? If you hadn't sent Longya to cause trouble at my hotel, Would I have sold it so cheaply? Speaking of framing brother with a murder, you deserve at least 89% of the credit, right? Before Tang Yu could retort, Bai Wani spoke first. Is it wrong for his family to be rich? He bought the hotel to express his love for his girlfriend. Yi Chun was so angry that he trembled, his hands and feet turning ice cold despite the sweltering heat. He recalled the humiliating scene that day in the hotel. Bai Wani snorted coldly and said no more to Yi Chun. After listening to her thoughts for a while, she was convinced that Yi Chun was definitely not a good person. If the hotel murder case is related to him, I wouldn't mind arresting him myself and sending him to jail. She turned to look at Tang Yu and said softly, Tang Yu, thank you for cooperating with the investigation today. It's so late, you should go home and rest. I'll treat you to dinner next time. After listening to her heartfelt words for a while, she was certain that Tang Yu was innocent. Moreover, after discovering clues about the crime, he immediately emailed himself. What does this tell us? He believed he deserved unconditional trust. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted such an important clue to me. Being trusted by others is indeed a very happy thing. Huh? Tang Yu was completely bewildered. Holy crap, what the hell's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly being so nice to me? Stop. Don't be so kind to me. This isn't you. Calm down. Where's your fucking temper? Yi Chun, standing to the side, already had veins bulging on his forehead. Bai Wani, why is she being so gentle with this guy? Why is he so indifferent to himself, as if he were seeing an enemy? He stared at Tang Yu with venomous eyes, his heart filled with boundless hatred. At that moment, the office door was pushed open from the outside. An extremely beautiful woman walked in from outside, followed by bodyguards and a lawyer. The person who walked in was none other than Su Muyue. Seeing Su Muyue walk in, Yi Chun, who had just been furious, instantly felt much better. I was even a little touched. This girl keeps saying she's keeping her distance from me. But when she herself was in real trouble, she still rushed over. She truly is the woman I've chosen. He smiled wickedly and said, Muyue, come here. Are you all right? Before he could finish speaking, Su Muyue walked up to Tang Yu and said softly with concern, P.S. Here it is at midnight. You can give me a 5-star review if you're kind to me. I said I wouldn't send any girls, and I mean it, don't panic. Chapter 42. Damn. Don't get jealous over my brother. She was just working overtime at the company. There's so much to do after acquiring that piece of land in the west of the city. Suddenly, her secretary told her that something had happened at the Mingwe Hotel. She knew that Tang Yu was the owner of Mingwe Hotel, so she immediately called Tang Yu after checking the news. After calling, but no one answered, she contacted Tang's father and learned that Tang Yu was no longer at home. He said he was going to jail, and that's when she found out he was here. Nothing much, just here to cooperate with Officer Bai's investigation. Tang Yu said expressionlessly, Damn it, don't come any closer. Stop provoking the Dragon King. Look at his expression. Give me some room to maneuver, or this bastard will try to stab me tonight. He had already caught a glimpse of Yi Chin's liver-colored face out of the corner of his eye. This is an awkward scene. Tang Yu even considered using her toes to dig a Dragon King's palace out of the ground for him. Su Muyue glanced at Tang Yu out of the corner of her eye after hearing her thoughts. Seeing Yi Chin's gloomy and resentful expression, she found this person increasingly annoying. Could he really think that I'm interested in him? Neuropathy. After thinking for a moment, she simply took Tang Yu's arm and said, It's good that you're all right. Let's go home then. Tang Yu's eyes widened, and all she wanted to do was scream for help. Holy crap, you're using this trick again. Don't do that, Teacher Wong. I'm still just a kid, weighing only a little over 100 pounds. This isn't appropriate. Yi Chin's fists were clenched so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. The woman I like. How can someone be so intimate with another person in front of you? What is she thinking? Does she really not have feelings for me? That can't be right. Her eyes don't lie. Tang Yu was about to pull her arm away and leave this troublesome place as quickly as possible. Another person walked in from outside the office. This time, another stunningly beautiful woman came in. Wang Yishua walked in with a frown, looking hurried. Seeing that Tang Yu was all right, her expression instantly changed into a bright smile. Tang Yu, are you all right? I was really scared when I heard that the owner of Mingwe Hotel was arrested. She had just received the news and rushed to the West Branch of the Public Security Bureau to see this guy. However, to her surprise, Su Muyue was actually here. And he was even holding his own little Tang Yu's arm? What does she mean? Hasn't this woman not looked at her own baby properly for 3 years? Noticing Wang Yishue's gaze, Su Muyue quickly became alert as well. She knew that Wang Yishue was Tang Yu's ex-girlfriend. Women are quite sensitive about things like exes. Besides, the other party is a stunning beauty who is just as beautiful as herself. The moment their eyes met, the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop. Wang Yishue was the first to launch an attack. She gave a cold laugh and looked at Su Muyue. Oh, isn't this Miss Su? Our number one ice queen of Suzhou and Hangzhou has such a proactive side. I always thought you didn't like men. What does this have to do with you? Su Miyue retorted without hesitation, tightly hugging Tang Yu's arm. Holy crap, what are you guys doing? Stop it. Don't argue over a handsome guy like me. It hurts me. Oh wait, don't do this in front of the Dragon King. Can't you guys just let me survive peacefully? Tang Yu was completely dumbfounded to see the two women meeting and acting like fire and water. He had heard long ago that the two women didn't get along and rarely appeared together. But you two don't get along, so why are you dragging me into this? Just as he was about to slip away, Wang Yixue came up and grabbed his other arm. She glanced sideways at Su Miyue. You're holding my boyfriend's hand. How is that none of my business? If you really like handsome guys, I can introduce you to a few, just don't bother my darling. Your boyfriend? Miss Wang is really shameless, calling someone else's fiancé her boyfriend. Su Miyue's aura was in no way inferior to Wang Yixue's, and her eyes were full of hostility. Oh, he's your fiancé. What do you know about him? Do you know what he likes to eat? What brand of cigarettes does he like? Does he prefer black or white cigarettes? Can you answer that? Wang Yixue scoffed at Su Miyue's words. Fiancé? She overheard Tang Yu muttering to himself that he wanted to call off the engagement. Based on her guesses about this woman, she must be heartbroken because the sycophant who had been fawning over her for 3 years has disappeared, so she wants to get him back. Huh, why would I give you that kind of opportunity? Su Miyue was truly speechless. She couldn't answer for a moment. Does it matter if I know all this? As long as he likes me, that's enough. The whole of Suzhou and Hangzhou knows he likes me. He even threw me a birthday party a few days ago. Su Miyue decided to unleash her ultimate move in a counterattack. No matter how beautiful or goddess-like a woman is, she's adept at palace intrigue with other women, and she's no exception. Sure enough, Wang Yixue immediately became a little angry. He even had a slight urge to punch Tang Yu a few times. Isn't this guy not interested in her? What exactly happened at that birthday party a few days ago? She was at home getting ready for bed when she saw it and was furious. So she gritted her teeth and simply took out her phone. Damn it, are you trying to show off your love to me? I'll show you what real public displays of affection look like. Tang Yu's expression changed drastically the moment she saw her actions. He was about to stop Wang Yixue's crazy actions when Bai Wani slammed her hand on the table, her face full of anger. All right, stop arguing here. I have work to do, so get out of here. Bai Wani and Su Miyue have a pretty good relationship. Both of them are her best friends from high school. I saw two best friends arguing here because of Tang Yu. She was also very irritable. Damn, this industry is a mess. As soon as Bai Wani got angry, Tang Yu quickly dragged the two women out of the office. Yi Chun, standing to the side, looked even worse than if he had swallowed a dead fly. Two women I like. They're actually jealous of each other right in front of me, but that man isn't me? As he walked out of the office, the two women still clung to his arms, stubbornly refusing to let go. As a result, the single people in the West City branch received a critical hit of 10,000 points. Damn, two beauties serving one. Who is this guy? Can we arrest him? Shoo, that's young Master Tang from the Tang family, the #1 simp in Suzhou and Hangzhou, you know? Simps are everywhere. Damn, I'm going to start sucking up to them tomorrow too. Tang Yu kept hearing the words sycophant from time to time, and almost went back to beat someone up. Damn it, you guys are the real simps. What I hate most is a simp. After leaving the West branch of the Public Security Bureau, Tang Yu looked at the two women helplessly. Are you planning to tear me in half and take me back with you? Then tell her to let go first. Wang Yixue hummed and hawed. Why should I go first? Su Miyue snorted coldly, resolutely refusing to back down. Stop being so childish, okay? Is this still your established persona? Let go of me right now. Are you guys fighting over a toy? Even if I were a toy, there's only one, not enough for you guys to share. Tang Yu's face showed a mixture of pain and a hint of pleasure. Because they held their hands tightly, a soft, blissful feeling washing over them. Chapter 43 Good News and Bad News. Fortunately, a Maybach pulled up and stopped in front of them at that moment. After the car door opened, Qin Ming got out of the car. I saw Tang Yu being held by the arms of two women. He looked surprised and wondered if he was still half asleep. Damn, bro, what's going on? Qin Ming hesitated, wondering what the hell was going on. Su Miyue and Wang Yixue, two famously arrogant beauties in the circle, were actually holding the big brother's hand together? Wow, bro, when did you become so good at this? Seeing that Qin Ming had arrived, the two women felt embarrassed to continue their sulking, so they both let go of Tang Yu. They're playing truth or dare. Tang Yu gave an awkward smile and made a sophistry. Really, Qin Ming's eyes were somewhat amused. As a seasoned womanizer, he knew all too well about these things. Then he asked with concern, Brother, are you alright? I heard something happened at your hotel. It's nothing. I just sold the hotel to someone else a few days ago. Tang Yu shook her head. That's good. Brother, you're a lucky man. Let's go drink and celebrate. Qin Ming walked over with a grin and put his arm around Tang Yu, then noticed that Su Miyue and the other woman were staring at him with murderous eyes. the last time he took Tang Yu to the Xinghe Club. Both women remembered it. Wang Yixue made a gesture of swiping her neck with her hand as a warning. If she takes her little Tang Yu to that kind of chicken coop again, she'll definitely kill that brat. You sluts, get out of my way. Snort. After giving Qin Ming a warning look, the two women said goodbye to Tang Yu and left. As soon as they left, Tang Yu quickly took out a cigarette and lit it to calm her nerves. Qin Ming chuckled and squatted down next to Tang Yu, saying, "Big brother, you're quite the ladies' man. You think this is a good thing?" Tang Yu said irritably. As a villain who wants to survive until the finale, keeping a low profile is the best strategy. Qin Ming just chuckled and didn't say anything. Of course, he thought it was a good thing. After Tang Yu finished smoking, he stood up, looking tired. "Brother, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to rest now. Let's drink again next time. I'm exhausted these days, can't sleep well, and have nightmares every night." "Okay, go back and rest now." Tang Yu nodded, feeling a warm glow in her heart. He rushed over immediately after learning about the accident. This guy is really a good friend. He was just about to leave when he suddenly stopped, turned back, looked at Qin Ming, and asked with a frown, "Have you been sleeping poorly and having nightmares these past few days?" "Yeah, I don't know what's wrong. Maybe it's kidney deficiency." Qin Ming gave a wry smile. Tang Yu frowned and said, "Let's try going on a short trip to relax for a few days." "Never mind, I'm too lazy to go out. I'll go back and rest first." Qin Ming waved his hand, got into the car, and drove away. After Qin Ming left, Tang Yu returned to her car and lit another cigarette. He already knew the reason why Qin Ming's body was not right. This is the plot of the Qin family in the original book. Qin Ming's physical discomfort is due to a problem with the feng shui of the Qin family's old house. The root of the problem was a jade Buddha that Qin Ming had bought a week earlier. Yi Chen tampered with the jade Buddha statue. After Qin Ming bought it back, the feng shui of the Qin family was greatly affected, and the original auspicious place became an ominous place. When the Qin family was in crisis, Yi Chen came to their rescue. In the end, the Qin family revered him as a god and treated him with the utmost respect. Qin Kursen, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, also developed feelings for him and gradually fell into his hands. This kind of plot, although it seems a bit brain-dead, but it would be perfectly normal to put it in an urban fantasy novel. Show off your power, slap faces, gain influence, and collect beauties, you'll be showered with rewards. Just as Tang Yu was recalling the plot, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Beep, the host has successfully survived the West City Branch Police Station storyline. Reward, complete mastery of the ancient martial art, Yin Yang Wu Ji Gong, can be used once." Upon hearing about the reward, Tang Yu was stunned for a moment before immediately cursing. "Damn system, what's the point of giving me disposable items every day? Why don't you just give me a bunch of disposable chopsticks?" According to the system introduction, once the ancient martial art, Yin Yang Wu Ji Gong, is fully mastered, one can use the opponent's force against them, returning double the damage received. This is absolutely top-notch stuff. But the one-time limit is just too much. But because the host failed to perfectly survive the plot, he incurred the hatred of Dragon King Yi Chun. The system explained. Tang Yu was immediately speechless. "I actually want to survive this perfectly. But damn it, the whole world is full of traitors." After Tang Yu left, Yi Chun was left in the office. Baiwani thoughtfully put handcuffs on him. In her mind, Yi Chun was no different from a criminal. Otherwise, how could he be the boss of Dragon Fong? Yi Chun remained calm on the surface after being handcuffed, but was extremely angry inside. "I am the mighty Dragon King. Handcuffs? Wouldn't that make him a prisoner?" But the thought of his womanizing plans forced him to suppress his desires. "We've endured so much for so many years, what's one more moment?" He originally thought that, given his relationship with Baiwani, taking a statement shouldn't take too long. Although he claims to be the boss of Longya, Longchen Group has absolutely no connection with him. "I'm just the boss behind the scenes." This also means that even if there are major problems with Mingyu Hotel, they cannot be blamed on him. But Baiwani refused to let him go, determined to get something out of him. The stalemate lasted until noon the next day, when a tall, stunningly beautiful woman arrived at the West City Branch Police Station with a group of people and took him out. After being taken out, Yi Chen's face was somewhat gloomy. He looked at the tall, beautiful woman and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for making this special trip, Miss He." The beautiful woman who came to pick him up was He Huyin, the eldest daughter of the He family, who was considered one of the most beautiful women in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The He family keeps a low profile in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but their strength is no less than that of the four major families. Their family is a branch of the He family, a prominent family in Yanjing. The matriarch, who was in charge of the household, had some connections with her master. So after arriving in Suzhou and Hangzhou, he visited the He family as soon as possible and helped Mrs. He with her medical treatment, thus making the He family owe him a favor. Such a precious favor was wasted on this worthless place. It made him want to die. Of course. He Huyin smiled slightly. Ms. He, my friend has been locked up because of this. Yichen looked at He Huyin and felt somewhat helpless. He wanted to ask her for help. It came out on its own, but Longya is still inside. I can't do anything about this. When it comes to poison, no one can say anything. I hope Mr. Yi can understand. After all, this is China. He Huyin shook her head. Even if the He family had the ability, they wouldn't help with this kind of thing. That's too much trouble. All right, then I won't trouble Miss He. I'll think of another way and visit Grandma He again in a couple of days. Yichen knew this matter was quite tricky, as his relationship with the He family wasn't that close yet. Okay, I'll go back to the company for a meeting now. He Huyin said hello, and then got back in her car and left. She shook her head after getting into the car. Grandma said Yichen must be a true dragon among men, but she thought he was just so-so. But that's all. After seeing He Huyin get into the car and leave, a dark look flashed in Yichen's eyes. Is this woman's cold attitude a sign that she looks down on me? Once I take her in, I'll definitely give her a good beating. I must take over the He family too. It will pave the way for my future advance into Yanjing. Over the next few days, Yichen led the people from Longshan Group to look for connections everywhere, trying to find a way to retrieve Longya. Longya, who was detained for investigation, felt like he was living a life worse than death. I could have let it go if I had suffered a lot of bad luck because of the Mingwe hotel incident. Police also went to his residence and found the hair of the woman who died in the hotel. Once this was found, the problem instantly became much more serious. This time, we've completely failed. Fortunately, after being confined for a whole week, Yichen was finally able to visit him. He knew that the Dragon King was coming to visit him. Longya was extremely excited. The Dragon King is indeed omnipotent. With his help, I'm sure I can get out of here. After being led to the meeting room, Longya excitedly exclaimed, Young Master Yi. Yichen was sitting behind the glass in the meeting room. He nodded and smiled. I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Good news, right? I asked my lawyer to try to get a reduced sentence. And the bad news? Even after the sentence is reduced, it will probably still be about 20 years. Chapter 44 in conclusion, the advantage lies with me. Longya's legs went weak, and he almost fell off the chair. 20 years. How could Long Laoba, one of the 8 great generals of the Dragon Soul Organization, be imprisoned in a place like this for 20 years? At that moment, he suddenly regretted coming to China. Damn it. If we hadn't messed with that lousy hotel, nothing would have happened. I will keep trying to find a way, don't worry, maybe I'll be out in a while. Yichen comforted him. Once you have control of the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou area, is it really that difficult to release someone from prison? The conquest of the 4 major families is now slowly coming to an end. Although his plan to take control of the Wang family had encountered some minor problems, it was still under his control. The process is also going very smoothly with the Qin family, and we'll see the results soon. The Tang family has Qi Yin and several other chess pieces. It will only take some time to take them down. After taking down 3 families, it will be a piece of cake to take down the Su family, which is at the bottom in terms of strength. In short, the advantage is in my hands. Before taking control of Suzhou and Hangzhou, we'll have to make do with Longya for now. Longya sighed. Young Master Yi, then I'll have to trouble you. I hope to get out as soon as possible and serve you as before, eating the little hamburgers I made myself together. Okay, we brothers will see each other again soon. Yichen gave Longya a determined look, then got up and left the meeting room. On the antique street, there is an antique shop called Debala. This store is one of the top stores in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and it is also owned by the Tang family. The person in charge of this store is Zhao Gaoshan, who is a long-time employee of the Tang family. He started working at this antique shop when he was a teenager and stayed there for more than 30 years. He is quite capable in every aspect and has earned the deep trust of the Tang family. Young Master Tang, take a look at the ledger. This is last month's revenue. Our store's profits have been quite good these past few months. Zhao Gaoshan took out an account book and handed it to Tang Yu. Although times have changed, antique shops still use account books to keep accounts. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Tang Yu smiled, took the ledger, and casually flipped through it. He had only flipped through 2 pages of the ledger when a man and a woman walked in from outside. Tang Yu looked up, then closed the ledger in her hand and hid behind a shipping container, deliberately turning her back to the 2 people to avoid being recognized. The man and woman who walked in were Yi Chun and Qin Kursen. Qin Kursen, as the eldest daughter of the Qin family, is an extremely famous beauty in Suzhou and Hangzhou. She looked extremely haggard today, like a rose about to wither. The reason he looked like that was because something had recently happened to the Qin family. The whole family is having trouble getting rest. Everyone is having nightmares after they fall asleep. After a while, everyone developed some health problems. Some of the Qin family's servants and bodyguards were so frightened that they chose to resign and leave the Qin family. This phenomenon disappeared after they resigned and left. As a result, everyone in the Qin family suspected that there might be a problem with the feng shui of their home. She came to the antique market today hoping to find something that could improve her feng shui, but she didn't expect to run into Yi Chun on her way there. Of course, this chance encounter was also deliberately arranged by Yi Chun. As the Dragon King, he spends all his time either chasing girls or on his way to chase girls. Miss Qin, I know a little about feng shui and metaphysics. If you want to improve the feng shui of your home, I'm afraid these antique shops don't have what you need. Seeing Qin Kurson carefully selecting items in the store, Yi Chun, who was standing to the side, reminded her. You know feng shui? Qin Kurson looked surprised. She hadn't known Yi Chun for very long. Last time, a snake somehow crawled into her house, which terrified her. Yi Chun happened to be patrolling the neighborhood when he heard the screams and rushed over. After I helped her get rid of the snake, that's how we met. Yes, I'm very capable. I was just working as a security guard before, which was just a temporary job. Yi Chun curled his lips into a wicked smile. Her secret to picking up girls is to first approach them and then pique their curiosity. Sure enough, you're more than just capable. You became a security guard solely to pick up girls. How could you even think of that? Deliberately throwing a snake into someone's house and then running off to be a hero? I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. If it weren't for your despicable behavior, would the Qin family's feng shui have run into problems? You have the nerve to act here? You son of a bitch, it's a waste of your talent if you don't go into acting. You're building harems everywhere, and you love cheating so much. Why don't you go into ballet? Tang Yu, who was in the corner, silently complained to herself after hearing the conversation between the two. Qin Kurson, who was selecting antiques, was startled when she suddenly heard a series of sounds. She looked around but didn't see anyone talking next to her. But after hearing the voice, she felt it sounded somewhat familiar. It sounds like the voice of an old acquaintance. What bothered her even more was that these few sentences contained far too much information. Did he orchestrate this whole thing by throwing snakes into his own home? Was he the one who caused the feng shui problems in the Qin family? She knew very well that these words were directed at Yi Chun, who was standing next to her. She couldn't help but glance at Yi Chun, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Is this seemingly harmless guy really the culprit behind all of this? Or perhaps you've been feeling mentally foggy due to lack of rest these past few days, and are experiencing auditory hallucinations. Yi Chun saw Qin Kurson staring blankly at him, and thought to himself that she must be attracted by his handsome face. So he smiled even more confidently and began to speak. Miss Qin, based on my observation of you, there must be a problem with the feng shui of your home, which has attracted evil spirits. It's unrealistic to expect these antiques to improve your feng shui. Here's what I'll do. I have a talisman here. Take it home and wear it to see if it helps. After saying that, he took out a yellow amulet from his pocket and looked at Qin Kurson. I learned this amulet from a master, and it took me 3 months to make. As long as you wear it, it will definitely protect you from evil spirits. You don't even bother to prepare a draft before you start talking, and you say you'll take 3 months to make this? It could be done in 3 minutes. This thing can be made with any random scribbles. The key is having your blood. Who told you to create that malevolent energy? With your blood, you naturally won't be attacked by it. Alas, poor Qin Kurson, that foolish woman, was completely fooled and deceived, thinking this man was her Prince Charming, sent by heaven to save her. Upon hearing the voice again, Qin Kurson was finally certain that this was definitely not a hallucination. It was as if someone was talking to me, but it seemed that only I could hear the voice. She was unclear about the situation, but at this moment she felt somewhat angry. If all of this is true, then don't blame her for being ruthless. However, she wouldn't rush to reveal her hand before she had evidence. P.S. Here comes the third update. Get ready to unleash a fierce attack on the Dragon King. Chapter 45. You're not worthy to fight Tang Xiao. Qin Kurson disguised her expression well, and gently accepted the amulet. Okay, thank you, I will wear it. We're all friends, so there's no need to be so polite. Yi Chun smiled smugly. He knew that as long as Qin Kurson took this talisman back, the evil energy in her house would no longer attack her. When the results are in, she will definitely try to find a way to ask me for help in solving the Qin family's problems. In this way, the plan to subdue the Qin family was successful. Then we can get rid of Qin Ming, and then he'll be the one calling the shots in the Qin family. This time, he finally felt that everything was about to go smoothly. Dragon Fong, the days when you and I, brothers, can go out for mini burgers together won't be long. Qin Kurson nodded and carefully put the amulet away. She wandered around the shop for a while before leaving the antique shop. Yi Chun quickly followed her and left. After they left, Tang Yu came out from behind the container. He walked around and stood in front of one of the containers, his gaze falling on a jade talisman. The jade talisman is carved into the shape of a yin-yang symbol and looks so lifelike that it is undoubtedly a masterpiece. The price tag for the yin-yang fish jade talisman is 880,000. According to the original plot, Yichen will come to the store and buy the yin-yang fish jade talisman not long after. This is because it's a key prop he uses to show off. It can absorb all the evil energy. Looking at this yin-yang fish jade talisman, Tang Yu hesitated for a moment, but decided not to put it away. There's nothing we can do. He's not some chosen one. They know all the skills right from the start, but they don't know how to use them. According to the original setting of the novel, the Dragon King is omnipotent. He was proficient in everything from feng shui and medicine to gambling and gemstone trading. Therefore, this is something he can only use to solve the problem. However, Tang Yu was quite unhappy to see Yi Chun successfully take over the Qin family. He couldn't just stand by and watch his brother have his family business stolen and be played to death by this bastard. Even a villain's life matters. After thinking for a moment, he decided to make a decision that went against his ancestors' wishes. Uncle Zhao, come here for a moment. Tang Yu waved to Zhao Gaoshan, who was sitting behind the counter eating melon seeds. Zhao Gaoshan quickly put down the melon seeds he was holding and ran over, looking at Tang Yu and saying, "What's wrong, young Master Tang? Keep a close eye on this yin-yang fish jade talisman. It cannot be sold to anyone except a customer named Yi Chun, understand?" Tang Yu gave her instructions. This crucial item still needs to fall into Yi Chun's hands to resolve the Qin family's crisis, so there can't be any mishaps. This damn plot keeps falling apart, so he has to step in. Zhao Gaoshan nodded, feeling that the name Tang Xiao mentioned sounded somewhat familiar. He thought for a moment, and then suddenly became alert. Yi Chun, isn't this the bastard that Boss Wang mentioned in the group chat a while ago? I heard that this bastard actually dared to steal Tang Xiao's woman. After Mr. Wang gave him a severe dressing down, he was promoted, received a raise, and went abroad to become a manager. Is God giving me a chance? He smiled knowingly, understanding the other layer of meaning in Tang Xiao's words. Are you trying to set this kid up? Also, set the price a bit higher, 30 million will do. Tang Yu added another sentence. Yi Chun absolutely had to get his hands on this prop. He couldn't let it go too easily. It would be good to get some money from this bastard for charity. Don't worry, Mr. Tang, I understand. Zhao Gao patted his chest vigorously, knowing that his chance to shine had come. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Tang Yu gave Zhao Gaoshan a thumbs up. The Qin family storyline must proceed smoothly. After Yi Chun resolves the Qin family's troubles, I'll find a way to expose this bastard's true colors behind the scenes. I can't beat you in a head-on fight. It's still acceptable to do something underhanded. After Tang Yu left the shop, Zhao Gaoshan immediately took out the yin-yang fish jade talisman from the cabinet. He personally retrieved these items from outside. There were 2 in total, representing yin and yang respectively. He's worked in the shop for so many years and is quite knowledgeable about this. Do you know the true purpose of the yin-yang fish jade talisman? Why would that bastard Yi Chun want to buy this stuff? Is it to ward off evil spirits? After muttering something to himself, Zhao Gaoshan chuckled and ran to retrieve a box. Inside the box was an identical jade talisman, specifically the yin talisman, one of the yin and yang talismans. The yang talisman in these 2 yin-yang fish jade talismans is used to eliminate evil energy. The yin fu is used to nurture evil energy, if placed in a place with extremely strong malevolent energy. He swapped the 2 items, placed the yin talisman inside the counter, and then adjusted the price to 30 million. After doing all that, he returned to the counter, completely satisfied. Silently wait and see which bastard dares to steal a woman from our young Master Tang and fall into this trap. After waiting for about half an hour, Yi Chun walked in from outside. After he came in, he walked around the shop and then walked to the counter selling yin-yang fish jade talismans. When he accompanied Qin Kurson in, he spotted this thing at a glance and knew it was a great treasure for dealing with evil energy. Originally, these props weren't needed to solve the Qin family's problems. He could have handled it himself. But what he didn't expect was that the feng shui of the Qin family's old house was indeed too good. The feng shui pattern of the Golden Belt, which gathers wind and stores water, has accumulated negative energy at an alarming rate after he tampered with it. In this situation, he has no choice but to rely on external means to solve the problem. But when he saw the price, his expression changed slightly, and he slammed his fist on the glass and shouted, "Are you robbing me? This thing is priced at 30 million? You must have added 2 extra zeros." Zhao Gaoshan, who was eating sunflower seeds, walked over with a smile. "Boss, we're not ripping you off. This is something we received from our store last month. This is a fine treasure from the tomb of a prince from the Song dynasty, and the price is already very reasonable. Don't give me that crap. I know more about these things than you do. One word, 500,000 or not." Yi Chun said coldly. One of the dozens of things he hated most in his life was being cheated out of his money. "Friend, don't joke around. Yesterday, a feng shui master from Hong Kong said this thing is a treasure and he's coming to buy it tomorrow. Take it if you want, or don't. I'm selling to anyone anyway." Zhao Gaoshan waved his hand and was about to walk back to the counter. Upon hearing that someone else also wanted this item, Yichen's expression changed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he finally reluctantly took out the money and slammed his hand on the table. All right, then wrap it up for me. This thing is a bit expensive, but it's nothing compared to conquering the Qin family. If you take over the Qin family, all their assets worth hundreds of billions will be his. Zhao Gaoshan immediately smiled and ran over to pack the things for Yichen. After Yichen left the store, Zhao Gaoshan's smile turned cold. He snorted coldly, spat on the ground, and said disdainfully, "This kind of trash dares to fight against our young Master Tang? He's asking for death." Chapter 46. Old Master Wang has fallen ill again. The Wang family. Since Jiang Xiaoya last came to the Wang family to treat Old Master Wang's illness, Old Master Wang's health has gradually recovered. After dinner today, Grandpa Wang was picking up his calligraphy brush to practice calligraphy. He hadn't even finished writing the first character with his brush when suddenly the brush fell from his hand. Immediately afterwards, the old man clutched his chest and sat down in a chair, his body trembling violently. The caregiver was terrified. After helping him to bed, she quickly called over the Wang family's private doctor. Soon, the private doctor arrived to examine Mr. Wang. After receiving the news, the Wang family members rushed over. Seeing the old man lying on the bed with a pale face, they were all extremely nervous. The old man had only recovered a few days ago. How could he be like this again? After the examination was completed, Wang Yishue quickly asked, "Dr. Zhou, how is my grandfather?" The doctor looked somewhat confused and shook his head. Old Master Wang's condition is a bit dangerous. His organs are starting to fail slowly, but we can't find the specific cause. I suggest we get Dr. Jiang here as soon as possible. He is a well-known expert in China, but this is the first time he has ever seen this symptom. Despite having such serious health problems, the cause of the illness cannot be found. Wang Yishue immediately took out her phone and called Jiang Xiaoya. After confirming her location, they quickly arranged for the Wang family's private helicopter to pick her up. When Jiang Xiaoya arrived, she quickly ran over with her small bag and began to examine Grandpa Wang's body. After examining it for a while, a look of doubt appeared on her face. The old man's condition is very bad, but she can't figure out what the problem is. "Little you, what's wrong with my grandpa?" Seeing the confusion on Jiang Xiaoya's face, Wang Yishue felt a little flustered. The Wang family members standing nearby also looked extremely flustered. The Wang family with an old man is completely different from the Wang family without an old man. I can't figure out what the problem is, but the old man's condition is indeed very critical. If it's not resolved within a day, I'm afraid. Jiang Xiaoya's face looked quite unpleasant. She never expected that she wouldn't be able to diagnose the problem with her medical skills. This is the first time I've encountered such a tricky problem. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoya's words, everyone's faces turned ashen. Even Jiang Xiaoya, with her superb medical skills, couldn't find the problem. How are we supposed to proceed? Wang Rulong, standing at the very back of the crowd, revealed a hint of relief in his eyes. He was incredibly nervous when Jiang Xiaoya arrived. They were afraid that Jiang Xiaoya would find out something wrong, but thankfully Jiang Xiaoya couldn't solve it. Last time, he originally intended to cooperate with young Master Yi to freeze the Wang family's cash flow so that he could drive Wang Yishue out of the center of power and take over for himself. For some reason, the plan failed. Wang Yishue not only noticed the clues, but also turned around and accused Yi Shao. It scared him quite a bit at the time. Seeing that Wang Yishue didn't seem to be causing him any trouble, he assumed it was just a coincidence and that his identity hadn't been exposed yet. As for what happened today, it was naturally him who did it. After Yi Shao saw that the plan had failed, he came up with another idea for him. Let him go directly at the old man. Now that the old man is gone, the issue of succession must be decided. According to family rules, the power of the family should ultimately be placed in the hands of the male heir. Without the old man's protection, Wang Yishue's power cannot be preserved. "Grandpa, don't blame me for being heartless. It's you who are too biased." Wang Rulong sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat guilty. But what is this compared to power? What do we do now? Should we ask the legendary Dr. Jiang to give it a try? Wang Yishue said bitterly. Jiang Xiaoya shook her head. "I can't find anything wrong with the test results. Even if my grandfather comes, he probably won't be much better. This situation is quite troublesome, but I can find someone to help me." "Who?" "Brother Tang Yu," Jiang Xiaoya replied. Last time at the Tang family, she overheard Tang Yu's thoughts and discovered that he had actually learned the Qingnong heavenly scripture and entered the realm of divine mastery. If they can't find the problem now, they can only rely on him to use his spiritual insight to see where the problem lies in old Master Wang's body. Wang Yishue never expected that Jiang Xiaoya would ask her to invite Tang Yu over. Since it concerned her grandfather's life and safety, she didn't ask any more questions and simply took out her phone to call Tang Yu. Tang Yu is currently playing games with Qi Yin in her office. He noticed that since he had this girl playing games and reporting data every day, she had been working quite diligently. From the moment I start work until I leave, I barely move an inch from where I sit. They're quite frequent when it comes to ordering takeout. I drink at least 3 cups of milk tea and eat all kinds of junk food every day. It's like a dead fat otaku lying flat. However, Tang Yu knew very well that all of this was definitely the woman's superb acting skills. She was just trying to numb herself by working hard so that she could achieve her goal of stealing information. Tang Yu didn't care about this. Since all the documents have already been tampered with, let her steal as much as she wants. After receiving Wang Yishue's call, Tang Yu picked up the phone and asked, "What's wrong? Where are you now? I'll send a helicopter to pick you up. My grandfather is dying. You need to come over right away." Wang Yishue's anxious and aggrieved voice came from the other end of the phone. At this most vulnerable moment, she really wanted to see Tang Yu. "I'm at the company. You can just have a helicopter pick me up from the office building rooftop." Tang Yu didn't waste any time. He put down the controller and hurriedly left the office to wait on the top floor. Tang Yu was somewhat surprised by the sudden accident involving Grandpa Wang. According to the original storyline, Grandpa Wang lived to the very end in good health. After a short wait, the helicopter soon landed nearby. Tang Yu quickly climbed onto the helicopter and began to think about where the problem was. After several plot points went wrong, he had to admit that the book's storyline had fallen apart. When the helicopter arrived at the Wang family's house, Tang Yu got off and saw Wang Yishue waiting for her with red eyes. "It's all right. Old Master Wang is a lucky man. Nothing will happen to him." Tang Yu quickly and gently comforted her. "Okay, you should go and take a look right away." Wang Yishue grabbed Tang Yu's hand and pulled him into the house. When they went inside, Jiang Xiaoye was giving Grandpa Wang acupuncture. She couldn't figure out what the problem was, but easing Mr. Wang's condition shouldn't be too difficult. All eyes of the Wang family members were focused on Tang Yu. They also wanted to know why Jiang Xiaoye had called Tang Yu over at this time, since he didn't know anything about medicine. What's wrong with the old man? Tang Yu was unaware of the situation here, so she walked over and asked Jiang Xiaoye. "I can't figure out what's wrong with the old man right now, so I'm planning to try the 13 ghost needles treatment first. I'd like you to help me out." Chapter 47, I'm not interested in bunny girls. Jiang Xiaoye came up with a very lame excuse, leaving everyone in the room somewhat dumbfounded. Tang Yu was completely confused when she heard this. Did they specifically ask me to come and assist them? He subconsciously focused his attention, his gaze sweeping over old Master Wang. Even Jiang Xiaoye couldn't figure out what was wrong. What kind of illness did the old man have? Could it be that after the plot of the Wang family's storyline collapsed, in order to fix the plot, they forcibly brought out the Dragon King to act as a divine doctor and show off again? This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Because in each previous transmigration into the book, he failed to survive the first part of the story. Either you die right at the start, or you live for 2 or 3 hours before being killed. Fortunately, after scanning the area with his eyes for a while, he finally found a golden line in the old man's heart area. Strange, what is this golden thread? How did it get wrapped around the old man's heart? Holy crap, it can even move. Isn't this Yi Qin's golden silkworm goo? This thing is incredibly insidious. Once it enters the human body, the host will undoubtedly die within 24 hours. This thing will even dissolve itself after the host dies, leaving no evidence whatsoever. So, if we want to save old Master Wang, either Yi Qin has to come and remove the curse himself, or we have to try the secret formula in the Qingnong heavenly scripture. Incense can be made from 11 medicinal herbs, including mugwort, Maria paniculata, and red ochre. I'll try to subtly remind them later. We can't let old Master Wang die, no matter what. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yishue and Jiang Xiaoye's expressions both changed. After noticing each other's expressions at the same time, the two women instantly guessed what was going on. That means the other party can also hear Tang Yu's thoughts. At this moment, Wang Yishue finally understood why Jiang Xiaoye had asked her to bring Tang Yu over. So that's the reason. I suddenly thought of a prescription. Let me have someone go and get the herbs for me. Jiang Xiaoye quickly wrote down the list of medicinal herbs she had just heard, then sent someone to fetch them. One of the Wang family's servants immediately ran errands to fetch the medicinal herbs. Jiang Xiaoye began to think about the pharmacological combination of this prescription. The prescriptions in the Qingnong Tianjing are all lost treasures. Since Little Yu has a treatment plan, let's go out and rest first. She can stay here and watch over Grandpa. Wang Yishue breathed a sigh of relief and told everyone to go out of the house first. Oh, then there's nothing else for me? Tang Yu was still figuring out how to remind them. Yes, I have something to tell you. Come with me first. Wang Yishue grabbed Tang Yu's arm and walked towards the small garden on the side. Why are you so serious? Is there something important you want to tell me? Tang Yu followed Wang Yishue with some confusion, feeling that something was off about the atmosphere. Upon arriving at the small garden, Wang Yishue pulled Tang Yu to sit down and asked a question. I think something's wrong with my grandfather. He was perfectly healthy before, so this sudden change could very well mean he was poisoned. What do you think? I also think that's possible, but we still need to investigate carefully. Tang Yu nodded in agreement. It's not just poisoning, it's being cursed. The golden silkworm goo can only be used when it is close to the target. If Yichen didn't come here to do it himself, then it's most likely that idiot Wang Rulong who did it. This guy is a complete idiot, colluding with an outsider and thinking he can become the head of the Wang family. Just the fact that they have this secret means you'll be licking their shoes for the rest of your life, okay? Wang Yishue's eyes instantly turned cold. Just as she guessed, it was that idiot Wang Rulong stirring up trouble in the dark again. The reason I kept him around last time wasn't because I didn't have evidence. She simply didn't want to alert the enemy and wanted to take advantage of Wang Rulong's stupidity to trick Yichun. I never expected him to be so reckless as to dare to lay a hand on my grandfather. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to keep him around as bait any longer. Wang Yishue sighed softly again, feeling a little tired. She actually doesn't care much about family wealth, since she can't spend it all anyway, but not everyone can think that way. Aren't there many people who share similar thoughts besides Wang Rulong? She rested her head on Tang Yu's shoulder. Upon realizing that Tang Yu was about to move, she couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. If you behave yourself, I'll wear a bunny girl outfit for you next time. What bunny girl nonsense? Don't get your dandruff on my shoulder. Tang Yu grumbled with a dissatisfied expression. I despise dishonest people the most. You must keep your word. I don't really care about bunny girls or anything like that. I'm an upright man. If you're truly sincere, you could use the flying guillotine instead. The flying guillotine? Wang Yishue was slightly taken aback. What was that? However, she was too lazy to think about the question. She was already happy just being by Tang Yu's side. At least for now, she doesn't have to think about those scheming and backstabbing things. The two sat quietly in the small garden. Listening to Tang Yu's rambling thoughts, Wang Yishue found this reserved yet charming man even more endearing. Until a voice broke the silence. Miss, Dr. Zhang has cured the old man. You should go and see him. A bodyguard ran over and shouted. Let's go see the old man quickly. Tang Yu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, if you had come just a few minutes later, I would have developed frozen shoulder. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yishue rolled her eyes and hurriedly went to see the old man. When they arrived, the room was filled with a somewhat pungent fragrance. Grandpa Wang has regained consciousness, and the caregiver is feeding him a bowl of medicinal soup. After suddenly falling seriously ill, the old man looked noticeably weaker. Grandpa, are you all right now? Wang Yishue quickly expressed her concern. I'm fine now, just feeling weak. I'll take a nap after I finish my medicine. The old man wasn't sure what was wrong with his body. All he felt right now was weakness in his limbs and a desire to sleep. Let the old man rest for a couple of days. After Zhang Xiaoye treated the old man using the prescription she had heard from Tang Yu, the goo worm crawled out on its own and died. She had already collected the dead goo worms. I plan to go back and study it with my grandfather. This guy named Yichun is absolutely disgusting. After everyone came over and offered their concern, they left the old man alone in the room to rest. Tang Yu had just stepped out of the house when his phone rang. He glanced at his phone and realized it was a call from Qin Ming. Brother, didn't you say you'd be invited when we did the feng shui for my house? Hurry up and come over. There are already a lot of people here today. Qin Ming's voice came through the phone. Okay, wait a moment, I'll be right there. Tang Yu responded and then hung up the phone. After saying goodbye to Wang Yishue and the others, Tang Yu hurriedly drove to the Qin family's house. According to the original plot, Dragon King Yichun is going to put on a grand show here today, and he has earned the title of the #1 feng shui master in Suzhou and Hangzhou. P.S. Here comes the third update, 100,000 words. Brothers, if you'd like to give a 5-star review to encourage more updates, or maybe some free gifts, a new backstabbing is about to begin. Chapter 48, The Wang Family Wants Revenge. Wealthy people tend to believe in metaphysics, so they generally have great respect for feng shui masters. After acquiring this identity, Yichun's status in Suzhou and Hangzhou rose even higher, and he was respectfully addressed as Master Yi. However, he does have some expertise in feng shui. After all, he's the favorite son of a stupid, wish-fulfillment novel author. He knows everything. The only thing missing is that he's written as having 5 roots of wisdom. How should I expose this bastard? Tang Yu pondered this matter while driving. Adhering to the principle of if you can get away with it, then get out of it directly, it's definitely not an option. After much deliberation, Tang Yu realized that the only way to inform the Qin family privately was through some means. As soon as Tang Yu left, Wang Yishue looked at the Wang family members and said, Dear elders, please gather at the Wang family ancestral hall. There is something I would like to tell you all. What's wrong, Wang girl? What are you going to the ancestral hall for? It was a hoarse voice from an old man with white hair, he said. When a family gathers at the ancestral hall, it is usually because there is an important event to announce. All eyes were drawn to Wang Yishue's face. Feeling guilty, Wang Rulong also became nervous. He truly never expected that Jiang Xiaoye could cure his grandfather's illness. Didn't she say no before? Now Wang Yishue is calling for us to go to the ancestral hall again. Could it be that she discovered someone has tampered with her grandfather? However, he wasn't too nervous, because he wasn't worried at all about his identity being exposed. Yi Xiao taught him the method of using goo poison in a very secretive way, so it would never be discovered. I have something to tell you that concerns the life and death of our family. Please go now. After Wang Yishue finished speaking, she walked towards the ancestral hall. The remaining people also became serious, following behind Wang Yishue with somewhat confused expressions. What exactly is so serious that it could affect the life and death of the Wang family? It's okay. Even if she finds out, she won't have any evidence. Wang Rulong silently comforted himself. After everyone arrived at the ancestral hall, an elder spoke up. Xiaoxue, everyone's here now. What's so serious? Tell us quickly so we can all think of a solution together. Wang Yishue nodded, her face as cold as frost, and pointed at Wang Rulong, who was standing at the very edge, and spoke. Ryu, come here and kneel down before our ancestors. Everyone stared at Wang Rulong in shock. Has Wang Rulong made another grave mistake this time? Wang Rulong's mother then stepped forward and spoke. Xiaoxue, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly making your brother kneel down? Did he offend you in some way? Wang Rulong walked over with a wry smile on his face. Yes, sis. Is there some misunderstanding between us? A misunderstanding? You call it a misunderstanding that you're colluding with outsiders and betraying your own people. Our family almost suffered heavy losses in the new energy project that the company was cooperating with far some time ago. And today, Grandpa was bewitched. Wasn't that your doing? Wang Yishue stared at Wang Rulong and questioned him. Wang Rulong turned pale with fright and shook his head frantically. No, sis, you must have misunderstood. Why would I do such a thing? I did misjudge the person I was working with that time, and it was my fault for not being capable enough. But how could my grandfather's matter have anything to do with me? Even if I were the most inhuman person, I wouldn't do something like that. Yes, is there some misunderstanding? Xiaoxue, do you have any evidence? Others also found it hard to believe, because Wang Rulong usually behaves quite well at home. I'll just have the witness come up. Wang Yishue clapped her hands. Soon, two bodyguards led Li Deshen in from outside. Li Deshen, looking terrified, walked in and knelt on the ground, explaining the whole story to everyone. This is now his only way to redeem himself. The young lady had promised him that if he came forward to testify, she would spare his life. After Li Deshen finished explaining, both witnesses and physical evidence were available. Wang Rulong, pale-faced, still wanted to explain something. His father was furious and rushed up to punch him in the face. After knocking him to the ground, he immediately began kicking him violently. Wealthy families hate betrayal the most. Moreover, he was so audacious as to dare to lay a hand on the old man, which was a capital offense. Besides Wang Rulong's mother crying and shouting as she went up to stop her husband. Everyone else watched with cold faces, and Wang Yishue didn't say anything. She only spoke after Wang Rulong was beaten to the point of near death by his father. That's enough, second uncle. Let's call it a day. Grandpa hasn't fully recovered yet, so I'd like to leave this matter to him to decide after he's better. Wang Rulong's father nodded, feeling utterly dejected. He hadn't expected his son to be so foolish. Given the old man's personality, would he have any chance of survival after finding out about this? Take him away and lock him up first. After giving instructions to the two bodyguards, Wang Yishue looked at the Wang family members and said, this incident cannot be entirely blamed on Wang Rulong. He was foolish, but someone else had far more sinister intentions, and we must take revenge on him. That's right, we must not let this person go. He must pay the price. Everyone agreed to take revenge. Since this person is actually eyeing the Wang family, then we shouldn't be impolite towards them. Soon, the Wang family began searching for Yi Chen's whereabouts, preparing to take revenge. At the same time, all the companies under the Wang family's name launched an attack on Longshan Group. The Qin family home was bustling with activity at this moment. 2 days ago, the Qin family suddenly announced that they were inviting feng shui masters from all over the country to come and solve their problems. Whoever can solve this will receive a reward of 1 billion. For these feng shui masters, 1 billion is an astronomical figure. As a result, feng shui masters from all over the country gathered together to resolve the Qin family's predicament. When Tang Yu drove over, she saw Yi Chun get out of the car. Qin Kurson was already waiting for him when he got out of the car. Miss Qin, how effective is my amulet? After getting out of the car, Yi Chun asked with a smile. It's very effective, so I'll trouble Mr. Yi for today. Qin Kurson nodded, but her eyes held a complicated expression. She still remembered the heartfelt words she had heard last time. To verify, She secretly opened the amulet this morning. Inside was indeed a messy, illegible talisman with a dried drop of blood on it. Haha, that silly girl Qin Kursin must be terrified by the amulet. Thankfully, my brother has taken pity on you this time, and will kindly expose his true colors later. Speaking of which, where did Qin Ming go? Just as she was wondering, that familiar voice rang out again. She immediately began to look around. Who exactly is it? Chapter 49, I'm here to make young Master Tang look good. She looked around, but couldn't find the source of the sound. But this excited her. Because today the whole truth is about to be revealed. If the person who helped me through all this comes, I must thank them properly. Furthermore, he was muttering his younger brother's name, indicating that he knew his brother. That would make it much easier to find him. After the two people went inside, Tang Yu slowly got out of the car. After he got out of the car, he didn't see Qin Ming, but he did see Zhao Gaoshan wearing a black Tang suit and holding a pipe, lingering at the door. His attire today gives him a somewhat air of superiority. Tang Yu smiled, walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and called out, Uncle Zhao, what brings you here too? Zhao Gaoshan chuckled and whispered, I definitely have to come to this opportunity to watch the show and make Tang Xiao look good. After Yi Chun bought the Yin Yang Fish Jade Talisman last time, he was still wondering where he would use it. After receiving news from the Qin family, he finally understood. So this kid wanted to use it to show off and pick up girls at the Qin family's place. So he decided to come and make a good impression. Who told this kid to offend young Master Tang? To make me look good? Tang Yu didn't quite understand. She guessed that Uncle Zhao had come today for the Qin family's 1 billion yuan reward. Solving the Qin family's problems would indeed bring me prestige. So he gave a thumbs up. Alright, then it's up to you today. Uncle Zhao, you must get that 1 billion reward from the Qin family. No problem. Zhao Gaoshan patted his chest and quickly agreed. If we succeed in this today, the reward will be 1 billion. When we announce it in the group chat, what does Mr. Wang's treatment amount to? I am the most loyal and capable minister of the Tang family. Each with their own thoughts, they looked at each other and laughed happily. Qin Ming also ran over. He was waiting for Tang Yu at the door when he suddenly felt a bit unwell in his stomach and went to the restroom. Seeing Tang Yu laughing here, he ran up, hugged Tang Yu, and laughed along. Hey bro, what's got you so happy? Aren't I happy for you? Your family's problem will definitely be solved today. Tang Yu looked at Qin Ming and smiled meaningfully. Don't even mention it. I don't know if this mess can be resolved. If it really can't be resolved, we might as well just move. Qin Ming sighed. He wasn't too optimistic. Because in the past few days, their family has privately invited several feng shui masters to come and solve the problem. In the end, none of them succeeded. There was even a master who performed a ritual, but while he was doing it, he vomited a lot of blood and is still in the hospital. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent 1 billion yuan in bonuses to invite masters from all over the country to gather together and see which expert could solve this troublesome matter. Don't worry, not only will this matter be resolved today, but the culprit who caused your family to be in such a state will also be brought to justice. Tang Yu spoke up. Qin Ming was taken aback, thinking that Tang Yu was just joking with him, and didn't take it to heart. As the three walked in side by side, they found a group of feng shui masters sitting together, drinking tea and chatting. They were dressed in various ways, looking rather mysterious. Someone unfamiliar with them might have thought they were on a film set. To keep a low profile, Tang Yu deliberately sat down in a corner. He had barely sat down when Qin Pengqi, the head of the Qin family, came out with several bodyguards. Everyone stood up to greet him, casting warm and respectful glances at this god of wealth. Qin Pengqi nodded as a greeting to everyone, and then spoke. Thank you all for gathering here to help the Qin family out of its predicament. The Qin family keeps its word, and a check for 1 billion is ready. If any master can solve this problem today, I will present the check with both hands, and this master will always be a guest of honor in the Qin family. His words energized the masters, making them feel as if $1 billion were within their grasp. Don't worry, Mr. Qin, I will definitely resolve the Qin family's predicament today. What is a little bit of evil energy? After I take action today, the Qin family's feng shui will not have any problems for the next 50 years. This is such a trivial matter that I can resolve it with a mere wave of my hand. Fellow Taoists, there's no need for you to compete with me. Many masters have stepped forward to express their opinions. They kept talking, making the room sound like a marketplace. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a purple Taoist robe stepped forward. He shouted, Fellow Taoists, please be quiet and listen to what I have to say. After his loud shout, the entire room immediately fell silent. All eyes were on him. Isn't this Master Zhao from Longhu Mountain? Why is he here too? Yeah, you'd go even to Africa for 1 billion. The crowd began to whisper among themselves, their eyes filled with apprehension as they looked at Zhao Shizhu. Tang Yu also looked at Zhao Shizhu with great interest. Having read the original story, he knew that this person was the current celestial master of Longhu Mountain and was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, he encountered the protagonist's law and was forced to become cannon fodder, suffering a humiliating defeat. In short, as long as you compete with the Dragon King, no matter how top-notch you are in any industry, even if you study diligently for a lifetime, you can't compare to the Dragon King's skill in just half a year. Who's this old man? He looks all high and mighty. Qin Ming asked curiously. Zhao Gaoshan answered quickly. This is Zhao Tianshi Zhao Shizhu from Longhu Mountain. Do you see the group of disciples behind him? One of them is holding a sword for him. This sword is the Tianshi sword, which is said to have been passed down for more than 400 years. Qin Ming responded with an "oh," indicating that he didn't understand these things very well either. However, having a seemingly impressive guy is actually quite good. He might be able to help solve their problems. Zhao Shizhu looked at everyone and spoke. Fellow Taoists, there is only one reward available today. But with so many of us here, we can't all attack at once. So how are we going to divide the rewards? Everyone was thinking about this question. They looked at each other, none of them offering a suitable answer. Everyone wants to keep all the money for themselves. Who would want to share it with others? Therefore, I believe that the reward should be decided based on merit. This humble Taoist priest will step forward first and accept your challenges. If you fellow Taoists win, I will leave immediately. If no one can defeat me, then I will accept this merit. Zhao Shizhu looked at everyone with an arrogant expression and laughed. His arrogant attitude infuriated many feng shui masters. Those who dare to come here today are all masters from the Xinmen. If he stands out alone to overpower everyone else, isn't he implying that he is the strongest in the Xinmen sect? Although Longhu Mountain holds an extremely high position in the Xinmen Taoist sect, its members are not to be underestimated. Especially with this billion-dollar reward, no one is willing to give it up easily. Master Zhao is so arrogant. How dare he do such a thing? I, Song, will be the first to learn from him. At this moment, Song Qingshan, the head of the Song family, stepped forward. The Song family is quite famous in the Xinmen Taoist community. Their 64 Xuanji copper coins have been passed down for hundreds of years. They can be used for divination and to exorcise evil spirits. Zhao Shizhu didn't even glance at him, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Then please ask this friend to make the move. P.S. Still writing, 2 more chapters later, aiming for 4 chapters today. Continuing to torment Tang Xiao, ha! Chapter 50, A Grandmaster Must Not Be Humiliated. Song Qingshan snorted coldly and tossed a string of copper coins high into the air. He then formed a hand seal, and the copper coins that had been flying through the air like celestial maidens scattering flowers floated up and formed an array on their own in the air. Upon seeing this, everyone cheered for him, recognizing that such a skill was not something everyone could possess. Qin Ming was also dumbfounded. These feng shui masters were actually so capable? Song Qingshan was extremely pleased with the cheers from the crowd. He pointed at Master Zhao. These copper coins floating in the air were all thrown at Master Zhao. You dare to show off your meager skills in front of me, with such trivial tricks? Zhao Shizhu looked disdainful and stretched out a hand, giving a light shout. Sword come. Behind him was a young Taoist boy holding the Celestial Master's sword in both hands. After he shouted this, the Celestial Master's sword flew into the air on its own and cut down all the copper coins. After being struck by the Celestial Master's sword, the copper coins broke in two and fell to the ground. In just a short while, nearly half of the 64 copper coins were damaged. Song Qingshan was so heartbroken, he almost coughed up blood. This is his family heirloom. He couldn't care less about continuing the magic duel and quickly took back the copper coins. But the Celestial Master's sword was relentless, continuing its pursuit of the copper coins. Song Qingshan was heartbroken beyond measure. He glared at Zhao Shizhu and roared, Master Zhao, why must you be so ruthless? Do you think you can challenge me at will and leave without paying a price? Zhao Shizhu smiled slightly. Song Qingshan's face immediately turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth and whispered, I was being presumptuous today, and I hope that Master Zhao will be lenient. That's more like it. Zhao Shizhu then pointed, and the Celestial Master's sword flew back into his hand. Song Qingshan quickly collected the copper coins one by one, his face terribly gloomy. I didn't make any money today, and instead I ruined a family heirloom. Other members of the Xinmen sect were also astonished by Zhao Shizhu's move. Many people started to have second thoughts. Their strength is not even as good as Song Qingshan's, so how dare they provoke Zhao Shizhu? Any fellow Taoist who wishes to challenge me may do so. If no one dares to come forward, I will accept this lucrative offer from the Qin family today. Holding the Celestial Master's sword, Zhao Shizhu stroked his beard and smiled at the crowd, exuding the air of a reclusive sage. I'll do it. A young-looking old man with white hair stepped forward. He was also wearing a Taoist robe, though it was a bit dirty, but no one present dared to underestimate him. Because this person was very famous in the northern Xinmen Taoist sect, he was respectfully called Kuei Xing Laoren, Old Man Kuei Xing. Zhao Shizhu glanced at him and said indifferently, "Come on, show me your treasures and let me broaden my horizons." Kuei Xing, the old man, gave a cold snort. A red rope in his hand floated into the air, with a faint flame appearing on it, like a fire snake. This scene immediately opened everyone's eyes. Qin Ming slapped his thigh and said, "Damn, bro, these guys are really something. I'll learn a few tricks to pick up girls. Then it will probably take you more than 10 years. Having already seen the plot, Tang Yu wasn't particularly interested. No matter how powerful you are, it's all useless. In the end, you're just destined to be Yi Qin's stepping stone. According to the plot, this old man will also lose to Master Zhao, and then Master Zhao will have a conflict with Yi Qin. After Master Zhao's magic failed, it was Yi Qin's turn to show off. Qin Kursen, that silly girl, began to admire him from that point on. My poor brother Qin Ming. Not only was he killed by Yi Qin, but his family fortune and sister also went to that bastard." After hearing the voice again, Qin Kursen's gaze quickly locked onto Qin Ming. Then she saw Tang Yu sitting next to her, and instantly remembered that it was his voice. It can't be wrong. His younger brother has no other brothers besides him. She was utterly shocked inside, but her expression remained calm. She wanted to see if it was really as Tang Yu had said. At this moment, the old man Kuei Xing had already begun his magical duel with Zhao Shizhu. The red rope he controlled transformed into a fiery serpent and shot towards Zhao Shizhu. Zhao Shizhu merely smiled dismissively at what seemed like a powerful strike. The red rope transformed into a fiery snake and flew in front of him. He pointed at it, and the fire snake stopped on its own. "Go back now." Zhao Shizhu gave a soft shout, and the fire snake that the red rope had transformed into flew back and headed straight for the old man Kuei Xing. When his weapon was taken over by his opponent, the old man Kuei Xing's expression changed drastically. He ran frantically trying to dodge the attacks, looking extremely disheveled. Everyone burst into laughter, and at the same time, they felt even more respect for Zhao Shizhu. As expected of Master Zhao of Longhu Mountain, this move truly demonstrated the skill of a master among masters. They were completely impressed. "Master Zhao, I have lost, and I am completely convinced of my defeat." After running for a while, the old man Kuei Xing had no choice but to lower his head and beg for mercy. Zhao Shizhu smiled with satisfaction. He reached out and touched it, and the red rope fell to the ground and stopped moving. The disheveled old man picked up the red rope, tied it to his hand, grunted twice, and dared not say anything more. As a result, no one in the audience dared to challenge Zhao Shizhu anymore. Zhao Shizhu smiled smugly at everyone and clasped his hands in greeting. "My fellow colleagues are too kind. In that case, I will take care of the Qin family's problems." Many feng shui masters, though unwilling, had no choice but to comply. After all, none of them could match the other side. "Then I'll have to trouble Master Zhao." Qin Pengqi also had his eyes open today. "We cultivators are supposed to subdue demons and eliminate evil spirits. It is all my duty." Zhao Shizhu was still very polite to Qin Pengqi. After all, he was a very wealthy man. Qin Kursen was completely dumbfounded. Everything was exactly the same as the thoughts I had just heard. She quickly composed herself and looked at Yi Qin before speaking. "Mr. Yi, this Master Zhao is amazing. He's practically a god." Yi Qin said disdainfully with a look of contempt on his face. "They're all just unorthodox methods. This Taoist priest does have some skill, but unfortunately, compared to me, he's miles behind." Once she demonstrates her abilities, Qin Kursen will understand what a true master is. As soon as he said that, all eyes in the room turned to him. Here we go again. The classic case of starting with a sarcastic remark to provoke someone. If I anger them later, I'll make a bet with them and then trample them underfoot. After trampling on others, you pretend to be magnanimous to win people over. You're really good at being a lapdog. Tang Yu, who was holding a cup of tea, couldn't help but roll her eyes. This familiar plot feels so cheesy. As expected, Zhao Shizhu was enraged by his words. He looked over and saw a young man in his 20s and said with a dark face, "Where did this brat come from? Daring to say that my Longhu Mountain is a heretical sect? If you're not convinced, let's come out and have a fight. Who invited this person? Throw him out. This little brat is utterly ridiculous. A grandmaster should not be insulted. Master Zhao should teach him a lesson." Many feng shui masters also started cursing, looking at Yi Qin as if he were a clown. Chapter 51. Our young Master Tang is a scholar of heaven and earth. Qin Pengqi frowned and looked at the two bodyguards pointing at Yi Qin. "Get this person out of here." Just as the two bodyguards walked over to shoo them away, Qin Kursen quickly stood up and said, "Dad, Mr. Yi is a highly skilled expert I invited." Then she took out the amulet from her pocket. "This is a talisman he gave me. I've been sleeping very well these past 2 days since I started wearing it. I haven't had any nightmares either. The truth hasn't come out yet. She can't let Yi Qin leave." Yi Qin stood up, looked at Qin Pengqi, and smiled. Uncle Qin, I'm not being arrogant. I'm just telling the truth. This Master Zhao can't solve your family's problems. If I don't step in to stop him, he will only suffer the consequences of his actions and die, which will only harm the Qin family. Ignorant brat, if I were to resolve this mere evil aura today, would you kneel down and apologize to me? Zhao Shizhu said angrily. What if you can't solve it? Yi Chun countered with a question. If I can't solve this, I'll give you this celestial master sword. After Zhao Shizhu finished speaking, he looked at the disciple behind him and said angrily, bring incense. His two disciples immediately took out 3 incense burners. 3 incense sticks were placed in each incense burner, but were not lit. Zhao Shizhu began to chant incantations while making hand seals. As soon as he finished chanting the incantation, the 9 incense sticks instantly ignited. Immediately afterwards, the smoke curled up and condensed in the air into a gray humanoid shape. After seeing the gray humanoid figure fully materialize, Zhao Shizhu looked at Qin Pengqi and said, Mr. Qin, this is the evil energy gathered by your Qin family. As long as I eliminate it, your Qin family will be safe and sound from now on. Then I'll have to trouble Master Zhao. Qin Pengqi breathed a long sigh of relief. The entire family has been plagued by this problem for a long time, but it is finally time to resolve it. It's a small matter. Zhao Shizhu smiled easily, stepped into the 7-star step, and pierced the mist with his celestial master sword. When his sword struck, the cloud of mist seemed to scream, startling everyone in the room. A few seconds later, the fog dissipated on its own. The Qin family members also felt much more relaxed. After successfully dispelling the evil energy, Zhao Shizhu looked coldly at Yi Chun and said, Now that things have come to this, what else do you have to say? Kneel down and apologize. Yi Chun said calmly, Why don't you take a closer look and see if the evil aura has really gone away? As soon as he finished speaking, the murderous aura that had just disappeared gathered again. These gray, malevolent energies rushed towards Zhao Shizhu. After Zhao Shizhu swung the celestial master's sword to counterattack twice, he was still attacked by the evil energy. His face turned pale, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he collapsed to the ground and began to convulse. His disciples panicked and quickly helped Zhao Shizhu up from the ground to check his body. The Qin family members, who had just felt much more relaxed, now felt extremely uncomfortable. It felt as if a huge boulder was pressing down on his shoulders. The other feng shui masters present also had drastic changes in expression. This was the first time they had ever seen such a powerful malevolent aura. Several people tried to join forces to extinguish this evil energy. As a result, his attempt backfired, and he ended up like Zhao Shizhu. Feeling extremely uncomfortable, Qin Pengqi looked at his daughter and found that Qin Curson was perfectly fine. Could that amulet really work? Is this young man the true master of the world? So he looked at Yi Chun with a fearful expression and spoke. I was rude just now. Please, young friend, save my Qin family. Everyone's eyes in the room were now focused on Yi Chun. Get out of the way, he's about to show off. After dispelling the evil energy with the Jade Talisman, I'll take the Jade Buddha that I deliberately sold to the Qin family later. This malevolent aura originated from this Jade Buddha statue. The Jade Buddha was soaked in the blood of stillborn fetuses and infants for 7 days to cultivate its malevolent aura. Speaking of which, if this Jade Buddha were smashed, this guy would also suffer a backlash. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Curson's pupils constricted. Some time ago, Qin Ming did indeed buy a Jade Buddha statue from outside, saying it was a good thing he got from a high monk. She suppressed her anger and looked at Yi Chun softly. Mr. Yi, then I'll trouble you. Of course, you are my friend, so the Qin family's affairs are my affairs. Yi Chun gave a wicked smile. He took out the yin-yang fish jade talisman from his pocket, injected a drop of blood into it, and the talisman emitted a faint white light. Immediately afterwards, the gray evil energy inside the room frantically condensed into the jade talisman and eventually disappeared. A mere trace of malevolent energy can be dispelled with a flick of the finger, Yi Chun said arrogantly. Everyone in the room looked at him with admiration. No matter how much this kid tries to act tough, his real skills are truly impressive. This deadly aura could be easily broken with a flick of his finger. Less than 5 seconds later, the jade talisman in Yi Chun's hand cracked and then shattered. The malevolent energy that had been sucked in earlier suddenly erupted. This time, the malevolent energy is much stronger than before. In an instant, the entire house was shrouded in a gray, malevolent aura. Several members of the Qin family felt difficulty breathing, their faces turned pale, and they were unable to speak. Yi Chun's expression also changed. What's going on? Could it be that I've nurtured too much malevolent energy, and it's already out of my control? Holy crap, this plot isn't right. Shouldn't he have been able to resolve the issue in one go after taking out the jade talisman? Has something gone wrong again? Tang Yu was also somewhat bewildered. Just then, Zhao Gaoshan suddenly stood up. He looked at Yi Chun with disdain and spoke. I thought you were something special, but after all that, you not only failed to solve the problem, you actually made the evil energy even worse. As soon as he spoke, everyone's eyes turned to Yi Chun. Their gazes shifted from admiration to anger and disdain. This kid spouted nonsense, but unexpectedly, he only made things worse. Yi Chun recognized Zhao Gaoshan, and his expression changed. He instantly realized that something was wrong with what he had bought. He was plotting against himself. Or is it someone else? Zhao Gaoshan stopped wasting words with him. He looked at the terrified crowd and said, Don't panic, everyone. Although this person is a good-for-nothing, our young Master Tang is a man of extraordinary talent and ability. He can easily break through a little bit of evil energy with a flick of his finger. Sigma, Degreeku Degreena. Tang Yu's eyes widened immediately. How the hell did I become a learned and powerful being? It can be broken with a flick of the finger. What the hell am I supposed to use to flick it? Old Zhao, have some decency. Even if you're going to be a traitor, you can't go this far. I wouldn't even do that, and you expect me to act like this? Tang Yu was completely bewildered at this moment. He truly had no idea what to do. But everyone was already looking at him with great anticipation. It was as if he were the only light in the darkness. With a splitting headache, Qin Ming looked at Tang Yu and spoke. Damn, bro, if you really have a way to save my family, then hurry up and do it. He finally understood at that moment. Why did my older brother tell me as soon as he arrived today that the family problems would definitely be resolved? It turns out the eldest brother had been hiding something. As expected of the eldest brother, he can do anything. Zhao Gaoshan pulled Tang Yu out from the corner. Tang Yu, looking completely bewildered, felt something burning hot in her pocket. After he took it out, he realized that it was actually a yin-yang fish jade talisman, which had been placed there by someone at some point. At this moment, the yin-yang fish jade talisman has been activated by a drop of fresh blood. After Tang Yu took it in his hand, the jade talisman immediately shone with golden light. Tang Yu standing here looks like a human-shaped little sun. The surrounding gray malevolent energy rushed towards him, but was melted by the golden light. P.S. Wow, it's past 4 in the morning. Guess where old Zhao is going to be sent. Chapter 52. The Dragon King is furious. The consequences will be severe. Soon, the evil energy in the room dissipated completely. The golden light surrounding Tang Yu also disappeared. After the evil energy disappeared, everyone in the Qin family felt their bodies recover. The feng shui masters who had been injured by the backlash of evil energy had all lost the evil energy in their bodies. The consequences of such malevolent energy entering the body are extremely serious. If the problem cannot be resolved quickly, it can lead to a shortened lifespan and serious illness, or even death on the spot. They all looked at Tang Yu with admiration. What is a master? This is a master. He sat in the corner the whole time, without saying a word. He stepped up at the crucial moment and turned the tide. Looking at his handsome face and imposing figure, many people were so moved that some had tears in their eyes. I never imagined I would have the honor of meeting a truly masterful person today. It's true what they say. True masters don't reveal their abilities, and those who reveal their abilities aren't true masters. I am truly ashamed. I am a dignified celestial master of Longhu Mountain, yet my cultivation is so far inferior to that of young Master Tang. Oh well, I will return to the mountain and cultivate in seclusion for 20 years. I will remember your kindness in saving me today, young Master Tang. I will do my utmost to serve you in the future. A group of feng shui masters loudly praised it. They were truly impressed by this young Master Tang. Hi, that's brilliant. Despite being showered with praise, Tang Yu's lips merely twitched. Who am I? Where the hell am I? This plot is totally wrong. How did I end up looking cool? Stop bragging, I really can't take it. At this moment, Yi Chun was so angry that he was trembling all over. He never expected that Tang Yu would steal the credit for his carefully planned scheme. In his mind, he should be standing here right now, receiving the worship and praise of the crowd. He will then transform himself into the #1 feng shui master in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The Qin family admired him immensely, and Qin Kursin even fell in love with him because of it. But now everything has vanished. He stood there, like a lonely clown. Occasionally, a couple of glances would fall upon him, but they were filled with disdain. He was filled with rage and wished he could kill everyone present, especially Tang Yu, who has repeatedly brought him humiliation. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Qin Kursin suddenly rushed towards the Buddha statue placed on the shrine. She grabbed the Buddha statue and slammed it to the ground. Snap! As the sound of the Buddha statue shattering rang out, everyone's attention was drawn to it. After the Buddha statue shattered, a beam of red light shot out from within and flew towards Yi Chun. After the red light entered his body, Yi Chun's face turned slightly pale, and blood flowed from his nostrils. Because he forged the jade Buddha with the blood of an infant and a stillborn fetus. Now that it has been destroyed, he as the owner, will suffer a backlash. He had learned a lot of these unorthodox methods from the old man since he was a child, and he didn't think much of it. Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. The success of one general is built on the bones of 10,000. If a dragon king doesn't even have this much courage, how can he possibly accomplish anything? But those present today are all feng shui masters. In terms of strength, they may not be as good as Yi Chen, but their vision is not much worse. After seeing the red light and Yi Chen's reaction, Zhao Shizhu was the first to react, and he pointed his celestial master sword at Yi Chen. "You shameless scoundrel. So it was you who orchestrated this malevolent aura. I saw it too. This kid is so cunning and vicious. After all that, it turns out he was just putting on a show. What a shameless person." The other masters also pointed at Yi Chen and angrily cursed him. Seeing the reactions of these masters, Qin Kursin was finally certain. The thoughts I heard all matched up perfectly. After being exposed and cursed by the crowd, Yi Chen's face turned extremely resentful. He himself was the mighty Dragon King. When did this kind of person get the right to point fingers and hurl insults at me? Oh no, I failed miserably and gotten humiliated instead. This narrow-minded guy is definitely going to get angry. Don't you dare start a massacre. You're the Dragon King. You need to be patient, you know? Seeing his gloomy face, Tang Yu sensed something was wrong. He originally only planned to survive the plot, and then remind the Qin family that this kid was setting a trap for them. I never expected things to turn out this way. After realizing what had happened, Qin Kursin ran over to her father and said, "Dad, this man is malicious, and we, the Qin family, must not let him get away with this." Qin Pengqi stared at Yi Chen angrily with a cold expression. "Mr. Yi, shouldn't you give the Qin family an explanation?" His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Yi Chen. The Qin family has really been ruined by this kid lately. What explanation? I don't understand what you're talking about. Why would I stage this myself? Could it be that I had precognition and knew the Qin family would offer a reward of 10 billion? Yi Chen denied it in a cold voice. Of course you didn't know the Qin family would come up with 1 billion yuan. You're only after Qin Kursin. You just want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. If you win Qin Kursin's heart, the entire Qin family will be yours. What a despicable person. The evidence has been presented, yet they still stubbornly refuse to admit it. Tang Yu thought to herself with disdain upon hearing this. Qin Kursin's eyes blazed with fury. She stared at Yi Chen and said coldly, "Stop pretending. I know you designed this. You were the one who threw that snake into my villa, weren't you? I've already checked the security footage." A hint of embarrassment flashed across Yi Chen's face. How did she know about me losing the snake? Why doesn't she expose herself? Sis, why waste words with him? Just kill him. Qin Ming gritted his teeth in hatred, because he was the first one to be schemed against. That jade Buddha, he was tricked into buying it. He thought he had bought something good, but he never expected to cause so much trouble for his family. After he shouted, about a dozen bodyguards from the Qin family immediately rushed forward. Yi Chen, however, showed no intention of running away. "Dragon King, I'd rather die standing than run away with my tail between my legs." Faced with the attack of a dozen bodyguards, he snorted coldly and took the initiative to strike. The bodyguard at the front threw a punch, which he easily dodged, then kicked the man away. He then took the initiative and punched 2 bodyguards, one on his left and one on his right, sending them flying. These bodyguards are undoubtedly professionally trained. When facing ordinary people, even with their bare hands, they can take on 10 opponents at once. But in front of Yi Chen, these people seemed like experienced babies. Qin Ming grabbed a vase and charged forward, intending to help his bodyguard take down the kid. Before Tang Yu could even stop him, Yi Chen had already grabbed him by the neck. When Qin Ming was grabbed by the neck, everyone's faces turned pale with shock. The remaining bodyguards, fearing the consequences, dared not make a move. "Let go of my brother." Qin Kursin instantly flew into a rage. "If you dare to cause trouble, I will make sure you never leave Suzhou and Hangzhou." Qin Pengqi was also furious. How dare an outsider be so arrogant on our own turf? Faced with Qin Kursin's anger, Yi Chen felt heartbroken. Even with his womanizing skills, he probably couldn't salvage the situation. He looked at the Qin family members and said coldly, "The little Qin family dares to threaten me. Yi Chen, we could have all been at peace today, but blame that bastard surnamed Tang." After he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Tang Yu, his eyes filled with resentment and venom. From the Tang family to the Wang family, and then to the Qin family, this kid is constantly ruining his own affairs. He decided to stop enduring it. Today, let him know what it means that the Dragon King cannot be insulted. Chapter 53. Who the hell is the villain? Tang Yu was both amused and annoyed by his stare. "You worthless piece of trash. What the hell is this to me? You had the chance to be useless, so how can you blame Lin Bei? I don't want to be pretentious. I just want to be a quiet, handsome man. Hey Tang, come here. I'm giving you a choice today. Either the Qin brat dies, or you take his place. Yi Chen stared at Tang Yu and said angrily, "That treacherous and cunning bastard. He stabbed me in the back countless times. If we don't get some interest back from him today, wouldn't that be letting him off too easily?" After he finished speaking, he exerted a little force with his hand, and Qin Ming's face instantly turned red, and he could hardly breathe. "Don't do anything reckless. Just leave. Our Qin family can let today's matter go." Seeing that his son's expression was off, Qin Pengqi looked somewhat flustered. That should be his decision. Yi Chen pointed at Tang Yu. Although Qin Ming was already having difficulty breathing, he still managed to wave his hand at Tang Yu with difficulty. He was a trained martial artist who had practiced for several years, and he knew very well that his older brother's skills were so poor that he would have a hard time even killing a chicken. Let the eldest brother handle it. Wouldn't that be sending him to his death in my place? He has already saved me once. There's no need for him to save me a second time. If I really die at the hands of that bastard Yi Chen, we can always be brothers again in the next life. What? You piece of trash are going to just stand by and watch your brother die at my hands? Yi Chen stared at Tang Yu and said in a cold tone, "Doesn't he like to play dirty tricks on himself? Then I'll play dirty tricks on him. Are you really going to just stand by and watch your brother die in my hands in front of so many people? Have you no shame? Let him go, and I'll come with you." Tang Yu gritted her teeth and said, "That son of a bitch has really gone mad. Although I really want to live a quiet and peaceful life, even a coward has his bottom line." After Tang Yu agreed, the Qin family members panicked a bit. They didn't want to just stand by and watch Qin Ming get into trouble. But we can't just watch Tang Yu suffer for Qin Ming. Qin Kursin looked at Tang Yu with red eyes. She and Tang Yu had a rather unpleasant falling out over some things in the past. Adding to the fact that Tang Yu had been a sycophant for 3 years, her impression of Tang Yu became even worse. What does it matter if a man has no self-respect? But today, her impression of Tang Yu completely changed. What woman could dislike a responsible and loyal man? You actually dare to agree? Yi Chen didn't expect Tang Yu to actually agree, so he loosened his grip slightly to let Qin Ming catch his breath. He originally didn't intend to kill Qin Ming. He just wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate Tang Yu and get revenge on him. But since he's agreed, then I shouldn't blame him for being impolite. Let him go, and we'll go outside and have a fair fight. We'll each throw a punch, and the winner will be decided in one punch. Tang Yu pointed to the open space outside the hall. Although I really want to just lie low and survive. But I'm not the Dragon King. I have more principles than him. For my brothers. Can. Although Yi Chen verbally agreed, he still grabbed Qin Ming by the neck, and the three of them walked out. After seeing the three leave, everyone else followed. The feng shui masters looked at Tang Yu with even greater admiration. What is a master? He is incredibly capable, humble, and so loyal and devoted to his friends. What should we do now? Qin Pengqi was in a state of utter confusion. He couldn't just watch his son die, but he also couldn't watch his nephew die in his son's place. This guy was able to send more than 10 of his own bodyguards flying. His strength is simply unfathomable. Even if you call the police, it will be too late. If he had known this would happen, he should have spent more money to hire a few experts to oversee things at home. Trust him. Qin Kursin bit her lip. At this point, this was the only way. She hated Yi Chen to the core, that bastard. If I have the chance, I must kill him with my own hands. After walking outside, Tang Yu took a deep breath and spoke. You can let him go now. Okay, so you finally dare to stand up like a man. What kind of person are you if you only know how to play dirty tricks? Yi Chen snorted coldly, grabbed Qin Ming, and casually threw him away. Several bodyguards rushed up to catch their young master. Yi Chen stood there with his arms crossed, looking at Tang Yu with disdain. Don't say I'm bullying a piece of trash like you. I'll even let you land 3 punches first, but if I even flinch, I'll never set foot in Suzhou or Hangzhou again in this lifetime. As a martial arts expert, he could tell that this guy was a weak and useless piece of trash. Don't even mention punching him. Even if he punches you 100 times, he won't be able to hurt you. You go first. I'm afraid of getting my fists dirty if I hit you. Tang Yu also stood there with his arms crossed, defiantly saying, to throw a punch first? He's not out of his mind. This damn system didn't give him any ancient martial arts skills for offense. He rushed forward and gave that bastard a gua sha, scraping therapy, with a punch. His only 2 skills are currently available. They are the immovable king skill and the yin yang wuji skill. Both of these techniques can only be used once. That damn system has him completely under its control. 2 streams of energy flowed within his body. These were the 2 cultivation techniques. Although both techniques can only be used once, they are both at the great perfection stage. The former can withstand 1 attack. The latter can use the opponent's strength against them, returning double the damage they received. As expected of young Master Tang, this is the true demeanor of a master. Indeed, why bother taking the initiative to deal with such petty scoundrels? With Tang Xiao's extraordinary abilities, eliminating this person would be as easy as crushing a maggot. Many feng shui masters have become fans of Tang Yu. They were both convinced. This young Master Tang must be a truly extraordinary person with unparalleled abilities. Court death. Yi Chen hates it most when others look down on him like that. I am the Supreme Dragon King. In places like Africa and the Middle East, he was a force to be reckoned with wherever he went. At that moment, all the resentment that had been building up in his heart surged forth. With a furious shout, he charged at Tang Yu and threw a punch. But he didn't unleash his full power in that punch. Because he couldn't kill the guy, he wanted to make this kid lie on his sickbed and watch the Tang family perish. The two sides were no more than 3 meters apart. With Yi Chen's strength, he rushed in front of Tang Yu in an instant and punched him in the chest. At the same time, the two streams of energy within Tang Yu's body began to circulate as soon as he had a thought. When Yi Chen's punch landed on Tang Yu, it was as if he had hit cotton. Tang Yu stood still, without moving an inch. The terrifying power of this punch was absorbed by the immovable king technique, and then transformed by the yin-yang wuji technique. Tang Yu felt a surge of immense power gathering in his right hand. Make a fist. He threw a punch. Yi Chen was still in shock, wondering why his punch had failed to cause any damage. Tang Yu's fist had already hit him. This was a seemingly slow punch for him, yet it contained an extremely terrifying force. Caught off guard, Yi Chen was hit by a punch and flew backward like a kite with a broken string. He flew several meters backward before crashing into a statue in the courtyard. The statue is of a blue ox with a shepherd boy riding on its back. Yi Chen ran right into the bull's horn. It hit the most vulnerable part of his buttocks. Soon, the bull's horns were stained red with blood. A wave of pain shot from his chrysanthemum throughout his body, causing Yi Chen to shudder involuntarily. If it weren't for his incredible willpower, he would have already shouted it out. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and when he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood mist. Everyone present was stunned. Young Master Tang is indeed an extraordinary master with unparalleled abilities. This man could easily handle more than 10 bodyguards, but he was easily knocked away by Tang Xiao with a single punch. The difference in their strengths is like heaven and earth. P.S. To the long-time readers who started following the story from the beginning, I made a slight revision to the previous chapters, adding a reward for completing the Fudo Muyue technique. There's another chapter coming later. Chapter 54. Luckily, he pooped clean. Zhao Gaoshan was also dumbfounded. Damn, is young Master Tang really hiding his true abilities so well? Damn, bro, you're fucking awesome. Sitting on the ground, Qin Ming covered his throat and coughed twice, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. With that punch, that bastard surnamed Yi not only vomited blood on the spot, even the chrysanthemums were badly injured. All in all, at this moment, everyone had only 4 words in their minds. Young Master Tang is awesome. Standing there, Tang Yu looked at her fist and Yi Chen's bleeding buttocks. He was somewhat panicked. Damn, they've even damaged the Dragon King's chrysanthemum. Fortunately, the Dragon King emptied his bowels completely today. Otherwise, if he gets his poop kicked out, the Dragon King might really fight him to the death. What a clever Tang Yu. He's been hiding his true intentions so well. After Yi Chen climbed down from the statue, his walking posture became somewhat incorrect. No way. Every step I take hurts terribly to my anus. He gasped, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked at Tang Yu, but also with a hint of fear. Even if I didn't throw a punch with my full strength, it shouldn't be that it can't deal any damage at all. As for the punch that kid threw, although it was a bit slow, its destructive power was even more terrifying than his own. If it weren't for his amazing physique, that punch would probably have taken his life. He is now suffering from both internal and external injuries. Don't let him go. Go up there and beat him up. I'll give you 10 million for breaking his arm and 100 million for killing him. At this moment, Qin Kursen suddenly shouted. She had endured for so long, and now that she finally had a chance for revenge, how could she let it slip by? The Qin family's bodyguards had just suffered a great loss and were furious. Seeing an opportunity to beat a drowning dog, a group of people rushed forward. With a livid face, Yi Chen dared not fight this group of people. Tang Yu's unassuming nature alone made him extremely wary. A real man can bend and stretch. He silently comforted himself and, enduring the pain, rushed out of the Qin family's old house. He dashed forward and jumped over the wall, only to be dumbfounded when he landed. There were about 10 cars parked outside the Qin family's old house. Wang Yixue, with a frosty expression, was standing outside the Qin family's old residence. She was accompanied by more than 30 people. These people were all dressed in black suits and bodyguard attire. After dealing with the traitor Wang Rulong, the Wang family mobilized their resources to search for Yi Chen's whereabouts. Revenge is imperative. Upon learning that Yi Chen was with the Qin family, she brought all of her family's elite forces with her. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Yi Chen climb over the wall. Upon noticing the bloodstains on Yi Chen, she pointed at him without hesitation. Kill this bastard. The Wang family bodyguards swarmed forward. Yi Qin's eyes widened in fury. He, the mighty Dragon King, was sweeping across the world and conquering all wastelands. He's always the one who beats others when they're down. When did it become his turn to suffer such humiliation? Seeing these 30-odd people, Yi Qin roared and began to fight them with all his might. But he had already suffered internal injuries after taking a punch from Tang Yu. After Chrysanthemum was injured, his performance was severely affected. Because every time he took a step, his anus would ache terribly, as if he had a 5-pound hemorrhoid. With their strength severely diminished, he was surrounded and attacked by so many elite bodyguards. This time, the goddess of victory finally sided with the bodyguards. After injuring more than 10 bodyguards, Yi Qin couldn't hold on any longer and was pinned to the ground and brutally beaten by the numerous bodyguards. Tang Yu and her group had already chased after them. After seeing Yi Qin being pinned to the ground and brutally beaten by a group of people, Tang Yu's face lit up with "Holy crap. This has nothing to do with me. I'm innocent. I only punched you once." Seeing how ruthless this group of people were, Tang Yu couldn't help but think about a problem. If the Dragon King is killed, how can the plot continue like this? Just as Qin Kursin waved her hand, about to order her bodyguards to rush up and finish off the attackers, Yi Qin, who was almost beaten to the point of defecating, struggled to pull out a small bottle from his pocket. He smashed the bottle on the ground, and a plume of red smoke immediately billowed out. The bodyguards who attacked him felt an unbearable itch all over their bodies after inhaling the red smoke. They forgot about continuing to beat Yi Qin and started scratching themselves because they were itchy. After all the bodyguards were hit, Yi Qin was finally able to escape. If I stay here any longer, these bastards will really beat me to death. He gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet, enduring the pain, intending to steal the car and flee as quickly as possible. I have suffered such a great humiliation today. We'll repay you 100-fold in the future. Just as he was about to flee, a bodyguard gritted his teeth and grabbed his pants tightly. The young lady said that when we arrived, "Kill this brat. Year in bonus 10-fold. If I were to personally keep him here, I deserve a reward of at least 20 million. 20 million. That's enough money for him to drive his Cadillac to the club 10,000 times. So he endured the itch all over his body, determined not to let this kid go no matter what. Don't even think about running away. The bodyguard glared and roared. The other bodyguards couldn't just stand by and watch their year-end bonuses slip away. They endured the excruciating itching as they struggled to their feet, determined to keep Yi Qin with them. Yi Qin's mentality has been completely ruined by this group of people. This was the first time he had ever seen someone who could get up after being poisoned with their own itching powder. At the end of one's rope, he had no choice but to resort to his last resort. The cicada sheds its shell. He unleashed the last of his inner energy, and his pants ripped instantly. Using this method, he successfully shook off his bodyguard. At the same time, his blood-soaked buttocks were exposed to everyone, just like a wild monkey. Holy crap! Upon seeing this, everyone exclaimed, "Holy crap! It's so disgusting. That means they left alive." As a person, one is already dead in society. Yi Qin, however, no longer cared about such things. He rushed toward a Mercedes and was about to drive away. At that point, who the hell cared about anything else? "Quick, lock the car." One of the bodyguards reacted and immediately shouted. They all took out their car keys from their mouths and pressed a button, locking the doors of more than 10 cars. Yi Qin rushed to the car and pulled hard on the car door. The car door remained completely still. He was filled with shame and anger, and had no choice but to turn around and run towards the roadside. There happened to be a taxi parked on the side of the road at that moment. Without saying a word, he rushed to the passenger seat, glared at the driver with a ferocious expression, and roared, "Drive right now." "Who are you?" The driver, a young man, looked at Yi Qin with a fearful expression. "Why isn't this guy wearing pants? Just drive, stop talking nonsense." Seeing that the pursuers had caught up, Yi Qin was extremely anxious. "It's not that I don't want to drive, I just want to know where the hell you're going to get the money from," the driver said angrily. Yi Qin punched the driver on the head with his backhand. The driver was punched in the head and slammed his head against the glass, instantly losing consciousness. Yi Qin skillfully threw the driver out of the car, stepped on the gas, and sped onto the road, fleeing for his life. A group of bodyguards who caught up with the person found that he had run away, and they were also a little annoyed. "Damn it, my bonus is gone." After learning that Yi Qin had escaped, Wang Yixue and Qin Kursin were both quite annoyed. How did that bastard manage to get away? Tang Yu, however, was not surprised at all. What is meant by the chosen one? That means you'll have amazing encounters wherever you go, and you can safely overcome even the biggest crises. That's why he wanted to play it safe and avoid fighting with this cheater as much as possible. Unfortunately, the whole world is forcing me to cheat. P.S. Third update delivered. Chapter 55 Elbow. Come inside. Your sister will examine your body. They saw Yichen escape. The feng shui masters present also expressed their regret. Such a scourge, yet he managed to escape. Gentlemen, from this day forward, we of the Xianmen sect will expel Yi Chun from our ranks. Anyone associated with Yi Chun will be considered our enemy. Zhao Shizhu from Longhu Mountain shouted at the crowd. His face was still pale. Although the evil energy in his body had been removed, it would take him at least 10 days to half a month to recover. That's right, we must not allow such a villain to continue to use the name of the Xianmen sect to swindle and deceive people. Humph, if I were to encounter this man in the north, he would certainly not have a good drink. The others also expressed their opinions. Those in the Xianmen, Taoist sect, all adhere to the rules of the martial arts world. Yi Chen's behavior today is the most despicable thing in the Xianmen. After everyone reached a consensus, Zhao Shizhu looked at Tang Yu and said, Young Master Tang, Zhao Shizhu will remember your kindness today. If you ever need anything from Longhu Mountain in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. So it is with Song. Young Master Tang is so accomplished at such a young age. I believe he is the #1 feng shui master in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Does anyone have any objections? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Tang Xiao is the best in China, haha. A group of people started praising it again. Tang Yu felt so awkward that she wanted to carve out a daming palace, a summer palace, and maybe even a Prince Gong's mansion with her toes. Stop bragging. Seriously, stop bragging. What a load of rubbish. He's the #1 braggart in China. You flatter me, seniors. I only did a little bit of work. Don't think too much about it. Go and rest first. Tang Yu gave an awkward laugh. At such a young age, with such talent and such humility, young Master Tang is truly a dragon among men. A son should be like Tang Xiao. After another round of flattery, everyone went to rest. Are you all right? After all the sycophants left, Qin Kursin ran up to Tang Yu and asked her with concern. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. I've known Tang Yu for so many years. She knew very well that Tang Yu probably didn't have much power. This guy is standing here calmly. He must be putting on a brave face despite his injuries, not wanting his people to see that he's worried. It's nothing. Tang Yu shook her head calmly. Holy crap, why are you all over here? Wait a minute, didn't you really dislike me? After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Kursin said with a gentle smile. Thank you so much for today. She and Tang Yu had known each other for many years, and their relationship could not be described as respectful to each other. At the very least, it could be said that they were like strangers. The reason for the discord is that their relationship is not harmonious. It was because one day more than 10 years ago, Qin Kursin was sleeping at home. She's used to sleeping naked, otherwise she can't fall asleep. As a result, Tang Yu came to the Qin family to visit Qin Ming that day and opened her bedroom door. So the two of them had a frank conversation. How could a teenage girl tolerate such a thing? In a fit of anger, she didn't even put on any clothes. He got up and went over to give Tang Yu, who was stunned, a big slap. For a teenager, how much damage does this huge, tight bag cause? From then on, their relationship was beyond reproach. You're too kind. Qin Ming is my brother. It's only right that I do this. Tang Yu shook her head, but her gaze involuntarily fell on a certain well-developed part of Qin Kursin's body. It's not that he's sleazy. Rather, it's because men's eyes are naturally drawn to certain things. This is an instinctive appreciation of beauty, and is by no means a vulgar or filthy act. Every man is an artist. Wow, it's been a while since I've seen her. How come she's developed so well? When I first saw her, she was just a budding flower. It's all because of that little bastard Qin Ming that I got screwed over. That bastard deliberately made me help him get something, then tricked me into going to this idiot's room. You want me to be your brother-in-law? You can't be this shameless, can you? That guy got what he deserved for nothing. After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Kursin felt instantly embarrassed, annoyed, and guilty, and glared at her younger brother with murderous intent. So this kid tricked me back then? This guy and Tang Yu have a good relationship. They're practically like brothers. So he would come over to praise Tang Yu whenever he had a spare moment, trying to matchmake him and Tang Yu. Given his IQ of 250, it's not surprising that he did this. Wang Yixue, who had walked over, also heard Tang Yu's thoughts. She also cast a murderous glare at Qin Ming. This kid's got some nerve. She actually thought of helping her sister steal her man? Snort. This child must not be allowed to live. Qin Ming was drinking a bottle of mineral water. He was terrified when Yi Chun grabbed him by the neck earlier that day. Damn it. I'm practically halfway to the gates of hell. Suddenly, I felt two icy gazes. Qin Ming couldn't help but shudder. What had he done now? He stood up, ran over, touched Tang Yu's chest, and asked, Damn, bro, you're really okay after that guy punched you? It's not a big problem. Tang Yu shook her head. The dog system can be a pain at times, but the rewards given are still of real value. Brother, you're awesome. I never expected you to be so secretive. Qin Ming's eyes grew increasingly adoring. He truly is a great older brother. Get out of the way. Wang Yishue walked over and told Qin Ming to go aside. She looked at Tang Yu and frowned, asking, "You were really hit by Yi Chun?" She had just witnessed Yi Chen's skills. To escape from bodyguards after suffering such serious injuries is truly remarkable. "I got punched, but it's nothing serious." Tang Yu gave a wry smile and pointed at the group of bodyguards, asking, "Why did you suddenly bring so many people here? It's one thing if the Qin family storyline is off today. Why did she bring people to cause trouble for Yi Chun?" Wang Yishue then gave a brief account of what had happened at home. After hearing this, Tang Yu could only look on with a WTF expression. Wang Rulong, that traitor, has actually been exposed? In doing this, wouldn't Yi Chun have offended both the Qin and Wang families to the point of no return? And then there's my own opinion. 3 of the 4 major families have already turned against him. Let me go in and check you out to see if you're injured. Wang Yishue grabbed Tang Yu's arm and pulled him into the house. Yes, let's go take a look. Qin Kursen was also quite worried about this. I'm really fine. Don't worry, let me go back and rest. How could Tang Yu dare to let these 2 women examine his body? Holy crap, what's going on? No, sisters, I'm really fine. Go back for what? Check to see if there are any problems, otherwise what if something happens on the way? Wang Yishue resolutely refused to let go. Sigh, I'm really just worried about his health, I have no other thoughts. Then let the doctor come and see. Tang Yu said with a bitter face. Something's wrong, absolutely wrong. Is this a medical checkup, or just a medical checkup? My doctor resigned a couple of days ago, so let's get the checkup done first. Qin Ming could not hear Tang Yu's thoughts. They can be good brothers. He understands women. Tang Yu was so angry she wanted to strangle that bastard. She regretted going to save him. Elbow, come inside. Don't wait for me to use my strength. Wang Yishue took out her phone and waved it. Tang Yu had no choice but to submit obediently. He felt like a vulnerable female protagonist in some movies, being manipulated and controlled by someone. Chapter 56. 3 families join forces to suppress Yi Chun. The 2 had just entered a guest room. Wang Yishue was about to close the door when Qin Kursen quickly followed. I'm here to give him a medical checkup. What are you doing here? Wang Yishue frowned slightly. In her eyes, this woman was already a threat. And that guy praised her for being well-developed? They're just so-so, not necessarily much better than me. But when it comes to legs, my legs are way prettier than hers. This is my home. Can't I come here to check on the person who helped my brother? Qin Kursen said with an arrogant expression. Wang Yishue frowned, knowing that arguing about this topic wouldn't gain her any advantage, so she stopped talking. She walked over to Tang Yu and looked at her, saying, "Take off your clothes. Let me see if you're injured." "I'm really not injured. Why would I lie to you?" Tang Yu was on the verge of tears, trembling slightly. Damn it. How come she's even more of a pervert than I am? Let me see. After taking off her glasses, Wang Yishue reached out to pull Tang Yu. Knowing that Jia was doomed, Tang Yu had no choice but to cooperate obediently, quickly taking off her shirt to prove that she was indeed not injured. Although he doesn't have much fighting ability, he still exercises regularly to maintain his physique. When he took off his clothes, revealing his 8-pack abs, Qin Kursen and Wang Yishue's eyes were unconsciously drawn to it. Women are much more lustful than men. Moreover, Tang Yu is an absolute heartthrob. Seeing that Tang Yu was a little embarrassed, they felt even more embarrassed. Women also enjoy seeing men blush. They also enjoy seeing men vulnerable, as it evokes their maternal instincts and protective desires. I told you it's nothing. Being stared at so intently by the 2 women, Tang Yu really couldn't take it anymore. Wang Yishue chuckled and gently traced her fingertips across Tang Yu's chest, asking, "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Tang Yu shook her head and quickly grabbed her clothes to put them on. "Looking at you like this, we're not going to eat you." Wang Yishue snorted and slapped Tang Yu's butt. "Damn it, you little rascal, you really think I'm easy to bully? If Qin Kursen weren't here, I would have called her back for you." After Tang Yu's thoughts were heard, both women's expressions became somewhat strange. This guy seems to be having a lot of fun internally, though. Wang Yishue chuckled to herself. "Would you dare to hit him in private? If you dare, I'll let you hit me. Then I'll head back now." After putting on the clothes, Tang Yu felt like a gigolo who would come to her door, take the money, and leave after the job was done. "Why are you going back? I have something important to tell you." Qin Kursen called out to Tang Yu. "What's up? Shouldn't the 3 of us join forces? Although I don't know much about Yi Chun, he must have quite a background, right?" Qin Kursen spoke up. She didn't really know much about Yi Chun, but this person is quite formidable in both methods and skills. He escaped today, but the war is not over yet. This man must be eliminated as soon as possible. My Wang family will surely kill this man. Wang Yishue said coldly. How dare they scheme against me? How dare they lay a hand on my precious child? This absolutely cannot be left like this. Seeing that both women were looking at her, Tang Yu suddenly felt a toothache. I really just want to quietly lie low and collect the rewards. Today we almost beat the Dragon King's shit out. Now that things have come to this, simply trying to survive is definitely not an option. My Tang family is the same. Tang Yu smiled wryly. Damn, I never thought a villain like me would team up with the heroines to fight the Dragon King. What kind of nonsensical plot is this? I simply can't understand it. However, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Since there's no point in trying to survive anyway, I might as well just do what I need to do. Okay, starting today we should spend some money to increase our security forces. The other 3 companies joined forces to suppress Longshan Group, which belongs to Yichun. Wang Yixue began making arrangements. The security forces of these large families are not currently considered strong. The reason is simple. Suzhou and Hangzhou are their own territory, and everyone knows about the 4 major families. Those with sound minds wouldn't dare to provoke them. Those who are mentally unstable have no right to provoke them. Now that the situation is different, we need to bring back some experts to oversee things and ensure that Yichun doesn't escape again next time. The combined power of the 3 families is terrifying. This is something that at least one Longshan group cannot withstand. After driving a taxi for more than 20 kilometers in one go, Yichun finally escaped to the He family's house. He did not go to Longshan Group. Longshan Group is just a company. It doesn't have any security forces to protect him, given his current precarious situation. So he chose to come to the He family. After driving the car to the He family's door, Yichun was about to get out when he suddenly realized something. Although I was wearing clothes. But damn it, he wasn't wearing pants. Seeing his disheveled state, he felt an intense hatred for Tang Yu. As for Qin Kursen and Wang Yixue, he was determined to win over those 2 women. There's no reason to let go of something you've set your sights on. After thinking for a moment, he took off his coat, tied it around his waist, and walked into the He family's house. He seemed to know the He family quite well. Seeing his miserable state, they quickly sent him to the He family's private hospital for treatment. After some treatment, he was admitted to a ward to recuperate. It definitely won't recover in less than half a month. Lying in his hospital bed, Yichun finally understood. The main reason why he failed to conquer the 4 major families was because of Tang Yu. This good-for-nothing rich kid is actually quite cunning. Every time something good happens to me, it's because of him. If you want to take over Suzhou and Hangzhou, you must eliminate this person yourself. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed down the corridor. Immediately afterwards, He Huin walked in from outside the door with an elderly woman with white hair. The old lady is none other than He Lianhua, the current head of the He family. The He family is a very strange large family, where women have always been in charge. The women in their family never marry outside the family. They only take in sons-in-law who move in with them. Given the power and influence of the He family, there must be countless sons-in-law who would marry into their family. When the 2 entered, they saw Yichun lying on the hospital bed looking disheveled. Grandma, he came up with a smile and asked with concern. Xiaoyi, I heard you got injured? Is it serious? It's all right, just a minor injury. Yichun looked somewhat embarrassed. As long as it's not serious, just rest here quietly for a while. If you need anything, just let the servants know. Grandma, he smiled. After exchanging a few pleasantries in the ward, Mrs. He left the ward with her granddaughter, He Huin. After leaving the ward, He Huin's face showed a hint of disdain. She already knew about what happened with the Qin family. She didn't find Yichun's methods particularly noteworthy. As long as you get things done, that's a skill. But he failed to accomplish his goal and was beaten to a pulp, even losing his pants. Waste. Grandma, do you still think he has the potential to become a true dragon among men? He Huin couldn't help but speak up. Grandma, he sighed and said, Indeed, I'm a little disappointed. He's not even half as handsome as his master was when he was young. His master was such a genius back then. How could he have taught a disciple who was beaten up like this? After hearing her grandmother's words, He Huin didn't say anything more. When his grandmother learned that he had come to Suzhou and Hangzhou, she was thinking of betting on him. Now, that's absolutely impossible. Chapter 57. Old Zhao, the Antarctic Man. Yichun, who was alone in the hospital room, had no idea what the He family thought of him. After resting in his hospital room for 2 hours, 4 men in black suits walked in from outside. They were all wearing skull rings. This is the hallmark of the Dragon Soul Organization's Death Squad. It's also their honor. In the Dragon Soul Organization, only those with sufficient strength and experience are qualified to join the Death Squad. This is also one of Yi Chen's most elite forces, second only to the 8 great generals. They were originally sent by Yi Chun to Yanjing to gather intelligence. Because of today's events, I was temporarily transferred back. Dragon King. The 4 men entered, knelt on one knee, and bowed. Seeing Yi Chun injured and lying on the hospital bed, the 4 of them looked rather grave. Which fools dared to team up and launch a sneak attack on the Dragon King? How's the intelligence gathering going in Yanjing? Yi Chun spoke up. We have investigated 3 major families and discovered some clues. One of them took out a document and handed it to Yi Chun. Yi Chun took it and looked at it, his face turning somewhat gloomy. Understood. I will personally make a trip to Yinjing once I have recovered from my injuries. Yichen took a deep breath. He really didn't want to show his face in Suzhou and Hangzhou anytime soon. He looked at the 4 men and gave them his orders. The 4 of you stay in Suzhou and Hangzhou and kill Tang Yu, the eldest son of the Tang family. Now that he was lying in the hospital bed, he realized something was wrong. I don't know why my punch didn't hurt him, but the punch Tang Yu threw back contained his unique Xin Yang True Qi. To cultivate the profound Yang True Qi, one must possess the profound Yang body, which is 1 in 10,000. There is absolutely no one else in the entire Chinese nation besides myself. Therefore, he guessed that Tang Yu's strength might not be what he thought. Sending the Grim Reaper squad to probe is the best option. Even I would have a headache if the 4 of them joined forces. Good. The 4 responded and left the ward to carry out their mission. After leaving the Qin family, Tang Yu and Zhao Gaoshan left together in a car. Young Master Tang, are you satisfied today? Zhao Gaoshan looked at Tang Yu with a smile and asked. Young Master Tang was really impressive today. Famous feng shui masters in the Xianmen, Taoist school, all submitted to him. The Qin family was extremely grateful to Tang Xiao, and the friendship between the 2 families took another big step forward. Once young Master Tang takes over the Tang family, the Tang family's status will only continue to rise. Satisfied, very satisfied. Tang Yu was furious at the sight of this traitor, and he suspected that there might be something wrong with the feng shui of his house. Why is everyone trying to find ways to betray me? They even planned it so meticulously. If they were to become the Dragon King, they would probably do a better job than Yi Chun. That, Zhao Gaoshan winked at Tang Yu, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. I've done such a great service for young Master Tang this time. Shouldn't I be given a huge reward? Tang Yu took out the $1 billion check from her pocket and stuffed it into his hand. He didn't want the money in the first place, but the Qin family insisted that he take it. If he didn't take it, wouldn't the Qin family be breaking their promise? Upon receiving the 1 billion yuan check, Zhao Gaoshan was overjoyed. Young Master Tang is indeed kind to us loyal subjects. By the way, Uncle Zhao, isn't our family planning to develop an Antarctic tourism project? I'd like you to be in charge of this project. It's not easy to go there and back. In order not to affect your family, your whole family should go together tonight. Your salary and bonuses will be 3 times what they are now. I'll be relying on you for the next few years. Tang Yu gave the instructions. Those who betray brother should all be exiled. He originally intended to send it to Syria, but then he thought that Syria was still too close. Send them to Antarctica, it'll be peaceful there. If there are any traitors again, we'll have to try sending them to the space station to explore outer space. Thank you, young Master Tang. I, Zhao, will dedicate myself to the Tang family until my dying breath. Zhao Gao was so grateful that tears welled up in his eyes. Young Master Tang was really taking good care of him, even letting him bring his family along. After getting off the bus, he took a picture of the check with his phone and sent it to the management group. Oh dear, I accidentally did something for young Master Tang today, and he rewarded me with 1 billion yuan right off the bat. Young Master Tang also arranged for me to go to Antarctica to oversee a new project. When I come back, I'll bring some penguins back as a local specialty for the brothers. Brothers, you must also work hard. Young Master Tang never mistreats those who have made contributions. After sending the picture of the check to the group, Zhao Gaoshan smugly said a few words. Soon, the entire group chat exploded. He Jin, holy crap, 1 billion? What a blunder. I should have stayed by Tang Xiao's side to continue making contributions and building up the empire. Wang Defa, old he, you're mistaken. Even though we're not by Tang Xiao's side, it doesn't prevent us from continuing to make contributions, does it? We need to work harder. What's Tang Xiao planning to do lately? If you know, please let me know. I'll give you 1/10 of the reward after I receive it. If anyone knows, tell me first, and I'll take 1/5. I get 1/3. Are you rolling your own mother's clothes? Get out, you incompetent dog. While the group chat was buzzing with noise, Tang Yu just felt a few inexplicable chills. He seemed to sense some kind of malice. And we don't know the source of the malice? Could it be that Yi Chun, that stinking idiot, is cursing me? Tang Yu grimaced slightly, parked the car in the garage, and jogged back to her room. Tang Yu closed the door and silently recited to herself. Damn system, what's the reward this time? Don't give me another one-time reward. Ding, the host has successfully survived the storyline and is rewarded with a perfected ancient martial arts technique. You can choose one of the two, immovable King Kung Fu, or Inyang Wuji Kung Fu, or randomly select an ancient martial art. Tang Yu was dumbfounded after hearing the system's voice. Damn it, my progress in the storyline has absolutely nothing to do with Go. This damn system is being so generous, not even giving a one-time reward. Does being more stubborn actually lead to better rewards? He was moved to tears. This unfilial system had finally become human. Father, I choose immovable Muyue's skill. Tang Yu made her choice quickly. Because I'm afraid of pain, I've maxed out my defense. This thing can withstand the punch of Dragon King Yichun. Not choosing it would be a stroke of madness. Soon, he felt a seemingly inexhaustible surge of energy within his body. This energy flows throughout his body, protecting him at any time. After activating this technique, Tang Yu tried it on himself. Hey, it doesn't hurt. No, we need to find someone else to try. Tang Yu felt that she had been too lenient with herself. We need to find someone ruthless to try. But because of his noble status, in the Tang family, only that man dares to be ruthless to himself. So he left the room, went upstairs for a walk, and went to his father's study. When he went in, Tang's father was inside looking at stocks on his computer. He wasn't very good at business, so he didn't really care about the Tang group. His hobby was using his billions of spare cash to speculate in stocks. Seeing Tang Yu arrive, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Aren't you going to work? Are you bored? Aren't you worried about getting bored, Lao Tang? Come over and chat with me." Tang Yu laughed and walked over to pat his father on the shoulder, asking, "Old Tang, how's your stock trading lately? Have you made any money?" Tang's father's face darkened instantly. "Old Tang, this kid doesn't want to live anymore, does he? P.S. Did you guess the devil was going to Antarctica? Here it is at midnight. No traders, please give it a 5-star review." Chapter 58, A Loving Father with 7 Wolves, Slashing the Wanderer's Body. Tang's father stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and said with a forced smile, "Whether you've made money or not, you can see for yourself." After saying that, he got up and walked towards the door. Click. The sound of the door being locked came from the inside. Tang's father slowly pulled out his belt and walked towards Tang Yu. A loving father with 7 wolves, cleaving his wandering son in two. Tang Yu looked at her father with bright, sparkling eyes, her face full of longing. After the belt came off, he stopped howling like before. The calm and composed smile on his face made Tang's father suddenly question the meaning of life. Is there something wrong with my belt? Or am I really too old to beat this kid? Dad, have you had lunch? Tang Yu asked with concern. This Akala mantra is damn effective. With this, Dad can't hit me anymore. Faced with Tang Yu's provocation, Tang's father suddenly felt that something was wrong with this kid. He put his belt back on and anxiously took out his phone to call Tang's mother. "Hongyin, go find a psychiatrist and bring him back. Your son seems to have some mental issues." Upon hearing her father's words, Tang Yu was startled. He jumped up and ran outside, shouting as he ran, "I'm not sick, Dad. I was just kidding. I just wanted to test whether the immovable king technique provided by the system was correct." Being able to withstand a blow from his dad's belt without feeling anything is truly impressive. It seems the system has finally shown some mercy this time. With this thing, your ability to save your life is incredibly strong. From this moment on, we are not afraid of poison or beatings. Seeing Tang Yu whistling and skipping along, the Tang family servants all cast horrified glances at him. "Young Master Tang, have you taken the wrong medicine?" Just as Tang Yu was about to go back to her room and relax for a while, she saw a beautiful woman dressed as a maid at the door. The other person was also wearing glasses, which added a touch of aloofness to her exquisite and beautiful face. What Tang Yu was even more concerned about was, with her amazing figure, she'd be absolutely perfect for a maid outfit. This portion is only slightly less than that of Xiaoya. "Hello, Mr. Tang." The girl dressed as a maid smiled slightly at Tang Yu and bowed. "Hello, hello." Tang Yu greeted him cheerfully. "Finally, I have a beautiful maid at home. This is the life a rich and handsome guy should have. Wow, this girl is really nice. I wonder if walking like this will be tiring." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Ling Han's lips twitched slightly. She looked up at Tang Yu and said softly, "Young Master Tang seems to not remember me?" Tang Yu was slightly taken aback, and only after staring at the other person carefully did she recognize him. Damn, isn't this Ling Han, whom I met at the Galaxy Club last time? He didn't recognize her at first glance, mainly because Ling Han was wearing light makeup and had transformed into a pure and innocent beauty. This is also one of her specialties, makeup and disguise. Simply put, she has everything you like. According to the original plot, she should have been trying to seduce Qin Ming and another young master, sowing discord between them. Later, she reminded Qin Ming to stay away from her, and then she never heard from her again. How did she end up at my house? That son of a bitch Yi-chun, he's already in such a hurry to get revenge on me. It's just that I punched your anus, and it bled. Is it really worth holding such a grudge over something so trivial? Hearing Tang Yu mutter to himself, Ling Han was also taken aback. She did receive news that the Dragon King was ambushed and injured by several powerful figures while protecting a little girl. What does it mean if my anus bleeds? Miss Ling is working at my house now, that's great. Did you work as a maid before? Tang Yu asked with a smile. This female demon is not to be trifled with. She's ranked 3rd among the 8 great generals. Is she after my brother? It's alright. Infiltration is your forte. It's a pity you ran into me. You probably wouldn't have lasted a day without me. Today I'll show you how I got the nickname Scumbag You. I've done it before. I can do laundry, cook, and clean. I even went to a maid training class. Ling Han smiled sweetly and replied, as one of the Dragon Soul organization's top assassins, she frequently undertakes these types of missions. Maid is her most common identity. But our Tang family is different. As you can see, the head of the 4 major families in Suzhou and Hangzhou, it's not so easy to be a maid in our family. After Tang Yu finished speaking, she pointed to her room. Try tidying up my room first, and see if you can manage. Yes, young Master Tang. Ling Han smiled sweetly, went inside, and began tidying up. Tang Yu closed the door behind her. Hee, I used to be afraid of you. After all, you were one of the 8 great generals. Things are different now. I'm not afraid of being beaten anymore. If I don't leave you here today, I'll give up my nickname Scumbag You to Yi Chen. He sat cross-legged on the ground, his gaze sweeping directly over Ling Han. This maid outfit is a good choice, but it's still a bit too conservative. A heart-shaped cutout at the chest would be better. The skirt length is just right weight. Why are there safety shorts again? While tidying up, he listened to Tang Yu's inner thoughts. Ling Han really wanted to hit this guy? If I don't wear safety shorts, am I supposed to wear a thong? Fortunately, she had received professional training, so this level of difficulty was acceptable to her. After quickly tidying up the room, she said softly, Young Master Tang, are you satisfied? It's all right, it's passable. Tang Yu nodded. This woman was indeed quite capable. Anyone who didn't know better would really think she was a professional maid. He sat on the carpet and patted the side, saying, In our house, maids also need to know how to massage. Come on, let me test you. Ling Han suppressed the urge to hit someone and asked with a sweet smile, Young Master Tang, how do I press it? I haven't been sleeping well lately, so please massage my head. Tang Yu laid down beside the bed, indicating that she could start. Ling Han then took a stool and sat down on the edge of the bed, gently pressing her hands on both sides of Tang Yu's temples. Is this pressure okay? Sure, but I have a question for you. Please speak, young Master Tang. I get exhausted just walking around with the ball while playing soccer. Don't you get tired doing this all day? It's all right if you're tired. Just tell the young master. It's no trouble at all. Then thank you, young Master Tang. Ling Han tried to keep her tone calm, but her fists had already hardened without her realizing it. Chapter 59, is the traitor up to something again? Forget it, don't be angry. Getting angry will only make you sick, and no one can take your place. Getting information is the priority. Ling Han took a deep breath and gently pressed her cool, jade-like hands on Tang Yu's head. Oh, that feels good. This technique is actually quite good. Tang Yu looked delighted. This is what you call a life of luxury. The technique is incredibly professional. Sigh, what's the point of such a beautiful girl being an assassin? If I could stay at my house as a maid, working 2 hours a day and spending the rest of the time having fun, that would be the life I should have. How dangerous is the world of assassins? Fighting and killing all day, constantly on the run. How tiring must it be for a girl? After hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Ling Han was slightly taken aback, and even a little touched. Knowing full well that they are the enemy, why would they still think of themselves this way? But deep down, she did have such thoughts. Why can't I be like other girls? She lived an ordinary life, going to school, working, playing games, shopping with her best friend, and looking for a boy she liked to date. In his own world, all he does is kill and complete missions. I deal with all sorts of people every day and have brushed shoulders with death countless times. Living a life of dancing on the edge of a knife is truly exhausting. She also wanted to be an ordinary girl. Every day they collect protection money from various places, and sometimes they eat and dash at dessert shops. Young Master Tang, do you have any brothers or sisters? Ling Han suddenly asked. No, I'm an only child. I do have a few cousins though. Tang Yu smiled and said, Speaking of my cousin, it reminds me of that traitor Tang Ruyu. That idiot is now a vice president at Muyue Foods, but I haven't seen any action from him yet. Yi Chun has disappeared somewhere, and without his orders, Tang Ruyu probably won't be up to any trouble lately. It would be best if he made any subtle moves, since he's being monitored 24/7 anyway. Ling Han had to admit that this man was a bit cunning. No wonder the Dragon King suffered a loss at his hands. Even Tang Ruyu, this crucial pawn, has been completely under his control. Tell the Dragon King later. Ling Han muttered to herself, becoming increasingly curious about Tang Yu. This man really knows a lot. Thankfully, I could hear his thoughts. She began massaging Tang Yu's shoulders, asking softly, Young Master Tang, is this pressure all right? Yes. Tang Yu gave her a thumbs up. It's really awesome. Having been here for so long, I'm finally getting to experience the real treatment of a rich, handsome, and villainous character. So, Mr. Tang means I've passed the test and can stay as a maid, right? Ling Han asked softly. Tang Yu pondered for a moment. It seems like you can't find a reason to just kick them out. That would be too deliberate and would only make you seem like you're alerting them. If you can adapt to this job, great. If you can't, just tell me. You can leave anytime, and you won't be shortchanged on your salary. Tang Yu took the opportunity to pat her leg. Hee, since you chose to stay, don't blame me for being shameless. If you can't stand it, leave quickly. Don't force yourself. But to be honest, if your family hadn't been ruined by Master Yi Chun, in terms of status, you, as a young lady, wouldn't be much worse off than me. Her parents and younger brother were murdered when she was young, and she was taken in by her enemies and trained to be an assassin. She's a pitiful person, Sai. Tang Yu couldn't help but feel a little emotional thinking about Ling Han's background. In the original storyline, Ling Han's parents were Yi Chen's master's targets. After killing the target, Master Yi Chen originally planned to take the 3-year-old siblings with him and raise them together. Children this age don't have much memory, and Master Yi Chen didn't kill anyone in front of him, so he doesn't need to worry about being retaliated against. As a result, the younger brother was killed because he didn't cooperate. Unaware of her surroundings, Ling Han was taken away and trained from a young age, eventually becoming a highly capable assassin. The Dragon Soul organization is so powerful precisely because it likes to raise orphans with no ties to anything into killing machines from a young age. An organization with hundreds of people can't find even 10 parents. Later, after Ling Han discovered this secret, she only hated Yi Chen's master, but remained devoted to Yi Chun. It's a lighthearted, enjoyable story anyway. Even if the Dragon King kills the female lead's entire family, she will still fall in love with him, because he has his reasons and must be forgiven. Ling Han, who was massaging Tang Yu's shoulders, stopped abruptly. She stared blankly, unable to believe what she had just heard. The reason she came to Tang Yu was to get news about her younger brother from him. The old man from the organization told her this in person. She said her parents were killed by an assassin organization, and when he rushed over, he only managed to save himself. As for his younger brother, the old man simply said that his whereabouts were unknown. Later, in her quest for revenge, she personally destroyed the assassin organization, but she still couldn't find any news about her brother. Who orchestrated all of this was actually the old man she respected so much. Her eyes turned red, and an uncontrollable murderous intent surged forth. Why did it stop? Tang Yu, who was enjoying herself, asked. Can I go to the restroom first? Ling Han's voice was somewhat low. Go ahead, go ahead. Tang Yu rolled over comfortably onto the carpet, waiting for her to return so she could continue massaging herself. Well, if she stays here and doesn't leave, then let her massage it for 2 or 3 hours every day. Anyway, her goal is herself, and she's all fleshy now, so she's not afraid. Feeling confused and disoriented, Ling Han went back to the bathroom to wash her face and calm herself down. Your true feelings don't lie. But she still wanted to continue investigating the clues and confirm the matter. If that old man really was his enemy, from this moment forward, she will stand on the opposite side of the Dragon Soul organization. Take it slow, don't rush. She took another deep breath to adjust her mindset. We've come this far, what's a little longer? As for the news about Tang Ruyu that I just heard from Tang Yu, she would never tell Yi Chen again. When she returned, there was already a young man in the room. It was Tang Ruyu who came to visit Tang Yu with gifts. Brother, didn't you get engaged to Miss Su a while ago? I've come to give you a belated gift. He smiled and handed a delicate box to Tang Yu. Tang Yu opened it and saw two Van Cleef Arpels diamond rings inside. Thank you so much, that's very thoughtful. Tang Yu chuckled. This trader who's being overly solicitous for no reason is probably up to no good. He casually asked, how's work at the company lately? There is still a lot to learn. I feel that I am not knowledgeable enough. I wish I had half the talent of my older brother. Tang Ruyu said modestly. Indeed, I wish you had half my talent. Tang Yu nodded. That way, you won't get a score of 250 on the college entrance exam. Tang Ruyu was slightly taken aback. Why was her older brother not playing by the rules? He was somewhat annoyed, but his expression remained respectful as he said, by the way, brother, I discovered a problem after spending some time at the company. What's the problem? Some of the company's accounts don't match up. I suspect that some management is falsifying the accounts. I would like to ask you to take a look. Fake accounts. Tang Yu glanced at the kid and nodded, saying, okay now. Let me prepare some more evidence in a couple of days and let you know in advance. Seeing that Tang Yu had agreed, Tang Ruyu's eyes showed some joy. An hour ago, people found him and said that young Master Yi had sent them. They demanded that they find an opportunity to lure Tang Yu out alone so that they could kill her. With this kid dead, there's no one in the Tang family left to challenge my power. Chapter 60. You think you're worthy of taking advantage of me? Okay, let's arrange it this way for now. Tang Yu grinned. He was just waiting for this kid to take the bait. Now that Yi Chun is in hiding, these traitors will definitely come out one by one to cause trouble. Let's deal with them one by one first. Then he looked at Ling Han and waved his hand. You should go and rest too. We'll continue with the knee pillow massage tomorrow. Yes, young Master Tang. Ling Han nodded, her feelings complicated. She wanted to be alone for a while. What happened today was a huge shock to her. Upon seeing Ling Han, Tang Ruoyu was immediately taken aback by her beauty. When did we get such a stunning beauty in our family? Her looks are comparable to top beauties like Su Muyue. Knee pillow massage? It's really burning. He swallowed hard, and after leaving Tang Yu's room, he quickly followed Ling Han's footsteps. You're the new maid, what's your name? Ling Han, what's wrong? Ling Han frowned, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. My name is Tang Ruoyu, and I am Tang Yu's cousin. I don't usually live here, so it's normal that you don't know me. We can go out for dinner tonight and get to know each other. Tang Ruoyu chuckled and reached out to put his arm around Ling Han's waist. What a waste for such a beautiful woman to be a maid. It's not like I don't have the money to support her. Ling Han's face turned cold. Seeing that no one was around, she slapped Tang Ruoyu across the face. After he finished smoking, Tang Ruoyu's eyes widened, and he was about to cry out when Ling Han reached out and grabbed his neck. Tang Ruoyu's expression changed drastically in an instant. At that moment, he felt that the woman in front of him was no longer a stunning beauty, but a beautiful snake laced with deadly venom. Ling Han said coldly, "Don't push your luck. I was also sent by Yi-chan. She's currently seething with anger and has nowhere to vent it. A fool who was used as a pawn by Yi-chan also wants to take advantage of him? I'm sorry." Tang Ruoyu's legs went weak with fear. This was the first time he had ever felt fear from a woman. Ling Han then released Tang Ruoyu, took out a wet wipe to clean her hands, and walked away with a look of disgust. After Ling Han left, Tang Ruoyu felt extremely ashamed and indignant. He actually got hit by a woman. His eyes held a hint of resentment. Once I gain control of the Tang family, I will make sure someone takes down this woman. However, Yi Xiao's ability to place the chess pieces here surprised him quite a bit. Young Master Yi, you truly have connections everywhere. If I cooperate with him, I'm sure I'll succeed this time. After leaving the Tang family and getting back into his car, he quickly grabbed his phone and started making calls to report the situation. This time, Tang Yu is definitely going to die? But what Tang Ruoyu didn't know was that Tang Yu had already received the recording as soon as he finished the call. After listening to the recording, Tang Yu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Death Squad. Tang Yu still has a deep impression of this team. They are undoubtedly the elite of the Dragon Soul organization, and they have accomplished a great deal for Dragon King Yi-chan. These people are all highly skilled and are all standard ancient martial arts practitioners. In the setting of this book, a martial arts master who reaches the pinnacle becomes an ancient martial artist. Ancient martial arts practitioners were divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. A bottom-tier yellow rank ancient martial artist could easily become the head bodyguard in one of the 4 major families. All 4 members of the Death Squad are at the peak of the yellow rank. Just 4 bratty younger brothers. Tang Yu chuckled, feeling slightly smug. Even Yi-chan, a master of the Profound Realm, couldn't break through the defense of the immovable king technique. They wanted to cooperate with Tang Ruoyu to kill them. I'll turn the tables and reel them in. In short, these traitors and potential threats must be dealt with one by one. If you can't play it safe, then solve the factors that prevent you from playing it safe one by one. After 2 days of lazing around at home, Tang Yu still hadn't received any notification from Tang Ruoyu. These past 2 days, however, he has been having Ling Han come to his room whenever he has a chance, so she can sleep on his soft, smooth lap pillow. What puzzled him was, this woman was much more patient than he had imagined. In the original story, she wasn't like this at all. Because of the premise of a cool novel, how could the Dragon King's woman be allowed to be touched by other men? This isn't some kind of BL novel. She must be waiting for an opportunity. Tang Yu pondered to herself, wondering if she could increase the intensity of her efforts. For example, ask her to help rub your back or something. Having received no news from Tang Ruoyu, Tang Yu could no longer continue to be a lazy bum. Today is the annual meeting of the Suzhou Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce. Large companies in Suzhou and Hangzhou will attend this annual meeting. Tang Yu also had to go as the representative of the Tang Group. Before he went, Qin Ming had sent him a WeChat message saying that his family would openly suppress Longshan Group at the annual meeting today. The Tang and Wang families will definitely respond to this. The 3 families have formed an alliance and are all suppressing Longshan Group in every way. Although Longshan Group has a market value of 500 billion yuan, it can be considered a top company in Suzhou and Hangzhou. However, with the 3 major families joining forces, it was not enough. During this period, all of their business segments suffered heavy losses, and their stock price has fallen for 3 consecutive days. After getting ready, Tang Yu went to the garage and saw her father already sitting in the Rolls-Royce, ready to leave. He quickly opened the car door and grinned as he climbed into the driveway. "Dad, why didn't you call me before you left? How do I know you didn't leave?" Tang Gangsheng said irritably. He gets a little annoyed whenever he sees Tang Yu now. "Last time I whipped him with a belt, this kid actually grinned and asked me if I hadn't eaten. Now, when he sees this guy, he feels a sense of bewilderment like someone drawing their sword and looking around in confusion. I drank some fake alcohol last time and got a little tipsy, so please don't hold it against me, okay? Tang Yu saw the unfriendly look in his father's eyes and quickly chuckled. Tang Gangxing snorted coldly, too lazy to pay any attention to this kid. In previous years, the Chamber of Commerce gatherings were held at the Mingwe Hotel. Because of the major case some time ago, Mingwe Hotel has been sealed off, so we can only switch to a slightly lower-class 6-star hotel. As soon as the father and son got out of the car after arriving at the hotel, many celebrities from Suzhou and Hangzhou came up to greet them. Although Tang Gangxing doesn't get involved in the group's operations much, he still has a good network of relationships. People greeted him everywhere, and several beautiful women came up and gave him a hug. He also gave Tang Yu a look that said, "Don't tell your mother anything." Tang Yu just chuckled and pretended not to see it. What was there to say about such a thing? Damn, big brother, you're here. Qin Ming suddenly appeared from some corner, accompanied by several delicate young beauties. Hello, Mr. Tang. These young beauties also come from prominent families in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but they just can't compare to the Tang family. My brother and I have some things to discuss. We'll hang out with you guys later. Qin Ming didn't dare let these rich and beautiful women have much contact with Tang Yu. He pulled Tang Yu aside and said, "Come on, I'll take you to see someone." "Who are you meeting? Why are you being so mysterious?" Tang Yu was a little puzzled, but soon this guy led her to a suite. When he went inside, he found Qin Kersen sitting by the window drawing. "Sis, I brought the person to you." Qin Ming greeted him with a grin, then turned and left, not forgetting to close the door behind him. P.S. Here's the third update. I hope you brothers all find good brothers like Qin Ming. Chapter 61, A Beautiful Misunderstanding. Damn, I was careless. Tang Yu never expected that this kid would trick her into coming here by deception and a sneak attack. He saw Qin Kersen looking at him with a smile. Tang Yu subconsciously recalled that scene from more than 10 years ago. Cough. A beautiful, naked girl walked over and gave him a big slit. That's absolutely amazing. Qin Kersen put down her paintbrush, walked to the sofa, sat down, and looked at Tang Yu, asking, "Would you like some tea? If so, I'll make it for you." "Water is fine." Tang Yu waved his hand and took a bottle of mineral water, unscrewing it. Qin Kersen looked at Tang Yu. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Tang Yu felt uneasy being stared at by her. The main reason is that Qin Kersen has never given him a kind look over the years. Ever since the incident with the Qin family, her attitude towards me has suddenly become somewhat ambiguous. They even added me on WeChat and had a few awkward chats with me. "Could you open a bottle for me?" Qin Kersen smiled sweetly and said. Tang Yu felt increasingly that this woman was acting strangely today. "You're not incapable of opening it. If you get angry, you could unscrew my skull." Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Kersen was both amused and exasperated. That incident back then left him with a lot of psychological trauma. "I called you here today to apologize. I misunderstood you about what happened before. I didn't know that Qin Ming was lying to you." Qin Kersen's eyes darted around a little when she spoke. Thinking about that incident, she did feel quite embarrassed. From the time she was old enough to understand, she had never let a man look at her like that. "What happened?" "I've forgotten." Tang Yu pretended to be stupid. "Just forget about it." Qin Kersen gently bit her lip. A beauty like her, with every smile and frown captivating, made Tang Yu unable to resist stealing glances at her a few more times. After taking a sip of her mineral water, she pointed to the drawing board. "Do you still paint?" Tang Yu glanced at the drawing board. A butterfly is painted on the canvas, its colorful wings so vibrant that it seems about to fly out of the painting. "I haven't painted in a long time." Tang Yu shook his head and shrugged. "When you used to come to my house, the three of us would often draw together." Qin Kersen's expression was somewhat nostalgic. She has been sensitive since childhood and has a rather aloof personality. Given her special status as the eldest daughter of the Qin family, things were actually a bit awkward at school. Those classmates knew they were inferior to her, so they flattered and fawned over her on the surface, but secretly ostracized her. School is a microcosm of society, and the more unique a person is, the harder it is for them to integrate. She was unwilling to interact with these people while wearing a mask, and over time she became depressed. At that time, the only people she played with were her younger brother Qin Ming and Tang Yu. The three of them would often sit together and draw. Tang Yu also felt a bit nostalgic. He walked up to Qin Kersen's painting and smiled. "You've painted much better than before. These colorful butterflies are so lifelike. You really can't draw them without a certain level of skill. Speaking of which, I should thank you. Do you remember when you drew a colorful butterfly for me?" Qin Kersen's expression softened with tenderness and gratitude. She was severely depressed at that time, and even secretly cut her wrists. Because of her stagnant state of mind, she only liked to paint in black, especially black butterflies. Until one day, when she was halfway through her painting, something happened, and she suddenly left. When she returned, the black butterfly she had drawn had turned into a colorful one. The originally dark and gloomy background has been transformed into a sea of brilliant flowers. She knew that such painting skills could not have been done by her younger brother Qin Ming, so it could only be Tang Yu. That color deeply moved her. From that time on, she slowly emerged from her depression. She was undoubtedly grateful to Tang Yu for pulling her out of the abyss of despair. Until that misunderstanding happened, their relationship became very awkward. Oh, that time I remember. Tang Yu gave an awkward smile. Mainly because I've been putting up with you for a long time. You drew such an ugly butterfly, I couldn't stand it anymore, so I wanted to teach you a trick. Qin Kursen's lips twitched. So, back then, this guy thought his own drawings were too ugly? She immediately smiled in relief. Regardless of the misunderstanding back then, it was a very important turning point in her life. She was still grateful to Tang Yu. She was grateful that his unintentional act had helped her, and grateful that he had saved the Qin family and her younger brother. Let's draw together again. It's been so long since we've drawn together. She looked at Tang Yu expectantly and asked, You keep drawing. I'd rather go for a walk. Tang Yu shook her head. Staying here feels a little awkward. You hate me that much. Seeing Tang Yu about to leave, Qin Kursen asked with a wronged expression. She didn't know why, but seeing Tang Yu's somewhat cold attitude towards her made her feel very uncomfortable. This feeling was something she had never experienced with other men. It's not that I hate it, it's just... Tang Yu was thinking of a suitable reason when she noticed that Qin Kursen's eyes were red. Seeing that her eyes were starting to well up with tears, Tang Yu's heart softened, and she said, I just want to go to the bathroom. Then you go here. Qin Kursen pointed to the bathroom in the suite. Okay, I'll go. Don't cry, or people will think I'm bullying you. Tang Yu quickly offered a few words of comfort, then went inside and symbolically urinated. If she leaves crying after being alone with me in this room, my reputation will be ruined. If Qin Ming finds out again, that bastard will definitely tell everyone about it. After washing her hands, Tang Yu sat obediently next to Qin Kursen and painted with her. He saw that Tang Yu stayed to paint with him. Qin Kursen smiled happily, as if she had found something she had lost for a long time. She was about to get up to get Tang Yu's paintbrush when she tripped over the easel and fell forward to the ground. Oh! Hearing the noise and scream of Qin Kursen falling, Tang Yu quickly helped her up and asked her what happened. Are you alright? It's okay, there's a carpet. Qin Kursen shook her head. The soft carpet on the floor prevented her from getting hurt. Just as she was about to stand up, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, causing her to gasp in surprise. I think I twisted my ankle. She looked at Tang Yu pitifully and said aggrievedly, Let me help you to the sofa first. Tang Yu gave a wry smile. Why did this seem so familiar? Tang Yu put her hand on Qin Kursen's shoulder and helped her to the sofa. Sitting on the sofa, Qin Kursen looked down to check how her foot was. She was wearing stockings, so she had to take them off to make it easier to see. Holy crap, are they just going to take it off right in front of me? I can't take it. I really can't take it. I'm still a child. How can they make me watch this kind of thing? Tang Yu, standing to the side, tried very hard to control her eyes from glancing at it. But he was so concerned about whether Qin Kursen was injured that his gaze became somewhat uncontrollable. There's nothing we can do. Men are just that kind and like to care about girls. Qin Kursen blushed slightly after hearing Tang Yu's thoughts. It's just taking off stockings, isn't it? Qin Ming, who orchestrated all of this, is now in trouble. Because 3 women came looking for him. Su Muyue, Wang Yixue, and Zhang Xiaoye. Where did Tang Yu go? After the 3 women arrived, Wang Yixue stared at Qin Ming and asked. They arrived a little late today. After greeting Tang Gangsheng, they learned that Tang Yu had come, but after searching around, they couldn't find Tang Yu. So they set their sights on Qin Ming. My older brother said he had something to do and went out. He might not be back for a while. Qin Ming said somewhat guiltily. It was a rare opportunity for his older brother and sister to be alone, so how could he dare to turn the suite into a battleground? The 3 women stared at him, and an inexplicable pressure made Qin Ming feel a little overwhelmed. After a stalemate, Qin Ming finally gave in and weakly pointed upstairs. It seems like my older brother was chatting with my sister. The 3 women immediately rushed upstairs to find Tang Yu. After they ran to the door, the 3 women looked at each other, but none of them took the initiative to knock. Listen to this. Wang Yixue suggested in a low voice. Su Miyue and Zhang Xiaoye nodded in agreement, and the 3 women pressed their faces against the door in unison. Then they heard some humming or moaning sounds. The 3 women, looking puzzled, opened the door without a second thought and went inside together. Chapter 62. More women, more trouble. When they went in, Qin Kursen was applying medicinal wine to her ankle. The 3 women had just heard some whimpering sounds outside the door. It was from when she was applying the medicine. Tang Yu looked at the 3 women with a bewildered expression. Holy crap, what are you 3 doing here? Is this a mahjong game? Seeing that it was a misunderstanding, the 3 women were a little embarrassed. They thought something had happened inside. Thankfully no. Otherwise I'd be furious today. Seeing the expressions on the 3 women's faces, Qin Kursen couldn't help but smile slightly. As a woman herself, how could she not guess what they were thinking? Why are you here? Tang Yu looked at the three women awkwardly. Why do I feel like I've been caught cheating? Qin Ming said you were here, so I came to find you. Wang Yixue is quite straightforward. That's always been her personality. Miss Qin, what happened to you? Are you injured? Zhang Xiaoye ran over and sat down next to Qin Kursen, deliberately blocking Tang Yu's view. Snort. So what if she has long legs? Why are you blocking them so I can't see them? If I could grow another 20 centimeters taller, I'd have long legs too. Besides, I'm much older than her. I twisted it, but Tang Yu rubbed it for me for a while, and it's much better now. Qin Kursen smiled slightly, her tone carrying a hint of provocation. The three women all turned their gazes toward Tang Yu. Tang Yu looked completely bewildered, sensing that something seemed off about the atmosphere. Holy crap, what am I looking at? Don't listen to her nonsense. I didn't do anything. After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, the three women realized they had been fooled by Qin Kursen, but they remained very wary. Women are very sensitive. Deliberately misleading them at this time is just an attempt to provoke them, isn't it? Let me do it. I'm a professional. After Zhang Xiaoye squeezed Qin Kursen's ankle a few times, Qin Kursen could no longer feel the pain in her ankle. That's really great, thank you. Qin Kursen smiled and thanked her, then picked up the stockings and put them back on. Wang Yixue simply rolled her eyes. Huh, these are all tricks I've already used before. She took Tang Yu's arm and said, let's go. The meeting is about to start, and my uncle asked me to call you down. Why are you holding his arm? Muyue was displeased when she saw Wang Yixue's actions. She walked over and took Tang Yu's other arm, looking displeased. Miss Wang, please have some self-respect and stop coveting other people's fiancés. Of the people in the room, she was most wary of Wang Yixue. This woman has incredibly thick skin. She's clearly his ex-girlfriend, yet she keeps pestering him. Isn't that annoying? He's your fiancé? Then let him confess his feelings to me. What era are we living in? Still clinging to arranged marriages? Wang Yixue pursed her lips and looked at Zhang Xiaoye, saying, Little you, aren't you right? Zhang Xiaoye already knew that Wang Yixue, like herself, could hear Tang Yu's thoughts. In addition, their relationship is indeed closer. So she decisively joined Wang Yixue's camp and nodded. Yes, times have changed. Now it's all about free love. Qin Kursen did not seem inclined to speak. She and Wang Yixue actually have a good relationship, and she tends to side with Wang Yixue. It's just about this marriage alliance. She didn't care before, but now she's definitely voting against it in her heart. Having finally cleared up the misunderstanding, she didn't want to miss out on a relationship. Relationships between women are so complicated. A 4-person dorm can create 8 WeChat groups. Muyue was so angry she wanted to bite him, but she just wouldn't let go. I still have 2 legs. Why don't you carry me down? Seeing that they had already started their magical duel, Tang Yu gave a helpless suggestion. To be fair, let's divide one strip among the 4 people. Dream on. The 4 women said in unison. Being surrounded by 4 stunningly beautiful women should, by all accounts, be a very happy thing. Tang Yu just felt a lot of pressure. As he walked downstairs, he could clearly feel that everyone's eyes were on him. Those attending today's annual meeting are all prominent figures from Suzhou and Hangzhou, including city leaders. Even in such a crowded setting, Wang Yixue and her group of young ladies remained the most eye-catching figures. The girls huddled together and followed Tang Yu around. Anyone with eyes can see some problems. What's going on? Why are all these people going with young Master Tang? Holy crap, isn't young Master Tang too greedy? 3 young ladies from the 4 major families are all following him. Dr. Jiang is also following along. What's going on? Who told me that young Master Tang is the #1 simp in Suzhou and Hangzhou? Is this what you call simp treatment? Everyone started discussing it. Tang Gangxing was chatting with 2 beautiful women in their early 40s. He was extremely handsome when he was young and was a well-known playboy in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Back then, he had quite a few young ladies who admired him, such as these 2 in front of him. Although we didn't end up together, we still have a pretty good relationship. Mr. Tang, your son has the same demeanor as you. A beautiful woman in front of him suddenly pointed to Tang Yu's location. What? Tang Gangxing turned his head and glanced at it, almost fainting and collapsing to the ground. What the hell is that little bastard up to? The young ladies from the 4 great families, besides his own, were all by his side, and the atmosphere seemed noticeably off. Doesn't he know where he is? Playing such fancy tricks in front of so many people? When I was young, I never did anything as outrageous as him. This is terrible. Is this some kind of scheme to get a few daughters-in-law for the Tang family? Tang Gangxing wanted to whip someone with his belt again. The thought that his belt was no longer effective at hitting the kid made him even angrier. Today, this little bastard has completely ruined the Tang family's reputation. After seeing this scene, Mr. Wang, who had just recovered from his illness, felt his blood pressure rise slightly. My own granddaughter, doesn't she usually look down on other men? What the hell is going on? The smell of vinegar was noticeable throughout the upper-class circles of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Old Wang, your granddaughter is very brave. Another old man standing to the side gloated, saying, It's Qin Wenwen, the patriarch of the Qin family. The relationship between the Qin family and the Wang family is not very harmonious. Because the two families were roughly equal in strength, they often vied for the position of the second largest family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. In recent years, the daughters of both families have demonstrated remarkable business acumen. Wang Yishue's business acumen is slightly superior to Qin Kerson's. Therefore, in recent years, the Wang family has developed better than the Qin family. The Qin family was quite unhappy about this. Today, old Master Qin finally found a chance to vent his anger. But before he could even enjoy his laughter for a minute, Qin Kerson suddenly grabbed Tang Yu's arm. She pointed to a piano placed in the middle of the hall, and with a little tugging, the two walked towards it. Wang Hanfei immediately sneered and mocked. Not at all. She's far inferior to your granddaughter. I've long heard that Kerson is a very brave little girl, and it's true. Qin Wenwen almost coughed up blood. He thought his granddaughter was just following behind for fun. I didn't expect that she was here just to compete for someone's affections, he said with a dark face. That's right, my granddaughter is just as bold and responsible as I am. Back then, I dared to compete with you for a woman, and my granddaughter is the same. Old Qin, old Wang. I can understand that you two don't get along, but isn't Xiao Tang my Su family's son-in-law? At this moment, Su Chongshan, who was standing behind, couldn't hold back any longer. He was so frustrated. His own future son-in-law was being snatched away by someone else's daughter. What if they actually steal it? The two old men glanced back at him, chuckled, and immediately felt much better. That's just how people are. If you find a dead fly in your food, you will feel very uncomfortable. But when you're in pain and see someone fall into a cesspool, you realize it's not such a big deal. Chapter 63. Damn. I actually lost so completely. The moment Tang Yu was surrounded by 4 women, looking incredibly alluring. Qin Ming, his good friend, immediately took a short video with his phone. He's used to being a womanizer. As long as his older sister can be with his older brother, he doesn't care how many sisters-in-law she has. My older brother is so outstanding, it's normal for him to have several wives. After filming the short video, he immediately posted it on his short video account. I thought my brother was the most romantic man in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but he's a million miles behind my older brother. The moment the short video was posted, a flood of comments appeared. These days, for a video to go viral, it needs to feature handsome men and beautiful women. The short video he filmed, featuring 4 stunningly beautiful women and 1 top-tier handsome man, naturally had a fantastic effect. Holy crap, this guy's insane. He's hooking up with 4 girls all by himself. You beast. We don't even have enough for 1 person each. Aren't you afraid he'll die from kidney deficiency? Brother is so handsome, sister is great too. Envy, jealousy, and resentment comments flooded the screen. Yi Chun, who was lying in a hospital bed at the He family's private hospital, was idly playing on his phone. His internal injuries have almost fully recovered. The Xianyang body is no joke. But the external injury on his buttocks will take at least a week to heal. As the Dragon King, he had no interest in playing games. My biggest hobby is watching short videos. Because there are many beautiful women here, he can easily find a suitable target. As I was scrolling through the page, this video suddenly popped up in my feed. After clearly seeing the key figures in the video, Yi Chen's forehead veins bulged instantly, and he roared as he jumped out of bed. I finally fell in love, but you made me lose so completely. Blanche. He slammed his phone to the ground. Smack. The phone shattered with a crisp sound, instantly turning into countless fragments. Even after smashing his phone, the anger in his heart had not subsided in the slightest. He hadn't even won over the woman he wanted yet, and this guy had already started building a harem before him. Moreover, Wang Yishue and Su Muyue even took the initiative to hold his hands in front of so many people. This is clearly the treatment I should be entitled to. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his buttocks, causing him to tremble involuntarily. He felt something flowing out, and when he reached out to touch it, he realized it was blood. I jumped up in excitement, and the wound that had just healed instantly reopened. Tang Yu, I want you dead. Yi Chun endured the pain and roared angrily, about to take out his phone to contact the death squad, and urge them to take action immediately. Then he tragically discovered that his phone had been smashed. This incredibly frustrating and painful feeling made him want to punch himself. As the Dragon King, when have I ever felt so stifled in my life? Qin Ming had no idea how much harm his short video had unintentionally caused to someone, or how much hatred it had drawn for his older brother. He smiled with satisfaction when he saw that the number of likes had exceeded 10,000 in less than 10 minutes. Good. Look closely, my older sister is already a member of my older brother's harem. From today onwards, my older brother is my brother-in-law. He calls me his brother-in-law, and I call him my older brother. We each call each other by our own names. In a good mood, he casually launched a lottery for 1 million. If you have money, you should make sure everyone is happy. Right now, Tang Yu is forcing herself to sit on the piano in the middle of the hall with Qin Kursen and play the piano. Four-hand piano duet. As the upbeat music began, everyone in the room fell silent and turned their gazes toward the two of them. Compared to the other girls, Qin Kursen was highly talented in the arts and was proficient in playing the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Tang Yu is similar. As a rich, handsome, and villainous character who gets trampled on, he has mastered all the skills required for showing off. Otherwise, it's impossible to be a qualified stepping stone. Qin Ming seized this great opportunity and quickly filmed another short video and posted it. What do you mean by a perfect couple? My older brother and my sister are a perfect couple. Fortunately, Yi Chun had already smashed the phone, so he wouldn't get hurt again. Wang Yixue and the other two women watched from a distance and immediately felt a little annoyed. They had learned piano before. However, he had too many things to do after starting university, so he neglected his studies and couldn't compare to Qin Kursen. Your fiancé is playing a four-hand piano duet with someone. Shouldn't Miss Su go and perform a piece? Wang Yixue didn't forget to fan the flames. The enemy of my enemy isn't necessarily my friend. Let them fight it out. Why don't you go play with your ex-boyfriend? Su Muyue glared coldly at Wang Yixue and said, it's not that she can't play the piano, but her skill level is definitely not as good as Qin Kursen's or Tang Yu's. Going up there would only make me look stupid and give people the impression that I'm not as good as Qin Kursen. Which beautiful woman would want to lose to another beautiful woman? They all talk a big game, saying things like, you're so beautiful, your skin is so nice, your legs are so long, your breasts are so big, I can't compare to you. But in their hearts they're just being polite and telling you not to take it seriously. They think they're the most beautiful. I'm good at dancing. Next time I'll have him play the piano, I'll do a pole dance for him. Wang Yixue snorted provocatively. Su Miyue almost choked on her own words. She wasn't nearly as outspoken as Wang Yixue. Jiang Xiaoya didn't say anything. She just looked sad. Tang Yu's brother is so popular. This is so troublesome. Next time, I'll ask him to go with me to provide free medical consultations for patients. When she's with her sisters, she feels like she's not much of a match for them. After Tang Yu and his partner finished their four-hand piano duet, the entire audience gave them a warm round of applause. Seeing the looks these people were giving me, Tang Yu knew. From this day forward, he will be the Sea King pianist of Suzhou and Hangzhou. After seeing this scene, Grandpa Qin also felt that the Tang family's young man was indeed a good match for his granddaughter. They were all outstanding. In Suzhou and Hangzhou, it seems there are indeed few people more outstanding than Tang Jiazi. He looked at Su Chongshan with a smile and said, Chongshan, I heard that your daughter hasn't paid any attention to Xiaotang for 3 years. Isn't this marriage a bit too forced? Su Chongshan's lips twitched, knowing what the old fox was up to, and he quickly said, after 3 years of hard work, they finally achieved their goal. That's what makes it a truly remarkable story. Don't force yourself. Your daughter's happiness is the most important thing. Don't make Muyue suffer. If you feel it's not appropriate, just tell the old man. He'll help you resolve this. He can also give the Su family some of the Qin family's big projects. Old Master Qin chuckled. Trading a project with billions in profits for a good grandson-in-law is still a worthwhile investment. Stop fighting over it. Why don't you all just marry your daughters off to them? Old Master Wang sarcastically remarked from the side. Fortunately, it was time for a meeting, which stopped the three from arguing. The hotel specially transformed a banquet hall into a large conference room. After everyone was seated, the 4 major families and several other large families sat at the front. What's noticeable is that there's still an empty seat in the very front row. In previous years, this position belonged to Blackstone Group. Blackstone Group was acquired and renamed Dragon Group. They didn't even send a representative to this year's annual meeting. This has led many people to speculate about the matter. Just a few days ago, 3 of the 4 major families announced that they were going to war against Longshan Group. Being suppressed by 3 companies simultaneously is an honor no other company in Suzhou and Hangzhou has ever had. P.S. Here's the 3rd update. Wow, that's about 7,000 words today, which is roughly 3.5 chapters. Thanks for your help, brothers. Please give it a 5-star review. Hehe. Chapter 64, Lack of Damage Output in Team Fights. As is customary, city leaders usually give a speech at the beginning of the annual meeting. Then, we will propose some key projects for the city next year, etc. Next, it will be the time for the major families and large companies to speak. Next year, the key development focus for Suzhou and Hangzhou will be on environmental protection, and we need to reduce carbon emissions. The leaders would speak for half an hour at a time. After the leaders finished speaking, Wang Yixue, as the representative of the Wang family, stood up and made a proposal. Our Tengwang Group will actively respond to the call and contribute our modest efforts to the environmental protection cause in Suzhou and Hangzhou. I have another question I'd like to raise with the leaders. As a large company in Suzhou and Hangzhou, Longshan Group is willing to damage the environment in order to make money. Their chemical plant in the south of the city is discharging large amounts of wastewater, which has already caused serious consequences. Wang Yixue clearly intended to openly expose the hypocrisy of Longshan Group. After she took the lead in expressing her opinion, the Tang and Qin families also raised other questions about Longshan Group. The fact that the three companies launched such a powerful attack in front of the entire Suzhou-Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce has forced everyone to consider a question. Shouldn't we step forward and take sides? If Longshan Group were to collapse, it would be a huge piece of meat. Many people began to ponder this matter and quickly came to a conclusion. It's time to make a move. After this highly charged annual meeting ended, Longshan Group's enemies have now become most of the business community in Suzhou and Hangzhou. After leaving the hotel, Old Master Qin didn't seem to care much about the matter concerning Longshan Group. After returning to the car with his beloved granddaughter, he hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. After a moment's thought, he finally spoke. Kursin, what happened between you and that kid from the Tang family today? The two of them were sitting together playing the piano. The girl had such a blissful expression, even a blind person could tell something was wrong. Before Qin Kursin could answer her grandfather's question, Qin Ming had already spoken up. Hey Grandpa, what else do you want to ask? My older sister has a crush on my older brother. They're a perfect match, a match made in heaven. He had barely finished speaking when he was struck by a cane. Old Master Qin said with a dark face, Your sister is a match made in heaven, and you're a born slut, huh? If you bring any more women back to mess around, you can get out of the Qin family. Qin Ming winced in pain, chuckled twice, and began to play dumb. She saw her grandfather looking at her. Qin Kursin bit her lip and said, Grandpa, I am a little interested in Tang Yu. Oh dear, you should have said so earlier, so that Grandpa could have settled this matter before the Su family. Grandpa Qin dotes on his granddaughter. He sighed and said, As you can see, that boy from the Tang family is already engaged to Muyue, so this isn't really the right time. There's no question of compatibility or incompatibility, we're not married. Qin Kursin's attitude was very firm. She will never easily give up on something she has decided on. Old Master Wang had roughly the same idea. That young man from the Tang family is indeed quite good, but he's already engaged. All right, Grandpa, just rest and recover. Don't worry about these things. Your granddaughter will get what she wants. Faced with her grandfather's earnest advice, Wang Yixue simply smiled and tossed her hair. Snort. I'll wear a bunny girl outfit and go see him tomorrow. All right. Grandpa Wang was speechless. Young people these days are much more open-minded than they were back then. Muyue, you'd better hurry up. Don't be as cold-hearted as before, you know? Good men are always in high demand. When Dad was young, he was even more popular than Tang Jiazi. Do you know why your mother got rid of me? She got me drunk and slept with me. Then a few days later she said she was pregnant with you. So you... Su Chongshan was in the car, trying to persuade his daughter. The driver almost drove his car into a ditch when he heard this gossip. Sir, when did you become so flirtatious? Su Muyue blushed deeply after being teased by her father. She glared at her father and said, Can't you teach me something else? Sigh. Only men understand men. Dad is doing this for your own good. Go find him for a drink tonight, okay? Su Chongshan gave his instructions. Su Muyue thought it might not be a bad idea. After returning to the Tang family home, Tang Yu ran to her room and called Ling Han over. He looked at Ling Han with a knowing look in his eyes. Ling Han forced a smile and skillfully sat down on the ground to rub the guy's head. She felt quite good staying at the Tang family's house during this time. The Tang family treated their servants very kindly, and she was living a comfortable life there. It's just that this guy is getting more and more demanding. She kept muttering to herself every day about why she hadn't been swayed by the oil yet, which made her laugh in exasperation. How could I possibly leave? That feels so good. It's so much safer at home. The outside world is too dangerous. Tang Yu lay on Xiangxiang's soft thighs. It doesn't prick like a needle, and the feeling of lying on my lap is just as gentle. Is it dangerous outside? Upon hearing this, Ling Han became slightly wary and asked a question. Did Yichen send someone to deal with Tang Yu? I don't think I heard anything. It's complicated. The world is a dangerous place. Tang Yu sighed. These women are too dangerous. They're all lusting after me. In front of so many people, she fought over to hold her brother's hand. Now everyone in Suzhou and Hangzhou is calling me a scumbag. How am I supposed to go out and pick up girls now? Ling Han couldn't help but roll her eyes after hearing the inner voice. Just as Tang Yu was feeling comfortable, her phone vibrated in her pocket. He casually took out his phone and realized it was a call from Tang Ruoyu. What's wrong? Brother, are you free now? It's about that thing I told you about last time. Tang Ruoyu's deep voice came through the phone. Tang Yu immediately perked up. This traitor is finally going to make his move, isn't he? Okay, wait for me at the company. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yu chuckled and stood up. He had finally gotten the kid hooked. You want the Grim Reaper squad to come and kill me, huh? You scoundrel, I've been waiting for you to take the bait. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, a hint of worry flashed in Ling Han's eyes. She knew the strength of the death squad very well. Even if the four of them joined forces, she wouldn't be a match for them. Is young Master Tang going to risk his life? We shouldn't fall into their hands. After seeing that Tang Yu had already hurriedly left the room, after a moment's hesitation, Ling Han decided to follow. We can't let anything happen to young Master Tang. Tang Yu didn't rush to find Tang Ruoyu. With the power of Fudo Myo, the death squad couldn't do anything to him. The problem is, I don't have any fighting ability myself. So he needs to bring some helpers with him. We have the meat, but we still need damage dealers. Chapter 65 Death Squad. During this period, the three major families began spending money to recruit soldiers and horses in order to take revenge on Yi Chun. The Tang family has already invited 2 ancient martial arts masters, both of whom are at the yellow rank. Although the yellow realm is at the bottom of the Xinhuang realm. However, the existence of ancient martial arts practitioners is extremely rare. Just like a mediocre student at Tsinghua or Peking University, they would be considered a top-notch student elsewhere. These 2 martial arts practitioners are a father and son. The father, Huang Tianrui, is over 60 years old, and the son, Huang Juanxia, is in his early 40s. Upon seeing Tang Yu, the 2 nodded slightly as a greeting. Hello, young Master Tang. Their attitude was somewhat cold, but Tang Yu wasn't surprised. According to the typical premise of wish fulfillment novels, skilled individuals are usually quite unhappy about being forced to act as henchmen for the villainous rich second generation. Even when they fight the male protagonist, they will still exchange a few polite words, such as, I had no choice, or something like that. Ancient martial arts practitioners like them, at the yellow rank, could easily take on 10 professional bodyguards. It's normal to have an air of superiority. I'm going out for a bit later. There are a few experts on the way who will cause me trouble. But you don't need to rush to make a move. I'll play with them first. I will inform you when the time is right to take action. He looked at the 2 of them and gave them instructions. This father and son are no match for the Grim Reaper squad. The Death Squad consists of experts at the peak of the yellow rank, and are known as invincible among their peers. Anyway, anything from the Dragon Soul organization, even if it's just a dog, is a dog among dogs. Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, a hint of mockery flashed in the eyes of both father and son. An expert? What a load of rubbish. Anyone who can hold their own against a pretty face like you is a complete weakling. Huang Juanxia couldn't help but speak up. Young Master Tang, we came here because we heard it was to deal with a master. If it's just about bullying people, why don't we send the other bodyguards instead? What kind of nonsense is it for a father and son, both renowned masters of ancient martial arts, to go and trample on others with a young master like you? Don't throw a punch when you're already high up. Yeah, he's a pro. Hurry up and get going, stop dawdling. Tang Yu rolled her eyes and settled the matter with a wave of her hand. Huang Juanxia was extremely displeased. If he had known he was coming here to do this kind of thing, he would have preferred not to have come at all. Huang Tianrui patted his son on the shoulder, signaling him to be patient for now. Under Tang Yu's arrangement, the father and son got into a relatively low-key Audi. He, on the other hand, drove that Venom car in a flamboyant manner. After the car started moving, Huang Juanxia couldn't help but say with a dark expression, Dad, what's going on with the Tang family? Didn't they say they only needed us to deal with one expert? Giving us a rich kid to be their lackey is such a disgrace to the Huang family. Their family is considered a well-known ancient martial arts family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The reason they were hired by the Tang family for a large sum of money is because they heard they were tasked with dealing with a master. The first task turned out to be to follow Tang Xiao to deal with several experts that he could defeat. Isn't this shameful? Huang Tianrui sighed and said, Let's go this once. If that's the case, we'll resign tonight. Even a master should have some bottom line. They've worked so hard to train in martial arts for so many years, and now they're just lackeys who help bully others? They can't bear to lose face like this. Huang Juanxiao nodded. That's how it is. When the car arrived at the entrance of Muyue Foods, Tang Ruoyu was already waiting there. Seeing Tang Yu get out of the car, he greeted her with a big smile. Brother, you've arrived. You must be tired from your journey. How's the investigation into the falsified accounts going? Tang Yu's smile held a deeper meaning. He already knew that this guy had contacted the Death Squad, but he really didn't know where they were hiding. The investigation has been completed, and we have both witnesses and physical evidence. The person has just been arrested. Tang Ruoyu smiled and said, How about we brothers find a place to eat? The investigation into the falsified accounts was just a pretext. His mission today was to lure the enemy out. Okay, it's been a long time since we ate together. Where should we eat? Tang Yu readily handed over the initiative to him. I know a nice farmhouse restaurant. Let's go there to eat. Shall I ride with you? Tang Ruyu looked at Tang Yu's Lamborghini Veneno, a flash of jealousy and resentment in her eyes. Because they were far from the center of power, their family didn't receive much money. Such a supercar isn't something he can just buy whenever he wants. That kid must die. The Tang family's wealth all belongs to them. Take your car. I only let women sit in the passenger seat. Tang Yu laughed and followed Tang Ruyu into his Bentley. After getting into the car, Tang Yu glanced at the rearview mirror. The Huang family's car was following far behind. I brought 2 people with me today, so they could help with the finishing touches. All 4 members of the death squad must stay behind. Meanwhile, on a hillside along a certain road, 4 men dressed in black were sitting in the grass smoking. How much longer until we reach our target? One of the men, whose face was gaunt, spoke up and asked. His hands have a full 12 fingers, making him instantly memorable. It will probably take another 20 minutes. We can get ready now. One of his companions answered. No rush, let's play along with him. The gaunt-faced man took out a cigarette, lit it, and asked, Do you know about Long Laoba's matter? I know he's in jail. The other 3 laughed out loud, and the death squad was filled with a joyful atmosphere. The 8 great generals of the prestigious Dragon Soul organization were imprisoned less than half a month after returning to China. It's a disgrace to Dragon Soul. He was a good-for-nothing to begin with. If he hadn't clung to Yi Chen's coattails, what right would he have been to be one of the 8 great generals? The gaunt-faced man said with a look of disdain. The 3 nodded in agreement. Their death squad is the elite force of the Dragon Soul organization, and they all yearn to advance further and join the ranks of the 8 great generals. They were quite unhappy about being overshadowed by a good-for-nothing like Long Laoba. Yi Chen isn't much better off. He's only been back for a short time, and he's already lost over 100 billion. All the money the brothers worked so hard to earn has gone down the drain. The gaunt-faced man started firing at Yi Chen again. The other 3 chuckled, not daring to agree too much. After all, that's the Dragon King. The gaunt-faced man spoke again. We must complete today's mission, but not for Yi Chen, but for young Master Lu. The young Master Lu, he mentioned, is Lu Junzuo, who ranks second among the 8 great generals of the Dragon Soul organization. He and Yi Chen are fellow disciples, and he far surpasses Yi Chen in talent, skill, and all other aspects. Many people even believe that if Yi Chen were not related to the old Dragon King by blood, it would be a great loss. This position of Dragon King should be occupied by Lu Junzuo. The 4 members of the death squad can be said to be the direct subordinates trained by Lu Junzuo. After we kill our target today, we'll deliver his head to young Master Lu. The person who was standing on Yi Chen's head was easily killed by young Master Lu. That's a great achievement. This achievement is enough to prove that young Master Lu's abilities far surpass those of Yi Chen. We have rendered such a great service to young Master Lu. In the future, when young Master Lu becomes the Dragon King, the 4 of us brothers can all become the 8 great generals. The gaunt-faced man became increasingly agitated. Brothers, we've endured so much with young Master Lu. Today is the day to make our mark. The other 3 also got excited. Big brother. Second brother. Third brother. Fourth brother. Chapter 66? That's it. Didn't you eat? The 4 of them suddenly burst into flames, nearly setting the grass on the hillside ablaze. In their great excitement, the target finally came into view. When the car was still 20 meters away, the 4 of them rushed out like cheetahs. The gaunt-faced man raised his hand, and a dagger flew out. The dagger pierced the windshield, startling Tang Ruyu, who was driving. Damn it, if I make a mistake, I'm doomed. He slammed on the brakes and glared angrily at Tang Yu. Brother, someone's causing trouble. I'm going down to fight them. The car was equipped with a dash cam, and he had to deliberately put on this line to prove his innocence. Go. Tang Yu gave him a half smile. This bastard was still putting on an act. Tang Ruyu was overjoyed. He pushed open the car door, clenched his fist, and charged towards the 4 members of the death squad. His fighting ability is worse than that of a complete weakling. After rushing over, he was easily knocked unconscious by one of them with a chop to the neck. Tang Yu had already unbuckled her seatbelt and gotten out of the car. He glanced at the 4 people and said calmly, Did Yi Chen send you? What's the point of knowing so much when someone is about to die? One of the shorter men snorted and rushed forward, throwing a punch at Tang Yu, a martial arts master at the peak of the Yellow Realm. In his eyes, these so-called rich kids could be killed with a single blow. Tang Yu stood motionless, completely unfazed, letting the punch hit her face. After the punch landed, he stood still, motionless. The short man who threw the punch was also stunned. Why did my punch go unnoticed? You must know, I am a peak expert of the yellow rank. Even a powerful figure at the profound realm wouldn't be able to take a punch from me so easily. That's it. Didn't you eat? Seeing the shocked look in his eyes, Tang Yu said with a contemptuous expression. This look, as if it were directed at trash, deeply wounded the short man's pride. Who is he? The elite of the death squad. Who in the mercenary world doesn't know their legendary reputation? When did a mere rich kid dare to mock him? Take my tiger fist. He roared and unleashed his trump card, Xingyi Quan. This punch contains immense force. It could easily kill even a bull. But even after the punch landed on Tang Yu's chest, Tang Yu remained completely still. He stared blankly, finding it hard to believe that his all-out attack had failed to injure his opponent. Yuri faking it on purpose, aren't you? The short man's lips trembled slightly. He was reluctant to believe what he was seeing. How could my fist, as big as a clay pot, not be able to hit anyone? Deliberately, Tang Yu smiled calmly, her eyes filled with increasing contempt. You think you can just break the Fudo Muyue technique that I finally got from the system? Eagle, help me out. Use the Dragon Tiger Fist. The short man's mindset had undergone a subtle change, and he turned to look at a teammate and shouted. The other 3 members of the death squad were also completely bewildered at that moment. The 4 of them are evenly matched. Seeing that their teammates' 2 punches hadn't caused any damage, they found it hard to believe. One of them, with a hooked nose, shouted angrily. He lunged forward, appearing out of nowhere, and punched Tang Yu in the left cheek. At the same time, the short man jumped up and punched Tang Yu in the right cheek. Even after being punched twice, Tang Yu didn't move an inch. This time, even the hook-nosed guy was dumbfounded. The 2 of them just used a combined attack, yet they still couldn't move this guy. He saw the 2 of them staring at him blankly. Tang Yu took a deep breath. He slapped each of them twice across the face. You want to help, right? An assassin, huh? Dragon fist, right? Tiger fist, right? After the 2 slaps landed, both of their faces stung with pain. The damage wasn't high. If it's insulting, then it's quite strong. The 2 quickly took 2 steps back, staring at Tang Yu with livid faces. As a master, why didn't he make a move instead of humiliating the 2 of them in this way? The mighty death squad. With a 98% success rate in mission execution, when have we ever suffered such humiliation? Let's go together. The hook-nosed man shouted. They are formidable in individual combat, and their combined attack as a group of 4 is invincible. The other 2 roared and charged forward, joining their teammates in surrounding Tang Yu and unleashing a barrage of attacks. As peak experts of the Yellow Realm, their strength is quite terrifying. The 4 of them surrounded Tang Yu and attacked with all their might. Their movements were so fast that outsiders could hardly see them clearly. At that moment, Huang Tianrui and his son were hiding dozens of meters away. Seeing Tang Yu being beaten by 4 people, the father and son were terrified. Dad, these 4 people are probably all experts at the peak of the yellow rank realm. Seeing the speed and strength of the 4 men, Huang Juanxiao broke out in a cold sweat. He only became a true ancient martial arts practitioner this year. As both of them were at the yellow realm, he estimated that even the 2 of them might not be able to defeat any of those 4. It's definitely the peak of the yellow rank realm. Huang Tianrui clenched his fist. He has been in the yellow realm for 15 years, but he is still far from the peak. But what terrified him even more than these 4 people was, faced with the attack from the 4 men, Tang Xiao stood still the entire time. He was like a towering tree, and the attacks of the 4 were nothing more than a drizzle falling on the tree. What kind of strength does one need to withstand being ganged up on by 4 peak Yellow Realm experts and remain unscathed? The Profound Realm? Definitely more than that. The Earth Realm? That seems very difficult to achieve. Could it be the legendary Heavenly Realm? Huang Juanxiao was also trying to guess Tang Yu's cultivation level at this moment, and he said in a trembling voice, Dad, do you think young Master Tang has the strength of the Earth Realm? At least. Huang Tianrui trembled with excitement. Even experts at the Xian level were unattainable for him. Wouldn't a master of the Earth Realm at such a young age be invincible in the world? To be able to follow such a strong person. With a casual gesture, wouldn't his and his son's cultivation levels advance dramatically? Listen up, from today onwards, my son and I will obey young Master Tang's every command. Even if he orders us to stab a telephone pole, we must not hesitate, understand? Huang Tianrui looked at his son and gave the order. Understood. Huang Juanxiao nodded solemnly. He knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Then why didn't young Master Tang fight back? Why did he let a few ants act so arrogantly? He then looked at his father and asked. Huang Tianrui pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, Fool, can't you see young Master Tang's good intentions? A master like him wouldn't stoop to fighting such ants. He's deliberately letting us observe and learn. I see. Huang Juanxiao suddenly realized the truth and deeply regretted his previous suspicion of Tang Xiao. Despite his poor attitude, young Master Tang was still so magnanimous in instructing him. This kindness is as heavy as a mountain. P.S. Here comes the 3rd update. Chapter 67, The Vanished Memories. Despite the 4 men's fierce attacks, Tang Yu felt nothing at all. This perfected version of the immovable king technique is so damn useful. That invisible energy surrounded me. These attacks came like a gentle breeze. It didn't even leave a single wrinkle on his clothes. Seeing the increasingly terrified faces of the 4 people, Tengyu was extremely satisfied. After attacking continuously for 5 minutes, the 4 members of the death squad were almost dumbfounded. Human strength has its limits. They are ancient martial arts practitioners, not superhumans. Their inner energy and physical strength will eventually run out. The hook-nosed man was rather cunning. After seeing that the 4-man combined attack was ineffective, he suddenly gave up the attack and a military dagger appeared in his hand. Then, he lunged at Tengyu's chrysanthemum knife. Even the strongest man has vulnerable spots. But this time, he miscalculated. After the incredibly sharp bayonet struck, it was unable to advance an inch. Immediately afterwards, he received another loud slap across the face. You fucking look down on my sphincter muscles? You think I'm that good for nothing, you chun? After being slapped, Tengyu was about to make a move. The 4 people had already retreated several meters at the speed of light, creating distance between them. Their faces were filled with terror, and they were panting heavily, unable to believe what they were seeing. The 4 of them attacked with all their might for a full 5 minutes. Even the most insidious sneak attacks couldn't hurt this guy. Is this man a monster? After seeing Tengyu put her hand into her pocket, the 4 of them tensed up instantly, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. Is this man about to make a move? With the strength of the 4 of them, is there any chance that one of them can escape? Then, they saw Tengyu take a cigarette out of his pocket and slowly light it. He slowly exhaled a smoke ring and said calmly, "You are too weak. I have no interest in using my strength against trash. I'm afraid that if I make a move, I might not be able to kill you." What exactly do you mean? The gaunt-faced man's teeth trembled slightly as he spoke. This man is incredibly intimidating. Except for that old man in the organization. He had never felt this kind of pressure from anyone before. If the Dragon King were here, he would die on the spot if he stood still and let them fight him for 2 minutes. At this moment, the 4 of them were thinking roughly the same thing. That means if this man had made a move, they would already be corpses. What I mean is, everyone here is trash. Seeing that the 4 people were already weak in the knees, Tengyu was quite satisfied. My strength is entirely up to your imagination. He raised one hand high, and the 4 men immediately took a big step back in fright. At the same time, Huang Tianrui and his son, who had been lying in ambush, realized what was happening. Charge. Young Master Tang told us to clean up the trash. Huang Tianrui waved his hand, and the father and son quickly rushed towards the 4 members of the death squad. In terms of strength, any one of the 4 members of the death squad is stronger than the father and son. However, the intense battle just now had exhausted their true energy and physical strength. Having been terrified, the 4 were now no different from ordinary people. Soon, the 4 men were easily defeated by the determined Huang Tianrui and his son. After the 4 men were tied up, Huang Tianrui and his son looked at Tengyu with admiration and respect. Young Master Tang, what do we do now? Just as Tengyu was about to have them take the people to the police station, her gaze suddenly locked onto the hands of one of the men. Does this man have 12 fingers? He suddenly remembered. Around chapter 400 of the original story, ancient martial arts forces began to emerge. One of the bodyguards from a prominent family had 12 fingers, and his appearance was almost identical to the person in front of him. This bodyguard belonged to the villainous faction, and his fate was naturally to be killed by Yi Chun with a single punch. After staring intently at the man for a while, Tengyu asked, "What's your name?" I am called Deng He." Deng He answered in a low voice. He had lost his will to fight in the face of this powerful man. A knife that isn't sharp is a horse that's too thin. What can I use to fight him? Tengyu couldn't help but shudder. Damn, it actually matches up. This plot is such a mess. Characters who haven't even appeared, yet have already shown up? And he even became a member of the Dragon Soul organization? Tengyu, looking puzzled, took a deep breath and waved her hand, saying, "Take him to the police station. Lock him up first, and we'll investigate him later." "Yes, young Master Tang." The father and son looked at Tengyu with increasing admiration. As expected of young Master Tang, a true master not only keeps his abilities hidden, but also abides by the law. He was unwilling to resort to vigilante justice when faced with these disrespectful scoundrels. After Huang Tianrui and his son took the 4 people away, Tengyu turned around and glanced at Tang Ryu, who was still lying on the ground. To clear his name, the death squad knocked him unconscious, and they didn't hold back. A good opportunity. Tengyu chuckled and rushed forward, starting to punch and kick the traitor. Since he's already passed out, why be polite with him? Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, I'm a master at it. As for beating the kid to death or anything like that, Tengyu didn't have that idea. Why bother eliminating the enemy's incompetent teammates? After playing for several minutes, Tengyu felt refreshed. Tang Ryu, who had fainted, was beaten until she was covered in blood and looked terrible. Tengyu whistled, dragged the kid into the car, threw him in, and drove him to the hospital. Not long after Tang Yu left, a figure fell from a nearby tree. It was Ling Han, who had been secretly following Tang Yu. She stayed hidden here and watched the whole time. Her face was filled with extreme shock. She knew the strength of the death squad all too well. Even after the four of them attacked until they were exhausted, they still couldn't hurt Tang Yu. This level of strength is practically a joke if it's not at the Earth realm. She finally understood why Tang Xiaoming, knowing her identity, still kept her by his side. It is precisely because he has formidable strength. With Tang Xiao's strength, killing me would be a piece of cake, but he doesn't seem to want to. Could it be that he likes me? After muttering something to herself, Ling Han blushed slightly. Otherwise, how would young Master Tang know so much about me? Only a powerful man like Tang Xiao could do that. Only then would she feel that she should be an ordinary girl. Only he has the right to think that way. If he asks me to scrub his back again next time, I'll go ahead and do it. After Tang Ryu was taken to the hospital, the old man was rushed to the emergency room for treatment. Tang Yu called his second uncle's family to explain the situation, and then he went back to his car and lit another cigarette. This damn plot is getting weirder and weirder. Damn system, what's going on? Why are characters who haven't even appeared yet making their appearances already? Beep, the plot has gone awry. Please be careful, host. The system's cold voice rang out. The plot has fallen apart. What's the next step? Tang Yu frowned. When the plot spirals out of control, that's when the real danger begins. The system fell silent and did not respond. At that moment, some strange images suddenly flashed through Tang Yu's mind. Each scene depicts my own death, only I died at the hands of different people. This sudden revelation of memory caused Tang Yu's face to contort in pain. A red number appeared before his eyes. 299. Just as he was about to carefully review this memory, his expression suddenly turned blank. His memory had returned to a few minutes earlier, and then that sudden memory disappeared again. Damn system, where's the reward? Tang Yu asked, cursing and swearing, completely unaware of what had just happened. Beep, reward delivered. The system's voice sounded again. This time, however, the system's voice seemed to carry a hint of weakness. Tang Yu didn't have any new skills in her mind, and there was nothing around her. Delivered? Where was it sent? To whom was it delivered? Damn system, you're ripping me off with all these rewards, aren't you? Tang Yu cursed for several minutes, but the system ignored him. Meanwhile, a package sent in Tang Yu's name has been loaded onto a plane bound for Africa. Chapter 68, The Loyal He Jin. Burkina Faso in Africa, translated into Chinese, means the land of upright and virtuous people. After being entrusted with an important task by Tang Xiao and sent here, He Jin was quite satisfied with his work. The pay is high, the workload is light, and there's no one to manage you. The work is easy every day, and you can leave for tea at 3 p.m. He received the news just a few days ago. The Tang family suddenly started spending money to recruit experts from all over the world, and they only wanted experts in ancient martial arts. Learning about this was a significant blow to him. As the former captain of the bodyguard team, I realized that my own strength was far too weak. He's not even a martial arts practitioner. How can he protect young Master Tang? So, to motivate himself to improve, he started training intensely every day. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, then a 10-kilometer run. He had just returned from exercising when a subordinate came running up to him with a package. Mr. He, there is a package for you. It was sent to you by young Master Tang. Sent to me by young Master Tang? He Jin immediately perked up and quickly took the package, carefully opening it. The package was an exquisite Nama box. When he opened it, he found an antique-looking book inside. The Dragon Elephant Manual? After carefully flipping through the book and glancing at it a few times, tears immediately streamed down his face. Tang Xiao must be keeping an eye on me all the time. He learned that after his hard training, he had actually obtained an ancient martial arts manual. As a martial artist, he knew all too well how precious this manual was. It was a treasure that money couldn't buy. Moreover, the requirements for martial arts aptitude in this book, Dragon Elephant Manual, are not too high. As long as you are willing to endure hardship, you will eventually be able to cultivate yourself into a master of ancient martial arts. I can only repay Tang Xiao's kindness with my life. He Jin choked back a sob, wiped away the hot tears on his face, and roared at his subordinates. Starting tomorrow, find me 100 young men with martial arts aptitude in the area. I want to train an elite force for young Master Tang. He Family Private Hospital. Yi Chun lay anxiously on the hospital bed, feeling inexplicably uneasy. The death squad had already approached their target and made their move 5 hours ago. But to this day, he has not received any news. This left him very confused and puzzled. That's the death squad. Although the four of them aren't as strong as me, their combined attack technique is quite powerful. Even if they can't win, they can still escape unscathed. But so far, not a single person has contacted me proactively. With each passing second, his anxiety grew. Hey Tang, I don't believe you have the ability to keep the death squad here. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. But as he got emotional, a sharp pain shot through his chrysanthemum wound. He gasped and quickly relaxed his body, trying not to get too emotional. The wound has already reopened once. It would be troublesome if it reopened again. After much deliberation and worry, he could only ask the nurse to help him find He Huyen and ask the He family to help him find out the situation. About 15 minutes later, He Huyen walked in from outside the door carrying a bag. She looked at Yi Chun and said in a light and melodious voice, "Mr. Yi, is there something you need from me?" "Miss He, I'd like you to help me find out what's going on. I sent 4 of my men out, but I can't get in touch with them." Yi Chun smiled bitterly, and just as he was about to explain the situation, a man's voice came from outside the door. "No need to look anymore. They're already in jail." Immediately afterwards, a handsome young man with a slightly roguish air walked in from outside the door. After he came in, he looked Yi Chun up and down with great interest, his eyes filled with amusement. The mighty Dragon King was beaten so badly he had to run away naked? Utterly ridiculous. Upon seeing the young man, Yi Chun's expression changed slightly. He frowned and said, "Junior brother, weren't you on a mission in France? When did you arrive?" "I came today." Lu Junzuo smiled slightly and said, "My master already knows about the incident involving the death squad, so he sent me to help you." Yi Chun's heart sank instantly. Has something really happened to the Grim Reaper team? What's even more damning is that the old man sent him here. What does that mean? His expression shifted rapidly, his emotions extremely complex. "My master said that you should take good care of your injuries and go to Yinjing when you are better. I will handle the matters in Suzhou and Hangzhou," Lu Junzuo said with a smile, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. After confirming the news, Yi Chun's face immediately turned pale. What exactly does the old man mean? After scrutinizing Lu Junzuo for a moment, his pupils contracted and he asked, "You've broken through?" Lu Junzuo smiled wickedly and nodded. His current strength is already at the peak of the profound realm. We're only one step away from reaching the earth realm. Yi Chun's strength is still at the mid-stage of the profound realm. Does someone who has repeatedly failed and is not as strong as himself really have the right to continue being the Dragon King? So his master sent him out, which was a great opportunity for him to show his abilities. Lu Junzuo is determined to take the Dragon King's position. Yi Chun remained silent with a gloomy face, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. What a Lu Junzuo, trying to steal my position as Dragon King? Once you break through to a higher realm, you can just wait to die? Then, senior brother, take your time to recover. I'll take my leave now. Lu Junzuo smiled, greeted them, and left the ward. He Huyen said goodbye and left with Lu Junzuo. So Mr. Lu will be in charge of the Suzhou and Hangzhou area from now on. He Huyen looked at Lu Junzuo and asked. Yes. Lu Junzuo smiled wickedly. As a fellow disciple, he was also skilled at giving a wicked smile. The difference is that Yi Chun's left corner of his mouth turned up, while his was on the right. That might not be easy. He Huyen shook her head slightly. Turning a bad situation around is no easy task, and Longqin Group's current predicament can only be described as dire. The He family won't make a move anyway, so there's no need for them to cause trouble for themselves. What Yi Chun can do, I can do. What Yi Chun can't do, I, Lu Junzuo, can also do. Lu Junzuo smiled proudly and touched the dragon-patterned jade pendant hanging on his chest. He obtained this jade by chance when he was 7 years old. Once, he had a nosebleed and accidentally dripped some blood onto it. Then the jade was activated, and I obtained an ancient martial arts inheritance. In his judgment, the one who left behind this ancient martial arts legacy should be a legendary ancient martial arts master at the heavenly realm. Therefore, he is fully confident that he will definitely reach this level in the future. He was determined to get the Dragon King's position. After arriving in Suzhou and Hangzhou this time, I'll have to play this terrible game for Yi Chun, that good for nothing. He'll take anything and any woman he sets his sights on. Chapter 69. You're playing games again. Tang Group, General Manager's Office. Chi Yin was engrossed in playing a shooting game, with a freshly delivered KFC and a sugary drink beside her. Tang Yu opened the door, walked in, and patted her on the shoulder. Qin, you're playing games again. Take a break. Roar, it's dead. It's all your fault, young Master Tang. Seeing the screen go black, Chi Yin's face was filled with sorrow. If you're dead, you're dead. You've been playing all day, go and rest for a while. Tang Yu sighed. This silly girl takes playing so seriously every day. Is it really necessary for her to act so earnestly? Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Chi Yin's expression turned slightly awkward. Degree. Am I getting too absorbed in work lately? To cover her embarrassment, she grabbed the bucket of fried chicken and asked, Young Master Tang, would you like some? I'm not eating. Tang Yu rolled her eyes and asked, Do you know what day it is today? KFC Crazy Thursday. Tang Yu reached out and touched her forehead. Damn, Don't let her play games all the time and make her stupid. I remember she wasn't exactly known for being very bright. This kid is doomed. He's got straight A's, but isn't smart. Degree A degree. Do I look like I'm not very smart? Chi-in was speechless. She thought to herself that she was very smart. These games take other people at least 3 months to complete, but I only need about a month. They even broke several records. Today is your birthday. Tang Yu sighed and could only offer a reminder. That's right. Chi-in then came to her senses and said with an awkward smile. Thank you for your concern, young Master Tang. I've been so engrossed in work lately that I almost forgot it was my birthday today. However, as an assassin, birthdays are nothing to her. Tang Yu's sudden mention warmed her heart. This kind of care was like an unattainable luxury for her. The company has a rule that employees' birthdays should be celebrated. I happen to be free today, so let me celebrate for you. Tang Yu looked at Chi-in and chuckled. This silly girl has been here for so long. She should have stolen most of the information she needed. Once this information gets into that idiot Yi Chen's hands, it probably won't be long before it becomes useful. Since that's the case, I need to find a way to bring this silly girl to my side. Slowly build rapport first, then confront her once you've gathered all the evidence. Chi-in looked at Tang Yu with a completely bewildered expression. Young Master Tang, do you want to win me over to your side? Is there really such a good thing? Ever since she overheard Tang Xiao's thoughts during their first meeting, she began to investigate the Tang family by following the clues. After a series of investigations, she actually found information about her father. My father's name is Qi Hong. More than 30 years ago, he was hunted down because he offended a powerful figure. When he was desperate, he was rescued by the Tang family patriarch and became the Tang family's bodyguard captain. He was extremely loyal to the Tang family and even saved old Master Tang twice. The Tang family trusted him immensely. Tang Yu's father and he were very close, like brothers. After working for the Tang family for more than 10 years, he suddenly disappeared. The Tang family searched for him for several years but could not find his whereabouts. Several years later, a pregnant woman came to the Tang family and said she was Qi Hong's wife. The Tang family naturally took in the pregnant woman and treated her extremely well. Less than 6 months after giving birth to her daughter, the pregnant woman disappeared with her daughter. Chi-in couldn't find out what happened after that, since the Tang family had limited information. This way, she could be certain that Tang Xiao and the Tang family were definitely not her enemies. They had done her family a great favor. How could Chi-in repay kindness with enmity? A young Master Tang is celebrating my birthday? Would that be inappropriate? After regaining her senses, Chi-in quickly replied. What's inappropriate about it? You've been with the company for so long, playing games here every day. You've worked hard and made significant contributions to the company. Because of you, the company's game projects are progressing at a rocket-like speed. You are the #1 contributor to our Tang group. I must personally arrange everything for your birthday today. Tang Yu said confidently. That's right, I'm going to show you what a good boss really is. That stingy Yi Chun makes you do all the dangerous work, and you only get tens of thousands a month. What nonsense about hardship tempering the mind. Screw you. Capitalists would shed tears at your sight. Following young Master Tang, you'll eat 9 meals a day. Okay, thank you, young Master Tang. Chi-in felt even warmer inside. Tang Xiao cared about her so much. She had actually considered confronting Tang Xiao. But having been eavesdropping on Tang Yu's thoughts every day, she felt she couldn't say it directly. Because Tang Xiao sometimes has a really wild imagination. If I were to tell him that I've come to surrender, he would definitely think I'm putting on an act. So all she could do was help secretly, such as sending over all the fake documents. She now felt only doubt and hatred towards the Dragon Soul organization. Knowing that the Tang family had been kind to him, why did they still send him to repay kindness with enmity? Okay, let's rest for a bit and then head out. First, we'll pick out a birthday present for you, and then we'll go out for a big meal. Tang Yu said with a smile. What would be a good gift? A year's supply of papaya milk? But I've heard that papaya milk isn't very effective. The Qingnong Tianjing does contain a similar prescription. In her case, she needs to have her meridians unblocked first. But if I try to clear her obstruction using force, I reckon she'd chop my hand off. Sigh. I'm just too kind-hearted. I can't stand seeing girls who are ordinary. It's a pity that he has such excellent medical skills, but nowhere to use them. Chi-in's delicate body trembled. Young Master Tang, you really care about my cup, don't you? However, she had actually tried many methods in private. When she was an assassin, she didn't care and even thought it was more convenient. Now that she's a married woman, she feels like she needs to have at least some of that to be proper. So I tried drinking papaya milk in private, but it really didn't work. Is Tang Xiao's method of clearing the meridians really effective? She blushed and silently cursed in her heart. What am I thinking? After leaving the office, Tang Yu took Chi-in to his sports car and headed towards a large shopping mall. I'll buy you a birthday present first, then I'll go buy some clothes and stuff. You're a girl. You should learn to dress up sometimes. Tang Yu joked with a smile as she drove. Sigh, this silly girl is undoubtedly a top-notch assassin, but as a girl, she's a bit unusual. Her style of dress is a bit outdated. I've never seen her wear short skirts or anything like that. Being so good-looking, it would be a crime not to dress up and beautify the city. Okay, thank you, young Master Tang. Shi-Yin blushed and thanked him, feeling a little touched. I've grown up like this. Tang Xiao was the first to hope that she could be like an ordinary girl, instead of thinking about making her an excellent assassin. Chapter 70, you should pluck the strings of the piano, not the strings of my heart. Don't worry, your boss has excellent taste. Today, I'll make you the most beautiful girl in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Tang Yu chuckled. Be bolder and more open-minded. Break free from your past self. Having her in a cosplay outfit seems like a good idea. Considering her a cup figure, the outfit worn by Sora should suit her quite well. Add a pair of black stockings, and hey, that'll be amazing. Shi-Yin was completely confused and felt a little frustrated. She doesn't understand any of this. Anime and cosplay are from a completely different world for her. Her world consisted only of missions and death. After arriving at the mall, Tang Yu parked the car and led Shi-Yin inside. This shopping mall is owned by the Tang family and targets the high-end market. All the shops here are luxury brand stores. After the two went inside, they took the elevator straight to the third floor. Tang Yu was quite familiar with this place. He led Shi-Yin into a music store called Kinlead with practiced ease. Upon seeing a customer arrive, a female sales assistant immediately came forward, bowed, and greeted them. Welcome. What would you two like to see? Could you please take me to see a guitar? Tang Yu smiled. Okay. The saleswoman nodded repeatedly, but when she looked up and saw Tang Yu's handsome face, she was momentarily stunned. This guest is kind of handsome. She led the two to the area where guitars were kept and asked, what kind of guitar would you like? Classical, folk, or electric? Which one do you want? Tang Yu looked at Shi-Yin and smiled. In the original story, Shi-Yin is a girl who longs for a normal life deep down. Living every day amidst knives and bloodshed, few normal people would enjoy such a life. Her hobby is music, and she likes the guitar, but it has little to do with her life. So giving her a guitar as a birthday gift is the perfect idea. Shi-Yin happily began making her selections. After browsing for a while, she finally chose a pale yellow handmade classical guitar. Let's go with this one. Shi-Yin held the guitar with sparkling eyes, as if she had obtained some incredible treasure. Her bright and pure smile was like an iris quietly blooming deep in a secluded valley. Tang Yu, who was standing to the side, was also stunned, and felt her heart beat faster involuntarily. How come this silly girl's smile is so beautiful? Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, a hint of shyness flashed across Shi-Yin's face. This heartfelt praise was so sincere that it made her somewhat happy. Beautiful lady, you have excellent taste. This is the last Smoman classical guitar in our store. Because it is a completely handmade custom-made guitar, each one takes about 2 years to arrive. The saleswoman was overjoyed. This guitar is the most expensive one in the store. Selling it will bring in a large commission. Can I try it first? Shi-Yin looked up and asked. Yes, it's fine. The sound has been tuned. Please feel free to try it. The saleswoman smiled and was extremely polite. Shi-Yin smiled happily, found her footing, and started playing. Soon, upbeat music began to play. Tang Yu sat to the side, silently admiring the scene, her gaze fixed on Shi-Yin's face. When she plays the guitar, her focused expression and pure smile make her seem less like a female assassin and more like a cute girl next door. After she finished playing a piece, she looked at Tang Yu happily and asked, Young Master Tang, what do you think? That's pretty impressive, Tang Yu said, giving a thumbs up. The technique was flawless in every aspect, except for one minor mistake. You should be plucking the strings of the guitar, not the strings of my heart. Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Shi-Yin blushed slightly again. Why is this person doing this again? Can't they just say a few less compliments? How much? Tang Yu took out her wallet, pulled out a credit card, and handed it over. Hello, sir. The total is 370,000. The saleswoman quickly took out the card reader and started swiping the card. After swiping her card, she handed the receipt to Tang Yu when a beautiful woman carrying a bag walked in from outside. Her hair was dyed burgundy, and she was quite beautiful. As it walked, its large headlights swayed, attracting considerable attention. Hello, sir, madam. Is there anything you need? Upon seeing the woman arrive, the saleswoman quickly bowed and greeted her. The woman pulled a black membership card out of her pocket and waved it around. I'm a black gold member of your store. I heard you have a smoker. Bring it to me. The saleswoman glanced at the membership card and confirmed that it was indeed their top-tier black gold membership, with the recipient's name written on it. Then she looked somewhat embarrassed. I'm sorry, Miss Xiao. That Smallman has just been sold. Sold? Xiao Meiyun raised an eyebrow, and her face instantly darkened. She saw Shi-Yin holding a Smallman guitar and gave an order to the saleswoman. Give them their money back. I'll keep the guitar. I went to 2 stores to find a smoker because I need to use it for my live stream in a few days. The saleswoman was also surprised that she would make such a request and said awkwardly, "Excuse me, sir, doing this is against our store's rules." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Meiyun slapped her across the face and cursed. "I'm a Black Gold member. Why should I listen to your rules? Do you know how much money I've spent at your store? More than you could earn in your entire life." The female sales assistant was suddenly slapped, and half of her face instantly became red and swollen. She covered her face and took 2 steps back, her face filled with humiliation and fear. She could only apologize to Xiao Meiyun in a low voice. The music store where she works is a high-end national chain. To become a Black Gold member, one must spend at least 5 million yuan. How could a lowly employee like her afford to offend a customer like that? Tang Yu frowned. This plot is really intense. After thinking about it carefully, he remembered the woman's identity. She was the mistress of a villain and was originally supposed to offend Yi Chun here. Then, in a fit of anger, Dragon King Yi Chun beat her up, and then the villain appeared and the conflict between him and Yi Chun escalated. And so the familiar routine of showing off, slapping people in the face, and drawing hatred unfolded. Good heavens, this is the perfect opportunity for Yi Chun to dig a hole. Tang Yu chuckled to himself, having come up with a wicked idea, and then deliberately sat there waiting for the plot to unfold. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit ran over and asked, "Gentlemen, I am Chun Zhizhuan, the store manager. What's going on?" Xiao Meiyun looked at his face with displeasure. "How does your store train its employees? She's teaching me the rules here." Upon seeing Xiao Meiyun's Black Gold membership card, Chun Zhizhuan's expression changed slightly. He looked at the saleswoman and scolded her. "Lu Xiuqin, have you lost your mind? Who gave you the right to talk to a guest like that? Apologize to this guest right now." "No, these 2 customers have already paid for the guitar, and this Ms. Xiao asked me to refund their money and sell the guitar to her." Lu Xiuqin covered her face and burst into tears, feeling wronged. Before she could finish explaining, Chun Zhizhuan said impatiently, "Can't you understand human language? Apologize to this lady right now, or get out of here. If you make her apologize, from today onwards, all your family's music stores can close down in Suzhou and Hangzhou." After waiting for a long time, Tang Yu suddenly spoke. Chun Zhizhuan glanced at Tang Yu and sneered. "Who do you think you are? Trying to make it impossible for our shop to stay in business in Suzhou and Hangzhou? Do you even know who our boss is?" Xiao Meiyun also started to curse in a sarcastic and mean way. "Who do you think you are, you poor wretch? Do you even have a place to speak here? You're trying to make a music store go out of business? Do you even deserve to? And you, let go of my smoman. Dressed like a country bumpkin, is this something you can play with? If you break this and it affects my live stream, I'll post you all online and make you all die of embarrassment." After scolding her, she reached out and snatched the guitar from Qi Yin's arms. Qi Yin's eyes turned cold. Just as Xiao Meiyun was about to reach out and grab it, Tang Yu had already stood up and swung a powerful backhand punch. Chapter 71. Why should I, Tang Beixian, explain my actions throughout my life to you? After being slapped, Xiao Meiyun took 2 steps back, looking astonished. She then screamed and rushed forward to grab Tang Yu's face. Before she could even reach it, Tang Yu had already kicked her in the stomach. Xiao Meiyun was kicked to the ground and screamed in pain, clutching her stomach. Realizing the difference in combat power between herself and Tang Yu, she screamed at Tang Yu, "You dare hit a woman? Are you even a man?" Tang Yu took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. "Sorry, I believe in gender equality, and I'll hit anyone who acts like a jerk. Well, even though we're all villains. But someone like you, who's just cannon fodder, is definitely asking for a beating." Qi Yin, who was standing to the side, almost burst out laughing. What the hell is this talk of gender equality? Just then, a young man led an old man dressed in a Tang suit into the room. Upon seeing Xiao Meiyun walking on the ground, the young man's face darkened, and he quickly walked over. "Young Master Han, please help me get revenge. This bastard hit me." Upon seeing the young man, Xiao Meiyun quickly got up from the ground, crying with tears streaming down her face. This is her sugar daddy, and the source of her arrogance. After becoming his woman, she caused quite a bit of trouble. But no matter how big the matter is, Han Xiao can handle it with just one phone call. The young man she called Han Xiao had prominent ears and a rather honest-looking face. Seeing that half of Xiao Meiyun's face was swollen, he felt extremely distressed and quickly comforted her. Okay, I'll help you get revenge, baby, don't cry." Then his face darkened, and he stared at Tang Yu coldly. "You've got some nerve, daring to touch my woman, Han Mingxuan's woman." Han Mingxian. Upon hearing this name, Tang Yu was overjoyed. The main character has finally arrived. This guy isn't from Suzhou or Hangzhou. He's the second young master of the Han family in Yanjing. The Han family is a first-class family in Yanjing, and no other major family in Suzhou and Hangzhou can compare with them. He came to Suzhou and Hangzhou to attend an auction. As a result, He had already made an enemy of Yi Chun before the auction even started. So at the auction, he deliberately competed with Dragon King Yi Chun for the treasure, and a conflict broke out between them. Afterwards, he wanted to find someone to kill Yi Chun, and Yi Chun had the same idea, so in the end he killed him. The Han family is connected to the massacre of the Yi family years ago, and is Yi Chun's enemy. The enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend. So he decided to make a decision that went against his ancestors' wishes. Pretending to be Yi Chun's underling, they declared war on the Han family. So he looked at the other person and sneered. Why should I, Tang Beixian, explain my actions to you? Looks like you're pretty brave, old Zhou. Break both of his hands first. Han Mingxian chuckled and raised his hand to signal the old man behind him that he could make his move. He'd seen plenty of these self-important types. There was no point in wasting time arguing with them. Only when they suffer will they know what kind of people they deserve to respect. The little old man in the Tang suit nodded and walked towards Tang Yu. Upon seeing the old man arrive, Qi Yin's expression changed slightly. She could tell that the old man was an ancient martial artist, and although his strength was not high, he was still at the yellow rank. Tang Xiao is just an ordinary person. How could he possibly be a match for this old man? Just as she was about to make her move, a middle-aged man walked in from outside. It was Huang Juanxia, the ancient martial arts bodyguard that Tang Jiasin had hired. Ever since I witnessed Tang Xiao's unfathomable strength last time, he volunteered to become Tang Xiao's personal bodyguard, or rather, his follower. Because he knew very well that his strength was far from sufficient to protect Tang Xiao. All he could do was help Tang Xiao clean up some trash. After all, a master like Tang Xiao at the Earth Realm wouldn't make a move easily. He strode in and stared coldly at the old man, sneering. You think you're worthy to lay a hand on our young master Tang? Oh. The old man's face turned cold, and he looked at Huang Juanxiao with a sneer. Why am I not worthy to make a move against your good-for-nothing young master? After saying that, he moved with lightning speed, unleashing a 5-hit combo of lightning whips that struck Tang Yu. Qi Yin reacted and tried to stop them, but it was too late, because they were too close. Just as she was about to avenge Tang Xiao, her face instantly filled with murderous intent. But they found that Tang Xiao was standing still. He looked calmly at the old man and said, That's it. The old man immediately took 2 steps back, looking at Tang Yu warily. As a martial arts practitioner, he knew very well that his lightning 5-whip combo was enough to cripple this person for life. But why didn't the other party move at all? Even his clothes weren't wrinkled at all, as if he hadn't hit them at all. Continue. Tang Beixian, do not bully trash. I will give you 3 more chances to make a move. Tang Yu said casually. Old Zhou, what are you doing? Don't hold back. I'll handle if someone gets killed. Han Mingxian stood behind and shouted with a dissatisfied expression. The old man, called Old Zhou, was suffering in silence. His attack just now was indeed somewhat restrained. But there was no damage at all. That's just not right. He took a deep breath, lunged forward, and kicked Tang Yu in the temple. At this moment, his toes contained immense power. Even a stone can be kicked and shattered on the spot. But Tang Yu remained completely still. You have 2 more chances. Tang Yu held up 2 fingers. At that moment, the old man was truly dumbfounded. He used 110% of his strength in that last strike. Qi Yin was also dumbfounded. Her strength was at the profound realm, and her vision was far superior to that of this old man. If she hadn't defended and had taken that hit head-on, she would have been seriously injured on the spot. Young Master Tang, what's going on? Could it be that he is the most unassuming master? I heard recently that Yi Chin's injury was related to him. Is it true? Huang Juanxia, however, was not surprised. He personally witnessed Tang Xiao being attacked by 4 experts for several minutes without sustaining any damage. Does a mere old man at the Yellow Realm dare to injure young Master Tang? With Tang Xiao's strength, even when taking a dump in the toilet, you can easily withstand his attacks and finish pooping. Don't even mention twice. Even if I gave you 100 times, it wouldn't work. Young Master Tang is a dignified Earth Realm expert. How could you, an ant, easily harm him? He stared at the old man and whispered a command. Earth Realm. Old Zhou trembled slightly at these words, and cold sweat soaked his back. After his all-out attack failed to impress Tang Yu, he had already begun to speculate about this possibility. So he swallowed hard. Could there really be such a young Earth Realm expert in this world? No wonder I couldn't hurt him. No wonder he didn't bother to retaliate immediately. If a normal person encounters a child playing around, would they rush to intervene? No way. Masters all possess a master's pride. He understands that mindset. At this moment, he no longer had the courage to make another move, and his eyes were filled with fear and submission as he looked at Tang Yu. To be able to witness such a young and exceptionally talented individual in person, my life has been worthwhile. Young Master Han, what is the Earth Realm? Sensing that something was amiss, Xiao Meiyan asked in a low voice. Shut up. Han Mingxuan's face turned ashen, and he slapped her several times across the face. Her face was swollen from the beating, but Xiao Meiyun didn't even dare to cry out loud. She looked at Han Xiao with trembling eyes. What's wrong with Han Xiao? Why is he so angry? Chapter 72, Helping Yi Chun Draw Hatred. Han Mingxian couldn't even think about hitting Xiao Meiyun right now. He was even tempted to kill that vile woman. As a direct descendant of the Han family, he was naturally knowledgeable and well-versed in what a master of the word realm meant. Even his grandfather would treat such a master with utmost respect. In the world of ancient martial arts, a master of the earth realm is definitely a big shot. To offend such a master for the sake of a despicable person, isn't that just courting death? Moreover, the guy in front of me who calls himself Tang Beixian is so young. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Seeing that old Zhou's back was soaked with cold sweat, he knew he had to step forward. Otherwise, if the other party gets angry, he will surely die today. He walked up to Tang Yu, his voice trembling slightly. Mr. Tang, it was I, Han Mingxian, who was blind today. I am a member of the Han family of Yinjing. If it were you, Mr. Tang. Before he could finish speaking, Tang Yu's eyes sharpened, and she stared at him coldly. Are you from the Han family of Yinjing? Yes, Mr. Tang. Do you perhaps know any of my elders? Han Mingxian was immediately overjoyed. If that was the case, things would be much easier to discuss today. What a fine family, the Han family. Tang Yu sneered. Do you still remember the Yi family of Yinjing? The Yi family? After thinking for a moment, Han Mingxian quickly remembered. The Yi family, who once dominated a region in Yinjing. In Yinjing, only their family is qualified to be called the Yi family. But the Yi family was brutally wiped out more than 20 years ago. Could it be that the Yi family bloodline has not been extinguished, and they are coming back for revenge? It seems you've remembered. Tang Yu stared at him coldly, and said, I'll spare your life today, as long as you cut off your own hands, and then go back and tell your Han family. My elder brother, Yi Chun, will return like lightning to avenge you families involved in the Yi family tragedy. Let's start with your Han family first. Han Mingxian was so frightened that his face turned pale. Is the Yi family really coming back for revenge? Who exactly is Yi Chun? How could someone so young, a master at the earth realm, call him big brother? He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, gritted his teeth, and looked at old Zhou with a bitter expression. Mr. Zhou, I'll trouble you to do it. Hearing that he had escaped death, old Zhou was secretly overjoyed. He decisively walked to his young master's side and threw 2 punches, breaking his young master's arm. Well, it's better for the young master to die than for this old man to die. The intense pain caused Han Mingxian to faint on the spot. He quickly helped his young master up and looked at Tang Yu with a humble smile. Mr. Tang, may I leave now? Leave both your hands behind as well. Tang Yu said calmly. Old Zhou, who had just been secretly rejoicing, was now dumbfounded. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and broke his left hand with a punch of his right hand. Then, clinging to a sliver of hope, he looked at Tang Yu pitifully and said, Mr. Tang, I only have one arm left. I can't break it myself. I'll help you. Huang Juanxiao immediately showed his kindness, walked over, and threw a punch. His punch was merciless, and old Zhou's arm broke instantly. Old Zhou nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing inwardly. Damn it, kind people. Get out of here. Remember to go back and tell the Han family to wash their necks and wait to die. Tang Yu said coldly. Old Master Zhou could only slink away with his young master. After losing both hands, he could only bite his young master's collar with his teeth. Dragging it along like a cat carrying its kittens made me feel extremely bad. I was originally accompanying the young master to Suzhou and Hangzhou for an auction, but given this situation, I have no choice but to go to Beijing first. It seems that things are about to get peaceful in Yinjing. Seeing their patron in such a sorry state, Xiao Meiyun, whose face was swollen from the beating, quickly covered her face and ran away with them. Tang Yu ignored the woman. He cast a kind look at Huang Juanxia. This kid, ever since he saw me fight the Grim Reaper squad, he instantly became an outstanding double agent, firmly believing himself to be a master of the earth realm. Tang Yu was quite satisfied with his imagined scenario. This is exactly the effect I wanted. Having him around makes it easier to show off and impress others. This means Yi Chen's future storyline in Yinjing will be much more difficult. According to the original plot, after he went to Yinjing, he pretended to be weak for a period of time before gradually developing his strength. Now that the news has been released, he can go to Yinjing and pretend to be weak while secretly taking advantage of the situation. Hee. As for the Han family wanting to cause trouble for me, that's fine with me. What does your search for Tang Beixian have to do with me, Tang Yu? Qi Yin, standing to the side, looked disgusted. She only came to her senses at this moment. Young Master Tang is not only a top-notch expert, but he's also quite adept at using underhanded tactics. She hasn't fully investigated the truth of what happened back then, but in her heart, she already considered herself a member of the Tang family. So she was happy to see Yi Chen get hurt, since he had a grudge against Tang Xiao. Who's fighting here? At that moment, several men in security guard uniforms rushed over from outside. The commotion in the store alerted the neighboring businesses, and someone notified the security guards. After several security guards rushed over, the head of the security team immediately recognized Tang Yu. He quickly and respectfully called out, "Young Master Tang, what are you doing here? I received a report from a merchant that someone is causing trouble here. It was me who was making a scene." Tang Yu pointed to the store manager, Chen Jijuan. "Contact their boss and either fire this person from the store and make this girl the store manager, or have their music store stop doing business in Suzhou and Hangzhou." "Yes, young Master Tang." The security captain quickly agreed. Tang Yu and the other person had only been gone for 2 minutes. Chen Jijuan's phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID, his expression changed slightly as he said, "Hello, Mr. Wang. This is Chen Jijuan. You, surnamed Chen, I swear to God, you get out of here within 5 minutes. You're not getting your wages for this month." A string of profanities came through the phone. Chen Jijuan's face turned pale instantly. He wanted to plead a few more words, but the phone call had already been disconnected. The saleswoman named Lu Xiuqin received a WeChat message from the company's HR department informing her that she would be taking over as store manager. After confirming several times that it wasn't fake, she burst into tears of joy. "Unfortunately, that handsome guy has already disappeared, so I can't thank him anymore." After leaving the music store with Chi-Yin, Tang Yu took her shopping for clothes, had a meal, and even went to the arcade. For Chi-Yin, this is an unforgettable and beautiful memory. In previous years, she spent every birthday on duty. This year, however, is different. Her clothes had been changed into a JK uniform, and Tang Yu even asked the shop assistant to style her hair into pigtails. Now she looks more like a naive and innocent school beauty, with a completely different temperament from before. The only thing that made her a little dissatisfied was, the skirt seems a bit too short. Even so, she was still very happy. Seeing Chi-Yin's happy face, Tang Yu could tell that this was definitely not an act. She was genuinely happy. "Silly girl, what kind of life did you live before? You were so happy just eating, drinking, and buying clothes." He sighed inwardly. "Is there anything else you'd like to eat or do?" Tang Yu asked with a smile. "That's enough, let's go home," Chi-Yin said with a satisfied look on her face. She was already very happy today. She was already content. "Okay, then I'll take you back." Tang Yu nodded, and the two of them carried the bags back to the sports car. Chi-Yin lives in a high-end apartment building near the company. After arriving at the apartment building, the two carried their belongings inside. Upon reaching her front door, Chi-Yin unlocked it with her fingerprint and led Tang Yu inside. The room felt empty and monotonous. Aside from the furniture, there were no other decorations in the room. It didn't look like a girl's room at all. "Your room is too plain. I'll have someone send you some decorations later." Tang Yu glanced at it, and then smiled. "Ah, no need to go to so much trouble. Thank you, young Master Tang. I'm very satisfied now." Chi-Yin quickly shook her head. She was already used to it. "Why be so polite with your boss?" Tang Yu reached out and gently flicked her forehead before saying goodbye and leaving. After Tang Yu left, Chi-Yin looked at the empty room and felt a strange sense of loss. She suddenly remembered something, took out her phone, and found a photo. The photo is a picture of her and Tang Yu taken today while shopping at the mall. After hesitating for a moment, she chuckled and changed the photo to her phone's background image. Chapter 73, Cultivating New Traders. After leaving the apartment, Tang Yu returned to her car, took out a cigarette, and lit it. He wasn't worried that Chi-Yin would tell Yi Chun about what happened at the music store today. If you know, you know. Anyway, there's no way you can survive this long. He plans to gather all the information about Chi-Yin's parents as soon as possible in the next few days and rescue her from her suffering. As for Ling Han, Tang Yu hadn't yet figured out how to deal with her. She has a memory of what happened in her family, but finding evidence would be too troublesome, especially since so many years have passed. Let's take it slow and win them over one by one. Tang Yu slowly exhaled a smoke ring and silently asked himself a question. Damn system, where's the reward for the music store storyline? Ding, the reward, the Eye of Soul Stealing, has been issued. Please check, dog host. The system's voice slowly began to play. Oh, Tang Yu thought she was going to get some trashy reward again, but when she heard this, she perked up immediately. He quickly contacted the system to learn about its function. It can be launched when the target is mentally unstable, and brainwashing and control can be employed. After reading it, Tang Yu gasped. This damn system, it goes from the underworld to the world of the living in an instant. It's like it's just moving around everywhere. He felt that his tense father-son relationship with the system had been temporarily eased. Brainwashing? Hee. Isn't this a trader-making machine? Finally, we can produce some traders for the other side. Good things should be shared with everyone. So he took out his phone and dialed Bai Wani's number. After the call connected, Bai Wani's voice came through. What are you doing? Didn't I send for people over last time? How are they doing? They'll just be sitting in the detention center. Didn't you say these people had criminal records? I didn't find any. Baiwani sounded a little frustrated. A few days ago, Tang Yu suddenly had 4 people sent over. She investigated them, but found nothing. However, her intuition told her that these 4 people were probably the same kind of people as Lanya. What's infuriating is that these guys are quite shrewd. They hide their identities very well, leaving her feeling helpless. Isn't this just my gut feeling? Can I go see them? Tang Yu chuckled. Come on, I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Baiwani readily agreed, as she still owed Tang Yu a favor. After making the appointment, Tang Yu drove towards the detention center. When they arrived at the detention center, Baiwani was already waiting at the door. She had changed into a black, tight-fitting cycling outfit, which perfectly showcased her hot figure, giving her a bit of an investigator vibe. A powerful Harley-Davidson motorcycle was parked next to her. It was her ride. For Baiwani, her life was different from that of other girls. Other girls liked to be princesses. Some of them went to KTVs and became hostesses. All she wanted was to be a fearless female knight, bravely fighting against evil. Hey, beautiful. Seeing her like this, Tang Yu whistled and called out with a grin. Do you believe I'll detain you? Baiwani glared at Tang Yu and said irritably, you get detained for praising someone's beauty? Is there no law anymore? Tang Yu chuckled and followed her into the detention center. All the formalities have been completed, and Baiwani was following behind Tang Yu, intending to eavesdrop. After overhearing Tang Yu's thoughts last time, she became very curious about the matter. Just how many secrets does this guy know? What are you doing following me? Seeing Baiwani following behind her, Tang Yu turned around and asked, Go away, don't follow me. I still need to brainwash those 4 people. If we don't arrange things for them, how will we get back at Yi-chun? Okay. Baiwani nodded with a strange expression. Fine, I'll go check the security footage. She excitedly ran to the monitoring room, ready to see exactly how this guy brainwashed her. After Tang Yu entered the meeting room alone, the 4 members of the death squad were already waiting for her. After being detained, the 4 were not too upset. On the contrary, they were extremely relieved. To have offended such a master and still survive, isn't that just good luck? But when he saw Tang Yu walk in from outside, the 4 men's expressions instantly turned extremely serious, and their eyes showed some fear. Didn't this great deity spare all 4 of them? Why are you looking for them again? They all swallowed hard, feeling an urge to run away. This is a master of the Earth realm. Even the Dragon King and young Master Lu are not as strong as him. Tang Yu remained silent, simply staring at them with a cold expression. Being stared at like that, the 4 of them suddenly felt immense pressure. It was as if the person standing opposite them was not a human being, but a ravenous wild beast. What is this big shot planning to do? The atmosphere seemed to freeze, and the 4 of them grew increasingly fearful. They sensed a murderous aura. I even felt like I couldn't breathe properly. Just as they were in a state of extreme tension, a purple light flashed in Tang Yu's eyes. Upon seeing the purple light, the 4 of them instantly felt dizzy, and their consciousness began to blur. Are you satisfied with your work? At this moment, Tang Yu's deep voice suddenly rang out. The 4 people, looking bewildered, shook their heads. Are you satisfied with your income? The 4 shook their heads again. Do you want a stable and prosperous life? The 4 began to nod. Do you want to slack off during the day, spend your nights at a club, earn $1 million monthly salary, and enjoy 4 dishes and a soup? The 4 of them started nodding vigorously. Then what are you waiting for? Join the Tang group, rescue the oppressed villains around the world, and eliminate all inequality. From today onwards, we are comrades. With a low growl from Tang Yu, the eyes of the 4 gradually cleared. The old society, the Dragon Soul organization, turns people into ghosts. The Tang group turned a ghost into a double agent. Do you know what you should do now? Seeing the changes in the 4 people, Tang Yu knew that the soul capturing I had taken effect. Slacking off. Let's go to the club. Let's go to the club. Let's go to the club and have 4 dishes and a soup. Tang Yu wondered if her brainwashing efforts hadn't been very successful. Wrong. You need to correct your ways and become good people before going to the club, understand? He looked at the 4 men and whispered a command. What the hell is this bunch of bastards called the Death Squad? Just call the club's team. All right. We'll listen to young Master Tang. The 4 of them said in unison. Good. This child is teachable. Tang Yu was quite satisfied with this attitude. He pulled up a chair, sat down, and said, Tell me what you know first. The 4 immediately began to tell Tang Yu everything they knew. Baiwani, who was watching the surveillance footage, had a dark expression on her face. What the hell is all this stuff? After listening for a while, I heard a few people shouting that they were going to a club. She rolled her eyes and left the monitoring room, too lazy to listen any further. After listening for about 5 minutes, Tang Yu finally understood their general plan. He hadn't expected that Yi-chan would actually go to Yanjing. The person in charge of receiving Suzhou and Hangzhou was Lu Junzuo. According to the original plot, this person is a character who appears in the middle of the novel. He is Yi Qin's junior brother, with terrifying strength and talent, and has always wanted to seize Yi Qin's position as Dragon King. Later, he secretly plotted against Yi Qin several times, causing Yi Qin to suffer several major losses. In the end, Yi Qin was more skilled and killed him. Because the plot has fallen apart, this guy is appearing now. Chapter 74. Where are you putting your hands? Are they here to steal the Dragon King's throne? Tang Yu clicked his tongue twice. It was naturally a good thing for him that the plot was developing in this direction. It's like dogs fighting. But after learning that this guy was going to take over Suzhou and Hangzhou, Tang Yu was less than happy. He wants to take over Suzhou and Hangzhou, and I am definitely his #1 target. This person does things in a similar way to Yi Qin. They were both taught by the same master. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu looked at the 4 people and said, "From now on, the 4 of you will focus on staying close to him and reporting to me immediately if anything happens." "Yes, young Master Tang," the 4 of them said in unison. "Also, we can hinder him a bit in the meantime, and when he can't get anything done, we can suggest to him that we join forces to deal with Yi Qin, understand?" "No. Okay, I'll contact you later." Tang Yu left the meeting room satisfied. By assigning 4 traitors to the enemy, this wave is definitely in the bag. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's better to win him over than to fight 2 Dragon Kings at once. After Tang Yu left the meeting room, the 4 members of the death squad exchanged glances. The eldest brother, Deng He, spoke up. "From today onwards, we must turn over a new leaf and work hard for young Master Tang." But what kind of outstanding person is young Master Tang? Does Lu Junzuo even deserve to form an alliance with young Master Tang? We 4 brothers must work together. Whether it's Lu Junzuo or Yi Qin, we must wipe them out for young Master Tang. Otherwise, how could we possibly have the face to go to the club with young Master Tang? "Brothers, are you in or not?" Roar. As soon as Tang Yu stepped out of the detention center, she felt a chill run down her spine. "Let's go. I'll treat you to a late-night snack." Baiwani, who came up from behind, handed him a motorcycle helmet. "I have my own car. I'm just going to grab some barbecue by the roadside. What are you doing driving that beat-up car of yours to show off? I'll take you back after we finish eating. I haven't finished my work yet." Baiwani rolled her eyes. She's used to living a low-key life, but this guy drives a supercar worth tens of millions and goes to the roadside to eat late-night snacks, only to be stared at like a monkey? All right. Tang Yu put on a helmet and got on the motorcycle with her. "Hold on tight." After Tang Yu got into the car, Baiwani had just pressed the accelerator when she found that he had grabbed her from behind with both hands. Moreover, he was holding her a bit too high up. If the 2 of them were standing at the bow of the ship now, it would be almost like the Titanic. "Where are you putting your hands?" She quickly released the accelerator and asked through gritted teeth. "Isn't it said that you shouldn't touch a woman's waist casually?" Tang Yu said with an innocent look on her face. "I was afraid you'd accuse me of taking advantage of you if I hugged your waist, so I just posted some. It's not even fully placed yet, it's just in the middle. What's there for this woman to get so worked up about? Are you deliberately picking a fight?" Baiwani clenched her fists and turned to stare at Tang Yu. "You can't touch my waist, so why the hell did you touch something else?" "Okay, I'll put my arm around your waist, but don't say I'm taking advantage of you." Tang Yu muttered to herself as she lowered her hand a little further. She's got some curves, and a pretty slim waist too. Aside from having a bad temper, he's actually quite good. Baiwani suddenly regretted letting this guy into her car. Fortunately, the barbecue stall she wanted to go to was only 3 blocks away, and it only took a few minutes to get there. She parked the car in front of the barbecue stall, and then habitually swept her leg out of the car. Tang Yu, who was sitting in the back, was about to get off the bus when she was kicked off by her. After falling to the ground with a thud, Tang Yu said with a dark face, "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" No, I'm used to riding alone. This is the first time I've given someone a ride." Baiwani was overjoyed and reached out to pull Tang Yu up from the ground. Tang Yu rubbed his buttocks, grimacing, and had no choice but to accept it. After the 2 entered the store, Baiwani handed Tang Yu a plastic basket filled with vegetables. "Help yourself to eat. I come to this shop often. Their roasted taro chips and roasted dumplings are pretty good. You can try them. I want something expensive. I'll eat you out of house and home." "Okay, you look like you have kidney deficiency, so get a few more skewers of grilled kidneys." After ordering a bunch of barbecue, the 2 also ordered a few bottles of beer. Soon, the steaming hot barbecue was served. Baiwani raised her beer bottle and clinked it against Tang Yu's, then lowered her head and focused on eating. At that moment, a black car was parked on the side of the road across the street. The man in the driver's seat was staring intently at Baiwani and Tang Yu through the car window. After watching for a while, he took a picture of the 2 of them with his phone and posted it online. Meanwhile, at an underground casino, Lu Junzuo was sitting in a private room, gambling against 2 casino dealers. They were playing poker, and both dealers were top-notch con artists. But at this moment, they were already sweating profusely from the defeat. I've lost 15 games in a row. Young Master Lu, you really have some impressive skills. Seeing Lu Junzuo keep winning, a middle-aged man next to him complimented him. The middle-aged man had only one arm, and the empty sleeve of his other garment was quite eye-catching. He is Zhu Xiaowei, the owner of this casino, and a big shot in the Suzhou and Hangzhou underworld. Given his status, he shouldn't be so polite to a young man. But the young man in front of me was terrifying. This man came to me and asked me to be his dog. He chose to refuse, and then watched helplessly as his 40-odd men were easily taken down by him with one hand. This man is simply invincible. He also promised himself, as long as I'm his dog, I can become his spokesperson in the underworld of Suzhou and Hangzhou. It's just a trivial skill. Cheating is nothing more than being fast and using some tricks. It's not interesting. Lu Junzuo threw out 3 cards from his hand with a bored expression. All 3 cards somehow ended up embedded in the table. After witnessing this scene, everyone present felt even greater awe and respect for young Master Lu. At that moment, Lu Junzuo's phone vibrated twice. He glanced at his phone and saw the photos his subordinates had taken. Lu Junzuo frowned slightly upon seeing the man in the photo. Isn't this the rich second-generation heir from the Tang family? It said that Yi Chun and this good-for-nothing tried to steal a woman, but failed? How come he's with Bai Wani again? After arriving in Suzhou and Hangzhou, the first woman he set his sights on was Bai Wani. This woman has a rather special identity. If I can win her over sooner, it will be a great help to me. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Junzuo let out a cold laugh. Perfect, let's lure them in and wipe them all out. He took out his phone and sent a text message. Bai Wani was engrossed in her meal when her phone, which was on the table, suddenly rang. She glanced at her phone and saw it was a text message. The underground casino on the second basement floor of the Royal Water Hotel. Bai Wani's expression changed slightly after reading a couple of lines. She recently investigated 2 loan shark cases and followed the clues to an underground casino, but couldn't find the exact address. Upon seeing the address, she instantly lost her appetite and shouted at the owner. Boss, how much? Exactly 120. Okay. Bai Wani took out her phone and scanned the QR code to pay. Aren't you going to eat? Seeing Bai Wani's hurried appearance, Tang Yu, who was busy grilling kidneys, looked up and asked, I'm going to investigate a casino. You eat. I'm leaving. After Bai Wani finished speaking, she turned to leave. Tang Yu choked on her food, remembering this part of the story. In the original story, Bai Wani receives a text message while having dinner that evening, informing her that someone has reported an underground casino to her. She happened to be investigating this casino as well, and after getting the address, she sneaked in alone to conduct an undercover investigation. This undercover investigation led to a major incident. After his identity was exposed, he was arrested by the casino. If it weren't for Dragon King Yi Chin's appearance, she would probably have ended up acting like an investigator. After this storyline ended, her affection for Yi Chun increased significantly, and she was almost completely won over. The key issue is that Yi Chun is no longer around. If I don't take care of her, won't her trip be a waste? Or will the plot break down and take other unexpected turns? System, what's going on with this plot? Tang Yu asked silently in his heart. The system didn't respond, which annoyed Tang Yu. When the plot falls apart, you often have to figure it out on your own. Left with no other choice, he could only get up and follow after them, saying, I'll go with you. Are you coming with me? Bai Wani looked at Tang Yu with a strange expression. Yes, I'll assist you with the investigation. I know more about these places than you do. Tang Yu nodded. Of course I'm going. If I don't go with you, you'll just be wasting your time. The casino is a huge trap. The person who sent you this text message was probably Yi Chun. He'll lure you to a casino where things get messy, then come to your rescue to build his goodwill. But Yi Chun is already gone. Who set this up? Upon hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Bai Wani was deeply moved. This guy he found out again? Remembering the clue she had heard from Tang Yu last time, she hesitated for a moment, but still decided to go. Just be careful. After the undercover investigation, go back and set up a trap to arrest them. So she nodded. Okay, let's go together. Tang Yu quickly got on the motorcycle with her, feeling very puzzled. He discovered that even though Dragon King Yi Chun was gone, some plot points would still proceed as normal. But who sent this text message? This whole scheme was originally supposed to be orchestrated by Yi Chun. He's not here. Has someone else set up the scheme? Tang Yu immediately thought of Lu Junzuo, who had replaced Dragon King Yi Chun to take over Suzhou and Hangzhou. Let's go there first and see what happens. We just need to make sure nothing happens to Bai Wani. Once you get to the casino, the person who set up the scheme will always show up. We'll find out then whether it's Yi Chun or Lu Junzuo. Bai Wani, who was driving, listened silently to Tang Yu's thoughts and felt a sense of gratitude. This guy actually cares about himself quite a bit. As for the name Lu Junzuo, she also memorized it firmly in her heart. Was he setting a trap to scheme against himself? Then don't let yourself find out, or you'll regret it. It's only a 20-minute bike ride from here to the Huangshui Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, she habitually used a sweeping leg to get out of the car. Tang Yu, who had been swept to the ground by a kick, stared at the woman speechlessly. Meh? Sigma, winky face. This time it really wasn't intentional. So you did it on purpose last time? Baiwani chuckled twice and skillfully pulled Tang Yu up. After entering the hotel, the two took the elevator to the second basement level. Chapter 75: The Man Who Can't Be Hit. To conceal her identity, Baiwani took out a black mask and put it on. Tang Yu looked at her from left to right, up to down, and felt that she looked a bit like a certain older sister. Why are you looking at me? Noticing Tang Yu's gaze, Baiwani asked. It's nothing. Tang Yu chuckled. When they arrived at the second basement level, before the elevator doors even opened, Baiwani had already taken Tang Yu's hand. The two pretended to be a couple and went outside, where they saw a pool hall and several burly men. One of the burly men walked up to Tang Yu and asked with a smile, "Are you here to play billiards?" "A friend recommended this place." Tang Yu replied. "All right. You know the rules, right?" the burly man said, extending his hand. Tang Yu then took out her phone, turned it off, and handed it to the other person. The big man then looked at Baiwani, and Baiwani followed Tang Yu's example and handed the phone to the other party. After handing over their phones, the two went through the security gate again. Then someone led them into the casino through a hidden door. Upon entering the casino, a pungent smell of smoke made Baiwani cough twice. There are more than 20 tables in the casino. Every table was filled with gamblers, some playing dice games. Besides slot machines and fishing games, many people also play them. The noise and shouting made this place even more lively than a bar. Scantily clad waitresses roamed around, offering various services to gamblers who were willing to spend lavishly. "Let's go exchange for chips first." Tang Yu took Baiwani to exchange for 200,000 chips and gave half of them to Baiwani. Baiwani, however, had no interest in playing. Seeing this large group of gamblers, she couldn't help but frown slightly. How many families will be ruined and people killed in a single day? While the two were wandering around the casino, several security cameras inside the casino were silently monitoring Baiwani. In the monitoring room on the basement floor, Lu Junzuo stood proudly in front of the monitor, staring at the screen. On the screen, Baiwani and Tang Yu were wandering around the casino. They saw that Tang Yuzhen had come along. A hint of joy flashed in Lu Junzuo's eyes. Now that this fool has taken the bait, we're in for a big harvest today. He'd have someone kill him, then go down and play the hero to save the damsel in distress, gaining some goodwill in the process. "Young Master Lu, what do you mean?" Zhu Shaohui smiled and asked, already knowing the plans for tonight. "You can make your move now, but don't hurt her. Just kill the useless guy next to her." Lu Junzuo gave the instructions. He was still unaware of Tang Yu's strength. Because Yichen didn't tell anyone that he had been injured by Tang Yu, the death squad was captured before they could even report the incident. He planned to have the casino staff kill Tang Yu first, and then he would play the hero and save her to gain her favor. And after saving her, he won't even tell her his name. He just vanished from her world. Make her both grateful and curious about herself. After some time, I'll find another opportunity to approach her and make her fall completely in love with me. Get ready to make your move. Zhu Shaohui waved his hand, and his underlings immediately sprang into action. After wandering around the casino for a while, Baiwani had almost finished her investigation. She took Tang Yu's arm and asked, "Shall we go now?" "Let's go." Tang Yu nodded, wondering if the plot was a little off again. A group of people were already charging towards them menacingly. There were more than 30 people rushing over, all of them armed. "It's them." The one running in front pointed at Tang Yu and the other two and shouted. The people in the casino stopped what they were doing and looked at them. "What's going on? Run!" Upon seeing this group of people emerge, Tang Yu grabbed Baiwani and ran towards the back. This is an underground casino. The only way to escape is by elevator. Running towards the elevator would be a sure way to get yourself killed. Standing here is too open, which gives the other side the advantage of having more people. So Tang Yu decisively led Baiwani into the restroom. "You quickly contact someone, I'll hold them off." Tang Yu knew that Baiwani's watch had an emergency contact function. According to the original storyline, Baiwani was arrested before she even had a chance to use the watch. Baiwani nodded and quickly pressed a few buttons on her watch to activate the emergency contact function. This was specially made for her by her father, who was worried that she might put herself in danger while carrying out her mission. Once activated, rescuers will arrive within 15 minutes at most. Tang Yu then picked up a hammer from the sink and used it as a weapon. As a character with high defense and low offense, you can only rely on grabbing weapons. He had just grabbed his weapon when the main force behind him charged forward. Leading the charge was a long-haired young man holding a watermelon knife. They have been instructed that the man can be killed as long as the woman is not harmed. Seeing Tang Yu blocking the doorway, he roared and charged forward, slashing Tang Yu's shoulder with his knife. The blow landed as if striking a rock. You fucking slashed me. Tang Yu swung his hammer and smashed it onto the long-haired youth's head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. After being blown in the head with a hammer, the young man screamed and dropped his knife to the ground, like a monster dropping loot. Are you alright? Baiwani, who had already made emergency contact, shouted at Tang Yu. Fine. Tang Yu shook her head. Baiwani quickly picked up the watermelon knife and joined forces with Tang Yu. Seeing her rush out, the crowd that had been chasing after her became somewhat hesitant and timid. Because the boss just said that we can't hurt this woman. 2 of you hold this woman back, the rest of you kill this guy. One of the brilliant minds immediately gave the order. So the 2 men with steel pipes immediately rushed towards Baiwani, trying to subdue her first. The rest of the people rushed towards Tang Yu and launched an attack. Then they discovered, this man is like a stone statue. Whether it's a watermelon knife or a steel pipe, nothing can touch him. Chapter 76. Lu Junzuo personally intervenes. Tang Yu didn't say much after being beaten. He swung a hammer at me, aiming straight for my head. They don't have Tang Yu's defensive capabilities. Basically, one blow to the head and a person is half dead. In addition, the restroom corridor was not very wide, so they could not take advantage of their large numbers of people. Just like the zombies in Plants vs. Zombies, they line up one by one like the Calabash brothers to save their grandfather. The other 2 who tried to delay Baiwani weren't much better off. They dared not lay a hand on Baiwani. Baiwani didn't hold back when she started. She has always deeply despised these scumbags and is also somewhat skilled in martial arts. Within 2 minutes, both men had been stabbed several times and collapsed to the ground. The situation then became awkward. One person can't defeat them. One cannot be attacked. Within minutes, 12 or 13 of the 30-odd people had fallen to the ground. Holy crap, what do we do? How the hell would I know? What's wrong with this guy? How come he can't be broken? A group of people kept yelling damn it as they fought. This is ridiculous. The script is all wrong. Shouldn't they have rushed up together, easily crippled this pretty boy, and then tied up the woman? He watched as his companions fell one by one. The thugs were completely dumbfounded. How the hell do you play when you encounter a cheater? From now on, this casino will be called Tang Yu Casino. Tang Yu has found the joy of crushing noobs. Damn it, I have an invincibility cheat. Seeing that the group of people dared not lay a hand on Baiwani, he simply grabbed 2 knives and charged at them. Damn it, today I'm going to teach you how to be a villain. After seeing several more fall, the group of thugs completely broke down. Damn it, let's run. Damn it, I'm not playing anymore. This guy is sick in the head. I'm sure it's not going to work. When the remaining thugs were routed and began to flee, the casino patrons were dumbfounded. A group of thugs just chased after this guy in a menacing manner. How did this guy end up with a bloody face, chasing after this group of thugs and hacking them to pieces? Just as Tang Yu was about to chase after a guy and beat him up, Baiwani rushed up and pulled him back. Don't do anything reckless, you're bleeding. Baiwani was so frightened that her voice was trembling with fear. She had just seen Tang Yu take many hits, and now she was covered in blood. At that moment, she felt extremely regretful, realizing she shouldn't have taken the risk of bringing him along. He wouldn't have gotten hurt if he hadn't been trying to protect himself. I'm fine. Seeing that Baiwani's eyes were red with fright, Tang Yu gave a wry smile. You're alright? You've been hit so many times, let me see where you're hurt. Baiwani pulled Tang Yu's clothes up and was about to begin examining his body. She touched Tang Yu's body but couldn't find any wounds, and then tried to pull down Tang Yu's pants. Holy crap, I'm really fine. Don't do this, everyone's watching. Tang Yu quickly grabbed her hand to stop the woman's crazy behavior. At this moment, a system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for surviving the casino plot. Reward. Words become law, can be used 5 times. Upon hearing the notification sound, Tang Yu's face darkened, and he cursed inwardly. Damn system, what the hell are you doing now? He recently discovered that the system was becoming increasingly erratic, and the plot was falling apart. The rewards have started to be a rip-off. It feels like they're just hoping I'll die soon. The 2 one-time ancient martial arts rewards that were previously awarded. If I hadn't used it well, I probably would have been beaten to death by that bastard Yichin long ago. The martial art, words follow law, awarded this time is not even an ancient martial art. According to the system description, the line shouted when throwing a punch determined the lethality. What are these things? A certain intuition told him that this damned system might not be helping him. While Tang Yu was puzzled, Lu Junzuo's face in the monitoring room was as black as ink. What the hell is going on? 30-odd people can't even handle one rich kid? Even a martial arts master at the Yellow Realm would suffer some losses facing so many armed individuals. Are all your men eating shit? Feeling somewhat aggrieved, he looked at Zhu Xiaohui angrily. He had deliberately set up this scheme to be a hero and save the damsel in distress, and to kill the guy while he was at it, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What happened? 2 don't know either. Zhu Xiaohui was also dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Is this guy some kind of monster on the same level as young Master Lu next to him? I'll do it myself. Lu Junzuo walked out with a dark face. He twisted his body as he walked out the door, making a popping sound like popping beans. Immediately afterwards, he seemed to shrink, and his figure became that of a hunchbacked middle-aged man. After altering his body shape using bone-shrinking techniques, he took out a human skin mask from his pocket and put it on his face. In this way, he instantly transformed into a completely different persona. First, use this identity to kill the kid surnamed Tang, then let the rest of the people deal with Baiwani. After Baiwani is arrested, he will resume his identity and play the hero to save the damsel in distress. He had just taken the elevator down to the casino. Just then, a thug took advantage of Tang Yu's inattention and launched a sneak attack from behind, slashing Tang Yu in the back with a knife. The knife didn't even manage to cut through the clothes. As a peak Xian level expert, Lu Junzuo quickly figured it out. Tang Yu was protected by an invisible aura. Is this the Akala mantra? Lu Junzuo narrowed his eyes. After obtaining the ancient martial arts inheritance from the dragon pattern jade, he knew quite a lot. For example, the immovable king technique is an ancient martial arts technique that has been lost for many years. Its defensive capabilities are truly exceptional. It is said that once one cultivates to the perfect state, no one below the Xian level can break through their defenses. But I am at the peak of the profound realm. Even with the protection of the immovable king technique, killing him would still not be difficult for me. He took a deep breath, his inner energy began to surge, and he lunged forward like a cheetah towards Tang Yu. A blur of motion rushed towards Tang Yu. When Tang Yu came to her senses, Lu Junzuo had already kicked her in the chest. After the kick landed, Tang Yu staggered back several steps, feeling a slight pain in her chest. The pain shocked Tang Yu. His own immovable king technique was actually on the verge of being broken. He felt the energy flowing through his body suddenly decrease significantly. Once this energy dissipates completely, it means he will lose the protection of the immovable king technique. He glanced at the man who attacked him. He was a middle-aged, hunchbacked man. So what if you, a piece of trash, perfected the Akala mantra? Lu Junju stared at Tang Yu and sneered. He deliberately lowered his voice, making it sound somewhat deep and harsh. At this moment, Baiwani realized what was happening. She took the watermelon knife in her hand and slashed at Lu Junzuo's back, attempting a sneak attack. Lu Junzuo didn't even look back, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, and he caught the falling knife with 2 fingers. He then applied slight pressure with 2 fingers, and the watermelon knife snapped in 2. Upon seeing this, Tang Yu instantly confirmed the person's identity. Damn it, it really is Lu Junzuo. This guy likes to show off. He used a similar tactic when he first appeared. His ability to shrink his body and disguise himself was also one of his specialties. Sure enough, he was the one who came after Yi Chen left. Baiwani was no longer in the mood to listen to Tang Yu's thoughts. Seeing that the other party caught the knife with 2 fingers and then broke it, she indeed delivered a groin kick to Lu Junzuo's crotch. Just as the kick was about to land, Lu Junzuo had already disappeared from his spot. Before Baiwani could react, Lu Junzuo struck her on the neck with a chop and knocked her unconscious. After dealing with Baiwani, Lu Junzuo turned his gaze to Tang Yu. This man is doomed to die today. Chapter 77. This punch, 30 years of internal energy. Tang Yu's face darkened as she watched Lu Junzuo walk towards her step by step. It's no longer feasible to rely on the Akala technique to be defeated. The words follow the fist technique that the system just gave me can only be used 5 times, and I don't know how powerful it is. It's better to switch to Yin Yang Wuji Gong. Damn, I'm really starting to panic. This is the first time I've survived this long. I don't want to fail here. First, suddenly, some strange images flashed through Tang Yu's mind. These images all show him being beaten to death by different people. It's as if I once spent an even longer time in some novels. But he couldn't remember when it happened. In a short while, these memories disappeared again. Panic when you're about to die? Seeing Tang Yu's bewildered expression, Lu Junzuo sneered. How could Yi Chen not be able to deal with such a useless rich kid? He charged at Tang Yu again, launching a fierce and relentless attack. The thugs who had been chased and beaten by Tang Yu earlier started cheering from the sidelines. They were all furious after being chased and beaten by Tang Yu for so long. Seeing that a master had come out to deal with this kid, they all picked up their weapons, ready to kick him while he was down. After being attacked again, the look of confusion on Tang Yu's face disappeared. After feeling the energy of the immovable king technique within his body constantly dissipating, Tang Yu knew he couldn't just sit and wait to die. He has 5 more chances. After withstanding Lu Junzuo's punch, Tang Yu began to circulate the words follow the fist technique. Iora. As he threw the punch, Tang Yu roared. All the output comes from shouting. After the punch landed on Lu Junzuo took 2 steps back and frowned slightly. He found this guy to be quite interesting. He clearly doesn't have any internal energy, He's not a martial arts practitioner. However, he had cultivated his immovable king technique to perfection. That sudden counterattack punch just now probably came from someone at the peak of the yellow rank. But that's all. He charged forward again and launched an attack on Tang Yu, his offensive even more ferocious than before. He knew that this guy's immovable king technique could only last for another minute at most. He will be dead in a minute when a punch fails to cause damage. In her heart, Tang Yu extended sincere and warm greetings to the system's maternal ancestors. Seeing that the immovable king technique was about to give way, Tang Yu threw 3 more punches and tried shouting different lines. But it was still to no avail. Go to hell. Lu Junzuo roared and kicked Tang Yu in the chest again. After that kick landed, the energy within Tang Yu's body finally dissipated completely. But at the critical moment of life and death, Tang Yu had a flash of inspiration and finally realized the true meaning of words lead to law. The damage is determined by the dialogue. What kind of lines can deliver a critical hit? Does that even need to be said? Putting aside the facts, are men completely without fault? After this punch was thrown, Lu Junzuo, standing still, just sneered and let Tang Yu hit him. You little piece of trash, so what if I let you punch me? Then, he was sent flying backwards for a good 10 meters. After smashing 2 gambling tables, Lu Junzuo opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with terror, and he was in excruciating pain in his chest. What kind of boxing style is this? Why is its power so terrifying? They even managed to disrupt the flow of his internal energy. This punch has the power of at least 30 years of skill. If he hadn't been wearing an inner armor, that punch would have killed him. The casino's thugs were dumbfounded. Is this guy a monster who can punch someone like that? Those who had just wanted to take revenge on Tang Yu were now so frightened that their legs went weak. Such a man is someone they can never defeat. Just then, a series of noisy footsteps came from outside the door. A team of fully armed special police officers rushed in. Everyone, kneel down and raise your hands. They rushed in and shouted, causing everyone in the casino to crouch down on the ground. Because there's only one exit from here, there's simply no way to escape. The team leader was Director Wang from the Chengxi branch. When he rushed over and saw Bai Wani lying unconscious on the ground, he was shocked. Wani, are you alright? He rushed over and helped Bai Wani up. Bai Wani wasn't too dizzy this time. Lu Junzuo had been quite gentle. Upon waking, she immediately opened her eyes and called out, Where is Tang Yu? Director Wang and his colleagues couldn't help but think to themselves, damn it. What's wrong with this girl? Why is she calling out the name of that young master of the Tang family as soon as she opens her eyes? Last time at the police station, 2 beautiful women were already fighting over him. Did this guy mess with Bai Wani again? Taking advantage of the moment when everyone's attention was drawn, Lu Junzuo seized the opportunity to run towards the restroom. He was seriously injured at this moment. After rushing into the bathroom, he quickly took off the human skin mask and threw it into the toilet. Immediately afterwards, the shrinkage of his bones was relieved, and his body returned to its original state. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, he quickly took out a healing pill and swallowed it. He felt much better after taking the medicine. At this moment, he was filled with apprehension towards Tang Yu. That punch just now. Even I might not be able to deliver such a destructive blow. What level of attainment does this person possess? Soon, special police officers came to the restroom to arrest the gamblers and staff who had hidden there. Lu Junzuo was also handcuffed and put into a police car. After sending Lu Junzuo flying with a single punch, Tang Yu was also startled. At a critical moment, I had a sudden inspiration, and I never expected it to be so lethal. This punch was truly a punch from the highest heavens. A supreme punch. After rubbing her chest, which felt heavy and aching, Tang Yu ran to find Bai Wani. When he ran over, Bai Wani had already woken up. Are you alright? Fine. The two saw each other and asked in unison, then answered at the same time. When Director Wang saw Tang Yu covered in blood, he was also shocked. He quickly asked, Young Master Tang, what happened? You're really not injured. Without. Tang Yu was about to say no when she suddenly felt dizzy. After the immovable king technique was broken, that punch just now had exhausted too much of his strength. Having also sustained some injuries at Lu Junzuo's hands, he swayed and collapsed. Bai Wani reacted quickly and caught Tang Yu just in time. However, there was a distance between the two. After Tang Yu fell down, her head hit her chest. Tang Yu's face was then buried in a patch of bouncy breasts. I used a face wash for a thorough cleaning. His face became peaceful, and he slowly closed his eyes and fainted. Oh, it's so moisturizing. In his final moments before passing out, his inner voice suddenly rang out. Bai Wani twitched her lips and picked Tang Yu up in a princess carry. Director Wang, I'll take him to the hospital first. I'll leave things here to you. If you find anyone named Lu Junzuo, be sure to thoroughly investigate his identity. Clear. P.S. Second update delivered. I'll see if I can update 2 more chapters this afternoon to reach my goal of 4 updates. Chapter 78, just bear with it. After being taken to the police station, Lu Junzuo initially thought nothing of it. He even deliberately restored his bone shrinking technique so that no one would know who the man who fought with Tang Yu was. If you get arrested, at most you'll be charged with gambling, which is a minor matter. For some reason, after being arrested this time, I was forced to spend the entire night giving statements and undergoing various investigations. They didn't even pour themselves a glass of water. Fortunately, after this ordeal lasted all night, they couldn't find anything wrong. He was sent to the detention center on charges of participating in gambling. When he was taken inside, he saw 4 familiar faces. It was the 4 members of the death squad. Meeting here amidst the vast sea of people filled Lu Junzuo with deep emotion. Damn it, this place is practically turning into a Dragon Soul organization club. Young Master Lu, what brings you here? Upon seeing Lu Junzuo enter, Deng He, who had 12 fingers, hurriedly asked. I came to see you and to pick you up. Lu Junzuo put his hands behind his back and said in a seemingly indifferent manner. Young Master Lu, why does your face look a little pale? The 4 asked again. I feel a little carsick. Lu Junzuo's lips twitched. Then why are you covered in blood, young Master Lu? He injured someone. After Lu Junzuo finished speaking, he didn't want to give the 4 of them any more chances to make their moves, and gave the order. You guys go and rest first. We'll go out together tomorrow. I'll need your help in Suzhou and Hangzhou. For some reason, after not seeing them for a while, he felt that something was off about these 4 people. He's a bit simple-minded. The 4 exchanged glances and then spoke in unison. Young Master Lu trusts us so much. We will repay him with our lives. Faced with the 4 men's pledge of loyalty, Lu Junzuo nodded with considerable satisfaction. As expected of the assassin I personally trained. This loyalty is witnessed by heaven and earth. After thinking for a moment, he called the 4 of them over and whispered his next plan to them. The 4 listened intently, but their eyes held a strange look. After finishing speaking, Lu Junzuo went back to bed and began to heal his injuries. That punch today really hurt him quite badly. It won't take at least 10 days to 2 weeks to recover. At this moment, Tang Yu was also sent to the hospital. Under the astonished gazes of everyone in the hospital, Tang Yu was carried into the ward in a princess carried by Baiwani to begin her examination. Fortunately, after a while, the doctor handed the examination report to Baiwani. Miss Bai, your husband is fine. He's just exhausted. He'll recover after a good rest. He is not my lover. Baiwani blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The doctor just chuckled and didn't say anything. Not your lover? You're already carrying her in a princess carry. Looking at Tang Yu lying in the hospital bed, still unconscious, Baiwani felt uneasy. How could he not get injured after taking so many hits? After thinking for a moment, she decided to take off Tang Yu's clothes and check her again, to avoid missing any wounds, which could lead to infection and other problems. Soon, Tang Yu's shirt was ripped off. She used a wet towel to wipe away the bloodstains on Tang Yu's body little by little. Then, upon seeing those well-defined 8-pack abs, she couldn't help but blush slightly. As a policewoman, she absolutely despises effeminate men. She believes that her future man must be masculine and skilled in combat. As for abs, they are essential. Check if your abs are injured. She coughed lightly and gently touched it a few times with her hand. She has a pretty good figure, quite muscular. After touching it a few times, she felt too embarrassed to continue. I felt a little guilty, and my heart was pounding. Then she turned Tang Yu over and looked at her back, and there really wasn't a single wound. We haven't checked the bottom yet. She thought of this question again. At the casino, Tang Yu held onto his pants tightly to prevent her from checking them. Looking back now, I wonder if he was injured somewhere and didn't want me to know. Although the doctor has already checked, just to be on the safe side, let's double check. So she decided to pull down Tang Yu's pants. Tang Yu woke up just as she began to act. Holy crap. Seeing his pants being tugged, Tang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap. However, after seeing that it was Baiwani, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't a man, damn it. This world is too chaotic. I heard someone got drunk and passed out on the roadside last time. Not only did a guy steal my phone, but I also got raped. Sigh, this world is such a mess. Handsome guys like me are in too much danger. What are you doing? He quickly asked again, trying to pull his pants up. However, due to exhaustion, he can't muster any strength at all. Baiwani was startled after Tang Yu exclaimed, holy crap. Then she snorted. Let's check your body to see if you're injured. Tang Yu felt that these women were all strange. This isn't a checkup. You're clearly just lusting after me. If I hadn't woken up, you might have taken advantage of me and done something terrible to me. It seems like nothing's wrong. If you feel unwell anywhere, just let me know. Seeing that Tang Yu had woken up, Baiwani felt embarrassed to continue doing that. Cough. I feel a little guilty and sorry to my 2 best friends. But isn't this guy overthinking things? You want to take good care of him yourself? Dream on. Then help me put it on. I don't have the strength right now. Tang Yu said helplessly. It feels a bit strange like this. Baiwani rolled her eyes, helped Tang Yu get dressed, and added again. Don't overthink it. I really just wanted to check you out. How come you're alright after taking so many hits? Stubborn as a mule. Tang Yu chuckled, and after resting for a while, the energy from the immovable king technique within his body began to slowly recover. However, what happened at the casino today really gave him a fright. This Lu Junzuo is much more capable than Yi Chen. Trying to find this person to cooperate with in dealing with Yi Chen is probably going to be a long shot. One is a maggot, the other a cockroach. Neither of them are any good. What's more troublesome is that this bastard has already posed a real threat to me. At that moment, a sudden urge to urinate surged up. I had barbecue and drank several bottles of alcohol with Baiwani today, and I haven't peed since we went to the casino. He wanted to get out of bed to take care of his physiological needs. However, being exhausted, he seemed to be unable to do it. What's wrong? Seeing Tang Yu's sudden awkward expression, Baiwani asked. I need to pee. Tang Yu coughed lightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Then you go. Baiwani then realized that the guy was already exhausted. She blushed as well. Did she have to help him to the toilet herself? She's taken care of children before, so she knows how to help them pee and stuff. Seeing this guy's face, he couldn't hold it in any longer. She bit her lip and said, All right, I'll help you. For her, secretly touching his abs a few times to satisfy her urges was already quite a bold move. This situation has somewhat crossed my psychological bottom line. However, considering that this guy did this to save her, she had to lower her standards a bit. After putting Tang Yu's hand on her shoulder, Baiwani helped him to the bathroom in the ward. The restroom wasn't very big, and it was a bit crowded for two people to stand inside. Thank you for your help. I'll treat you next time. Tang Yu coughed again. Don't worry. I'm a reasonable guy and I never take advantage of others. Borrowing 3 parts in exchange for 7. If you ever need my help in the future, just ask. I'm a dog if I don't help. Baiwani felt like hitting someone. Fortunately, she has a decisive personality and doesn't like to drag things out. After making up her mind, she went through the same process she had used to help her nephew with Tang Yu. But when she got halfway through the process, she still couldn't quite bring herself to do it. Don't hesitate. Hurry up. I'm about to pee. Mine is very big. Please bear with it. Chapter 79. I should have come sooner. Hospital corridor. Su Muyue was hurrying towards Tang Yu's ward. Because he is too good looking. Along the way, many people subconsciously looked at her. One of the men, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wore a cervical sprain brace after twisting his neck while playing basketball. Mr. Wong, you need to rest during this period and avoid twisting your neck too much. The nurse next to him was giving him instructions. Before the nurse could finish speaking, he stared wide-eyed at Su Muyue's figure, turning his head to follow her. Immediately afterwards, a scream echoed down the corridor. Su Muyue moved very quickly. She had just received news that Tang Yu had been in an accident at an underground casino and had been taken to the hospital. So she rushed over. When she found Tang Yu's ward, Baiwani, blushing, helped Tang Yu out of the restroom. The two women locked eyes, and the atmosphere instantly became a little awkward. Why did they come out of the restroom? Muyue, you're here. I've come to help him up. He's exhausted. Baiwani had a sudden inspiration and quickly shouted. Okay. Su Muyue quickly came over and helped Tang Yu to bed. Then she suddenly realized the problem. This guy is exhausted. He can barely walk. What was Baiwani doing for him in the bathroom just now? Seeing Baiwani run to wash her hands, Su Muyue's expression turned somewhat strange. If I had known I should have come sooner. She turned to look at Tang Yu and asked, Are you all right? It's nothing. Tang Yu chuckled. How did she get here so quickly? Is she really that concerned about me? This woman seems to be acting differently than before. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Su Muyue was slightly taken aback. A bitter smile flashed across her face. She was indeed quite different from before. I wouldn't have cared about him this much in the past. You guys chat. I'm going to take a nap. I'm exhausted after tossing and turning all night. After washing her hands, Baiwani yawned, went to lie down on another hospital bed, and began to doze off. I'll take a break and then go back to work overtime to deal with today's casino matters. She fell asleep within 2 minutes of lying down, and Tang Yu and the other person could hear her soft snoring. After she fell asleep, Tang Yu and Su Muyue looked at each other in bewilderment. It seems we can't find common ground. Could you get me a glass of water? I'd like some. After staring blankly for 2 minutes, Tang Yu really felt a bit thirsty. Okay, would you like it hot? Cold is fine. Su Muyue nodded, took a disposable cup, and went to the water dispenser to pour herself a glass of water. Tang Yu tried to sit up and drink water. My body hasn't fully recovered yet. It's a bit difficult for me to sit up. So Su Muyue put the water aside, took a pillow and leaned it against the headboard to help Tang Yu sit up. You don't like it either? Let me feed you. Su Muyue held up her water glass, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Tang Yu. This is troublesome. Tang Yu slightly opened her mouth. Su Muyue brought the cup to Tang Yu's lips, slowly fed Tang Yu a glass of water, and then asked, "Want some more?" "No need. I'll lie down and rest for a while." Tang Yu shook her head. "It's best to drink less until you've fully recovered. Otherwise, I'll have to go pee again later, and I can't very well ask you to help me then, can I?" "Well, on the bright side, at least I didn't have to ask someone to help me take a dump." Su Muyue's lips twitched upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts. What is this guy thinking about all day long? But judging from what he said, Baiwani really helped him go to the toilet? She bit her lip and glanced at her carefree best friend with a hint of resentment. "Why would you do something like that? Why don't you just give me a call, and I'll come help you? What's wrong with you today?" She looked at Tang Yu and asked softly. It was just having a late-night snack with her, and then running into some trouble while doing a covert investigation of the casino. "It's nothing." Tang Yu smiled and replied. After saying that, he didn't know what else to say. He couldn't find many common topics to talk about with Su Muyue. "The main reason is that my memories of those years were all about being a sycophant and being treated coldly every day. There wasn't even a normal conversation between the two sides that lasted more than 3 minutes." Su Muyue remained silent for a while before speaking. "If you're tired, take a rest." "Okay." After lying down, Tang Yu closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep. Su Muyue sat on the side and felt a sense of satisfaction. It's actually quite nice to stay by his side and listen to him mutter to himself. After sitting quietly for half an hour, Baiwani woke up. She felt much better after dozing off for a while, and looked at Su Muyue, asking, "Is this guy asleep?" Su Muyue nodded and made a shushing gesture. Baiwani sighed, got up, put on her shoes, and whispered, "Then I'll go back to the police station first." Seeing Baiwani about to leave, Su Muyue hesitated for a moment before following her. Seeing her best friend follow, Baiwani smiled and said, "Aren't you going to stay with Tang Yu? Let him sleep." Su Muyue shook her head. Meeting him once, chatting for a bit, and hearing his thoughts is actually quite satisfying. "You're just being silly. People used to refuse you even when you offered her your husband for free, but now you're going through a nightmare chasing after him." Baiwani shrugged, somewhat puzzled by these young people. Su Muyue could only manage a wry smile. She doesn't understand herself either. Not long after the two women left, Tang Yu woke up. "After resting for a while, my body finally recovered slowly. Damn system, where's the reward?" He cursed under his breath. The reward system has been upgraded, and the plot hint function has been enabled to ensure that plot collapses will not affect the host's ability to predict the plot. The system's voice rang in my mind. Hearing this reward, Tang Yu was somewhat surprised, as he had originally thought that after another head-on confrontation, he would be rewarded with some kind of cultivation technique. Unexpectedly, the reward this time is that the system will provide a plot hint function. In this way, even if the plot breaks down, it won't affect his ability to watch the subsequent episodes. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Yu asked, "Will the auction storyline continue as normal?" Since Lu Junzuo accepted Yi Chen's position, the plot of the following auction will then be quite important. In the original storyline, Yi Chen won an antique at a low price at an auction. This antique contained elixirs and an ancient martial arts technique, which greatly enhanced his strength. Han Mingxian, who came from Yanjing, was beaten to death for trying to take this thing from Yi Chen. This system is becoming increasingly insidious, and it's been slow to provide me with any useful ancient martial arts. Since that's the case, I'll go and seize the opportunity that belongs to the Dragon King. Beep. Proceeding normally, plot summary complete. The system quickly displayed the auction's plot in Tang Yu's mind. Sure enough, the main character in the story has changed. The person who got this opportunity changed from Yi Chen to Lu Junzuo. After familiarizing herself with the plot, Tang Yu already had a plan in mind. If the system is unreliable, then rely on yourself. P.S. Fourth update. Hey brothers, please give me a thumbs up and a 5-star review if you can. I'll try to update 4 times a week these next few days. Chapter 80. I shouldn't have been so greedy. After her body had recovered to a certain extent, Tang Yu left the hospital and drove home to rest. The auction was scheduled for a week later, so he wasn't in a hurry. When he got home, Ling Han was sitting in his room. Seeing that Ling Han was still in her room at this hour, Tang Yu asked in surprise, "Why aren't you asleep yet? Are you planning to sleep here tonight?" "I had something to do during the day and went out. I'm just here to tidy up the room now." Ling Han stuck out her tongue and explained. It wasn't that she didn't tidy up during the day. She was just worried because Tang Yu hadn't returned so late, so she waited here. She already knew that Lu Junzuo had come to Suzhou and Hangzhou. This person is deeply hidden within the Dragon Soul organization and is a greater threat than Yi Chen. Although she knew that Tang Xiao's strength was unfathomable, she couldn't help but be a little worried. Because the Dragon Soul organization is too well hidden, their 8 generals are top-tier combatants on the surface. But no one knows how many monsters that unfathomable old man has nurtured. However, the only thing to be thankful for is, she belongs to Yi Chen's faction within the Dragon Soul organization. Therefore, she doesn't need to help Lu Junzuo with whatever he wants to do in Suzhou and Hangzhou. However, there is a downside. They can't get any information about Lu Junzuo, so they can't help Tang Xiao much. Wow, you've been working so hard. Shouldn't I reward you? How about I take some cosplay photos for you tomorrow? Tang Yu rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Ling Han's face immediately burned, and she shook her head vigorously. Last time, she lost a bet with Tang Yu while playing a game, and Tang Yu said he would take a set of photos of her. Then, they dressed her up in an Ari cosplay outfit. That level of scale was simply, sigh, girls should capture their beauty when they're young. Tang Yu felt quite disappointed to see Ling Han so resistant. I'd like you to shoot a few more sets. Forget it. It's making me look like a pervert bullying innocent girls every day. You should find the evidence from your parents' side as soon as possible, and then find an opportunity to tell you. Hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Ling Han was suddenly moved. Young Master Tang is still thinking about his own things. Then you should get some rest, Mr. Tang. I'll head back now. Ling Han greeted Tang Yu, and happily went back to her bedroom to rest. Tongwang Group. Wang Yixue was leaning over her desk, looking at a framed photo with a grin. The photo frame shows a rather young and innocent-looking boy and girl. It's a photo of her and Tang Yu when they were dating in college. As she looked at it, she suddenly looked up at her secretary and asked a question. Zhou, why do you think Tang Yu and I are such a good match? It was ordained by God. The secretary answered in a very serious tone. Excellent, 100 points. Your salary will increase by 10,000. Wang Yixue gave a thumbs up in praise. I was just telling the truth, and I don't deserve this reward. The price will increase by 20,000. Secretary Zhou tried hard to suppress her laughter and quickly got down to business. By the way, Mr. Li from Mingzhu April Group would like to invite you to discuss a collaboration. Wang Yixue's secretary suddenly spoke up to remind her. That fat woman. Wang Yixue then remembered the other party, a well-known wealthy woman in Mingzhu, who was said to have 3,000 male lovers. She has an e-commerce platform and wants to merge it with an e-commerce platform under the Tongwang Group in order to compete for a top 3 position in the industry. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded and said, Okay, did she mention a time? Mr. Li said any time is fine. Then let's arrange it for the afternoon. Wang Yixue snapped her fingers and quickly took out her phone to call Tang Yu. After the call connected, she said with a smile, Baby, come to my company. We'll go to Mingzhu this afternoon to discuss business. What are we talking about? It's about e-commerce platforms. Wang Yixue explained the situation in detail. Tongwang Group's e-commerce platform takes a high-end approach, focusing on luxury goods and foreign products. The second largest shareholder of this platform is the Tang Group. Therefore, if a merger is to be considered, it is indeed necessary to discuss it with Tang Yu. After confirming the details over the phone, the two met directly at the airport. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yu drove towards the airport. System, how has this part of the plot been changed? Tang Yu silently recited this in her mind while driving. He remembered that there was this plot in the original book. Wang Yixue went to discuss business, but was drugged by her business partner. Just as he was about to suffer a terrible humiliation, Dragon King Yi Qin appeared out of nowhere and killed the villain. After that, naturally, it was time to find an antidote and so on. It's a typical plot device for wish fulfillment stories. Beep, the plot has been changed. The system quickly informed Tang Yu of the changed plot. After learning about the plot, Tang Yu simply narrowed her eyes. As expected, Yi Qin's role was replaced by Lu Junzuo. After thinking for a moment, he first sent a text message to the death squad. This is where the importance of traitors becomes apparent. When Tang Yu arrived at the airport, Wang Yixue had already arrived. Such a stunningly beautiful woman was standing at the airport entrance. It makes many people willing to risk getting beaten up by their girlfriends just to take a second look. The CEO of a certain listed company, in particular, was immediately struck by Wang Yixue's appearance. I never expected to meet such a beautiful woman while on a business trip to Suzhou and Hangzhou to sign a contract. He walked up to Wang Yixue with a smile and extended his hand. Miss, may I introduce myself? I am Lu, the owner of Jiuhe Group. Get out of here. You look like a toad, and you're older than my dad. Who gave you the nerve to come and meet me? Want an old cow to eat young grass? Want me to make 3 keys for 10 yuan? A company worth tens of billions. What's there to brag about? Wang Yixue launched into a tirade, which sent a shiver down the spine of the middle-aged man. After scolding, Wang Yixue ran towards Tang Yu with a smile and waved. Honey, I'm here. Tang Yu, who was jogging over, almost tripped and fell to the ground. Her calling him husband drew hateful stares from many men at the airport. After being scolded, the middle-aged man looked over and suddenly recognized Tang Yu. Isn't this President Tang of the Tang Group? His purpose in coming to Suzhou and Hangzhou this time is to sign contracts and secure orders from the Tang Group. So he quickly covered his face with his briefcase, turned around, and slunk away. Who's your husband? Don't call me that. Tang Yu walked up to Wang Yixue and said helplessly, "So it is you. You were bullying her last night." Wang Yixue hugged Tang Yu's arm tightly and said coyly, "Wasn't I home last night?" "Yes, but I dreamt about you, so you have to take responsibility." Tang Yu's eyes widened. "You can even stage a fake accident online? That's terrible. I have so much to take responsibility for. I really shouldn't have done that last time. I was too greedy and dreamed about 4 things at once." Wang Yixue glared fiercely at the guy. "Greedy? Nobody can take it from me." Chapter 81 Shaking hands with you is disrespectful. Pearl Hotel, April. In one of the suites, Lu Junzuo was holding a glass of red wine and swirling it slightly. His face was still a little pale, but he had recovered quite a bit. The injury from that punch a few days ago was indeed quite severe, leaving him with lingering fear. "Junzuo, I heard you're a very good doctor. My shoulder is sore, could you massage it for me?" At that moment, a woman sitting opposite him called out in a sweet voice. The woman, if not stunningly beautiful, was at least beginning to resemble a human. His body was covered in 5 or 6 layers of excess fat, making him look like a Michelin man. She is Li Xuefei, the boss of the April Group. Just hearing her name makes it easy to imagine that she is a stunning beauty. Unfortunately, the name and the person are too different. Okay. A hint of disgust flashed in Lu Junzuo's eyes, but he hid it well. He walked behind Li Xuefei and gently massaged her shoulders, feeling as if he were squeezing a piece of breathing fat. The greasy feeling coming from his fingertips made him feel nauseous. He wouldn't bother getting close to her if he didn't need to use her. The biggest difference between him and Yi Chun is that he doesn't put on airs like Yi Chun does. He even dared to flirt with a 70-year-old woman with a tumor on her face just to take advantage of her. "Oh, that feels good, a little harder." Li Xuefei wore a contented expression. Lu Junzuo suppressed the urge to vomit and asked, "Has everything been arranged for today?" "It's all arranged, Junzuo. Don't worry, I'll give you anything you like." Li Xuefei gently touched Lu Junzuo's hand and said tenderly. Lu Junzhu hummed in agreement, feeling somewhat better. "Last time, I tried to win over by Wani, but it backfired unexpectedly. This time, he simply changed his target and set his sights on Wang Yixue. She has a close relationship with the Tang family, and if she could become his woman, she could be of great help to him." Tang Yu and her companion had already disembarked from the plane. After getting off the plane, Wang Yixue still smiled and held Tang Yu's arm. She was extremely happy when she was close to Tang Yu. "Why are you like a koala?" Seeing Wang Yixue's happy face, Tang Yu asked with a smile. "Koalas hang from trees, but I haven't hung on you yet." Wang Yixue leaned close to Tang Yu's ear and whispered, "But I can use you as a pole, wear a bunny girl outfit and do a pole dance on you. Then I can hang on you." Tang Yu imagined the scene. "Holy crap, this is kind of fun." "No, I still can't be lewd. If we keep talking about this, we'll have to stand up and pay our respects." Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Wang Yixue laughed inwardly. This repressed guy was still pretending with her. However, she did bring a bunny girl outfit with her this time. It's rare for the two of them to travel alone together for business. Isn't this just a disguised form of vacation? After leaving the airport, the two took a car to the hotel. If this project is merged, how do you think the shares should be distributed? Right now, they're saying they want to take 30% of the shares after the merger, which I don't think is reasonable. After getting into the car, Wang Yixue handed the documents in her hand to Tang Yu. Tang Yu took it, glanced at it a few times, and then smiled. "Let's talk about it when we meet." "There's nothing to discuss. This business deal is definitely not going to happen. Ultimately, it was all a scheme orchestrated by that bastard Lu Junzuo. I'm planning to deliberately lure you there, then drug you so I can play the hero and save you, and then take advantage of you." Sigh, compared to him, Yi Chun is at least half a warrior of pure love. Wang Yixue was stunned after hearing Tang Yu's thoughts. "Lu Junzuo? Who is that? It sounds like he's one of Yi Chun's types. Still plotting against yourself?" She narrowed her eyes, picked up her phone, and quickly sent a message. Since what happened with Yi Chun, the Wang family has started recruiting and hiring several ancient martial arts practitioners to oversee things. She currently has 2 people secretly protecting her. After sending a message to the 2 bodyguards, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Since they dare to play dirty tricks on me, then they shouldn't end up in my hands. However, the thought of Tang Yu being so worried about her coming along made her extremely happy. Holding Tang Yu's arm, she happily snuggled against him and said, "Now that we've finished this business, let's stay here and play for a few days." "How many days do I want to stay? I have to go back in a couple of days, maybe next time." Tang Yu gave a bitter smile. He's still keeping an eye on the auction. He's determined to seize this opportunity. This damn system is scheming and plotting, but pinning your hopes on this worthless bastard will only lead to its downfall sooner or later. "Okay, then give me a kiss as compensation." Wang Yixue grinned and pointed to her face. Tang Yu looked at her face, coughed lightly, and hesitated. "That female hooligan, she's using this trick again. Hurry up, or you'll be breaking the law, you know." Wang Yishua patted Tang Yu's leg and urged her on. What law did you break? It's against a woman's will. Isn't that illegal? After she finished speaking, the two of them burst into laughter in the car. While laughing, Wang Yishua suddenly grabbed Tang Yu's neck and smacked him hard across the face. After leaving a lipstick mark on Tang Yu, Wang Yishua said with a grin, "Don't wipe it off." "How can I go out in public without wiping it off?" Tang Yu smiled wryly and wiped it with her hand. The driver in the front seat glanced at the rearview mirror and silently resented it. "Sigh, I was handsome when I was young too. Why don't any beautiful women like that throw themselves at me?" When the car arrived at the hotel, Li Shuafei was already waiting at the door when the two got out. Looking at that huge lump of fat from afar, Tang Yu cursed inwardly. This rich girl is absolutely stunning. I remember she had 3,000 male lovers. Sigh, being a kept man is really not a good thing. At this weight, and with a penchant for playing with steel wool, he deserves $1 million a month as her gigolo. Wang Yishua listened to Tang Yu's internal monologue and tried hard not to laugh out loud. "Mr. Wang, you must be tired from your journey. And who is this gentleman?" Li Shuafei extended her hand and shook hands with Wang Yishua. Her sly little eyes darted around Tang Yu intently, as if they had X-ray vision, giving Tang Yu goosebumps. She even swallowed. "This guy is way more handsome than Lu Junzuo. This is my boyfriend, Tang Yu, who is also the head of the Tang Group. He owns 45% of our family's e-commerce platform." Noticing Li Shuafei's gaze, Wang Yishua felt a surge of anger. That woman, her family's rundown company, is just waiting to go down in trouble. "Oh, so you're the eldest young master of the Tang family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. I've always heard he's very handsome, and seeing is believing." Li Shuafei quickly extended her hand to shake hands with Tang Yu. Tang Yu didn't dare to take it. He just gave an awkward laugh. "I'm sorry, Mr. Li. I just went to the restroom and didn't wash my hands. Shaking hands with you would be disrespectful." A hint of resentment flashed in Li Shuafei's eyes. Using this as an excuse? Is that looking down on yourself? She hates it most when men look down on her. So if any of her male lovers gave her the wrong look, she would take out the rich woman's happiness ball to teach them a lesson. Even some men who weren't her lovers dared to look at her like that. She will also try every means to make the other party obediently submit to her. Tang Yu has become her target. She's determined to win this man over today. Chapter 82. I'm in. Alright then, we can shake hands after you wash your hands. Li Shuafei still had a bright smile on her face and gestured for them to proceed. "Let's go inside and eat while we chat." She couldn't wait to help Lu Junzuo move forward with his plan. According to Lu Junzuo's plan, he would arrange for someone to tamper with the drinks later. Once you've had a sip of alcohol, even just a tiny bit, you'll completely lose control. His prey was Wang Yishua. Then I can just follow the plan and turn Tang Yu into my prey. After the three entered the hotel, Lu Junzuo, who was drinking in his suite, was somewhat surprised to receive the news. He didn't expect that the kid's surname Tang would come again. Thinking of Tang Yu, his eyes showed some apprehension. This person's strength is unfathomable. He seems ordinary, but the power of that punch is no less than that of a cultivator at the Earth realm. He is an extremely cautious person. Having learned his lesson, he would avoid risking a fight with Tang Yu unless absolutely necessary. When I break through to the Earth realm, that will be his death day? After thinking for a moment, he snapped his fingers. The 4 members of the death squad, who were waiting in the room, immediately rushed over. "Young Master Lu." The 4 shouted in unison. "You all get ready later. Arrange the drugging. Have someone take Wang Yishua away, and then put on a good show. But absolutely no one is allowed to touch her, understand?" Lu Junzuo gave his instructions. Like Yi Chun, he absolutely cannot tolerate anyone else touching his woman. So even if it's just acting, they can't do anything reckless. At most, they can just threaten her. "Yes, young Master Lu." The 4 of them quickly said in unison. "Secondly, this kid's surname Tang is here too. If he falls for it later, we'll arrange for him to have some ugly women to enjoy, and then take a set of photos of him and post them online. Wait until he's exhausted from enjoying himself, then you can kill him." Lu Junzuo continued to give orders. "Since this kid has come to my doorstep, I won't be polite. Not only must he die, but his reputation must also be ruined." As for himself, he decided not to take action personally, as this person exuded strangeness in every way. This danger was entrusted to his 4 loyal subordinates. To die for oneself is their greatest honor. "Yes, young Master Lu." The 4 of them spoke in unison again. "Go." Lu Junzhu waved his hand, and the 4 of them left the suite. After leaving, Deng He, who was in charge, immediately sent a text message to Tang Yu. After they walked to a quiet corner, Deng He said coldly, "That treacherous Lu Junzuo is plotting against young Master Tang again. We mustn't give him the chance. We'll do it soon." After he whispered a few instructions, the other 3 all showed expressions of satisfaction. As expected of the eldest brother, he's really quick-witted. In this way, we will definitely be able to make a great contribution to young Master Tang. After making a contribution, you can live a carefree life at the club. As soon as Tang Yu entered the private room, she received a text message from Deng He. After glancing at the text message, Tang Yu's expression turned somewhat strange. Fine, that son of a bitch Lu Junzuo, he even tried to drug me. Drugging him is bad enough, but then they arranged for him to meet several ugly women and take pictures of them. What a despicable bastard. Luckily I had a backup plan. Wang Yixue, who was sitting on the side, had already heard most of what had happened along the way. She has already begun investigating this man named Lu Junzuo in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Once the investigation is complete, it will be time to close the net. What would you two like to eat? Li Shuefei handed the menu to Tang Yu and the other woman. When she looked at Tang Yu, she couldn't help but swallow. No matter how delicious the food is, it can't compare to a man. Holding the menu, Wang Yixue casually ordered a few dishes. Everyone's got their own agenda, so who's in the mood to eat? After ordering, the kitchen quickly brought out a variety of delicious and visually appealing dishes. Li Shuefei didn't mention the collaboration at all, and just chatted with Tang Yu. She smiled as the dishes were served. It's a rare treat for the two of you to come all the way to Mingzhu. We should celebrate properly today. Let's have a few drinks, and then we can talk business after dinner. After she finished speaking, she clapped her hands, and immediately a waiter brought over a bottle of red wine. Li Shuefei was about to pour wine for Tang Yu and the other person from the already opened bottle of red wine. She couldn't wait. I want to see this handsome man forced to submit to me in such a pitiful state. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, I don't drink alcohol. At this moment, Wang Yixue suddenly spoke up. Oh. Li Shuefei was instantly stunned. She doesn't drink alcohol? What kind of move is this? Then she laughed and said, how can you do business without drinking? Mr. Wang is too kind. How about we just have a small drink today? I am allergic to alcohol. How could Wang Yixue possibly drink this wine? She already knew it was something wrong with it. Li Shuefei looked somewhat embarrassed and deliberately expressed her dissatisfaction. Mr. Wang, I know you can drink. There's no need to make up such an excuse. Aren't you going to give me this much face? What do you mean by not giving you face? We are all partners, and respect is a two-way street. A little investigation would have revealed my alcohol allergy, yet you're still trying to persuade me to drink? What exactly do you mean by that? I think you're the one who really doesn't give me face, Mr. Li. If you have a problem with me, just say so. Wang Yixue slammed her hand on the table and said coldly. She suddenly got angry, and the oppressive force instantly made Li Shuefei a little nervous. She gave a wry laugh, knowing this approach wouldn't work, and dared not say anything more, awkwardly replying. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, I made a mistake. I apologize to you. Then she looked at Tang Yu and said, Mr. Tang, shall we have a drink? Not having a chance to harm Wang Yixue meant that the loss wasn't significant for her. I just want to be able to eat this handsome guy. Sorry, I'm allergic too. Tang Yu smiled. I'm allergic to idiots, so don't talk to me. Li Shuefei's face darkened slightly. She hadn't expected such a big mishap to occur in the very first step of her plan. If I had known this would happen, I should have had someone poison the food. Let's eat first, then rest for a while, and we can talk again later. Seeing that things were not working out, she could only settle for the next best thing. You guys don't drink alcohol, but you always have coffee and tea, right? If all else fails, there's always bottled water. I'll definitely get something for you later. After we finish eating, we can go back and discuss it with Lu Junzuo. At this moment, Lu Junzuo was still resting in his suite, waiting for good news to come. Since returning to China, he hasn't had a proper chance to let loose. Thinking about the enjoyment that was about to come, he was filled with anticipation. Immediately afterwards, his rationality began to be gradually eroded, and his body began to feel somewhat unwell. How so? With the last shred of reason remaining in his body, he suddenly looked at the red wine beside him. Could it be that someone put alcohol in their medicine? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Junzuo, I'm coming in. Li Shuefei, who had just walked in, was about to talk to Lu Junzuo about changing their plans. Little did she know that a wild beast was already waiting for her. Chapter 83, Pretending to be Tang Yu to get beaten up. Soon, a pig-like scream came from the suite. This is a 6-star hotel, and the rooms are very well soundproofed. But the high decibel sound couldn't be stopped, and it broke through the doors and walls, startling all the guests in the building. The other guests living nearby were the first to react. They had lived their whole lives and had never heard of such a commotion. That really sounds like a pig being slaughtered. Within minutes, a large number of people had gathered in the corridor. The hotel manager also rushed over after receiving the news. Hearing this noise, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and knock on the door and call out. Guests, could you please be a little quieter? The pigs inside were still squealing, but there was a faint sound of them rolling away. Upon hearing the order to get out, how could the manager dare to say a word? Guests who can stay in this kind of suite are people he can't afford to offend. The 4 members of the death squad were also standing outside the stairwell. Deng He, who was in the lead, grinned. Trying to scam young Master Tang? Today, let's have a passionate encounter between you and this fat pig. Brother, what should we say now? Seeing that the plan had succeeded, one of them asked in a low voice. Don't worry, if Lu Junzuo asks about it later, we'll just say that the woman did a good job. Deng He was confident about this. This woman is always flirting with Lu Junzuo. Anyone can see what she's thinking. Shifting the blame onto her is absolutely correct. Big brother is tall. Everyone gave a thumbs up. Brothers, you're tough. Deng He also gave a thumbs up. Young Master Tang is tall and strong. The 4 of them said in unison. Tang Yu, who was coming up from downstairs, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and stepped out of the elevator, where he heard the pig-like screams. During the meal, the death squad came to ask Tang Yu for his opinion. Tang Yu thought about it and decided to give them a taste of their own medicine. So the 4 of them turned the tables and drugged Lu Junzuo instead. It has to be said that using a double agent well can indeed save you a lot of trouble and effort. Hearing that pig-like scream, Tang Yu couldn't help but feel grateful that he had truly repaid evil with kindness. As for killing this guy, Tang Yu felt it was a bit too risky. This guy's identity is, in a sense, that of a chosen one, someone who activated the jade pendant and received its inheritance. How could someone destined for greatness die so easily? With his peak Shin level combat power, it would be impossible to stop him from leaving if he wanted to. What's going on? Wang Yixue also came up with Tang Yu. Knowing the truth, she pretended to be stupid and asked. It's nothing. People who have loved deeply shouldn't hold grudges. Tang Yu said with schadenfreude. Hilarious. This drug's effects seem to last for 3 hours. Even if you tried to start a fire by rubbing sticks together, it would have taken 3 hours. You want to mess with your dad? Wait until his kidneys are exhausted, then have someone sneak up and kill me? Eat shit, Lei. After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yixue's lips curled up slightly. Playing it safe first before actually fighting? That's definitely a good idea. She quickly sent a text message to the 2 martial arts bodyguards, telling them to get ready to beat the dog when it was down. If you can bring yourself to kill, then don't hold back. After sending the text message, she looked at Tang Yu and said, We don't know where Mr. Li has gone. Let's go back and rest. Okay. Having achieved her goal, Tang Yu left in a good mood. Because the noise was so loud, the hotel staff had no choice but to stop after 3 hours. Half of the hotel's guests knew about it and reported it to them. Left with no other option, the hotel had to send a few security guards to knock on the door and try to stop them. If this continues, the hotel will be unable to operate. By the time the security guards went up, several online influencers had already arrived after hearing the commotion. These days, to be a live streamer, you need to generate buzz. The incident at the hotel has been filmed and posted online, attracting a lot of attention. Excuse me, could you please move aside? Several security guards pushed past the live streamers and ran over to bang on the door and shout. Hello. Sir, could you please come out for a moment? By the time he knocked on the door, the noise inside had gradually subsided. Lu Junzuo, who had finally regained consciousness, was deathly pale. Looking at the large lump of fat in front of him, he couldn't help but vomit on the spot. Once, when he was on a mission, he went so far as to hide in a cesspool and dive for a full 3 minutes to conceal himself. When he finally came out, he even choked on a mouthful of food that had gone in. Compared to now, what is the disgust of the latrine bucket? It's just poop. What's so dirty about something that's already in your stomach? Is it dirtier than this sow? What's worse is that he didn't know how many times he had exercised in those 3 hours. My body hadn't fully recovered to begin with, and this was another major blow to my health. Guest, would you please open the door and come out? Family members, you've all been waiting for 2 hours, and you'll be seeing this pig butcher brother soon. Brothers, can you give Xiaomei some gifts? Xiaomei has been working hard for almost 3 hours of live streaming. After hearing the commotion outside the door, Lu Junzuo felt like dying. There were even streamers broadcasting live outside the door. He had heard that the live streaming industry in China was booming, but he never expected them to be so depraved. If they were to broadcast this live online, how can I face people in the country? Who knows? He might even get a nickname like Mr. Jiaolu. Fortunately, he was always quick-witted and knew that this group of people couldn't get in all at once. So he ran to the window, ready to take an unconventional route. He opened the window and then realized that this was the 40-something floor. Even if he were at his peak, he would all die if he jumped from here. Hearing the knocking getting more and more urgent, he knew he definitely couldn't stay in this room any longer. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a human skin mask. This was something he deliberately copied from Tang Yu a while ago, but it's not perfect yet. Because everyone's face shape is different, no 2 human skin masks can be exactly the same. Even after he put on the mask, he only looked about 60-70% like the real person. That's enough. He gritted his teeth. Since I can't escape this today, I'll just let this kid make a fool of himself. Before leaving, He took out a black pill and put it into the mouth of the unconscious Li Shuefei. This pill is a slow-acting poison. You won't die immediately after taking it. It takes about a week before they suddenly die of heart failure. How dare you defile your own Sao? He would never allow her to continue living in this world. After doing all this, he opened the door and stormed out with a resentful look on his face. He saw a group of people looking at him like he was a clown. He was immediately filled with anger. Get out of here. He slapped all the streamers' phones away and rushed towards the emergency exit. All he wants now is to escape this hotel that makes him feel so disgusted he wants to vomit. Go find a place to give yourself a good wash. That's disgusting. Just as he rushed up to the 20th floor, they discovered that the 4 members of the death squad were guarding the emergency exit. Upon seeing the 4 people, he stopped what he was doing and was about to give them orders. Deng He, who was in charge, rushed over and punched Lu Junzuo in the face. Caught off guard, he was suddenly punched by Deng He, staggered back a few steps, and landed hard on his backside. What are you doing? Lu Junzuo was immediately enraged. How dare his own men hit him? Tang Yu, today is your death day. Deng He roared, and the 4 of them rushed forward to attack. At this moment, Lu Junzuo was in extremely poor condition due to severe depletion of his vital energy. He was hit by a combined attack from 4 people, and despite his best efforts to counterattack, he still took several blows. Only then did he suddenly remember that he was still wearing a human skin mask. So he quickly created some distance, tore off his mask, and roared at Deng He and the other 3. Idiot, it's me. P.S. Here's the 4th update, hee. I've had a rare bit of free time these past few days, so brothers, please give me a 5-star review to encourage me to update, or I'll give you some free gifts. Chapter 84, I got beaten up again. Deng He and his 3 companions then stopped their attack, their faces filled with shock as they cried out. Your subordinate deserves to die? We thought it was Tang Yu who came down. Lu Junzuo was almost furious. He did indeed arrange for 4 people to wait here and ambush Tang Yu. But who knew the plan would take such a dramatic turn? Tang Yu and Wang Yishue weren't poisoned, but he was. After being tricked, he put on a mask to impersonate Tang Yu in order to frame her. It's better not to wear it. Wearing it makes you vulnerable to ambushes by your own people. He felt like a clown. Blanche. Lu Junzuo pointed at the death squad members with his hand, but ultimately managed to suppress his anger. It's not your fault. There was a small problem with the plan. You guys are very loyal. They were, after all, faithfully carrying out their orders. It's not appropriate to punish them for this issue. It's all as it should be. The 4 knelt on the ground and said in unison, I'm feeling a bit unwell right now and need to leave for a bit. You guys stay at the hotel and see if you can find an opportunity to poison Tang Yu and the others. Let me know if you succeed. Even now, Lu Junzuo still refuses to give up. After leaving the 4 people at the hotel to look for opportunities, he ran away from the hotel, wanting nothing more than to find a place to take a good shower. The greasy smell made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Just as I ran out of the hotel's back door, 2 figures suddenly rushed out from the roadside. Before he could react, the 2 men had already landed a punch and a kick on him. These were the 2 martial arts bodyguards who were accompanying Wang Yishue. These 2 are quite strong, both at the peak of the yellow rank. They had been lying in ambush for a long time, and taking advantage of Lu Junzuo's momentary lapse in concentration, they launched a surprise attack and continued their relentless pursuit. After being attacked repeatedly, Lu Junzuo was so enraged that he was about to explode. I am a peak master of the profound realm. They are considered geniuses even within the Dragon Soul organization. Compared to himself, Yi Chun paled in comparison. When have I ever suffered such a humiliation, being bullied by 2 trash who are not even at the Xian level? Normally, he could kill 2 people with 1 hand. But his condition is really bad right now. The injuries I sustained last time haven't healed, and today I've suffered another major loss of energy. I haven't rested for 3 hours straight, and I just got a beating from the death squad. At that moment, his limbs felt as weak as noodles. Faced with the combined attack of 2 peak yellow-level cultivators, he could only watch helplessly as they gained the upper hand. What's even more deadly is that these 2 were extremely ruthless and clearly intended to kill. After being injured in succession, Lu Junzuo spat out another mouthful of blood. I feel my physical condition is becoming increasingly dangerous. He simply couldn't hold back any longer and decided to swallow his pride. After focusing his energy in his dantian, he roared, "Help!" This is, after all, a high-end hotel, so there are quite a few security personnel. After he shouted for help, patrolling security guards quickly arrived. What are you doing? Who gave you permission to fight here? If you want to fight, go to the dance studio. A security guard shouted. Seeing the security guards arrive, the 2 martial arts bodyguards from the Huang family looked somewhat helpless. With so many people in front of him, it was indeed impossible to continue killing this person. The 2 had no choice but to abandon their offensive and retreat quickly. After the 2 left, Lu Junzuo sat down heavily on the ground, his face filled with humiliation. Lu Junzuo was actually beaten to the point of crying for help by two ancient martial artists at the yellow rank. How long has it been since China? He's already been beaten 3 times. Are you alright? Should I call the police for you? One of the security guards ran over to check on them. Get lost. You don't need to interfere. If you dare to tell anyone about what happened today, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Junju stared at the security guards and threatened them fiercely. If this gets out, how will he ever be able to face people in the Dragon Soul organization again? The security guards' faces darkened instantly, and they turned and left, cursing under their breath. If they had known they were such idiots, they shouldn't have come. After the security guard left, Lu Junzuo quickly drove to the hospital. His injuries will take some time to fully recover. Back in her hotel room, Tangyu placed her hand on the sofa and silently recited the mantra. Damn system, where's the reward? Beep. Reward for improved physical condition and a significant boost to the weak host's strength. As the system's cold voice rang out, Tangyu immediately felt the changes in her body. A thick, black liquid with a fishy odor flowed from his pores. Damn, which author came up with the idea of cleansing the marrow and purifying the body? Even Tangyu herself felt a little nauseous from the smell. It was like being thrown into a cesspool and doing a freestyle swim. He quickly ran to the bathroom to take a shower. The suite's bathroom also features an indoor spa pool. After washing off the dirt, Tangyu soaked in the pool with a contented expression. According to the system, after this round of meridian cleansing and marrow purification, I now possess a top-tier physique for martial arts training. Moreover, his strength directly increased to the yellow rank, instantly transforming him from an ordinary person into an ancient martial artist. Although, this strength is still a bit low, and it's not enough to kill Yi Chun and his ilk with one slap. This significantly raises the bar for Tang Xiao's tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong. From now on, I'll go out and bully any fools I encounter who don't know their place. Wouldn't that mean they could be killed with a single punch? This damn system finally decided to give me something good, but something feels off. Tangyu stroked her chin, deep in thought. It seems like they didn't go all out against Lu Junzuo today, so where did the high reward come from? Just then, his phone, which was lying to the side, rang. Tangyu took it and glanced at it. It was a text message from the death squad. They reported the situation to Tangyu. I learned that these 4 people had beaten up Lu Junzuo. Tangyu was also dumbfounded. Holy crap, is this even possible? Pretending to be someone else to get beaten up? Sure enough, the traitors were all very dedicated to their work. To express their gratitude for helping them boost their performance, the system rewards were increased. Tangyu topped up each of their high-end club membership cards. Each card was topped up with 1 million, enough for them to play for a year. Moreover, it's a nationwide chain, so it works anywhere. The 4 of them were overjoyed after receiving their membership cards. The people in the club are the soul of the club. Everyone in the club is a superior person. Then they all left the hotel to have some fun. As for Lu Junzuo's arrangements, sorry, they were all Tang Xiao's tasks. After contacting the death squad, Tangyu enjoyed a relaxing soak in the hot spring for a while, before preparing to go back to bed for a nap. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Tangyu, open the door, I need to talk to you. Wang Yishua's voice came from outside the door. Looking for me. Tangyu felt a little strange. What was he doing coming over so late at night? Then he quickly ran over to open the door. Wang Yishua, who was waiting outside the door, looked rather bitter. She went into the room, clutched her stomach, and lay down on Tangyu's bed. Tangyu, my stomach hurts. You're here to take a dump, aren't you? Chapter 85 The Wonrin Family. Screw you. Wang Yishua snorted and gave Tangyu a cute eye roll. Tangyu chuckled twice. He had just glanced at the guy's stomach and there was nothing wrong with it. He was perfectly healthy. Okay, I'll be honest. I came here to get a massage. Wang Yishua patted her shoulder and said, give me a massage, my shoulders are so sore. What happened to your shoulder? Didn't you sleep well? No, it's mainly because I have a good physique, which puts a lot of strain on my shoulders. Wang Yishua sighed. Tangyu glanced over instinctively. It is indeed quite big, but it's still a tiny bit smaller compared to Xiaoya. It's normal for my shoulders to feel sore after growing this big. Okay, then I'll rub it for you. Tangyu walked over and placed her hands on Wang Yishua's shoulders, gently squeezing and releasing them. The perfect amount of pressure made Wang Yishua moan softly in pleasure. After hearing her whimper a few times, Tangyu stopped what she was doing and said helplessly, can't you be quiet? But they can't help it, so I'll keep my voice down. And don't stop, keep going. After pressing for about 10 minutes, Tangyu really couldn't take it anymore. Damn it, you're finally satisfied. Press it again, and my blood will have to go to a certain place to gather. It's ready. Tangyu released Wang Yishua's shoulder and said. Looking quite content, Wang Yishua stretched, and her shoulders did indeed feel much lighter and more relaxed. She looked at Tangyu and smiled slyly. You've been so nice to me today. Do you want some kind of reward or something? What kind of reward is there? Tang Yu rubbed her hands together, looking expectant. Come on, you beast. Don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower. Wang Yixue couldn't help but laugh in exasperation upon hearing this guy's inner thoughts. She glanced at Tang Yu a few times and chuckled. Check your phone later. After saying that, she skipped and hopped away from Tang Yu's room. Tang Yu looked puzzled, took out her phone, and sat on the bed to wait. After waiting for a few minutes, Wang Yixue finally sent a message. Are you having trouble sleeping tonight? Hee, I can help you, as long as you beg me. Tang Yu gasped. Is she looking down on a man's dignity? For something like this, you dare to make me beg her? Please. He angrily uttered 3 words. Soon, the dialogue box changed to typing in progress. A few seconds later, a photo was sent over. She was sitting on the hotel bed, dressed as a bunny girl. Take care of it and enjoy it. Take care of yourself. After sending the photos, Wang Yixue thoughtfully added a reminder. After sending the message, she put her phone away, feeling both amused and a little embarrassed. I brought the bunny girl outfit with me because I wanted to show it to him. But after putting it on, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Being a girl, I sometimes can't be too proactive. So now the only way is to send it via mobile phone. After posting the photos, she would glance at the door every now and then. I waited for about 10 minutes, but he didn't come to knock on the door. A hint of resentment flashed across her delicate and pretty face, and she snorted with some dissatisfaction. The next day, when the two went downstairs to have breakfast at the hotel, Tang Yu clearly had dark circles under her eyes, indicating she hadn't slept well, and she yawned from time to time. TSK, someone didn't sleep well last night. Seeing Tang Yu like this, Wang Yixue was somewhat gloating. Serves them right. Who told you not to understand my hints? Don't even think about asking me to massage your shoulders next time. Tang Yu snorted and picked up a glass of milk to drink. Just a little bit. Wang Yixue stuck out her tongue. After finishing her meal, she asked with a smile. I need to go to the branch office on business. Are you going to wait for me and stay here with me for a few days? Or, I'll go back today. I have some things to take care of these next couple of days. Tang Yu shook her head. Okay, then I'll come find you again when I get back to Suzhou and Hangzhou. Wang Yixue reached out and pinched Tang Yu's face, stretching it out playfully. After saying goodbye to Wang Yixue, Tang Yu took a car to Mingzhou Airport to prepare to fly back to Suzhou and Hangzhou. In 2 days, the auction storyline will begin. According to the original plot, an antique jade lion appeared at the auction. After being spotted by Dragon King Yichun, the Han family of Yanjing started vying for him. After a fierce battle, Yichun successfully obtained the jade lion. They then opened the mechanism on the jade lion and obtained a 9-turn pill and the ancient martial arts manual, 8 Extremes Collapse Fist. Now that the plot has changed, Yichun is no longer involved in this part of the story. The person who took this opportunity in his place became Lu Junzuo. The 9-turn pill can greatly enhance the cultivation level of an ancient martial artist. Tang Yu had only one thing to do upon returning to Suzhou and Hangzhou. Fair. It's still fucking fair. Who the hell says all the good stuff has to be for the main characters? Let's grab it first and talk about it later. After checking in, Tang Yu sat in the waiting room to rest and wait for her flight. A girl happened to be pushing a wheelchair over. A middle-aged man with a square face sat in the wheelchair, his face exuding an air of authority even without anger. Even when he was in a wheelchair, he still exuded a certain domineering aura, like an aging lion. The girl pushing the wheelchair attracted the attention of many men. The girl was quite beautiful, with short, ear-length hair, and looked very dashing. Her wheat-colored skin made her look full of vitality. What's even more surprising is that her arms have perfectly defined muscles. If you look closely, you'll even notice it. Every part of her body that is exposed has perfectly proportioned muscles. The feminine softness and the strength brought by muscles do not seem to conflict with her at all. She possesses both feminine beauty and masculine charm, giving her a unique and special allure. Dad, the plane won't arrive for another half hour. Shall I go buy you a bottle of water? The girl looked down at her father and asked. No need, I'm not thirsty. Drinking too much will only cause trouble when I need to go to the toilet. Let's sit down and rest for a while. The middle-aged man waved his hand, a smile appearing on his otherwise stern face. Okay. The girl nodded without saying anything more. They happened to be sitting right next to Tang Yu. Upon seeing Tang Yu, the father and daughter smiled and nodded slightly as a greeting. Tang Yu smiled and nodded in agreement. He did recognize the father and daughter. They are the most renowned ancient martial arts family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The person sitting in the wheelchair is Wenrin Yuanshan, the current head of the Wenrin family. At the age of 30, he was known as the invincible fighter in Suzhou and Hangzhou. By the age of 40, he had already entered the Earth realm, possessing top-tier strength and talent. Unfortunately, after traveling around China 3 years ago, he returned to find himself paralyzed in both legs and severely weakened. He himself never mentioned the matter, so no one knows what happened. Ancient martial arts families like theirs possess an arrogance that looks down upon kings and nobles. So even though they recognized Tang Yu from the most prominent family in Suzhou and Hangzhou, they just exchanged casual greetings. In the world of ancient martial arts, only the strong are respected. Tang Yu's gaze quickly fell on the girl again. The girl is Wenren Yage, the eldest daughter of the Wenren family, whose strength and talent are even more exaggerated than her father's. He's only 20 years old this year, and he's already reached the Xian level in cultivation. In terms of talent, she was even more extraordinary than her father. Such an outstanding and talented young woman could not escape the clutches of the Dragon King. Sigh. To be honest, girls should pay attention to their direction when practicing martial arts. Wouldn't it be better to cultivate internal energy and follow the path of internal cultivation? There's no need for such a muscular physique. Qi Yinlinghan doesn't have that. She's all soft and fragrant. Tang Yu silently complained in her heart. Upon suddenly hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wenren Yage's face instantly darkened. She noticed that Tang Yu's mouth wasn't moving, so she looked at someone else. The last man who dared to criticize her like that was beaten so badly that he had to stay in the hospital for 3 months before he was released. I looked around but couldn't find my target. She looked annoyed, her face darkening. Had she misheard? P.S. Second update delivered. I'll try my best to update 4 times a week these next 2 days if I have more free time. Thank you all for your support, likes, and comments. Chapter 86. Does he even deserve it? What's wrong? Noticing that her daughter's expression was off, Wenren Yuanshan asked. Nothing. Wenren Yage was too embarrassed to tell her father that she had heard some strange things. Wenren Yuanshan reached out and touched his daughter's hair to comfort her. Dad knows what you're worried about. Don't worry, that young man named Lu Junzuo is indeed very skilled in medicine. After this treatment, Dad can move one of his toes again. It won't be long before Dad is able to stand up again, and then we can practice with each other like before. He had already given up hope for his legs and was prepared to be a cripple for the rest of his life. Until recently, a young man named Lu Junzuo suddenly contacted him. After being treated with an unknown acupuncture technique, he was able to feel pain in both legs and even move one of his toes. This gave him hope of getting back on his feet. I am also very grateful to that outstanding young man named Lu Junzuo. Dad, I believe in brother Lu's medical skills. He is indeed very capable. Wenren Yage made no attempt to hide her admiration for Lu Junzuo. The other person was only a few years older than her, but his strength far surpassed hers. She only admires the strong, so she sincerely acknowledges and is grateful to this person. Tang Yu, who was drinking water nearby, almost choked to death after hearing the father and daughter's conversation. He instantly recalled the original plot. In the original story, it should have been Yi Chun who treated Wenren Yuanshan. To conquer Suzhou and Hangzhou, he needed to do more than just win over the 4 major families and build a business empire. He also needs to take over the ancient martial arts forces in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Make Suzhou and Hangzhou completely submit to him and become the backbone of his revenge. The Wenren family is the #1 ancient martial arts family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. It was the bridgehead for him to take over the ancient martial arts forces. Haha, Lu Junzuo's medical skills are indeed quite good. He can even treat paralysis. However, while it may have been cured, it came at the cost of his life. His treatment method, which deliberately depletes his life force, will likely leave him with no more than a year to live afterward. After hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words once again, Wenren Yage's gaze finally locked onto Tang Yu. Because the person who was sitting next to me has already left. There was no one else within 10 meters of them. I can hear what this guy is thinking. Why is this silly girl staring at me like that? Hiss, is he groping me with his eyes? I'm so angry and cold. Can't these women have any self-respect? This is my first day of abstaining from sex. I noticed Wenren Yage's gaze. Tang Yu chuckled to herself. Wenren Yage almost couldn't resist throwing a punch. However, compared to Tang Yu's flowery words, she was more concerned about what Tang Yu had just said. How could he know about Lu Junzuo's affairs? What does treatment that depletes one's life force mean? She had immense respect for her father since childhood, even to the point of idolizing him. She has a strong admiration for strength. She likes men who are more capable than herself. If anyone dares to threaten my father's life, no matter who it is, she won't let them get away. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Tang Yu and asked directly, "Young Master Tang, my father." She was about to lay everything out and ask for clarification when she found herself unable to say the words. It was as if an invisible hand had covered her mouth. Upon seeing this woman, he suddenly started stammering. Tang Yu asked, puzzled, "Miss Wenren, what's wrong? What is this woman babbling about?" Laughing, "Don't be so nervous. I'm actually a very approachable and handsome guy." "Yigu, are you alright?" Seeing that his daughter was acting strangely, Wenren Yuanshan frowned and asked. He didn't think his daughter was nervous about seeing Tang Yu or anything like that. Such a useless rich kid. Even his own daughter wouldn't look at him directly. "Fine. After a few seconds of lag, Wenren finally realized that the thoughts she had just heard could not be expressed. But as a martial artist with exceptional talent, she is also quite intelligent. So she tried changing her question. Young Master Tang, your family must know quite a few famous doctors, right? Could you recommend a few? I'd like them to examine my father's leg. Yagu, there's no need to trouble young Master Tang. Lu Junzuo can take care of it for me. Wenren Yuanshan frowned slightly. He doesn't like to cause trouble for others or owe favors. He couldn't be bothered to even glance at a rich second generation like Tang Yu. Tang Yu noticed a hint of disgust in his eyes and couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. This is also a standard setting for wish fulfillment novels. Villains are inherently unlikable and are naturally disliked by the supporting characters who surround the protagonist. Hey bro, what are you being so arrogant about? I don't owe you any money. You're still counting on Lu Junzuo. If he treats your leg 3 more times, it'll be cured. Then you can count the days on your fingers, waiting to lie on the bed, crying and screaming as you're buried in the mountains. Although I was very unhappy, I couldn't refute it. Tang Yu finally spoke up, saying, I have a very good relationship with the old Dr. Jiang. Uncle Wenren can ask him to take a look. We've already visited Dr. Jiang, but it doesn't seem to have been very effective. Wenren gave a bitter laugh. But I was even more shocked. Because Lu Junzuo really did tell her that. With just 3 more treatments, my father's leg will recover. Let Dr. Jiang examine you again. He might have a solution. His medical skills are far superior to those of those unknown quacks. Tang Yu offered a tactful suggestion. Sigh, I've already put it this way, and you guys still won't take it seriously? Quickly get Grandpa Jiang to take a look. He can figure out this kind of problem. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving a gift when we have the banquet. Wenren face darkened slightly. How about asking Dr. Jiang to examine and confirm? That seems like a good idea. Wenren Yuanshan was already somewhat displeased. He greatly admired Lu Junzuo, believing the young man to be exceptionally talented. So he glanced at Tang Yu and pursed his lips. Young Master Tang, there are countless reclusive masters in this world. Go out and see more of the world. Sitting in a well and looking at the sky will only make you a laughingstock. Tang Yu gave a forced, insincere laugh. Damn it, I really don't want to deal with you. If it weren't for the fact that I didn't want to see you, Wenren, become Lu Junzuo's pawn, and then turn around and cause trouble for my Tang family, I really can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. You were murdered, your daughter was given away for nothing, and your entire family was given away. You supporting characters are even more miserable than me, the villain. Upon hearing Tang Yu's complaint, Wenren expression turned somewhat awkward. She knew that Tang Yu truly meant well and had no malicious intent. So she could only look at her father and say, All right, Dad, stop talking. Young Master Tang meant well. Wenren Yuanshan remained silent with a dark expression. Could it be that my daughter is really blind to have fallen for such a good-for-nothing pretty boy? If that were the case, I would absolutely not agree. What a proud daughter my daughter is. Does he even deserve it? Chapter 87, That Doesn't Hurt, Monthly Ease. There was no point in arguing with Wenren Yuanshan, so Tang Yu didn't bother to pay him any attention. He couldn't possibly stand idly by and watch the Wen family side with Lu Junzuo. But if someone is stubborn and won't listen to reason, he'll just do his best. If all else fails, I'll sit at the girls' table during the banquet. Wenren feelings were quite complicated at this moment. However, she had already made up her mind to take her father to see the renowned Dr. Jiang for help once they returned to Suzhou and Hangzhou. If Lu Junzuo really has ill intentions, then he shouldn't blame me for being impolite. The two remained in an awkward silence. Even after boarding the plane, we didn't sit together. After Wenren placed her father in the seat and fastened his seatbelt, she said, Dad, I'm going to the restroom. You can call the flight attendant if you need anything. Go. Wenren Yuanshan, who was in a bad mood, waved his hand. He is a rigid person, but he values gratitude the most. Lu Junzuo healed his leg. That person was his benefactor. He felt annoyed thinking about what Tang Yu had just said. If it weren't for the fact that my legs are now crippled and my temper has become more restrained, he absolutely has to suffer a bit. Wenren didn't actually go to the restroom. After walking for a while, she found Tang Yu's seat. Is there something you need, Miss Wenren? Tang Yu, who was leaning back in her seat reading a novel, asked casually. Young Master Tang, my father was a bit offensive just now. It wasn't appropriate to say anything to his face, so I'm apologizing to you on his behalf. Wenren bowed slightly to Tang Yu to express her apology. Her attitude surprised Tang Yu somewhat. This girl is a wild and untamed horse. Why is she being so polite to me? His initial annoyance had subsided considerably, and he waved his hand. It's nothing, just a small misunderstanding that's been cleared up. Their attitude was pretty good. I was originally thinking of just exposing Lu Junzuo for you guys, and that would be fine. Given your attitude, you might as well go and get your old man treated while you're at it. There are still a few prescriptions in the Qingnong Tianjing formula for treating paralysis. I guarantee that after the treatment, your father will be free from pain and have a comfortable monthly period, and we can also protect the Tang family along the way. Wenren Yage was both confused and excited. This guy actually has a way to cure his own father's leg. But what does painless and easy every month mean? This man really deserves a beating. Then I won't bother you any longer, Mr. Tang. This is my business card. You can add me on WeChat if you need anything. Wenren Yage took out a business card and handed it to Tang Yu. Her name, phone number, and company name were written on the business card. Most of these ancient martial arts families run security companies, which is also their main source of income. Okay. Seeing Wenren Yage's polite attitude, Tang Yu was also a little puzzled. After the plane landed in Suzhou and Hangzhou, Tang Yu rushed back to her family's antique shop. The auction will begin in 2 days. He needs to start preparing now. After Wenren Yage and her father got off the plane, a driver was already there to pick them up. Go to Dr. Zhang's clinic. Wenren Yage looked at the driver and gave instructions. What are we going to do at Dr. Zhang's place? Wenren Yuanshan asked with a puzzled look. Did that kid from the Tang family say something to you? Why do you believe his nonsense? He doesn't like owing favors to people, so there's no need for him to go and cause trouble for the old Dr. Jiang. My illness can be treated with the help of that young man, Lu Junzuo. Go get checked out. It's nothing, Dad. Wenren Yage shook her head, her tone very firm. Whether there's a problem or not, you'll know once you try it. Seeing his daughter's expression, Wenren Yuanshan knew he couldn't persuade her and could only helplessly comply. When the car arrived at the clinic, Wenren Yuanshan pushed open the car door and jumped into the wheelchair with both hands. When Wenren Yage pushed her father into the clinic, there were several long queues at the entrance. Their clinic offers free medical consultations every day, providing free treatment to poor people who cannot afford medical care. This naturally affected the interests of many people. Over the years, people have caused trouble from time to time. But under the protection of the Tang family, after a few troublemakers disappeared without a trace, no one dared to cause trouble anymore. Zhang Xiaoya was busy taking a patient's pulse. She had a strong impression of Wenren Yage and her father, because after they visited the clinic once, they donated 10 million to the clinic. This money was naturally used as funding for free medical consultations, which is why their family often provides medical care to wealthy people. So she greeted him with a smile. Miss Wenren, did you bring your uncle to see a doctor? Yes, I'd like to see Dr. Jiang. Is he available right now? Wenren Yage said politely. He's reading a book in the back. You guys go ahead. Zhang Xiaoya smiled sweetly and pointed to the backyard of the clinic. Thanks. Wenren Yage nodded and then pushed her father to the backyard. When they arrived, the old physician Jiang, dressed in a blue robe, was studying an ancient medical book. Upon seeing the father and daughter arrive, the old Dr. Jiang greeted them. You two are here. What's wrong with you today? Dr. Jiang, I recently met a highly skilled person who treated my father's leg, and it was quite effective. I would like you to take a look at how well the treatment went. Wenren Yage said respectfully. Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Jiang. I feel perfectly fine, but she insisted that I come and see her. Wenren Yuanshan sighed somewhat dejectedly. Your leg is healed? Upon hearing this news, the legendary Dr. Jiang was both surprised and excited. Even with his medical skills, he couldn't solve this problem. There really is such a master? He quickly began to examine Wenren Yuanshan's pulse, carefully feeling it with his eyes closed. After sensing it for a moment, his expression suddenly darkened, and he said angrily, This is outrageous. How could they do such a thing? What kind of bastard did this? What's wrong? The father and daughter were both surprised to see the old Dr. Jiang suddenly lose his temper. Old Dr. Jiang is known for his good temper. This person's medical skills are indeed very high, even slightly better than mine, but his intentions are extremely malicious. I don't know what kind of acupuncture technique he used to treat you. With his medical skills, if you are willing to patiently receive acupuncture every 2 weeks, it will take a year to cure your leg. However, this person resorted to any means to achieve a quick cure and performed acupuncture on the Sanhui and Yuanjing acupoints. This kind of treatment will severely deplete the body's vital energy. Even if he recovers, he won't live more than a year. The old Dr. Jiang was so angry that his face turned red. If a doctor's medical skills are poor, then at most they are just a quack doctor who harms people. But if one's intentions are not pure, then one is worse than an animal. Wenren Yage's expression changed instantly. Tang Yu was right after all. Wenren Yuanshan was also shocked. He never expected that the young man he admired would harbor such malicious intentions. Besides anger, he felt mostly guilty. Luckily, I ran into that kid from the Tang family today, and he reminded me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I really wouldn't live much longer. Yet he had humiliated him so much. He slapped himself in remorse. This shouldn't be the case. P.S. Fourth update delivered a little free gift to encourage more updates. Hehe. Chapter 88, adding some flavor to him. Dr. Jiang, is there any way to save my father's health? Wenren asked with a worried expression. More than seeking revenge, she is now concerned about her father's health. Okay, I'll do some acupuncture later and then write a prescription. You just need to drink it for a week to recuperate. It's good that you arrived early. If that person had to undergo treatment again, I wouldn't have been able to help. After speaking, the old Dr. Jiang told the father and daughter to go to his room to prepare for Wenren Yuanshan's treatment. Okay, thank you, Dr. Jiang. I will never forget your kindness today. Wenren quickly bowed and thanked him. While her father was receiving acupuncture treatment, Wenren stood outside the door with a look of hatred on her face, her fists clenched tightly. What a scoundrel Lu Junzuo! How dare he humiliate the Wen family like this? She vowed that she would not be human if she did not avenge this. But the thought that her current strength was inferior to this person made her feel a little irritable. The Wen family has declined considerably in recent years, mainly because of her father's accident. The other experts in the family are now at a similar level to her, all remaining at the early stage of the profound realm. If the group joins forces, their chances of defeating Lu Junzuo are really slim. The difference between the peak of the profound realm and the early stage of the profound realm is obvious. She began to think about a revenge plan. No matter what, we must not let this person off easily. At this moment, Lu Junzuo was resting at the Wenren family's house. After suffering a great loss a few days ago, he finally recovered after spending 2 days in the hospital. After recovering, he returned to Suzhou and Hangzhou and stayed at the Wenren family residence to rest. This is also a preparation for taking over the Wenren family. Yi Chun is such a waste of space, and so stupid. He always thinks that making money from the 4 major families is the most important thing. He was different. He placed more emphasis on strength. The Wenren family was his bridgehead for taking over the ancient martial arts forces in Suzhou and Hangzhou. He was currently fishing by the artificial lake at the Wenren family's residence, and he was in a very good mood. The treasure he had his eye on at this auction has already been photographed and sent over. He was certain that the Jade Lion contained the 9-turn elixir, a long-lost elixir, because the Dragon Soul organization has relevant records. For him, the 9-turn pill was of great importance. With the help of this item, he broke through to the Earth realm in one go. At that time, that brat surnamed Tang will surely die. Why should I care about his inexplicable power? After killing him, I'll still sleep with his fiancée. In this way, we can also humiliate Yi Chun as well. Therefore, he was determined to get this item, no matter how expensive it was. Antique shop. When Tang Yu arrived, the new manager of the store was already waiting for him. Since Zhao Gaoshan was sent to Antarctica, the man who succeeded him was a little old man, but also a very knowledgeable and accomplished person. Young Master Tang. Upon seeing Tang Yu arrive, he quickly and respectfully greeted him. He was very polite to Tang Yu. The previous manager in charge of the store, Mr. Zhao, reportedly helped young Master Tang with a matter and received a reward of 1 billion yuan. He was even promoted and sent abroad to be in charge. Being able to do things for young Master Tang now is a blessing earned through 8 lifetimes of good deeds. Grandpa Pong, how's the Jade Lion you asked me to make coming along? Tang Yu asked with a smile. Oh, that one. It's almost done, young Master Tang. Take a look. Grandpa Pong quickly led the way. A few days ago, he received a notification and a photo from Tang Yu. They immediately found several experts to carve the Jade Lion that young Master Tang wanted. After several days of intensive work, the finished product has been polished, but there are still some minor flaws. Tang Yu was quite satisfied when she went inside and saw the Jade Lion, which was the size of a coconut. Although the cost is quite high and it costs a lot of money, that's not a problem. Even the 9-square lock mechanism below was perfectly reproduced according to Tang Yu's requirements. The original Jade Lion had a 9-square lock mechanism underneath. Moreover, no one else can drive it. Only Dragon King Yi Chun can. Damn it, that chosen one of destiny. It was as if all the good things in the world were made for him. Fortunately, having read the original book, Tang Yu remembered how to start it. That's good enough. Tang Yu was very satisfied with the finished product and immediately had it packed up and sent to the auction house. Hee, I'm not going to just snatch it from you. I'll use a fake to fool you. Grandpa Pong, here's a packet of medicine powder. Could you please help me turn it into pills later? You can put something disgusting inside the pill, and then send it to Wanbeilu for me. Ask them to give it priority in the auction. After giving his instructions, Tang Yu patted the old man on the shoulder, chuckled, and left. In the original storyline, it was also the first time that Dragon King Yi Chun had seen the 9-turn pill in person. Now that it's Lu Junzuo, it should be the same. This packet of powder was specially prepared by him, and it cannot be distinguished by smell alone. You'd never know it was poison until you tasted it yourself. It's like poop. You can see it and smell it, but how can you assume it's poop without tasting it? Disgusting stuff? Grandpa Peng touched his bald head and, drawing on decades of accumulated wisdom, began to ponder this question. After thinking for a moment, his gaze fell on the restroom. After completing the task assigned by young Master Tang, Grandpa Peng walked out of the bathroom with a flushed face. I did this wicked thing when I was a child, and I never thought that I could relive my childhood innocence at this age. He placed the processed pills into the Jade Lion, and then personally delivered them to the Wanbeilu auction house. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The auction was held at the Sisui Mountain Villa in the suburbs. Sisui Villa is located in a beautiful spot nestled against the mountains and beside the water, and wealthy people from the city often come here to play. Tang Yu was very familiar with this area and ran into many acquaintances after getting out of the car. Hello, Mr. Tang. Oh, young Master Tang is here too. What are you buying today, young Master Tang? This is the first time I've seen you buy antiques. Many people greeted Tang Yu warmly. After responding to a few questions, Tang Yu found it troublesome and simply quickened her pace to slip into the villa. As soon as Tang Yu stepped through the gate, she saw Wenren. Beside her was a handsome young man. The young man had a wicked smile on his lips, and he looked remarkably like the Dragon King Yi Chun. However, his mouth corner was on the right, while Yi Chin's was on the left. If the two people's mouths were put together, the difference in height would create a comical effect. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Lu Junzuo had met Tang Yu with his own face. So when he saw Tang Yu, he still smiled calmly, not worried at all about being recognized by Tang Yu. Hiding in the shadows to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy, that's his specialty. This was also the first time Tang Yu had seen Lu Junzuo's face. Upon recognizing him, he couldn't help but glance at him a couple more times. That bastard, he's smiling just like Yi Chun. Put their mouths together, add a cross-eyed look, and wow, that's pretty authentic. Wenren's lips twitched after hearing Tang Yu's complaint. She now also thinks that Lu Junzuo's wicked smile looks a bit stupid. It's like there's something wrong with the facial nerves. After taking my father to receive treatment from the legendary Dr. Jiang last time, she's been thinking it over and over these past 2 days, but she's still not in a hurry to take revenge. Take it slow. First, lower this person's guard, then strike decisively. Today, after hearing Lu Junzuo say that he was going to attend the auction to see if he could find some precious medicinal herbs to treat his father's illness, she came along alone. The three of them deliberately avoided drawing each other's attention, so none of them greeted each other. Sitting in the first row, Tang Yu took out her phone and looked at it. The death squad didn't come today. Lu Junzuo sent them to do other things. After being brutally beaten by the Grim Reaper squad last time, Lu Junzuo already had some issues with them. As for suspicion, he has not had any yet. Since the 4 men had indeed faithfully carried out his orders, the beating was just a misunderstanding. P.S. I'll try to update 4 times today. If I have more time, I'll update more for you all. Otherwise, I'll try to guarantee 3 updates a day. Chapter 89. You dare to try and take it from me? Quite a few people came to today's auction. The auction items include not only antiques, but also various rare treasures. Things like medicinal herbs that are hundreds of years old are just basic tropes in wish fulfillment novels. As for the auction bargains and the villains raising prices, these are standard setups, allowing the chosen one to show off, slap faces, and collect magical treasures along the way. The thought that I would be playing the villain who drives up prices today made me realize how difficult it was. Tang Yu felt a little hopeful. Holding a pistachio, peeling it open and putting it in her mouth, Tang Yu secretly glanced at Wenren out of the corner of her eye. She was sitting next to Lu Junzuo chatting, but it seemed like she hadn't listened to what he had said before. Ugh, they're all such brainless idiots with their teammates. He was still laughing like an idiot with Lu Junzuo. I've already made it so obvious, and you still don't understand? If all else fails, we can have Grandpa Jiang come to your dad's house later. Tang Yu sighed inwardly. Wenren and Tang Yu were less than 3 meters apart. After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, she became somewhat curious. Why can I hear Tang Xiao's thoughts? Could it be that we are of the same mind? But when I tried speaking in my mind, he didn't respond. After waiting for about half an hour, most of the guests had arrived. An elderly man dressed in a white Tang suit walked onto the stage and began to address the guests. This little old man is the person in charge of Wanbeilu in the Suzhou and Hangzhou area. Wanbeilu was the largest auction house in China, and in the later stages, it naturally became one of the Dragon King's staunch allies, providing them with a lot of intelligence. After his speech, the auction officially began. The first item to be auctioned was Dong Qichong's snowy landscape after clearing in the mountains. This is by Dong Qichong, a calligrapher and painter from the Ming dynasty. The old man on stage began to explain the origin of the painting at length, and then the starting bid was 30 million. Soon, people in the audience started bidding, and the painting was eventually bought for 80 million. As a handsome, rich, and successful man, Tang Yu wasn't particularly interested. They're just bored and have nothing better to do than spend tens of millions on this stuff. Art is something you can just look at and enjoy. It can't put food on the table, so why spend so much money on it? Good art is art that benefits humanity. For example, art films stored in Google Drive. Sigh, and it's even free. It's a way of indirectly hurting the Japanese economy. While Tang Yu was mentally criticizing these works of art, Wenren Yage, standing to the side, couldn't help but feel annoyed. Is this guy giving a stand-up comedy routine in his head? Noticing that Wenren Yage's expression suddenly looked off, Lu Junzuo asked with a wicked smile. What's wrong, Yage? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing the smile on Lu Junzuo's face, Wenren Yage was truly uncomfortable. She shook her head and said, It's nothing. Tell me if you're not feeling well, otherwise seeing you in pain will make me feel pain here too. Lu Junzuo tapped his chest, his eyes filled with tenderness. Wenren Yage felt her stomach acid rising. What's wrong with you? If I weren't outmatched right now, I'd definitely give you a good stab and make you feel the pain. Thanks. After giving a curt reply, Wenren Yage fell silent. Lu Junzuo didn't think so either. Women who admire and respect the strong are born to be conquered by him. Half an hour into the auction, the Jade Lion was finally brought to the auction stage. Upon seeing this Jade Lion, many people cast curious glances at it. This is the first time I've ever seen an antique like this. Distinguished guests, the white Jade Lion to be auctioned next is a work of art. I am not knowledgeable enough to investigate which master created it, but I believe its artistic value is quite high. Therefore, the starting bid is 5 million. Interested VIPs may want to give it a try. You might just snag a bargain. The old man laughed at himself after he finished his introduction. In all the years they've been holding these auctions, there's never been a case of finding a bargain, because they have the best antique appraisers in all of China. They can recognize antiques from any dynasty, and very few fakes can fool them. The guests all laughed. However, none of those who were able to attend this auction had a net worth of less than 1 billion. For them, a few million is indeed not a lot. Soon people started making bids. I'll offer 5.5 million. Then I'll take 6 million. Hearing these people make offers, Lu Junzuo, though eager to speak, didn't rush to do so. Either don't bid, or make the final decision. He's determined to get this Jade Lion today. Once he gets the Jade Lion, he will immediately take out the pill and consume it. This 9-turn pill is extremely effective. You can see results in just 3 minutes after taking it. After reaching the peak of the Xian level, the beatings he endured these past few days actually gave him the feeling that he had one foot in the door. With this 9-turn pill, breaking through to the next realm will be a natural progression. After breaking through the realm, the first thing to do is to disguise himself and assassinate the kid's surname Tang. Once the price reached 9 million, no one else placed an offer. They just thought it looked alright and wanted to take it home as a collectible. But if a collection is priced too high, then it's unnecessary. Being rich doesn't mean being brain dead and throwing money away. 9 million the first time, 9 million the second time. Just as the little old man on the stage was about to shout out the third time, he raised his small wooden hammer. Lu Junzuo then spoke. 9,100,000. He realized that this price was already the bottom line for these people. So he was only willing to add 10,000 more. Any more would be a waste. As soon as he made his bid, everyone in the room turned to look at him. Sir, the minimum bid increment is 100,000. Please submit your bid again. The old man on stage was also a little embarrassed. Lu Junzuo frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied, and changed his mind, saying, Then it's 9,100,000. The person who had previously bid 9 million rolled his eyes and said nothing, then gave up on bidding further. 10 million. At this moment, Tang Yu suddenly shouted. He suddenly spoke, and Lu Junzuo immediately looked at Tang Yu, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Is this guy just naturally at odds with me? The 2 times I suffered setbacks after returning to China were both related to him. He even tries to take something from me when I'm filming something today? 10 million for the first time. The old man on the stage was also a little surprised, as he knew that Tang Yu had sent this over. Why are you filming your own stuff? However, he didn't care. They took a cut based on the transaction amount, so as long as he could get the money, that was fine. 11 million. Left with no other choice, Lu Junzuo had to continue bidding. He absolutely could not stand by and watch the Jade Lion fall into Tang Yu's hands. His eyes were filled with apprehension. Could it be that this kid has also discovered the secret inside the Jade Lion? 20 million. 21 million. 50 million. When Tang Yu announced the price of 50 million, the entire audience erupted in uproar. Young Master Tang, you're really spending money like this. Why spend so much money on a Jade Lion that's practically useless? Seeing Tang Yu's crazy bid, Lu Junzuo was certain that Tang Yu must have discovered the secret inside the Jade Lion. His eyes immediately reddened. You think you're worthy of snatching the opportunity you've set your sights on? Chapter 90 Clean and Feeding the Animals. Brothers, I'll offer 100 million. He stood up and shouted. Comparing money? I'm not afraid of you. The Dragon Soul Organization's foundation is more than just unfathomable. Just the few companies that are publicly known have assets starting at 500 billion, and combined they amount to at least trillions. Their private assets are countless. The two started raising the price wildly, stunning everyone present. In just 5 minutes, the two had ruthlessly driven the price up to nearly 10 billion. It seems to be true for them. 100 million is no longer a small goal, but just a casual remark. Some self-proclaimed wealthy individuals are now starting to feel ashamed of their own wealth. They understand why Tang Xiao is so ruthless and inhumane. The Tang family is truly wealthy. But who is this guy who's trying to outbid Tang Xiao? Is it really necessary to go to such lengths just to save face? When the price reached 10 billion, Lu Junzuo's eyes turned red. This opportunity was extremely important to him. But 10 billion is indeed a bit too expensive. I don't want it anymore. Just as his eyes were red with anger, Tang Yu suddenly gave up bidding. Then congratulations to this gentleman. The old man on the stage quickly struck down his small wooden hammer, overjoyed. They can get a 3% commission from the auction. That 10 billion is 300 million in net income. His eyes were full of admiration as he looked at Tang Yu. This young man is truly a business genius. He took something that could barely be called a work of art, threw it up and tried to raise the price, and easily made a lot of money. As expected of the eldest son of the Tang family, he easily accomplished what we couldn't. Useless trash, is that all? Although he had successfully obtained a treasure, Lu Junzuo was now extremely angry and glared at Tang Yu, cursing at her. This guy actually dared to make me waste so much money. Even his life wouldn't be enough to compensate for it. Hello, could you please have staff deal with this rude person who is making personal attacks against me? Tang Yu raised her hand and shouted, like a primary school student tattles. The staff member looked embarrassed and walked over to Lu Junzuo. Excuse me, sir, please mind your manners. Disrupting order and attacking others are not allowed at auctions. Lu Junzuo, his face ashen, snorted coldly and made a throat-slitting gesture towards Tang Yu. The items have already been photographed. This kid can only live for one more chapter at most. He couldn't wait to take revenge on Tang Yu. So he got up and left his seat, asking a staff member to take him to pay. According to the rules of the auction, once you win the bid and pay the money, you can take the item away. He needed to take that 9-turn pill immediately, break through to the next level, and then intercept and kill this kid. Upon hearing that he wanted to pay, the staff member happily led this big spender to the VIP lounge to wait. 10 billion, that has broken their auction record. Although this distinguished guest was somewhat uncouth, he earned 300 million in commission in a short time. So what else could they say? He followed the staff to the backstage area, then took out his card to pay. As is typical of wish fulfillment novels, even large transfers take only a few minutes to arrive. In just a few minutes, 10 billion yuan was transferred to the auction house's company account. Honorable guest, this is our auction's platinum membership card. From now on, you will be a top-tier VIP at Wanbeilu. After receiving the money, the staff immediately took out an elegant membership card and handed it to Lu Junzuo. Lu Junzuo accepted the membership card with a dark face, but he didn't feel like he had gotten a good deal at all. Damn it, we've lost a fortune. Give me the things right now. He urged impatiently. Okay, Mr. Lu. The staff immediately had someone carefully bring over the jade lion. The staff breathed a sigh of relief after delivering the items to Lu Junzuo. This is a hot potato worth billions. If it gets accidentally dropped by them, who can take responsibility for that? Mr. Lu, if there's nothing else, we'll head out now. Please feel free to call us if you need our delivery service. The staff member said respectfully. Go ahead, and don't let anyone come in and disturb me without my permission. Lu Junzuo pointed to the door and said impatiently. The staff member quickly and carefully left the VIP lounge, closing the door behind him. After the staff left, Lu Junzuo took a look at the jade lion. Sure enough, there was a 9-square lock mechanism underneath. He sneered and quickly opened the 9-square lock after a few operations. Inside was a dark, black pill. Upon seeing the pill, Lu Junzuo became excited. 9-turn elixir. The recipe for this miraculous elixir has been lost for many years. Even with his medical skills, he couldn't recreate the original prescription. Now that he had finally obtained one, he was extremely excited. Take it. I can break through to the Earth Realm cultivation level on my own. Tang Yu will surely die then. I will also take the position of Dragon King. He held the pill to his nose and smelled it. It has a medicinal smell. It smells a little bit. As a master of traditional Chinese medicine, he didn't feel anything was wrong. There are thousands of Chinese medicinal herbs, and they come in all sorts of flavors. To be able to combine fragrance and stench in one is simply unbelievable. It's like putting ice and charcoal in the same furnace. I really admire it. It truly deserves to be called the 9-turn pill. He sincerely admired the master who refined the 9-turn pill. Clean and good for feeding the animals, brothers. He smiled and muttered something to himself. He put the 9-turn pill into his mouth. He chewed it slowly with a look of enjoyment on his face. With a hint of bitterness. He understood the principle that good medicine tastes bitter. After chewing it a few more times carefully, the bitter taste gradually changed. The foul smell in my mouth grew stronger and stronger, as if I had let out a muffled fart. Is this shit? Lu Junzuo suddenly smelled a familiar scent, and his expression changed slightly. Once, during a mission, he hid in a cesspool to conceal himself and stayed submerged for 3 minutes. He choked on a mouthful of septic tank water. You can't be wrong. It's that familiar taste. Could it be that the 9-turn pill contains excrement? And what kind of excrement is it? After swallowing the chewed pill, Lu Junzuo began to ponder. There is a very precious medicinal material in traditional Chinese medicine called night shining sand, which is actually bat droppings. In addition, there is also the feces of other animals. Even human excrement is a kind of medicine, called golden juice. Just as Lu Junzuo was about to take this opportunity to deduce the formula for the 9-turn elixir, a sudden, sharp pain shot through my stomach. The scene that was originally imagined the increase in true qi leading to a breakthrough in cultivation did not occur. As a highly skilled doctor, he was naturally well aware of the problems with his own body. Poisoned. Oh no, there's poison in the poop in the medicine. Lu Junzuo's expression changed drastically, and he immediately opened his mouth and began to vomit violently. After spitting out all the dregs of the 9-turn pill that he had just swallowed, he felt as if his mouth had become a cesspool. An indescribable stench wafted from the vomit. Even worse, the toxin had already spread throughout the body. He quickly swallowed a self-prepared antidote pill, which made him feel a little better. Chow, I've been tricked. Suddenly, he realized what was happening and rushed out of the VIP room with red eyes. Chapter 91 is poisonous again. By the time he rushed out, the auction for the Jade Lion had already ended. Tang Yu was playing with the Jade Lion in her hand, her face full of smiles. The auction for the real Jade Lion began just after Lu Junzuo left. When they saw 2 identical items appear in a row, the people attending the auction were puzzled. After Tang Yu made the first bid, no one else was foolish enough to follow up with another bid. Tang Xiao just offered several billion. If you try to raise the price now, you might end up losing and offending people. Isn't that just being a busybody with nothing better to do? I saw Tang Yu playing with the Jade Lion. Lu Junzuo's anger surged. That bastard dared to play such a trick on me. Not only did they steal my pills, but they also made a fake one to cheat me out of my money. He even tried to poison it. How can there be such a vicious person in the world? However, seeing that Tang Yu was just playing with the Jade Lion, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seems this guy doesn't know how to pick locks. There are no more than 5 people in this world who can unlock this 9-square lock. But this kid has absolutely nothing to do with it. He returned to his seat with red eyes, having already made up his mind. No matter what, we must snatch the Jade Lion back from Tang Yu today. This person is doomed. Haha, that idiot probably already ate that pill inside the Jade Lion, right? The chosen one is the chosen one. Even this couldn't kill you. Tang Yu stood by, secretly gloating. Immediately after obtaining the Jade Lion, he unlocked the 9-palace lock and took out the contents. Inside were a 9-turn pill and an ancient martial arts manual. After obtaining the 9-turn pill, Tang Yu promptly took it. This thing can increase your cultivation level after you eat it. Tang Yu was recently promoted to the yellow rank realm by the system. He easily broke through to the early stage of the profound realm. As for ancient martial arts manuals, it's definitely not possible to practice them all at once right now. We'll have to go back and deal with it later. While Tang Yu was secretly gloating, Wenren Yage's eye sharpened. Lu Junzuo has been poisoned? She turned her head and glanced at him, and found that Lu Junzuo's breathing was indeed unstable at the moment. If this guy is really poisoned, isn't this the chance to kill him? Wenren Yage was overjoyed. She hadn't expected to have the opportunity for revenge so soon. So she deliberately looked at Lu Junzuo and asked, Mr. Lu, you don't look well? Seeing that Wenren Yage cared about him, Lu Junzuo felt much better. He said, I ate something wrong. It's a minor problem. You? As soon as he opened his mouth, Wenren Yage felt a stench hit her face and couldn't help but gag. The others nearby also smelled the odor and began to feel nauseous, pinching their noses. Holy crap, it stinks. What's that smell? Did someone poop on me? No way, he's not a little kid. Hearing what these people said, Lu Junzuo's face immediately turned green. The stench was coming from his mouth. He could smell it himself. That damn Tang Yu. Not only did he poison me, he even added excrement to it. Is this something a human being could do? He changed his mind again. I'm going to beat this guy to a pulp and then throw him into a cesspool to drown him. I'm going to the restroom. Lu Junzuo had just finished greeting her when Wenren Yage gagged again. Feeling utterly humiliated, Lu Junzuo nearly ground his teeth to powder and ran to the bathroom to rinse his mouth in resentment. Disposable mouthwash is available in the restroom. He rinsed his mouth for about 5 minutes. The foul smell in my mouth had only partially dissipated. I just can't get rid of the taste in my mouth. Lu Junzuo roared and smashed the bathroom glass with a punch. Tang Yu, I want you dead. Tang Yu, who was leaning back in her seat and feeling the changes in her body, suddenly sneezed. I saw that Lu Junzuo had already gone to the restroom. Tang Yu's eyes darted around. The auction is almost over. It's time to make a quick getaway. Otherwise, this beast, with his peak Xian level strength, wouldn't stand a chance if he went berserk. Sigh, this immovable king technique is still a bit lacking. If its defensive power were higher enough to ignore those at the profound realm, that would be great. With a sigh in his heart, Tang Yu picked up the jade lion and made his escape. After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wenren Yage pondered for a moment and quickly followed in Tang Yu's footsteps. Based on her understanding of Lu Junzuo will definitely not let Tang Yu off the hook. At that time, the opportunities to repay kindness and seek revenge will all come. The two had barely left when Lu Junzuo returned. Seeing that Tang Yu was no longer in his seat, his eyes widened in fury. After quickly scanning the area, he spotted Tang Yu's furtive retreating figure. Trying to run? With red eyes, he rushed forward quickly. We absolutely cannot let this kid take the 9-turn pill away today. By the time he chased after Tang Yu out of the auction hall, she had already run towards the parking lot. You can't escape. Lu Junzuo roared and charged toward Tang Yu at his maximum speed. When the two were still 2 meters apart, he began to circulate his inner energy wildly. His body transformed into a spear, soaring into the air, and his feet slammed into Tang Yu's back. After the kick landed, Tang Yu staggered and almost fell, and the jade lion in her hand flew out. Lu Junzuo was overjoyed and grabbed the jade lion. He stared coldly at Tang Yu and said, "You, surnamed Tang, dare to try and steal from me? Today is your death day." He originally intended to bide his time and plan his move before assassinating the kid. But he really crossed his own bottom line. How dare they plot against me in secret? After saying that, he quickly opened the 9-square lock mechanism below the jade lion. Sure enough, there was a pill inside. He picked up the pill and smelled it. This time, there was only the fragrance of medicine, no foul smell. As expected, this is what the real 9-turn pill looks like. Overjoyed, he quickly swallowed the 9-turn pill. Today he's going to break through right here and now, cripple this kid, and then throw him into the cesspool to drown. Otherwise, he would not be able to quell the hatred in his heart. After taking the pill, I did not feel any changes in my body. The excruciating pain that had previously subsided has returned. His pupils immediately contracted. Could this be poison again? There's no way this kid could unlock the 9 Palaces lock. This is a secret known only to the Dragon Soul organization. Tang Yu, who had just looked panicked, now had a bright smile on her face. If this guy hadn't caught up, we could all have lived in peace. He took the initiative to deliver the medicine to my door and was in a hurry to take it. This medicine might not kill Lu Junzuo, but it will definitely severely impact his combat effectiveness. So don't blame me for being impolite. He decisively clenched his fist and charged towards Lu Junzuo. If the combat strength is roughly the same, I have the immovable king technique. The advantage lies with me. Lu Junzuo was horrified when he felt the toxins spreading in his body. He poured out the last 2 specially made antidotes he had on him and swallowed them. He then exchanged a punch with Tang Yu. After the punches collided, both sides took a step back. Lu Junzuo, who was not in good condition, actually had a slight advantage. After all, he was at the peak of the Xian level. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. The previous poison had not been completely eliminated, and now a new poison had been added to the body. To make matters worse, if they continue fighting, he will definitely be the one who suffers. Just as he was about to slip away, he noticed Wenren Yage running over. His face immediately lit up with joy. Help has arrived. P.S. 4th update delivered, brothers. Please give a 5-star review to encourage more updates and receive a free little gift. Hehe. Thanks for your hard work. Chapter 92, A Drop of Kindness Deserves a Spring of Gratitude. Yugu, you've come at the right time. Come with me to deal with this bastard. At this moment, he disregarded his dignity and quickly sought help from Wenren Yage. Based on her feelings for me, they will definitely help me strike hard and join forces to deal with Tang Yu. Good. With a murderous look on her face, Wenren Yage rushed to his side and unleashed a punch that she had been holding back for a long time. The punch landed on Lu Junzuo's back, who was completely unprepared. Suddenly ambushed, Lu Junzuo was sent flying by a single punch. Seeing this opportunity, Tang Yu rushed forward and kicked Lu Junzuo, sending him flying back again. He was like a ball, struck twice in a row, spitting out a mouthful of blood and crashing heavily to the ground. After getting up from the ground, he looked at Wenren Yage with a mixture of shock and anger. Why? He roared angrily. Why would this woman, who clearly loves him, betray him? Because you deserve to die. Don't think I don't know you wanted to kill my dad. Wenren Yage roared and charged toward Lu Junzuo again with a murderous look on her face. Holy crap, she found out. Sure, I like people who are smart. Upon hearing Wenren Yage's words, Tang Yu was overjoyed. He was genuinely worried that this guy would team up with Lu Junzuo to beat him up. Seeing her make a move, Tang Yu decisively followed suit and started fighting. At this moment, Lu Junzuo was filled with boundless hatred. Facing the attacks of the two, he, who was in poor condition at the moment, suffered greatly. Within minutes, he had several bruises on his body. What's even more hateful is that the kid's surname Tang is disgusting. Damn it, they specifically target crotches to commit their crimes. As he felt his injuries worsening, Lu Junzuo truly panicked. He didn't bring anyone with him today either. He sent the death squad on a mission to investigate something. The four of them supposedly infiltrated a high-end club to investigate, but no one knows how it went. In this situation where there is no one to turn to for help, internal injuries, external injuries, and poisoning, he felt death beckoning to him. Why is everything going so badly for me after returning to China? If I had known this would happen, I should have transferred some experts from the organization to help. Just when he was filled with extreme resentment, a large truck is driving up from the road behind us. His eyes lit up when he saw the car. The opportunity has arrived. He deliberately revealed a flaw. After Tang Yu and the other man landed a punch at the same time, the man was hit in the chest and used the force to fly backward. He fell right on the side of the road. At the same time, a large truck drove right past him. He endured the pain, jumped up, grabbed onto the speeding truck, and hitched a ride to his rescue. You two idiots, this is my escape route. Didn't expect that, did you? After getting a ride, he shouted arrogantly at Tang Yu and the other person. Even if it's a life or death situation, so what? If someone wants to leave, who can stop them? Once I recover, the Wunren people will still have to submit to me. Tang Yu, after their brief exchange, had determined that this person only possessed the cultivation level of the early stage of the profound realm. The next time they meet will be the day he dies. Seeing the large truck speeding away, Wunren Yage quickly drove off to chase after it. It's too late, let's just forget about it. Tang Yu shook her head. The other party certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to continue hanging on the car and try to escape. They would most likely get off and hide somewhere along the way. Are you just going to let him go like that? Wunren Yage looked unwilling. I was just a hair's breadth away from killing that thief. There will always be a chance. You already know about your dad, right? Tang Yu asked. Understood. Thank you again for the reminder, young Master Tang. We will never forget this kindness. Wunren Yage bowed deeply to Tang Yu. If it weren't for young Master Tang, my family would have been ruined by Lu Junzuo. If it weren't for young Master Tang, I wouldn't have been able to get my revenge so quickly. Although, it would be better to let Lu Junzuo escape. It's a minor matter. I will continue to have people look for information about Lu Junzuo, and we'll deal with him together when the opportunity arises. Tang Yu said with a smile. With such a great opportunity, we must win over the Wen family for help. Of course, I'll go home first and have someone inquire about Lu Junzuo's movements. Wunren Yage's mind was now filled with thoughts of delivering a final blow. She was unwilling to let Lu Junzuo go so easily. Be careful, this person is very shrewd and can also disguise himself. Tang Yu reminded her. Wunren Yage had only taken 2 steps when she turned back to look at Tang Yu. Young Master Tang, are you free right now? If it's convenient, could you come to my house? To your house? Tang Yu was somewhat puzzled. Yes, my dad already knows about this and said he wants to apologize to you in person. Wunren Yage said with a wry smile. She was so angry today that she almost forgot to bring Tang Yu back with her. She had previously heard Tang Yu say in his mind that he had a way to cure her father's leg. Since that's the case, let him go take a look while we're at it. All right. Tang Yu nodded, and the two drove towards Wunren's house. After grabbing onto the truck and fleeing for some distance, seeing that Tang Yu and the other person hadn't caught up, Lu Junzuo didn't seem inclined to get out of the car and hide. Madness. Lu Junzuo gave a cold 2-word evaluation. If it were me, I would do everything in my power to wipe them out completely. Letting themselves escape would be the biggest regret of their lives. However, he was in terrible condition at the moment. The internal injury caused a surge of blood and qi within the body, accelerating the spread of the disease. If it weren't for the antidote he took and the special cultivation method he practiced. It's time to bury Shanshan. When the car reached a park, he simply couldn't hold on any longer. While the car was waiting at a red light, he jumped out of the car and staggered into the park. This park is relatively remote, so it's actually safer to stay here for a while. Going to hotels or hospitals at this time might just be walking into a trap. He ran to a bench at the far end of the park, where he was almost at his limit. Then he took out his phone, sent a message and his location to the death squad, and asked them to come and pick him up. After sending the text message, he collapsed onto the bench and passed out. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the death squad were relaxing and enjoying themselves at the club. After receiving the text message, Deng He glanced at his phone and frowned deeply. Brother, that guy surnamed Lu sent a text message. The other 3 said in unison. Ignore him, pretend you didn't see it. Deng He tossed his phone aside, patted the thigh of the female technician next to him, and said, Shaoli, let's go eat seafood together tonight. After Lu Junzuo fainted on the park bench, he attracted the attention of two shifty-looking young men. "Brother, look, that guy seems drunk." One of the shorter young men pointed at Lu Junzuo and whispered, "People who get drunk and sleep in broad daylight are the scum of society and can't contribute anything to it." Another man with a thick beard cursed in a deep voice. Then he looked at his underlings and scolded them. "So we can't follow his example. We need to change our old attitude of working hard for 3 days and resting for 2, and get back on track. From today onward, we must improve our thieving spirit and combine classical and modern thieving methods to strive for greater success and create new glories." Of course, at this stage, the primary goal is still to steal it, for example. The bearded man looked toward Lu Junzuo. Soon, the two men took Lu Junzuo's wallet and phone. He also pulled out 2 unopened boxes of lan jingling, a type of snack. This was bought by Lu Junzuo in Mingzhu. He thought that one box wouldn't be enough after Wang Yixue contracted the virus, but it turned out to be useless. "Brother, I really met a benefactor today." The short man chuckled. "Thank you for the gifts of nature." The bearded man grinned. "This kid's actually pretty good. These days, it's rare to find someone carrying tens of thousands of dollars in cash. With this money, they can spend it, boost the domestic economic cycle, and contribute to society. Shall we go?" The short young man chuckled. "We should uphold the code of honor among men. We can't take things from others for nothing." The bearded man snorted coldly, opened a box of lan jingling, and said, "A drop of kindness deserves a spring of gratitude. Let's repay the benefactor with a few $100 million first." "Got it, bro, you go first. Go, keep watch for me." Lu Junzuo, who was in a coma, vaguely felt a pain in his buttocks. Chapter 93, I am young Master Tang's man. I don't know how long I was unconscious. When Lu Junzuo woke up, he felt dry mouth, dizzy and lightheaded, and he felt terrible. He instinctively reached for his phone, but found nothing. His pockets were empty. "Damn it, where's my dragon fruit?" Lu Junzuo turned pale with anger. "Someone actually stole my things while I was unconscious?" He panicked and quickly touched his chest. "Fortunately, my dragon pattern jade is still there. I don't know why it wasn't stolen." The poison in his body had been suppressed, which relieved him, although his injuries are still very serious. To his surprise, his bottleneck at the peak of the profound realm had loosened somewhat. A certain acupoint that hadn't been opened up before. Suddenly it loosened up a bit. A blessing in disguise. "Tangyu, you're all just waiting to die." He burst into laughter. So what if he didn't have the 9-turn pill? The Earth realm is just around the corner. In a good mood, he stood up and prepared to leave the park. Immediately afterwards, a sharp pain came from my buttocks. He didn't take it seriously, assuming it was just an injury he had sustained previously. With a wicked smile playing on his lips, he prepared to return and recuperate in seclusion. He family private hospital. After recovering from the injury for a period of time, Yichen's injuries have fully recovered. A few days ago, even farting was incredibly painful. It felt like there was a firecracker stuck in my butt, ready to ignite at any moment. While recovering from his injuries, he continued to cultivate with great anxiety every day. Even today, he finally took a big step forward in his cultivation level and successfully entered the peak of the profound realm. Setbacks are merely nourishment for growth. He stood in the small garden below the private hospital, silently contemplating his next plan. At that moment, 2 figures rapidly approached from behind. When they were about 3 meters away from him, the 2 stopped and shouted in unison, "Dragon King." The people who came over were Ling Han and Qi Yin. Upon seeing the 2 women arrive, Yichen couldn't help but feel lustful. He had been confined to his hospital bed for a while, unable to even move around much, which had been building up his anger. However, he knew that it wasn't the right time yet. "Once I've finished what I need to do, I can easily eat 2 of them in one go. You 2 have worked hard during this time. How's the mission going?" Yichen asked with a habitually wicked smile. "We have successfully infiltrated the Tang family. We have obtained important confidential information about the Tang group." The 2 women reported back to each other. "Good, you are all worthy of our praise. With your help, it is like having the crouching dragon and the young phoenix by my side." Yichen smiled with satisfaction. Those useless members of the death squad betrayed him and followed Lu Junzuo. Longy was picking up soap in prison again. Thankfully, they are both as reliable as ever. Then he looked at the 2 women and smiled. The plan encountered some minor problems a few days ago, but overall it is still under control. After being besieged by a group of experts, I turned misfortune into blessing and successfully broke through my realm. Now I am at the peak of the Xian level. Therefore, I have decided to change my plans and stay in Suzhou and Hangzhou instead of going to Yanjing for now. The 2 women's expressions changed slightly after hearing this. This guy actually broke through his cultivation level by turning misfortune into blessing? However, out of habit, the 2 women still said in unison, "Congratulations, Dragon King, on breaking through to the next level. What's next?" Now it's time to fight back. Tang Yu and Lu Junzuo must both die. Yi Qin's expression suddenly turned venomous. Both of them deserve to die. One person ruined their own plans. One person wants to seize the Dragon King's throne. He looked at the two women and ordered, Xiyin, you continue to collect important confidential information. Make sure you can crush the Tang group in one blow when the time comes. Ling Han, you're in charge of starting from within the Tang family. I want a massive fire to wipe this family out of Suzhou and Hangzhou when the Tang family is in chaos. Yes. The two women answered in unison, but a cold glint and killing intent flashed in their eyes. Go ahead. I will notify you to make your move after I take over the ancient martial arts forces in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Yi Qin waved his hand, indicating that the two women could leave. During his time in the hospital, he did a lot of things in secret. For example, planning for the upcoming ancient martial arts tournament. They seized control of the ancient martial arts forces in Suzhou and Hangzhou in one fell swoop, using it as leverage to turn the tide. In Suzhou and Hangzhou today, the four major families have banded together around the Tang family and begun to deal with him. Now that things had come to this, he had to change his plans. After taking over the ancient martial arts forces, the first thing to do is to crush the Tang family. This so-called alliance has been torn apart, and even led to infighting over interests. Only by stirring up the waters can one regain control of Suzhou and Hangzhou. As for Tang Yu and Lu Junzuo, he has already made arrangements. He had already planned how these two would die. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He laughed at Tang Yu for being foolish and Lu Junzuo for being reckless. After leaving the Ho family's private hospital, Ling Han and Xiyin remained silent the entire way, showing no intention of speaking. The two of them actually had a fairly good relationship. But at this moment, the two of them had changed their attitudes toward each other. Both sides felt that they were Tang Xiao's people, and also felt that the other was Yi Qin's people. In this way, they became adversaries. The orders Yi Qin gave them today made them extremely nervous. After walking for a while, Xiyin finally made up her mind. It's time to rid young Master Tang of this menace. She spoke. Ling Han, come with me for a moment. There's something I want to tell you. Good. Ling Han nodded, a smile on her face, and followed behind Xiyin. The two women walked to a relatively secluded spot. Xiyin, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around and launched an attack. Her face was filled with undisguised murderous intent as she thrust the gleaming dagger in her hand toward Ling Han's throat. At the same time, Ling Han also attacked with a military dagger. After their weapons clashed, the two men quickly took 2 steps back to create distance. Their eyes were filled with apprehension as they looked at each other. Everyone was actually thinking of ambushing and killing the other side? What do you mean? Ling Han stared at Xiyin and said coldly. Why did she want to ambush and kill herself? Did she discover that she had betrayed the organization? It doesn't mean anything. You're Yi Qin's lackey, and I'm Tang Xiao's man. It's normal for me to kill you. Xiyin sneered. For Tang Xiao. That fake, plastic sisterhood is not worth mentioning. Ling Han was stunned for a moment. She stared at Xiyin, frowning, and asked, Are you one of young Master Tang's people? Nonsense, my father used to be the head of the Tang family's bodyguard team. Young Master Tang has been incredibly kind to me. After saying that, Xiyin rushed forward and launched an attack. Ling Han almost coughed up blood. After deflecting a few attacks, she cursed, Stop hitting me. I'm one of young Master Tang's people too. Don't try that on me. You think I'll fall for your tricks? Why would I lie to you? Does young Master Tang often compare your size to mine? And wonder if we eat different things, which is why there's such a big difference. Xiyin trembled with anger and coldness instantly. She had indeed heard Tang Xiao mutter this to himself quite often when she was in the office. Then she understood. Ling Han, it seems, is also able to hear Tang Xiao's thoughts, just like me. Chapter 94. The two women decide to confront each other directly. We're on the same side, stop fighting. Ling Han sighed helplessly, yet felt inexplicably happy. It seems there are other moles besides himself, and he can also hear Tang Xiao's inner thoughts. Xiyin awkwardly put the dagger away. I thought I had already changed jobs. When I got to the new company, I was still working with my old colleagues. This feeling is somewhat subtle. You really sent Tang Group's secrets to that beast Yi Qin? Ling Han raised an eyebrow at Xiyin, her tone somewhat dissatisfied. You think I'm like you? I would definitely give you fake information. Me too. That's good. Ling Han breathed a sigh of relief, but gritted her teeth and said, We absolutely cannot let that beast Yi Qin lay a hand on the Tang family and young Master Tang. Xiyin nodded vigorously, frowning as she asked, Then can you inform young Master Tang now? Tell him the news. Go ahead and tell me. Young Master Tang, he may not know yet that I'm one of his people. Ling Han felt a little embarrassed. She was still waiting for Tang Yu to confront her so she could put on a show of surrendering on the spot. Me too. Xiyin was equally embarrassed. Well, everyone's waiting for Tang Xiao to take the initiative to invite them to join a team. Forget about it. Let's just go find young Master Tang and confront him together. I've recorded everything Yi Chen said, and we can use that as evidence. I recorded it too. The two women exchanged a smile. Everything understood without a word. Wenrinjia. As the first ancient martial arts family in Suzhou and Hangzhou, the Wenrin family has been around for over a century. Their family's martial arts schools are renowned throughout Suzhou and Hangzhou, and they also own the largest security company in the area. When Tang Yu came over with Wenrinjia, the martial artists from the Wen family are practicing martial arts. Upon seeing Wenrinjia, these young martial artists took the initiative to greet her, their eyes filled with undisguised admiration. How outstanding is our young lady? Not only is she beautiful, but her martial arts talent is the highest in the history of the Wen family. Everyone was convinced that she would definitely break through to the Earth realm before she turned 40 and break her father's record. But when she saw Tang Yu following Wenrinjia, the group's eyes then held a hint of disdain. Isn't this the most famous simp from Suzhou and Hangzhou? How did he end up walking with his young mistress? Could it be that they're planning to harm our young lady? Upon realizing this, the group of people all grinned. Our young lady only likes men who are more capable than her. Even if these pretty boys fawn over her for 100 years, they'll never get a second glance from their young mistress. Then, they saw Wenrinjia give Tang Yu a sweet smile. I stood next to him, not knowing what to say to him. The group of people's faces instantly turned liver-colored. Tang Yu didn't notice these people. He was still thinking about the reward the system had just given him. After this round of auction storyline concludes, the system rewarded me with a quick learning technique. This thing has a very simple function. It allows you to quickly learn something thoroughly. Therefore, Tang Yu immediately took out the ancient martial arts manual Bejiquan from the Jade Lion. Using the system's quick learning technique, one can rapidly cultivate this fist technique to perfection, further enhancing their combat power. The reward for this quick learning technique is indeed quite impressive. The only downside is that the dog system has added a limit on the number of uses, allowing only 3 uses, which means you can only directly max out the 3 skills. If there were no restrictions, Tang Yu's first thing would be to go to the ancient martial arts forces in Suzhou and Hangzhou to learn their techniques one by one. Wenrinjia suddenly spoke up. Young Master Tang, my father is already waiting for you inside. Tang Yu nodded and followed Wenrinjia into the small courtyard where her father lived. When they went in, Wenrin Yuanshan was reading a book. Upon seeing Tang Yu arrive, his face immediately turned ashamed, and he clasped his hands in greeting to Tang Yu. Young Master Tang, I have offended you a lot in the past few days. Wenrin Yuanshan apologizes to you first. A few days ago, he misunderstood Tang Yu at the airport and even made a few sarcastic remarks. Looking back now, he felt extremely uncomfortable. If it weren't for someone's kind advice, he wouldn't even know how he died. Uncle Wenrin, you're too kind. Don't take it to heart. Tang Yu smiled slightly. Never mind. Columbia is magnanimous. It's not a big deal, though. That's just your personality. You'd repay a small kindness with your life. Your character is truly impeccable. Wenrinjia, who was standing nearby, heard Tang Yu's thoughts. I couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This man seems to know his father quite well. Sigh. I was really confused. Wenrin Yuanshan sighed, and then said, Young Master Tang, I, Wenrin Yuanshan, will never forget this life-saving grace. If you ever need any help from the Wenrin family in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Okay, I won't be polite. Tang Yu smiled and nodded. He does need the Wenrin family's help. The Wen family is the #1 ancient martial arts family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. At its peak, it had an ancient martial arts master at the Earth realm. That was Wenrin Yuanshan, who was at the peak of his career at that time. Now, Wenrin Yuanshan is paralyzed in both legs, and his strength has greatly declined. However, they are still not to be underestimated. They currently have 6 ancient martial artists at the Xian level and about 20 at the Huang level. Without such a profound foundation, one would naturally be embarrassed to call oneself the #1 ancient martial arts family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. By the way, young Master Tang, I took my dad to see the legendary Dr. Jiang. He helped my dad resolve the problems left behind by Lu Junzuo. But even with Dr. Jiang's miraculous medical skills, there is nothing he can do to cure my father's legs. So I want to ask you for help. If you have any way to cure my dad's leg, the Wen family will agree to any conditions you ask. Wenrinjia suddenly spoke up from the side, making a request. She overheard Tang Yu's thoughts and learned that Tang Yu's medical skills were quite remarkable, and that he could cure her father's leg. But for some reason, she couldn't tell Tang Yu what she heard from her inner voice. So she chose to resolve the issue using a relatively tactful approach. Wenrin Yuanshan also cast an expectant look at Tang Yu. If my legs can recover, give him 3 months, and he will be able to regain his former strength. Tang Yu came specifically for this matter. However, since Wenrinjia brought it up herself, things are even more complicated. He paused for a moment before speaking. I can try to treat Uncle Wenrin's illness, but I have one condition. Please speak, young Master Tang. Wenrin Yage exclaimed excitedly. If our family needs anything, we hope the Wen family can do their part to ensure our safety. But let's make it clear beforehand that any enemy that our family finds troublesome is one that is quite dangerous. Tang Yu said in a deep voice. Whether it's Yi Chun or Lu Junzuo, both of them come from the Dragon Soul Organization. This mysterious organization is like a divine dragon hidden in the heavens, its origins elusive. No one knows its true strength. Tang Yu not only needs the ability to protect herself, but also to ensure the safety of her family. Chapter 95. Don't underestimate the poor middle-aged. All right, I swear that as long as young Master Tang can cure my father's leg, I, Wenrinjia, will stand with the Tang family through thick and thin. Wenrin Yage assured him. Young Master Tang, if I can stand up and recover my strength to the Earth realm, it will be enough to protect the Tang family. Wenrin Yuanshan laughed. Just consider the kindness Tang Xiao has shown me. What's a little danger? After receiving their assurances, Tang Yu nodded. Then please give me some silver needles and a pen. I'll write down a prescription and then send over the medicinal herbs I need. He had just stared at Wenrin Yuanshan's legs. Wenrin Yuanshan has been paralyzed in both legs for several years, and almost all of his meridians have died. However, this does not mean that it is untreatable. The Qingnong Tianjing contains several methods that can treat his legs. The rewards from the dog system, as long as they don't directly increase combat power, are all as stable as a rock. Wenrin Yage immediately arranged for someone to send over the silver needles. After Tang Yu finished writing the prescription, she went to get the medicine herself. Uncle Wenrin, come inside first. I'll give you acupuncture first. Tang Yu smiled as she held the silver needles. Wenrin Yuanshan nodded, and after controlling the wheelchair to enter the house, he began to cooperate with Tang Yu's treatment. Because of being paralyzed for several years, Wenrin Yuanshan's leg muscles have atrophied slightly. After disinfecting the silver needles, Tang Yu inserted them into an acupoint on Wenrin Yuanshan's calf. After he inserted the needle, Wenrin Yuanshan immediately exclaimed with delight. I can feel the stinging sensation. Because of nerve necrosis in both legs, he had long lost sensation in his legs. This stinging sensation was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for him. This means Uncle Wenrin's illness isn't particularly serious, but it might get more painful in the future. Tang Yu reminded him with a smile. Seeing Wenrin Yuanshan's reaction, he felt much more at ease. The nameless acupuncture technique in the Qingnong Tianjing did not disappoint him in its therapeutic effect. Just as he finished his acupuncture treatment, Wenrin Yage returned with the medicinal herbs she had bought. Following Tang Yu's instructions, she boiled the medicinal herbs and waited for the temperature to drop before soaking Wenrin Yuanshan's legs in the liquid. Soon, Wenrin Yuanshan's face contorted in pain. It felt as if I was being pricked by countless tiny needles. Soak for another hour, and it will be fine. Uncle Wenrin should soak every day from now on. If you persist for 3 months, the toxins accumulated in your meridians will be removed. Tang Yu smiled and gave him some instructions. Will I be able to stand up in 3 months? Wenrin Yuanshan didn't care about the pain. He just wanted to get up as soon as possible. I should be fine after one more acupuncture session. Tang Yu nodded. Wenrin Yuanshan's legs were mainly blocked by toxins after the meridians died. Once the toxins are expelled and combined with acupuncture to guide the body's vital energy into the meridians, the legs will naturally recover gradually. Like a riverbed blocked by silt. After the silt was removed and water was introduced, everything naturally returned to normal. Then I'll have to trouble you, young Master Tang. After receiving an affirmative answer, Wenrin Yuanshan breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Yu nodded and was about to speak when a middle-aged man hurriedly walked in from outside. He is Wenrin Zheng, the younger brother of Wenrin Yuanshan. What's wrong, second uncle? Seeing Wenrin in a hurry, Wenrin Yage asked. The Lu family has come to cause trouble. Wenrin Zheng's answer was quite direct. Tang Yu, who was standing to the side, was slightly surprised. The Lu family? The Lu family, who have been known as the eternal second place in the ancient martial arts world of Suzhou and Hangzhou. This family has always had a very bad relationship with the Wenrin family, but has always been overshadowed by the Wenrin family and is always looking for an opportunity to win back. The method for determining the winner is quite simple, the ancient martial arts tournament. The ancient martial arts tournament is held once every 5 years. Every time it is held, the ancient martial arts circles of Suzhou and Hangzhou will participate. The Wen family has been able to maintain its position as the #1 family precisely because it has won without any suspense every time. Are they here because of the ancient martial arts tournament? Wenrin Yuanshan asked with a dark face. Yes. Wenrin Zheng nodded, his expression somewhat unpleasant. 5 years ago, Wenrin Yuanshan was at his peak, and his strength had already reached the Earth realm. Therefore, that year's ancient martial arts tournament was the easiest victory for the Wen family. Lu Qingxin, the head of the Lu family, took the stage to challenge Wenren Yuanshan. Then, he lost before he could even last one move. Because of this incident, the Lu family's resentment towards the Wen family deepened. A few years ago, after learning of Wenren Yuanshan's accident, they even celebrated wildly. Now that Wenren Yuanshan has run into trouble, the most capable fighter in the Wenren family has become the young Wenren Yage. But her strength is still a bit lacking compared to that old fox from the Lu family. Dad, you can focus on your treatment. I'll go check on things. Wenren Yage spoke up. All right, go ahead. Don't worry too much about the ancient martial arts tournament. Once Dad is better, Wenren will still be Wenren. Wenren Yuanshan sighed and gave a word of advice. Wenren Yage nodded and then turned to leave. Tang Yu and Wenren were following behind her. System, what's the plot of the ancient martial arts tournament? He silently repeated it to himself. According to the original storyline, the Lu family came to provoke the Wen family because they had invited a master to worship them. With such a powerful figure backing them up, they dare to come and show off. After the ancient martial arts tournament is held, the experts they invited will sweep through the Wen family. Just as the Wenren family was being humiliated, Dragon King Yi Chun intervened and defeated the expert. He successfully restored the Wenren family's honor and won Wenren Yage's admiration with his absolute strength. He also earned the respect of everyone in the ancient martial arts community in Suzhou and Hangzhou, who considered him a prodigy. Beep, spoiler failed. Please be careful, host. After the system's voice sounded, Tang Yu cursed inwardly. This system is toxic. Wasn't it upgraded already? How come it still failed to spoil the plot? What a terrible system. Wow, as things normally would have it, Lu Junzuo, replacing Yi Chun, should have stepped in to help the Wenren family resolve their troubles. Now that Lu Junzuo is gone, how will the plot proceed? If I remember correctly, the expert the Lu family invited was at the mid-stage of the Profound Realm? Suddenly, after hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Wenren Yage frowned slightly. Mid-stage of the Profound Realm? If that's the case, she really wouldn't be able to handle it given her strength. Is it really going to be a humiliating defeat for the Lu family in this ancient martial arts tournament? When they arrived, the Lu family members were sitting on the sofa drinking tea. One of the men, who was somewhat overweight, was Lu Qingxin, the head of the Lu family. He was nearly 50 years old, and his ancient martial arts cultivation was still stuck at the early stage of the Xian level. Of course, compared to top geniuses, he is already considered quite good among the ancient martial arts forces in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Upon seeing Wenren Yage arrive, he sneered. Where's Wenren Yuanshan? Why didn't he come? Could he be afraid? What reason would he have to meet a defeated opponent? Wenren Yage mocked. Upon hearing the words, defeated opponent, the Lu family members all stood up and glared angrily at Wenren Yage. Lu Qingxin, also looking angry, stared at Wenren Yage. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never underestimate the poor in middle age. I'm here today to issue a challenge to your Wen family. Chapter 96, Yi Chin's Backup Plan. A challenge. Wenren Yage frowned and asked, so? It's very simple. Our two families will inevitably clash at this ancient martial arts tournament. The loser must obey the victor for the next 10 years. Lu Qingxin sneered. According to your logic, your Lu family has been losing for so many years, so shouldn't you have been slaves to the Wen family for 100 years? Wenren Yage retorted. The Lu family members turned green upon hearing this. Lu Qingxin stared at Wenren Yage with a gloomy face and said, What? Now the Wenren family only dares to talk big. They don't even have this much courage. If you had the guts, why didn't you speak up at the previous ancient martial arts tournaments? Wenren Yage said with a look of disdain. What? Are you trying to say I took advantage of someone in distress? Lu Qingxin said dismissively. I heard that a master from your Wenren family has arrived. His surname is Lu. That's why I came to issue a challenge. The Wen family can let him fight. No matter what kind of expert he is, my Lu family will accept him. If you don't dare, then pretend I didn't say anything. Our Lu family really has no interest in bullying a coward. What's going on? How did it become a matter of causing trouble for Lu Junzuo again? Has the plot taken another strange turn? Tang Yu, who was just observing, was completely confused. How could the Lu family possibly know about Lu Junzuo's existence? Damn system, what's going on with this plot? Seeing the plot fall apart like this, Tang Yu mentally called out to the system. Beep, spoiler failed. Please be careful, host. The system still gave the same old answer. Just as Tang Yu was frowning in thought, he suddenly realized a problem. Lu Qingxin was bewitched. There was a strangely shaped worm near his heart. Is this some kind of curse? Lu Junzuo had just been seriously injured not long ago, so this shouldn't be his doing, and he wouldn't have any reason to target himself. If it wasn't him, then it could only be Yi Chun. This guy is probably going to deal with Lu Junzuo, and while he's at it, he'll take down the Wenren family too. Is the dog-eat-dog drama about to begin? Tang Yu understood instantly. Given Yi Chin's petty nature, How could he tolerate Lu Junzuo vying for his position? He probably wants to launch a counterattack and take the opportunity to eliminate Lu Junzuo, this stumbling block. Therefore, he chose to control the Lu family as a pawn to deal with Lu Junzuo. Tang Yu was naturally pleased with this plot development. But damn it, Lu Junzuo and Wenrenjia have already fallen out. Whether his injuries have healed or not is another matter. How could he possibly help the Wen family participate in the ancient martial arts tournament? You're overthinking it. The person you're looking for has nothing to do with the Wen family, Wenren said coldly. She was becoming increasingly confused. Who exactly is Yi Chen? How did his feud with Lu Junzuo get involved with the Wen family? Being inexplicably dragged into a vortex made Wenren feel quite uncomfortable. It's your business if you don't dare to admit it. In short, the ancient martial arts tournament will determine who is superior. Lu Qingxin pursed his lips and then led his family away. He came here today mainly to deliver a message. This was arranged by that young Master Yi. He said that as long as we do as he says. This year's ancient martial arts tournament will not only allow the Lu family to overpower all others and avenge their loss to the Wen family. He also intends to press on and reshuffle the entire ancient martial arts force in Suzhou and Hangzhou, integrating it into his own power. At that time, the Lu family will be able to become his spokesperson. From then on, his power will greatly increase. If the Wen family is involved, then naturally there is no need for them to exist. After Lu Qingxin left, Tang Yu also spoke up. Miss Wenren, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. After saying hello to Wenren, Tang Yu drove back. While on the road, Tang Yu continued to ponder Yi Chen's plan. What makes him so confident that he can take this opportunity to get rid of Lu Junzuo? It seems that the Lu family alone is far from enough. After driving home, Tang Yu had just entered her room when she saw Ling Han and Qiyin sitting there. Seeing the two women together, Tang Yu was instantly filled with confusion. How did they end up together? As traitors, shouldn't they hide their identities? Young Master Tang. Upon seeing Tang Yu arrive, the two women, looking slightly embarrassed, stood up together to greet her. How did you two end up together? Tang Yu suddenly became a little wary. Could it be that Yi Chen, that mad dog, ordered them to do something? Forget it. Let's just confront them directly. We've gathered enough evidence anyway. After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qiyin spoke first. Young Master Tang, I'm here to confront you about my father. She revealed her identity and the results of her investigation. After hearing this, Tang Yu was initially taken aback, but then a look of fatherly satisfaction appeared on his face. Sigh, I misjudged you. I shouldn't have thought you weren't smart enough about A. You're just not obviously smart enough. Then he looked at Ling Han. Young Master Tang, it's the same for me. I've already found out that the Dragon Soul organization killed my family. So, in order to avenge them, please accept my loyalty, young Master Tang. Ling Han explained, biting her lip. After saying that, she took out her phone and opened the previous recording. The recording contains the conversation Yi Chen had after finding them. After listening, Tang Yu frowned deeply. Good heavens, you've got quite the big talk. After eliminating Lu Junzuo, you're going to target the Tang family? He also wants to take over the ancient martial arts forces in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The ancient martial arts influence in Suzhou and Hangzhou is considerable. There are about 30 experts at the Xian level alone. There are over 100 experts at the yellow rank level. This combined force is not to be underestimated. But how did he manage to do that? With his personal strength? Even if he breaks through to the Earth realm now, he still wouldn't be able to withstand being ganged up on by so many people. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu suddenly thought of something. The head of the Lu family, Lu Qingxin, was poisoned by him. Given his ruthless nature, other ancient martial arts forces may have received the same treatment. Otherwise, where would he get his confidence? Only with so many pieces in his hand could he be confident of killing Lu Junzuo. After thinking all this through, Tang Yu had only one feeling. That son of a bitch is already planning to go all in. Did he mobilize other forces from the Dragon Soul organization? Tang Yu simply sat down and looked at the two women, asking them a question. I haven't received any news. Qiyin shook her head. After being sent to infiltrate the Tang group, her daily tasks consisted of stealing information. I haven't received any news either, but the organization probably won't send any more people to Suzhou and Hangzhou to help him. Ling Han said with certainty. After a series of failures, the old man appointed Lu Junzuo to handle the affairs of Suzhou and Hangzhou, which already indicated his rejection of Yi Chen. At this moment, even if Yi Chen wanted to speak, he couldn't. The Dragon King may seem to have absolute authority within the organization, but everyone knows that the real power holder is that old man. Tang Yu nodded. Then the situation was pretty much as he had thought. Since that's the case, he has to take the initiative to change the plot of this ancient martial arts tournament. We must not let Yi Chen take over the ancient martial arts forces in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Otherwise, the Tang family would be in danger. Chapter 97 Ancient Martial Arts Tournament. After thinking it through, Tang Yu looked at the two women and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you two from now on. If he makes any moves, let me know immediately." "Yes, young Master Tang." The two women answered in unison. "I'll need the two of you to help out once the ancient martial arts tournament starts. We can't let Yi Chun get away this time." Tang Yu gave her instructions. Upon hearing that Tang Yu was going to kill Yi Chun, the two women nodded excitedly. Yi Chun's death is the best revenge against the Dragon Soul organization. After giving instructions to the two women, Tang Yu called Wang Yixue and Wenren Yage one by one. This time, he will gather all his strength and seize the opportunity of the ancient martial arts tournament to completely kill Yi Chun. Otherwise, once he takes control of the ancient martial arts forces in Suzhou and Hangzhou, I will be the one who suffers. Since we can't survive anyway, let's kill you, the chosen one of destiny, first. Yi Chun's situation these past few days has indeed been just as Tang Yu had guessed. Using the goo poison technique, he combined soft and hard tactics to control more than a dozen ancient martial arts factions. Coupled with their own peak Xian-level martial prowess, it would be difficult for these people not to submit. Of course, he wouldn't just make these people pay the price. While controlling them, he also offered them some benefits. For example, you could offer guidance on their martial arts skills or help them with their illnesses. After arranging everything, Yi Chun looked forward to the day when the ancient martial arts tournament would arrive. Then, we'll lead a large group to attack him and kill Lu Junzuo on the spot. If someone tries to steal the Dragon King's throne from me, who else but him will die? As for what would happen if he were killed, Yi Chun was not worried. The old man taught me from a young age the principle that the winner takes all and the loser is nothing. To achieve great things, one must be prepared to sacrifice everything. The ancient martial arts tournament, which he had been eagerly anticipating, finally arrived. As is customary, the Lu family will be the host of the ancient martial arts tournament this year, so the venue for the tournament will naturally be the Lu family martial arts school. As the second-ranked family in the ancient martial arts world of Suzhou and Hangzhou, the Lu family is actually quite powerful. There are 3 ancient martial arts practitioners at the Xian level alone. There were a total of 14 people in the yellow character realm. Although they are not as strong as the Wen family, they are much stronger than other families. Today, the entrance of Lu Family Martial Arts School is decorated with lanterns and colorful banners celebrating the opening of the Ancient Martial Arts Conference. Various forces from the ancient martial arts world of Suzhou and Hangzhou arrived one after another. The difference today is that there are more people attending the ancient martial arts tournament than usual. Normally, a family or sect would only send 3 or 4 people. Today is different. Many ancient martial arts practitioners from various families and sects have come. Several of the leaders of the families and sects looked rather unhappy. These people were the unfortunate souls controlled by Yi Chun, who would be happy to have their life in someone else's hands. Lu Qingxin, the head of the Lu family, greeted the various forces with a smile at the entrance. He looked slightly surprised when the Wen family arrived. In previous years, the Wen family would have a slightly larger number of participants in the ancient martial arts tournament, around 10 people. But today, it seems like they've all come out in full force. Apart from Wenren Yuanshan, who is inconvenient to travel to, everyone who can still breathe has arrived. Wenren Yage, is your family planning to use a relay race strategy this year? That's not in accordance with the rules. Lu Qingxin said with a strange expression. Can't I bring them here to observe and learn? Wenren Yage raised an eyebrow and said, Sure, why not? Even if they're just here to freeload, the Lu family welcomes them. Lu Qingxin smiled and gestured for him to proceed. The more of you who come, the better, since it's you Wenren who will be embarrassed today. Wenren Yage snorted coldly and led her family inside. The Lu Family Martial Arts School has a dedicated competition arena that can accommodate hundreds of spectators. So even though there are hundreds of people gathered here today, it doesn't feel crowded. Seeing that there were significantly more people attending the ancient martial arts tournament today than in previous years, everyone present felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. I feel inexplicably depressed, and there's no one I can explain it to. Wenren Yage would occasionally take out her phone to check it. As she and Tang Yu had discussed before, Tang Yu would come in and launch an attack on a guy named Yi Chun when the time was right. When the time comes, all the experts from that family will join forces to beat up that guy. But where is this person? Yi Chun had already arrived outside the Lu Family Martial Arts School. He was accompanied by 2 women, Ling Han and another woman. I'll leave it to you to guard this place today. If Lu Junzuo escapes, you'll be responsible for holding him off. He looked at the 2 women and gave them instructions. The 2 women's strength is almost at the mid-stage of the profound realm, and their speed is quite fast. If they join forces, they only need to hold off Lu Junzuo for a short while. I can chase after him and kill him myself. Yes, Dragon King. The 2 spoke in unison, their faces filled with undisguised murderous intent. Seeing their imposing presence, Yi Chun was extremely satisfied. That's the kind of energy and spirit I need to work for myself. After settling the two women in, he walked into the Lu family martial arts school. When I went in, Lu Qingxin was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Yi Chen arrive, he hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully greeted him. Young Master Yi. They've already arrived? Everyone from the Wen family has arrived, but I didn't see the person young Master Yi mentioned. Didn't you see it? After pondering for a moment, Yi Chen sneered. He must be disguised and hiding in the shadows. My useless junior brother just likes to stay hidden from the light. Then he swaggered in and said, It's all right. As long as I step forward, he'll naturally take the bait. She wanted to get rid of him. Wasn't he also plotting against himself? Given his arrogant personality, he certainly wouldn't have imagined that he had already broken through to the peak of the profound realm. When the strength is evenly matched, he dared not say that he was certain of defeating Lu Junzuo. But most of the people present today are his helpers, facing dozens of ancient martial artists and himself. Unless Lu Junzuo enters the Earth realm, he will have no chance to escape. If he dares to show his face today, even a god couldn't save him. Once everyone had arrived, members of the Lu family quickly served them tea and snacks. As the organizer, Lu Qingxin stood on the stage and gave a speech as is customary. Then, each of the various factions present sent a representative to participate in the ancient martial arts tournament. The representative chosen by the Lu family was naturally Yi Chen. As per tradition, the representatives will draw lots to determine their opponents. The one who drew Yi Chen was Gu Sanqian, the sect leader of Xinshui sect. His family was quite famous among the ancient martial arts forces in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and Gu Sanqian was a Xian-level expert. He was just an unlucky one chosen by Yi Chen. He was also cursed. Seeing that his opponent was Yi Chen, he couldn't muster any fighting spirit at all. Please enlighten me. He clasped his hands in a fist salute, gave a greeting, and then launched an attack. Yi Chen calmly chose to defend, occasionally offering a few pointers while doing so, displaying the demeanor of a master. When you see such a young man so calmly dealing with Gu Sanqian, it's amazing. Those ancient martial arts practitioners who were unaware of Yi Chen's identity exclaimed in amazement. This level of strength far surpasses that of the Wen family's proud daughter, right? Those in the know were not surprised at all. They possessed the strength of the peak of the profound realm, enough to roam freely in the ancient martial arts world of Suzhou and Hangzhou. The difference in their levels of understanding is obvious. The two fought in the ring for nearly 3 minutes. Yi Chen, displaying the demeanor of a master, struck Gu Sanqian with a single palm strike. After knocking Gu Sanqian off the stage, Yi Chen smiled and clasped his hands in greeting to the audience, his gaze falling on the Wen family members. Today, Wenren Yage is representing the Wenren family in the battle. So where is Lu Junzuo hiding? Could it be that this guy suspects he has a backup plan, and therefore doesn't dare to act rashly? Chapter 98. The scene gets out of control. He snorted coldly and looked at Wenren Yage. Isn't Lu Junzuo after Wenren Yage? Once I make a move against Wenren Yage, he will naturally be unable to sit still and will come out. Meanwhile, the others in the audience were quietly drinking tea and waiting for news from Yi Chen. They received orders from Yi Chen that he would launch the first attack when a man named Lu Junzuo appeared. Then, all of them will work together to deal with this person. But after waiting for a long time, they still didn't see Lu Junzuo. On the contrary, the tea in my hand tasted exceptionally good for some reason, and I felt refreshed after drinking it. After winning 3 rounds in a row with great ease, Yi Chen has become the most dazzling presence in this ancient martial arts tournament. Wenren Yage was originally regarded as the most talented young person. Even they paled in comparison to him. In his 4th match, he faced a man in his 60s who possessed considerable strength at the early stage of the profound realm. But compared to a genius like him, that's far from enough. To make it easier to show off, he even used one hand to fight back and successfully suppressed his opponent. After a few minutes of fighting, the old man, realizing he was no match for the other, gave up the game. Yi Chen's next opponent is Wenren Yage, who has also won 4 rounds. Compared to him, Wenren Yage was not in such good condition. The difference in strength between the two is obvious. After a 10-minute break, both sides stepped onto the ring. Yi Chen's eyes darted unabashedly over Wenren Yage, and he asked with a smile, "Where is that good-for-nothing Lu Junzuo? Where is he hiding? You'll find out for yourself." Wenren Yage raised an eyebrow and said, "She gets furious just hearing the name Lu Junzuo now. He'll come out once you beat him down." Yi Chen curled his lip. They were all fellow disciples, and he knew Lu Junzuo's personality all too well. They both liked to use the hero saves the beauty tactic to pick up girls. Then he beckoned to Wenren Yage and said, "Come on, I'll give you a handicap." Wenren Yage snorted coldly. She adjusted herself to her best condition and took the initiative to launch an attack. She threw a punch straight at Yi Chen's throat. Yi Chen placed his left hand behind his back, threw a punch with his right hand, and at the same time scanned his surroundings. He wanted to see what would happen after he punched Wenren, sending her flying. Will Lu Junzuo still be able to sit still? Just as their fists were about to collide, Yichen suddenly screamed and took a few steps back. His scream shocked everyone present. What the hell is going on? Is Yichen no match for Wenren? That's impossible. Yichen took a few steps back, his face contorted with rage as he stared at his fist. For needles were already deeply embedded in his fist. It is said that the 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and this was indeed extremely painful. He pulled out the 4 needles, and then noticed that the needle tips were black. Judging from his medical skills, this must have been poisoned. You filthy bitch, you dare to play dirty tricks on me? He roared in fury, trying to force the poison out with his internal energy. But Yegu, the man, would not give him that chance. She took the initiative and launched an attack on Yichun. At the same time, the members of the Wen family also rushed forward. More than 30 people came to Wenren's house today. 9 of them were sent by the Tang, Qin, and Wang families, and all of them were experts at the Xian level. If you include the Wen family members, their fighting strength is already quite considerable. Faced with such a large group attack, Yi Chen's face instantly turned ashen. He knew this must be a trick set up by Lu Junzuo. This guy has the personality of a viper. He's definitely lurking in the shadows, looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Get out of here. After forcibly expelling some of the toxins, he roared and kicked Wenren away. But 3 other experts at the profound realm had already approached him from all sides. Yi Chen no longer concealed his strength. He originally intended to pretend that he was still in the mid-stage of the profound realm to lure Lu Junzuo into a trap. But the current situation no longer allows him to hold back. Go to hell. His eyes were bloodshot. He started by punching a Xian-level expert, then kicked another away. He turned around and elbowed another away. After neutralizing the attacks of these 3, he was met with an even more ferocious group attack. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. After being ambushed with poison by Wenren, Yi Chun endured for 2 minutes before feeling his injured hand begin to go numb. The ancient martial arts practitioners who were being controlled by Yi Chun in the audience were also starting to get restless. What's going on today? Wasn't Yi Chun supposed to be dealing with someone named Lu Junzuo? How come he got ganged up on before he even appeared on screen? What are you all standing there for? Come at us all. Feeling his condition worsening, Yi Chun kicked one person away and shouted at the crowd below the stage. Upon hearing Yi Chun's order, the ancient martial artists under his control all stood up with dark faces, ready to go and lend a hand. If they don't help Yi Chun, they'll die? Just as they were about to make their move, a petite girl suddenly held up a megaphone and shouted, "Uncles and elders, please rest assured. I have already dealt with the curse that Yi Chun cast on you. The tea you just drank was herbal tea. This kind of tea can make the worms in your body dormant for a period of time. So don't listen to him. Just kill this guy, and the goo worms in your bodies will die naturally. If you don't believe me, you can experience it for yourselves." The girl who shouted was Jiang Xiaoya. Everyone naturally recognized the renowned little Dr. Jiang. Upon hearing her words, the dozen or so people afflicted by the goo poison closed their eyes and began to sense it. The worm would occasionally move around inside their bodies, causing a slight stinging sensation, signaling that they were facing a death threat. But now it seems like I really don't feel anything anymore. No wonder they said they felt much better after drinking the tea. Then they all glared at Yi Chun with hatred. He was inexplicably bewitched and his life was controlled, forcing him to become a dog. This is not a debt that can be easily settled. After seeing the look in these people's eyes, Yi Chun panicked instantly. These people were originally his backup plan to deal with Lu Junzuo. How did it become a sword pointed at myself? He quickly tried to activate the goo worms. Then, Lu Qingxin, who was standing below the stage, clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground, convulsing. He didn't drink a single drop of tea from beginning to end. So now that Yi Chun is activating the goo worms, he has become the only unlucky one. Seeing Lu Qingxin's affliction-induced symptoms, those who had been poisoned became even more certain. The venomous insects inside their bodies were indeed affected by the herbal tea. So all they need to do is seize this opportunity and kill Yi Chun, and they can regain their freedom. Let's go together. A middle-aged man dressed in a tang suit shouted and led the charge. The others also rushed towards Yi Chun. They absolutely couldn't let this man escape today. When this group of people rushed up, Yi Chun was really about to vomit blood. Chapter 99. The cicada awaits. Your biggest trump card has become your opponent's card. Who orchestrated this in secret? Lu Junzuo? When did he get in touch with Jiang Xiaoya? Faced with the siege of so many Xian-level experts, even if they were all at the early stage of Xian level, they would be enough to wear him down to death. Yi Chun had no way out. After quickly defeating the 2 men, he took out a black pill from his pocket and swallowed it. This pill can forcibly boost his combat power to the Earth realm in a short period of time. Only in this way can he break through the encirclement. This was originally one of his trump cards that he kept to deal with Lu Junzuo. Lu Junzuo hasn't even been seen yet, but he's already played almost all his cards. This fueled his resentment, and his attack became even more murderous. With every attack, he aimed straight for the vital points. Those who dare to attack me, I will make them pay a bloody price today. In a short time, he killed 2 Xian-level experts on the spot. His swift and decisive attack instilled fear in everyone present. This guy is truly a ferocious beast. The more this was the case, the less likely the crowd was to let him go easily. If we let him go, he might come back and take revenge on us one by one in the future, which would cause endless trouble. The battle between the two sides intensified, and in just 3 minutes, 8 more people were killed by Yi Chun. Yi Chun also suffered a lot of attacks. Realizing that staying there would be life-threatening, Yi Chun fought off the 2 men and prepared to escape. With his current strength, which has forced him into the Earth realm, once he breaks through, these people won't be able to catch him. Besides, Ling Han and the other 2 women were waiting outside to meet us, just as he was about to break through the encirclement and successfully escape. A hunchbacked middle-aged man suddenly jumped up and kicked him in the chest. The man was incredibly fast, like a venomous snake lurking in wait. Even though Yi Chun was on guard, he was still kicked back into the crowd. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a surge of blood rushed up. After forcing himself to swallow the blood, he stood up and glared angrily at the hunchbacked middle-aged man. Lu Junzuo. Lu Junzuo was not surprised at all that his identity had been recognized. Compared to the trash in the ancient martial arts world of Suzhou and Hangzhou, his strength at the peak of the profound realm was indeed impossible to hide. It's too dazzling, there's no way around it. After removing the human skin mask from his face, his joints made a popping sound. In a short while, his body returned to normal. With a wicked smile, he looked at Yi Chun and said, "Senior brother, how can the Dragon King run away? You cunning beast, did you set this up?" Yi Chun asked with a resentful look on his face. Lu Junzuo simply smiled slightly and remained silent, though he was quite puzzled himself. He was also somewhat confused about what was going on today. After his previous injury, he unexpectedly had a certain acupoint suddenly partially opened up. In addition, the ancient martial arts he practiced were somewhat special, and within a few days, not only did his body recover, but his strength also increased. After receiving news that Yi Chun was coming to the ancient martial arts tournament, he originally wanted to see what this good-for-nothing was up to. Unexpectedly, he offended so many people, which is why he decided to take action and kick a man when he's down. Then go die. Yi Chun knew that Lu Junzuo was deliberately stalling for time, wanting to deal with him after the effects of the drug wore off. Once the effects of the medicine wear off, he may not be able to unleash his Xian-level strength for a short period of time. Therefore, he wouldn't be foolish enough to sit idly by and wait to die. Kill him, then get out of this hellhole. With a loud shout from Yi Chun, the 2 brothers quickly started fighting. The 2 of them at this moment. One person forcibly gained the strength of the Earth realm through pills, but he already had multiple injuries. The other person's strength was also only a step away from the Earth realm, so the 2 sides were evenly matched. After the 2 started fighting fiercely, Yi Chun mainly took the lead in attacking. Lu Junzuo wasn't in a hurry to fight to the death. He just wanted to wear this guy down. Someone tried to help him deal with Yi Chun in order to retaliate against Yi Chun for using witchcraft against them. However, the difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great, and they were completely wiped out after getting involved in the battle. Seeing this, everyone stepped down from the ring and let them fight. Wenren was pale at this moment, and blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. She was also seriously injured at the moment, but fortunately Zhang Xiaya was there to treat her wounds. "Miss Wenren, please sit here and rest. Don't move around too much, or you'll worsen your injuries." Seeing Wenren murderous look, Zhang Xiaya quickly reminded her. "Good." Wenren looked at Lu Junzuo with a resentful expression. Killing Yi Chun was Tang Yu's order. Lu Junzuo was her mortal enemy. Now that he's shown up here today, we have to keep him here no matter what. The other martial arts practitioners watched the fight on the arena with complicated expressions. The 2 were fighting like madmen on the stage. All they could see were 2 afterimages constantly clashing together. Yi Chun was in control. Limited by the effects of the drug, he had no choice but to take the initiative to attack and try to kill Lu Junzuo as soon as possible and leave. Lu Junzuo initially favored a defensive approach, hoping to stall for time and wear down Yi Chun. However, Yi Chun's reckless fighting style, where he risked injury for injury, had also taken its toll on him. They had no choice but to switch from defense to offense. After Yi Chun broke 2 of his ribs with a punch, Lu Junzuo punched Yi Chun in the chest. After both of them retreated 3 meters, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. "How many more minutes can you hold on? Your mother knows the answer better." Yi Chun cursed and charged forward again, and the 2 clashed once more. This time, Both sides became even more aggressive. After a minute of entanglement, the two had already exchanged over 100 punches. After being punched in the chest by Yi Chun, Lu Junzuo flew back several meters before spitting out a mouthful of blood. He cursed inwardly. This kid was really crazy. Was he planning to die with him? The instant he fell to the ground, a figure suddenly leaped onto the ring and, with lightning speed, unleashed a series of punches that struck Lu Junzuo. The one who made the move was none other than Tang Yu. His timing in making this move was impeccable. Lu Junzuo didn't even have a chance to defend before he was sent flying again. After rolling several times on the ground, he spat out another mouthful of blood, looking at Tang Yu with a somewhat terrified expression. What's this guy doing here? Having successfully launched a sneak attack, Tang Yu twisted her wrist and looked at the two of them with a smile. Finally, you fellow disciples are reunited. Are you surprised or not? He had made special arrangements these past few days, originally intending to keep Yi Chen here. Unexpectedly, Lu Junzuo, who had been hiding to recover from his injuries, took the bait and started fighting with Yi Chen. Killing two birds with one stone, taking these two fellow disciples away in one go, couldn't be better. Yi Chen and Lu Junzuo finally came to their senses. They all thought they were the mantis stalking the cicada, but little did they know that Tang Yu, the Oriole, had already been eyeing them in the dark. They are in extremely poor condition right now. One patient's medication was about to expire, and the other had 6 broken ribs. So today was a setup by you? Yi Chen stared at Tang Yu with resentment in his eyes and asked in a harsh voice. He never imagined that this good-for-nothing would dare to turn around and scheme against him and Lu Junzuo. Tang Yu just chuckled and didn't answer the somewhat silly question. Lu Junzuo was also filled with resentment. Originally intending to ambush Yi Chen, he was instead outmaneuvered by Tang Yu. Having truly felt the threat of death, he had no choice but to temporarily cease hostilities with Yi Chen and spoke up. Shall we join forces to deal with this kid? Given their current situation, if they want to leave, they'll have to take this kid hostage. Good. Yi Chen responded. He turned and rushed out of the arena, stepping on the heads of several people as he fled, running incredibly fast. His medication was only going to last for less than 2 minutes. Staying here any longer would surely mean certain death. Lu Junzuo clearly wanted to use him as bait. Seeing Yi Chen escape first, Lu Junzuo got up and wanted to escape with him. Don't let him leave. Tang Yu gave a word of advice and then rushed out of the arena to chase after Yi Chen. Neither of these two can escape today. In fact, even without Tang Yu shouting, how could one Ren sit idly by and watch Lu Junzuo, who was seriously injured, escape? With a wave of her hand, the ancient martial arts practitioners of the Wen family rushed forward to beat the drowning dog. Chapter 100, the 300th time, transmigrating into a book. With the last of the drug's effects, Yi Chen endured the pain all over his body and desperately tried to escape. He coughed up blood from time to time, indicating that his internal injuries were quite severe. Being surrounded and attacked by the crowd had already seriously injured him. Lu Junzuo was ruthless in his attacks, always targeting vital points. Furthermore, since he was poisoned and couldn't be treated immediately, his current condition is extremely precarious. However, the only thing that made him happy was that Lu Junzuo was allowed to stay. If he stays, he will surely die. Once Lu Junzuo is dead, his only enemy will be Tang Yu. Tang Yu, next time I will make sure you die a horrible death. He roared furiously, his face contorted in a grimace. As long as we let him escape this time. Next time, he'll target Tang Yu's parents. After running for quite a distance, Yi Chen felt that the effects of the medicine in his body were almost gone. But Ling Han and Shi Yin had already appeared in front of him. Upon seeing the two women, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly shouted, "Quick, take me away. I've been ambushed by that kid surnamed Tang." The two women rushed toward him with anxious expressions. The moment he rushed in front of him, a dagger and a military dagger were suddenly thrust at him. At this critical juncture where life and death hang in the balance, Yi Chen reacted with lightning speed, shifting his body to avoid being stabbed in a vital spot. Even so, the bayonet and dagger did indeed pierce his body. Fresh blood gushed from the wound. He turned pale, took 2 steps back, and looked at the two women with unusual anger. "You two bitches, you sluts, how dare you betray me? The organization will not let you get away with this." "So what if I don't know how?" Ling Han stared coldly at Yi Chen and said, "The fact that I dare to do this proves that I am not afraid. We now know all the secrets the organization has been hiding from us. You're going to die." Shi Yin gritted her teeth and said, "Tang Yu has already told her the whole truth. Her father died at the hands of the Dragon Soul organization. The reason is simple. Her mother was an assassin for the Dragon Soul organization. After falling in love with her father at first sight, she decided to betray the organization and the two wandered the world together. Her father left the Tang family for this reason, not wanting to implicate the Tang family who had been kind to him. But how could the Dragon Soul organization tolerate betrayal? They sent experts to assassinate the two. In the end, her father perished together with that expert. Her mother, pregnant with her, returned to the Tang family and hid. When the Dragon Soul organization came knocking on her door again, she had no choice but to leave the Tang family and go into hiding, but she still couldn't escape her fate. Both she and Ling Han have a blood feud with the Dragon Soul organization. Upon hearing the two women's words, Yi Chen's face turned pale. He finally understood why these two women had betrayed him. At this moment, Tang Yu caught up from behind. The ambushers hidden elsewhere also came out and surrounded Yi Chen. He has no way to escape now. Upon seeing Tang Yu arrive, Yi Chen cursed with resentment. You coward, surnamed Tang. If you're so capable, then don't resort to underhanded tactics. All right, let's have a fair one-on-one match. Tang Yu nodded and looked at everyone, saying, Don't interfere, this is between him and me. The crowd was momentarily speechless, and each took 2 steps back to indicate that they would not interfere. Come on, don't say I'm bullying you, I'll let you make the first move. Tang Yu waved to Yi Chen. He could see that Yi Chen's injuries were extremely severe, and his true energy was almost depleted. In this state, death is not far off. With his eyes already red, Yi Chen rushed forward, ready to fight Tang Yu to the death. But in his current state, he is no match for Tang Yu. After being knocked to the ground 3 times in a row, he barely had the strength to get up. He stared intently at Tang Yu with his bull-like eyes, his gaze filled with resentment and unwillingness. Just as Tang Yu was about to go up and end his life, suddenly, he found himself surrounded by nothingness. A giant tree had appeared in front of him without him noticing. The giant tree stands here like an insurmountable mountain, exuding a sense of oppression. Standing under the tree, Tang Yu felt as insignificant as an ant. The tree radiated a dazzling light, illuminating the entire space. Looking at the tree, Tang Yu felt a strange sense of familiarity. It was as if it were a part of his body, connected to his mind. Under the tree, he saw something like shards of glass, with various images flashing inside. He walked over and picked up one of the fragments, and a memory appeared in his mind. After reading this familiar memory, Tang Yu suddenly remembered. He didn't actually transmigrate into books 10 or so times. Those transmigration experiences were all fake. His memories of transmigrating into the book were all left here. Including this time, he has worn it 300 times. Each time he transmigrates into a different world from a book, he tries to find a way to survive. Various attempts to change the plot, including killing the protagonist or doing other things, have all been in vain. Until the 299th time, he transmigrated into the book. He transmigrated into a fantasy novel and became a villain in the later stages. When he was about to be killed by the protagonist again, he was so angry that he decided to go all out and fight. Since there's no way to survive anyway, I have to make things difficult for the Chosen One. By risking his life, he managed to snatch back the seed of Tao Source that should have been taken by the protagonist before he died. He swallowed it on the spot, intending to destroy the seed of Tao Source in this way. After swallowing the seed of Tao Source, he instantly died and his Tao dissipated. At the moment he died, the seed of the Tao Source recognized his will and successfully merged with his soul. And that's how this tree came to be. After placing his hand on the giant tree, he felt an overwhelming aura of malevolence, as if it were resisting something. Is this the will of the villain? Tang Yu withdrew her hand, a realization dawning on her mind. What is a villain? Does going against the natural order make someone a villain? Who says villains are destined to become stepping stones for the chosen ones, or nourishment for their growth? If that's how heaven rules, then screw heaven's rules. Influenced by Tang Yu's state of mind, the giant tree swayed slightly. The leaves rustled softly, as if reminding Tang Yu to be careful. Immediately afterwards, everything around returned to normal. It was as if the river of time had stopped flowing, and then resumed its rotation. Yi Chen stared intently at Tang Yu, coughing up a mouthful of blood with a look of resentment on his face. He didn't understand. How could I, the mighty Dragon King, have come to this? Don't worry, even if I die, you'll soon come down to join me, and the old man will avenge me. His face was contorted with rage, and his tone carried a hint of excitement. Tang Yu chuckled. You overestimate yourself. You're nothing but a pawn in his game, and you're not even a member of the Yi family, understand? Yi Chen was slightly taken aback, and shouted in a voice filled with despair. Impossible, don't give me that nonsense. Ask yourself honestly, what do you really know about him? Are you really Yi Chen? And who is Yi Chen anyway? Tang Yu looked at Yi Chen with a rare hint of pity. That old monster playing chess behind the scenes. Tang Yu had already guessed some of his identity. Yi Chen, this so-called Dragon King. She was nothing more than a pathetic pawn, brainwashed and trained from childhood. Lu Junzuo's existence speaks volumes. Chess pieces can always be replaced at will. Impossible, impossible. With a look of despair on his face, Yi-Chen kept muttering the same thing over and over until his eyes gradually lost focus, and he slowly died. Highly recommended book. I recommend another book by this author of the same genre. My bratty kid ruined my figurines, so he demanded 10 million yuan in compensation, which already has 700,000 words. You can read it by searching for the book title or the author's name, Xiaoyu. The link is below. Chapter 101. You're next, Lu Junzuo. When Yi-Chen died, Ling Han and the other woman felt a sense of relief, but also a sense of worry. Regardless, he was, after all, the Dragon King of the Dragon Soul Organization. Having died at Tang Xiao's hands, how could the Dragon Soul Organization let it go? They all looked at Tang Yu. For some reason, they felt that Tang Xiao seemed to have changed in some way. Let's go, let's kill Lu Junzuo. Tang Yu didn't even glance at Yi-Chen's corpse, and led everyone back towards the Lu family martial arts school. You're next, Lu Junzuo. On the ring at this moment, Lu Junzuo, who was seriously injured, had been subdued by the group. The one family beat him severely, but spared his life, intending to wait for Tang Yu to return and make arrangements. Lu Junzuo lay on the ground, his face filled with humiliation. He originally intended to leave Yi-Chen here on a whim, so that the kid would die here. Unexpectedly, Tang Yu had hidden himself so well that he was ultimately left behind. He saw that all the ancient martial arts practitioners around him were staring at him with predatory eyes. He was filled with resentment. If we leave here today, when I return, I will surely exterminate all these people. Just as he was feeling utterly hopeless, a figure walked in from outside. Upon noticing someone's arrival, everyone's eyes turned to this person. This person wore a demon mask and exuded a murderous aura, like a demon returned from hell. Upon sensing this astonishing aura, everyone showed expressions of fear. Who exactly is this person? He walked over step by step from a distance, as if stepping on everyone's hearts. This oppressive aura forced many people to turn their eyes away, unable to look directly at him. After Lu Junzuo saw the person clearly, his despairing face instantly turned excited. He never expected that it would be this man, known as the god of war of northern Africa, who would come. So he shouted, "Commander Long, save me." The man he called Commander Long only gave him a cold look. Lu Junzuo felt a chill run down his spine and struggled to get up from the ground. As a member of the Dragon Soul Organization, lying on the ground like a dead dog is truly shameful. Commander Long? Upon hearing Lu Junzuo call the other person's name, everyone realized that they had come to rescue Lu Junzuo. They looked wary, staring intently at the man, ready to make their move. Today, the entire ancient martial arts community of Suzhou and Hangzhou is gathered here. You need to have the skills to save people from them. Seeing that this group of people were clearly trying to stop him, the man called Long Shuai said coldly, "Those who stand in my way shall die. Let's go together." An old man at the Xian level knew that this person must be exceptionally skilled. He waved his hand and led several Xian level experts to rush forward. Then, before anyone could clearly see what the man named Long Shuai would do, he made a move. The old man who was at the very front had already fallen to the ground, with a large cave-in in his chest. He convulsed a few times and died on the spot. This instantly killed a Xian level expert. This caused the others who were about to take action to stop. They stared at the unfathomable man before them, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. This guy is definitely a master of the Earth realm. As for which realm of the earthly realm it was, they had no idea. Wenrenyage bit her lip tightly as she stared at this man who was nothing short of a monster. The aura emanating from this person was something even her father at his peak couldn't match. He's at least a monster at the mid-stage of the Earth realm. After the man walked onto the ring, his gaze slowly swept over the crowd. Is this the ancient martial arts world of Suzhou and Hangzhou? Aside from having a larger number of people, there doesn't seem to be anything particularly noteworthy about them. However, he did need some thugs to help him with his tasks. He spoke slowly. "I'm giving you a choice. Pledge allegiance to me, or die." This question left everyone stunned. To pledge allegiance to him? Who the hell are you? Are you crazy? Why should we be loyal to you? Even if you... A middle-aged man, unable to tolerate his attitude, stood up and roared. Before he could finish speaking, the man called Dragon Commander appeared in front of him and threw a punch. The middle-aged man's head shattered on the spot, just like a watermelon. After killing the middle-aged man, the man named Long Shuai began to target others. With overwhelming strength. In a short while, he had severely injured more than 20 experts at the Xian level. He didn't even bother to attack ancient martial artists at the Yellow Realm. It was as if it would dirty his fists. The crowd was so frightened that they scattered and fled in all directions to keep their distance from the madman. "I'll give you 3 days to consider becoming my dogs and wiping out the Tang family. 3 days later, I will visit each family one by one, starting with the Wen family. Of course, you can refuse, as long as you can afford the cost of refusing." After leaving behind those incredibly domineering and harsh words, He then grabbed Lu Junzuo, who was like a dead dog, and drifted away, looking at the large group of Xian-level experts lying on the ground. The people in the ancient martial arts community of Suzhou and Hangzhou were all filled with fear. Normally, these are the aloof and powerful experts of the Xian level. They were so utterly helpless in front of this man. They all felt a sense of helplessness, confusion, and frustration. After being rescued from certain death, Lu Junzuo breathed a long sigh of relief. As long as I don't die this time. Once I've recovered from my injuries, I'll seek revenge on Tang Yu when I reach the Earth realm again. After reaching a hillside, the man called Long Shui put Lu Junzhu down. Lu Junzuo quickly took out a healing pill, swallowed it, and asked, Commander Long, where is Yi Chun? That good-for-nothing is dead. I can say that, Long Shui said calmly. Dead? Lu Junzuo was stunned for a moment. Then his face lit up with joy. It's good that he's dead. It's wonderful that he's dead. This guy who's been vying for power with me should have died long ago. He clasped his hands in gratitude and said, I will remember General Long's help today and will repay it in the future. No need. Long Shui glanced at him, and before Lu Junzuo could react, the other man had already slapped him in the chest. With this palm strike, an incomparably domineering true energy shattered Lu Junzuo's meridians. In a short while, Lu Junzuo collapsed to the ground, all his cultivation vanishing completely. Blood began to flow from his 7 orifices, and his face turned terrified. Commander Long, what are you doing? Lu Junzuo shouted in a terrified voice, tears streaming down his face. Why did you deliberately save me, only to destroy all my cultivation? We rescued you because the Dragon Soul organization is trash that only we can clean up. Long Shui sneered, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked at Lu Junzuo. Yi Chun is a good-for-nothing. Isn't his junior brother the same? You madman, my master will not let you get away with this. Lu Junzuo began to wail in grief. At this moment, he couldn't even move and had become a complete cripple. Don't worry, I'll take you to see the old Dragon King after I've finished dealing with things here. When the old Dragon King was mentioned, the man's expression became more respectful. 5 years ago, he was imprisoned for some reason and should have been murdered in prison. It was the old Dragon King who saved him, taught him all his skills, and then sent him to the African battlefield. 5 years. Do you know how he got through those 5 years? Every day was spent in fierce fighting. They made outstanding contributions in battle. He only got a nickname, the War God of the North. Chapter 102. The system is messing with me again. Until recently, the old Dragon King called him back from Africa and asked him to return to China. So he came. Besides coming back to help the old Dragon King, he also had some other things to do. Lu Junzuo, who was lying on the ground, had fainted from the pain. Seeing his miserable state, Lin Fan raised his hand. 2 figures immediately appeared in front of him, saying in unison, Commander Long. The 2 men, one dressed in black and the other in white, were his capable henchmen, the black and white duo. He looked at the 2 of them and said, Take this piece of trash away and lock him up first. The 2 responded and quickly disappeared, carrying Lu Junzuo. When Tang Yu rushed back to the martial arts school and saw the injured people all over the place, his expression changed slightly. What the hell is going on? Why did Lu Junzuo run away? Did this guy have a trick up his sleeve that allowed him to break through the encirclement and escape? What happened? He ran over and asked. I'm seriously injured, Wen Renyage explained through gritted teeth. A man called Long Shui just came and rescued Lu Junzuo. After she explained the situation, Tang Yu was still a little confused. A mysterious master wearing a mask came out and rescued Lu Junzuo, and so many people were injured? He looked over at Ling Han and the other woman. I've never heard of any dragon general. He's probably someone that old monster trained. Shi Yin shook her head with a wry smile. Ling Han was also somewhat helpless. The Dragon Soul organization was hiding too well, and there were many things they didn't know. However, they were able to easily take people away from so many people, and even turn around and threaten them. This strength is at least at the mid-stage of the Earth realm. The ancient martial arts factions from Suzhou and Hangzhou who were present at this moment. They all looked at Tang Yu with complicated expressions. The mysterious expert who suddenly appeared today was clearly targeting the Tang family. Being drawn into this struggle means they have to choose sides. Either stand against the Tang family, either stand against that expert. Noticing the look in these people's eyes, Tang Yu guessed what they were thinking. He didn't say anything, but looked at Zhang Xiaoya and said, Let's save them first. I can save them. Their meridians are shattered and their injuries are too severe. Zhang Xiaoya bit her lip and said, her medical skills were indeed somewhat inadequate to treat this severe internal injury. It's okay, I'll teach you. Tang Yu asked Zhang Xiaoya to hand him the silver needles and began to treat these people according to the methods in the Qingnong Tianjing. These severely injured ancient martial arts practitioners suffered extremely serious damage to their meridians. But it's not that it can't be repaired. The Qingnong Tianjing provided by the dog system, is quite effective in treating illnesses. After a few silver needles were inserted, the seriously injured and unconscious patient slowly woke up. Taking this opportunity, Tang Yu looked into his eyes, a purple light flashing within them. He activated the Eye of Souls. At this moment, they are physically injured and mentally frustrated, so it shouldn't be difficult for them to control the soul-stealing eye. After a few seconds of staring at each other, the soul-stealing eye was finally brought under control. Tang Yu didn't say much. These Xian-level ancient martial artists who were seriously injured today are all core figures of various ancient martial arts forces in Suzhou and Hangzhou. To prevent these guys from all joining forces with that guy called Long Shuai, it's never wrong to keep something in reserve. Well, as a villain, a flexible moral bottom line is indispensable. Jiang Xiaoye watched and learned carefully from the side, occasionally showing an expression of amazement. She had always wanted to learn the medical skills from Tang Yu's Qingnong Tianjing. However, after witnessing Tang Yu administer acupuncture today, she realized that the treatment methods in the Qingnong Tianjing were truly unbelievable. Furthermore, by eavesdropping on Tang Yu's inner thoughts during her treatment, she learned even faster. After treating everyone, apart from a few who were killed on the spot, the others should be able to recover after 2 months of recuperation. The worst off was Lu Qingxin, who served as Yi Chen's lackey. Because he hadn't drunk any tea, Yi Chen didn't have time to pay attention to him after activating the goo worms. So he was bitten to death by the goo worms. I will prescribe a medicine for you all later. You can go back and take the medicine on time and rest for 2 months to recover. As for the threats made by that man named Long Shuai, you don't need to take them to heart. Since he came for me, I will handle this and will not let anyone else be implicated. After healing everyone, Tang Yu looked at them and made a loud promise. Yes, trust Brother Tang Yu. The herbal tea you drank before was prepared by Brother Tang Yu. He came to help you. Jiang Xiaoye also shouted, seeing that Tang Xiao had saved him multiple times and was so responsible in resolving his troubles. As a result, the group looked at Tang Yu with more admiration and respect, and they all expressed their gratitude. As expected of young Master Tang, the eldest son of the most prestigious family in Suzhou and Hangzhou, this sense of responsibility is unmatched. Tang Yu smiled but remained silent, displaying an air of superiority. He's still waiting for the storyline to finish so he can claim his rewards from the system. According to the system's consistent nature, although Lu Junzuo successfully escaped today, but Yi Chen died here. This directly killed the Dragon King, so the blessing, oh no, the reward couldn't be small, could it? If you can't give me a heavenly realm cultivation level as a reward, you should at least give me a peak earthly realm cultivation level, right? What a load of bull. Once I've upgraded him, I'll use him to farm rewards. When you have confidence, you can naturally show off. Just as everyone was bowing and worshipping, Tang Yu suddenly heard a system notification. Ding! The host has successfully survived the plot. Reward, a 9-turn pill recipe. Tang Yu was slightly taken aback upon hearing the reward. The 9-turn elixir formula? That's a top-notch item. After taking a 9-turn pill last time, I jumped directly from the early stage of the yellow realm to the early stage of the profound realm. If you eat 2 or 3 more of these, won't you ascend to heaven on the spot? With this, I can use money to create a few more experts at the earth realm. But the real problem is that Lin Fan is going to come and beat me up in a few days. With such a large and complicated array of medicinal herbs in the prescription, how could a few days possibly be enough? Damn system, this reward is far too meager. It doesn't do justice to your status and position. Tang Yu thought to herself with dissatisfaction. This time, he managed to kill Dragon King Yi Chun during the storyline and almost killed Lu Junzhou. One reward isn't enough. Don't be in such a hurry. We're like brothers. Why would I skimp on your benefits? The system's voice slowly began to play, rewarding the host with mid-stage Earth Realm cultivation. Tang Yu was quite satisfied when she heard the first half of the sentence. Although they didn't give him a Heavenly Realm cultivation level or anything like that, an Earthly Realm cultivation level isn't bad either. It should be noted that neither Dragon King Yi Chun nor his junior brother Lu Junzuo have reached the Earth Realm yet. Then, after consuming a few more 9-turn pills, my cultivation level will rise. Hey, a master of the Heavenly Realm is a master indeed. All they do is eat and fight the Dragon King, nothing else. 1-minute trial card per person. When the system finished speaking the second half of the sentence, Tang Yu experienced firsthand what it means for someone to stay in Bengbu if they want to stay there. 1 minute. You damn system, can't you be a human being? Believe in yourself. A real man only needs 1 minute. Tang Yu cursed inwardly again, but the system still ignored him. It seemed it wasn't going to give him any more benefits. Then, young Master Tang, we'll take our leave now. We'll leave the matter of dealing with that expert to young Master Tang. We're too badly injured to do anything about it. Young Master Tang, come to our martial arts school for tea when you have time. At this time, These ancient martial arts forces from Suzhou and Hangzhou also began to withdraw and prepare for recuperation. I heard them greeting me. Tang Yu was a little worried. Or should we just ignore what I just said? This real man couldn't quite hold on for even a minute. Chapter 103 Wenren Yage is angry. After seeing everyone leave with admiring expressions, Tang Yu felt a little numb. Sure enough, we couldn't open the champagne halfway through. The Wen family members were also seriously injured this time, with 2 Xian-level experts being severely wounded. The others looked terrified and were not comforted by Tang Yu's few words. As the leading ancient martial arts force in Suzhou and Hangzhou, they understood all too well what a master of the Earth realm meant. After all, the current head of the family, Wenren Yuanshan, was once a master of the Earth realm. The first person this person will visit 3 days from now is the Wen family. Although the Tang family wields considerable power in Suzhou and Hangzhou, can they truly stop this person? That's a master at the mid-stage of the Earth realm. The entire Wen family couldn't compete with them. Young miss, what are you going to say in 3 days? An old retainer from a prominent family came over and asked in a low voice. He wasn't seriously injured. Upon seeing the masked man make his move, he knew he was outmatched and immediately chose to create distance to ensure his safety. What else can we do but fight to the death? Wenren Yage's answer was very decisive. Even if the other party has no relation to Lu Junzuo, the Wen family has no reason to bow down to him, compromise, and become his dog. Young miss, you should think it over. You've seen that person's strength yourself. The old temple caretaker was also quite aggrieved by this. However, in the world of ancient martial arts, strength has always been paramount, and fists have always been the best weapon. If Wenren Yuanshan hadn't fallen ill, there might still be a chance for things to turn around. Now that we can't even find a single ancient martial artist at the Earth realm, how can we fight them to the death? Wenren Yage countered with a question. So what? Don't forget that this person is with Lu Junzuo. Don't you know how Lu Junzuo framed my father? If we bow down to him today, he'll order the Wen family to die tomorrow. Should we go? Besides, I've heard that if people are afraid of this person's betrayal, what's the point of living a life of ignominy? Her words made the old temple servant's face turn extremely uncomfortable. The old retainer gritted his teeth and said, since Miss thinks this is more appropriate, then we are not on the same page. From today onwards, I will leave the Wenren family. After saying that, he turned and left. Making an enemy of a master at the Earth realm? Let whoever wants to do that do it. After he left, his 2 disciples also said goodbye to Wenren Yage and departed. Soon, several more disciples and students from the Wen family, along with a Xian-level expert, left one after another. The remaining people stayed where they were, with mixed feelings. Before anyone even arrived, the Wen family was already fighting amongst themselves. Tang Yu went over to comfort her. It's all right, Miss Wenren. That person was mainly after me. I'll stand up and work with you to figure out a solution. Tang Yu's words of comfort warmed the heart of the somewhat wounded Wenren Yage. She was about to speak when she heard Tang Yu's inner thoughts. I have to go. You guys know he's no match for that guy. If we can't win and they turn their guns on us, wouldn't I be the one in trouble? A sudden surge of anger welled up in Wenren Yage's heart. Does this guy not trust the Wen family? Any lingering goodwill she felt towards Tang Yu vanished completely in an instant. So she turned cold and said, then thank you for your kindness, young Master Tang. After saying that, she stormed off with the Wen family members. Why is this woman sulking? I haven't offended her, have I? Sigh. I just don't understand these women. Tang Yu shook her head and sighed. Jiang Xiaoye, who was also eavesdropping on their thoughts, was speechless. She had already guessed that Wenren Yage could also hear her innermost thoughts. People would be furious if they heard you say that. However, she was happy to see this. Wenren Yage is also good-looking, a very competitive rival. Isn't it a good thing that she hates Tang Yu's brother? Brother Tang Yu, shall we go back now? Okay. Then take me home. Jiang Xiaoye followed behind Tang Yu with a smile. Tang Yu hummed in agreement and looked at Ling Han and the other 2 women, saying, then you 2 go home first. I'll take Xiaoye there. Yes, young Master Tang. The 2 women nodded and drove back to the Tang family home together. By killing Yi Chun, they have completely broken with the Dragon Soul Organization. What awaits them next is inevitably the retaliation of the Dragon Soul Organization. The Dragon Soul Organization never lets any traitor go unpunished. So all they want to do now is cultivate as quickly as possible. I'll strive to break through to the mid-stage of the profound realm as soon as possible, so I can be of more help to young Master Tang. On the way home, Jiang Xiaoye kept asking Tang Yu all sorts of questions, all about medical skills. Seeing Tang Yu receive treatment today brought her considerable improvement. However, there are still many things she can't figure out for the time being, and she needs to ask Tang Yu in detail to find out. Tang Yu had nothing to hide, and said whatever came to mind. When the car was almost at Jiang Xiaoye's family clinic, Jiang Xiaoye pointed to a commercial street by the roadside. Brother Tang Yu, stop the car, I'll treat you to milk tea. A new milk tea shop has opened here, and many people are queuing up. It seems to be doing quite well. Okay. Tang Yu parked the car on the side of the road. After the two got out of the car, Jiang Xiaoya dragged Tang Yu to queue up. As she pulled Tang Yu, her fingers gently caressed Tang Yu's palm. Holy crap, they can take advantage of me so blatantly. I treated you like a younger sister, and you actually lusted after my body. After feeling something strange in her palm, Tang Yu cursed inwardly. These women, they're all acting really weird. Jiang Xiaoya rolled her eyes after hearing the inner voice. She turned to look at Tang Yu and said generously, I'm touching the scar on your palm. It hasn't faded after all these years. A scar on your palm? Tang Yu glanced at her palm and saw a faint white scar. He thought for a moment and then remembered that it happened when he was a child. The Jiang family and the Tang family have been friends for generations. The old Dr. Jiang would come to the Tang family every month to treat the Tang family members. Young Jiang Xiaoya was often brought over to play. The two knew each other back then and had a pretty good relationship. One day, one of the Tang family's pet dogs went to chase after Jiang Xiaoya to play. Jiang Xiaoya is timid and afraid of dogs, so the dogs chase her even more vigorously when she runs away. Just as she was about to be bitten by the dog, Tang Yu ran over to help, but ended up getting bitten by the dog herself. That very evening, the Tang family slaughtered the dog and made a dog meat hot pot. Seeing that her brother Tang Yu was injured because of her, Jiang Xiaoya ate 2 large bowls of rice with tears in her eyes. Oh, I remember now. To be honest, that dog meat was pretty good, Tang Yu said with a smile. You only remember that it tasted good, right? Jiang Xiaoya found it somewhat amusing and asked, It's almost our turn. What would you like to drink? Watermelon juice, please. Okay. After queuing for a few minutes, the milk tea was quickly made and delivered to them. Jiang Xiaoya took a sip of her milk tea and her eyes narrowed with happiness. What girl doesn't like sweets? She looked at the watermelon juice in Tang Yu's hand with sparkling eyes. Brother Tang Yu, would you like to try my milk tea? I'd also like to try your watermelon juice. Chapter 1 Oh, for the villain has no moral boundaries. This watermelon juice doesn't taste good, and I don't like milk tea either. Tang Yu shook her head. Sharing drinks? Wouldn't that just be exchanging drool? After that bite, wouldn't one say it's clean and good for the animals? We're all doctors, we should be hygienic, okay? Jiang Xiaoya's lips twitched slightly, and she held the milk tea, unsure how to respond. Tang Yu's brother is sometimes really annoying. Let's go inside and see if there's anything else good to eat. She pointed to the commercial street and began